Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
The next day, late in the evening, zombies with glowing red eyes started appearing at shelter barrier in Gunjadong. One of them, sitting on a chair, opened its mouth. How'd it go? Well, it seems like the 7th officer has failed us. Is she dead? We haven't confirmed her death, but her underlings aren't moving anymore. The enemy we're dealing with seems to be moving these immobile zombies elsewhere. That means the 7th officer is dead. The 6th officer, who was sitting in a chair, clicked his tongue vigorously and furrowed his brow. The Dong leader of Junggakdong, sitting next to the 6th officer, spoke up at Novel bin at. 6th officer, I feel like we should change our plans. Do you happen to have any good ideas? Yes, in fact, there's no need for us to go through a Kazanaro. What do you mean? Then how are we going to move this many zombies? Asked the 6th officer, pointing at the zombie underlings around them. There were well over 5,000 zombies. There was the 6th officer, the Dong leader of Junggakdong, and 3 decoys, also known as the penal units, under the 6th officer. That made it 5 zombies with glowing red eyes, with 5,000 underlings under their control. Even with this many underlings, though, they were hesitant to move, now that news had reached them of the Vanguard's annihilation. The defenders of Shelter Soul Forest seemed impossibly formidable. They didn't dare to move hastily, since they had no idea how strong their opponents were. The Vanguard had consisted of 5,500 zombies. Of course, the Dong leader of Jiangdong and one of the decoys had been wiped out early on in an ambush, but the 7th officer still had the Dong leader of Guidong and 2 decoys provided by the 6th officer. Nevertheless, they had failed to capture Songsudong. This battle, which they had assumed would end in a day, was stretching out. The 6th officer's plan of taking care of Guangjingu quickly and joining the Gangnam operation had just been dealt a big setback. The 6th officer clicked his tongue vigorously and mumbled, I knew I shouldn't have given the 7th officer a penal unit as a signaler. She just made things complicated for me. The 6th officer sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. He then stared at the Dong leader of Junggakdong next to him and asked, So, what's your plan? I'm all ears for now. As I mentioned earlier, we really don't have to enter a Kazanaro through Dongalaro. Weren't you paying attention earlier? How do you expect us to move this many troops around? That's the only route we can take with this many troops. Gunjagyo is west of Gunjadong. We can cross into Songjiangdong via that bridge. 1. Songjiangdong? The neighborhood with the sewage treatment facilities. The 6th officer raised his eyebrows, and the Dong leader nodded. Jiangangyo is southwest of Songjiangdong. If we cross that, we can reach the border between Songso 1 GA 2 Dong and Songso 2 GA 3 Dong. That'll make it possible for us to hit them from behind. Oh geez, give me a break. That bridge is terribly narrow. Half of our forces will be killed before they even get to the southern end. That's why Jiangangyo will be a decoy. The bait. The Dong leader of Junggakdong smiled mysteriously. Puzzled, the 6th officer tilted his head and stared at the Dong leader. The Dong leader of Junggakdong took a deep breath and continued to outline the plan. I'll draw their attention. In the meantime, you can move to Songdonggyo, sir. Songdonggyo? You mean the bridge under Hanyang University? Yes, sir. Listen up fella, there's no way to enter Hanyang University. Chonggaichen and Zhengnangshan flow along the south and east, and you have to pass through Meijiangdong to enter the north entrance. You do realize that the enemies killed the Dong leader of Meijiangdong, no? You seriously think they won't have any scouts in Meijiangdong? 2. Sir, I'm sure you haven't forgotten how we sent our bait into one Dong before. The 6th officer looked at the Dong leader in confusion. The Dong leader of Junggakdong flashed a thin smile. There's a bridge into Hanyang University to the west of Songjiangdong. There's a bridge. The 6th officer repeated the statement as a question, and the Dong leader nodded. This is something that only locals know. There's a small little bridge that doesn't even have a name. It's sometimes used by residents to go on walks. And you want to move this many troops through there. I'm sure it'd be much better than getting caught by the enemy. The 6th officer gently rubbed his chin as he listened to the Dong leader. The 6th officer realized that time was on their side. He realized that he had been preoccupied by his desire to join the Gangnam operation and had ignored other possible options he could have been taking to make sure everything worked out. After all, the success of this attack was a matter of life and death. The correct approach was to think everything through and move carefully. The 6th officer nodded slowly. He seemed fully on board with the Dong leader's proposal. He posed a follow-up question. All right then. And the final destination must be Soul Forest, right? Yes sir. Judging by the fact that they're protecting the shelter at all costs, the shelter seems to be linked with their desires somehow. Desires? Are you saying that the zombies at Shelter Soul Forest have desires? Yes, I know it's somewhat absurd, but I believe their desires have to do something with protecting humans. Destroying the shelter will probably destroy their desires as well. And I'm sure you can imagine what happens afterward. They'll turn into black creatures. The 6th officer smiled, enjoying what he was hearing. The Dong leader of Junggakdong smiled back and continued to outline the plan. Judging by the fact that they defeated the 7th officer, there must be more than 1 or 2 enemy leaders with zombies. Perfect. Once we're victorious, I shall reward you like never before. Thank you. The Dong leader of Junggakdong bowed deeply toward the 6th officer. He smiled a villainous smile and muttered to himself. All of them are dead meat. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was past 2 in the morning in Songso 2GA, 3 Dong. Kim Hyeong-jun focused his attention on keeping a lookout as he waited for Lee Hyun-deok and Do Han-sol to wake up. He'd ordered his troops on guard to prepare for a second clash, and had moved all the immobile zombies to the zombie prison. Losing. Gains. You're doing well. Just a little more. Moodswinger came up to Kim Hyeong-jun, looking tired. The zombie did not feel fatigue, and so whenever it acted as though it were tired, it meant that it was hungry. Kim Hyeong-jun patted Moodswinger on the back and ordered it to eat one of the zombies around it. Moodswinger beamed and shoved a zombie that was not under anyone's command into its mouth. What breed of dog is it? Wang Jihai asked in a sarcastic tone as she observed what was going on. Kim Hyung-jun scratched his head in embarrassment. If you keep observing it, it's actually got a cute side to it. I don't know. No matter how you look at it, its size doesn't exactly make it seem cute. Despite its size, it acts like a 3-year-old. Kim Hyeong-jun smiled heartily and patted Moodswinger on its side as it tore through the unfortunate zombie. Moodswinger was so abnormally large that even when Kim Hyeong-jun stretched his arms up, he could barely touch its waist. Moodswinger gave a little jerk and smiled when Kim Hyeong-jun touched it, as if his touch was ticklish. Wang Jihai brushed away some dirt from the floor with her hands and sat down. Kim Hyeong-jun ordered Moodswinger to keep moving the zombies into the prison, and sat down next to Wang Jihai, turning to look at her as he did so. You should go inside and get some sleep. It's all right. I know it's not. Your dark circles are as dark as the night sky right now. As Kim Hyung-jun chuckled, Wang Jihai smiled faintly and gently touched the hunting knife at her side. Kim Hyeong-jun looked at the knife and asked where she had gotten it from. It's a memento my boyfriend left me. Oh, you didn't mean to say husband, right? Wang Jihai chuckled, noticing that Kim Hyeong-jun had tried to make a subtle joke. You weren't trying to be funny, were you? Sorry if it wasn't funny. Well, it was kind of funny. Wang Jihai smiled sadly as she looked down at the long-bladed hunting knife. After a moment, she turned her attention back to Kim Hyeong-jun. I feel like you would have been really popular back in the day. No way. Don't you think Hyun-deok Ajusi would have been more popular than me? He's got a bad boy vibe to him. But at the same time, he's good at taking care of his people. He's like someone who only looks out for the people that he cares about. Well, that's true to a certain extent. Wang Jihai's smile finally blossomed wide. It seemed like this was the first ordinary conversation she'd had in a long time, and it had helped to clear away some of her worries. Kim Hyeong-jun's own face brightened as he saw her expression. Huh? You just smiled, didn't you? Huh? It's the first time I've seen you smile. Is that so? Wang Jihai smacked her lips, her smile growing sad. Her gaze seemed to be far away, as though she were missing someone or something dearly. Kim Hyeong-jun remained silent, letting her reminisce alone. A little later, Wang Jihai spoke. In the past, people used to be surprised when I didn't smile, but nowadays, it's the complete opposite. So you were popular as well. Of course, I could make men line up for me if I wanted to. In fact, they would form a line all the way down to Busan. Ho ha ha. Kim Hyeong-jun slapped his knee and burst into laughter. Wang Jihai smirked. What is it? You don't believe what I'm saying. No, I just like the choice of words you used. Those were the good old days. My glory days, my heyday. Wang Jihai actually had a funny side to her. It seemed like she had shown only the stiff, rigid side of her because of the pressure she faced as the group leader of the shelter. Wang Jihai smacked her lips. I can't believe I'm telling you all this nonsense. It might be because I'm with you. You got some tricks for making people open up or something. Haha, I don't really have any other tricks up my sleeve. But this one trick I have was all it took for me to meet my wife. Oh, I'm so jealous, you know. Are you mocking me? No, it was a compliment. Wang Jihai shrugged with a goofy expression. Kim Hyeong-jun let out a breath and nudged Wang Jihai on the shoulder. She snorted. Oh wow, now you're hitting people now. What do you mean by hit? I just shoved you lightly. Wang Jihai smirked and put down the hunting knife she was holding. She then looked up at the night sky and sighed. Kim Hyeong-jun gave Wang Jihai a sidelong look, then asked his next question carefully. Do you miss him? Your boyfriend? Of course. I miss him. What kind of person was he? She brought her knees together and placed her hands on her knees, taking a moment to think. She then buried her face in between her knees and spoke up. He was the type of man who always put others' lives first before his. Was that why you liked him? You could say it was one of the attractive sides to him. He was a mildiok, which made it frustrating back then, but thanks to him, I was able to make shelter silence into what it is. 3. Kim Hyeong-jun looked down at the hunting knife on the floor. If she'd been in a relationship with a mildiok, that would explain where she had gotten such a weapon from. Wang Jihai sighed. The original group leader of Shelter Silence was my boyfriend. He went through all the hard and dirty work, but he died with the original founding members. If he had died with the original founding members, it must have meant that he'd been killed during one of the zombie raids before the shelter was fully established. Kim Hyeong-jun frowned, then asked a question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the time, if something like that happens, don't the original founding members usually make it out alive? Not the other way around. Yes, it's just like you said. But he was a selfless person. He put the survivors and shelter first until the very end. He deserved the respect he had gotten. Wang Jihai tried her best to maintain her smile as she looked at Kim Hyongjun. Kim Hyongjun nodded slowly with his lips pressed together. After a moment, he smacked his lips. You're amazing. The other survivors are amazing as well. Is that so? Of course. The reason I joined the Survivor Rally organization was because of my younger brother. I didn't really think about saving anyone else, except for my family. Wang Jihai was all ears, now that Kim Hyongjun had begun to share his own story. Kim Hyongjun scratched his sideburns, as though embarrassed to be put in the limelight. When I first met Hyundeok Ajasi, I honestly had no intention of forming an alliance with him. I was just curious. I wondered what was on his mind. I wondered why he'd saved my family even though he didn't know me or my family. I didn't approach him with any intentions. I just wanted to see him. And how was it when you met him? He felt like someone. He was someone who was living in a different world from the one I was in. I knew back then that he was weaker than me and knew less than me, but I couldn't stop thinking about him when I saw him trying his best to save others with whatever he had been given. And you probably thought that that was worth learning from him, right? Yes. Kim Hyongjun smiled while avoiding Wang Jihai's gaze. She smiled heartily at his reaction. There are people like that. People who don't care if they're going to gain or lose something in a given situation. They sometimes look foolish to us. In fact, those people sometimes act foolishly because of their beliefs and try their very best. And we often call those kinds of people heroes. So, you and Lee Hyundeok, you're both heroes to us. No, absolutely not. There is no need to be humble when stating the obvious. Kim Hyongjun waved his hands vigorously. I'm serious. If you say anything like that to Hyundeok Ajasi, you'll get in trouble. Wang Jihai tilted her head as she looked at Kim Hyongjun, not understanding why he was being so humble. 1. The suffix gyo refers to bridges in Korean addresses. In this case, the dong leader is referring to Gunja Bridge, located in Gunja-dong. Not all bridges have names that match the dong they are located in. 2. In Korea, chin is a suffix that refers to a stream or smaller tributary that flows into a larger body of water. The chins in Seoul, Korea usually flow to the Han River. 3. Mildeok is the equivalent of a military otaku, someone who is obsessed with anything related to the military. Kim Hyongjun smacked his lips. To be honest, I'm not sure how I would have turned out if I hadn't been bitten by a zombie. This one time, Hyundeok Ajasi told me that he did nothing but stay in his house when he was a human, even though he would hear people screaming outside every now and then. Every time he heard something, he would just pretend that he hadn't heard anything. Well, that's... Wang Jihai trailed off, suddenly lost in thought. No words came to her mind, either of consolation or admonishment. Kim Hyongjun continued to speak. But after turning into a zombie, I heard he no longer felt restricted from doing anything outside. From that point forward, he was able to come up with plans. He prioritized the safety of his daughter first, then started looking for other survivors that met his standards so that they could help his daughter grow emotionally stable. I guess whatever his intentions were, it was good news for the survivors. But then he said that his attitude toward survivors changed. What was his attitude? Wang Jihai tilted her head, and Kim Hyongjun nodded. That in this crazy world, just clinging onto your sanity as a human being was impressive enough. That those people should be the ones deserving respect. And then he said that we weren't the heroes. Did Mr. Lee Hyundeok say that? Yes. He added that we shouldn't be boastful in front of others. That we'd look pathetic if we paraded around town on a high horse with this dead body of ours. After hearing about Lee Hyundeok, Wang Jihai gave a faint smile. He's more down to earth and more assertive with his beliefs than he looks. Kim Hyongjun chuckled softly. I think his beliefs sway from time to time, but he never gives in. He's a great person who keeps on trying. I don't know why, but for some reason, he makes me want to give it my all as well. Wang Jihai silently patted Kim Hyongjun on the shoulder. Kim Hyongjun chuckled and continued. If you were speaking to Hyundeok Ajasi right now, he would have hit you on the forearm already by now, saying that he's embarrassed. Well, he's manly, then. No, he's just violent. As soon as Kim Hyongjun finished his sentence, he looked around quickly and let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, he knew that he would have gotten slapped for that comment. Wang Jihai burst into laughter at his exaggerated reaction. Kim Hyongjun took a deep breath and then got up. Alrighty then, before I say more that would annoy Ajasi, I'll get to work. I'll go check on the progress of the trap installation. Trap. There's a limit to the effectiveness of just chucking grenades at zombies. I thought it'd be nice to have a couple of boxes lined up on the ground to use them to block the road. That sounds nice. That means we'll have to commit a lot of our resources at once, though. Well, they'll all go to waste if you don't use them anyway. When Kim Hyongjun chuckled, Wang Jihai smiled heartily and nodded back. Then Kim Hyongjun looked at the zombies on the street. Then those zombies over there. Kim Hyongjun cut off suddenly, a look of hesitation on his face. After a moment, his eyes widened and he looked toward Shelter Soul Forest. Wang Jihai tilted her head at his sudden change. What's wrong? The family. What about them? It's the family. Wang Jihai looked around urgently as she listened to Kim Hyongjun. However, she couldn't see any zombies rushing toward their way with her naked eye. Wang Jihai looked at him doubtfully. Kim Hyongjun's red eyes flashed. It's Soul Forest. What? I'm heading out. Wait. What about Lee Hyundeok and Do Han Sol? There's no time to wait. With that, Kim Hye-young-jun crouched down and sprung off the ground, steam trailing from his mouth. Crack! The asphalt floor cracked as Kim Hye-young-jun disappeared in a flash. Just like that, Wang Ji-hai lost track of him. She stared blankly at the horizon for a moment, but quickly collected herself and took out the walkie-talkie hanging on her front pocket. Do you copy? Is anyone there? Chsurf. Chsurf. After several bursts of static, someone replied to her. Yes, group leader. Stop making the trap and retrieve all the grenades. Pardon? We don't need the damn trap. Retrieve all the grenades right now. At novel bin at. As Wang Ji-hai yelled into the walkie-talkie, she retrieved her hunting knife from the floor. *****. Gore. Gore. Kim Hye-young-jun whipped his head to the right, looking in the direction of the zombie calls, as he ran toward Seoul Forest. Red-colored zombies were flooding in like a tidal wave from Songsuilaro on the right. If they were coming from Songsuilaro, they had to have crossed Janggangyo. He furrowed his brow and gave orders to his underlings. Moodswinger and the other mutants, move to block Songsuilaro. The rest of you come to Seoul Forest. His underlings moved immediately and precisely to follow his orders. However, it would take at least 10 minutes for his underlings to travel from the zombie prison in Maejangdong to Seoul Forest. Until then, he had to stop the enemies by himself. When he reached Seoul Forest, he saw that the red-colored zombies had breached the first line of defense, and were trying to get over the second line of defense. Kim Hye-young-jun began to increase the circulation of his blood, causing the veins in his temples to pop. Grr. With his mouth spewing steam, Kim Hye-young-jun's red eyes flashed and he rushed forward like a raging wave. Crack! He grabbed the zombies that were trying to breach the second line of defense and smacked them against the wall. Grr! As one, the zombies surrounding him let out their throat-rending cries and charged toward Kim Hye-young-jun. He began to dispatch them in rapid succession. Ah! Help me! Ah! He could hear the wails of the inhabitants of Shelter Seoul Forest coming from behind the second line of defense. With the guards away, the first and second line of defense served little to no purpose. Kim Hye-young-jun crossed the second line of defense and tried to get a sense of the situation inside. Some of the people who were on guard were fighting zombies with bamboo spears. They had thrown Molotov cocktails to stop the zombies from advancing and were fighting with their dear lives to prevent them from getting to the third line of defense. Kim Hye-young-jun slashed a path through the zombies and rushed toward the survivors. He snapped the necks of the zombies that had been stabbed by bamboo spears and grabbed the ankles of the zombies that were trying to make it across the third line of defense, crushing them against the ground. Everyone, to the third line of defense, yelled Kim Hye-young-jun. The remaining survivors gathered at the only entrance to the interior of the shelter. The narrow path grew congested as they tried to make their way through. Kim Hye-young-jun bought time for them, snapping and crushing any zombies who approached. After everyone had made it through the third line of defense, Kim Hye-young-jun stood in front of the only entrance, his glowing red eyes flashing. You guys won't be able to make it through. Hundreds of zombies rushed at Kim Hye-young-jun at once. *****. The sixth officer, who was about to begin his attack from the northern end of Songdong-gyo, stopped in his tracks when he saw red zombies running towards Seoul Forest. After a moment, one of the decoys with him spoke up. Sixth officer, it seems like Shelter Seoul Forest is receiving support from another shelter nearby. Those zombies, are they coming from Maejangdong? Yes sir. So they killed the Dong leader of Maejangdong and made themselves a shelter there. The sixth officer snorted and stashed both of his hands into his pockets. Clicking his tongue once, he looked at the decoy next to them. Is there a bridge to Seoul Forest in the direction that they're running to? Yungbangyo is there. Interesting. The sixth officer smiled as if he found the whole situation fascinating. Did you know that, when you give zombies orders, they instinctively take the path they're most used to? Is that so, sir? That's why, when you give your underlings orders, you have to tell them exactly which path to take. Or else, they'll just take the most familiar path to them. Then does that mean those guys? It means that they've been going back and forth across Yungbangyo. The sixth officer smacked his lips and smiled happily. Another decoy on the other side of him spoke up. But sixth officer, in order to cross Yungbangyo, they would have had to pass through Hangdangdong. But we all know that Hangdangdong, a black creature lives there. Then how? Don't you get it? It's making sense to me. The sixth officer lifted an eyebrow. I wondered who in the world killed the Dong leader of Maejangdong. Now we know there's a bastard out there who's eaten a black creature's brain. Then the baits we sent to Hangdangdong, they were probably killed by that bastard. It's more than possible that he grew stronger while eating their brains as well. What an amazing guy. The sixth officer couldn't help but be amazed by this zombie who had eaten the black creature's brain. He looked at the decoy next to him. Order your underlings to attack Seoul Forest, while you go straight to Yudo. Pardon, sir. Go and tell the boss that the zombie behind all of this killed the black creature in Hangdangdong. Yes, sir. Got it. With that, one of the decoys ran toward Yudo. The sixth officer gave orders to the remaining decoys. You two, cross Songdong-gyo right now. Annihilate Seoul Forest. Then the remaining decoys looked at each other hesitantly. One of them spoke up cautiously. Sixth officer, do you happen to have another plan in mind? I need to go to Hangdangdong. Right now. Why? You don't think you'll win without me? No, not at all, sir. The decoy smiled nervously and made a placating gesture. The sixth officer frowned and spoke up. Then get going already, and don't let yourselves be tracked down. Yes, yes. With that, The two decoys bowed deeply at the waist and headed straight for Songdong-gyo. The flood of zombies coming over from Jangan-gyo began to diminish. Moodswinger and the mutants were doing exactly what they were ordered to do. With Kim Hye-young-jun now certain that victory was on their side, he headed to the first line of defense to deal with the remaining zombies. Grr, grr. The moment he arrived at the first line of defense, he heard more zombie cries from close by. A horde of zombies had crossed Songdong-gyo and were running through Wangsimniaro toward Seoul Forest. There were at least 2,000 of them. You guys really don't give me any time to take a break. Kim Hye-young-jun sighed and clenched his fists. As the zombies closed in, though, he saw his own underlings running across Yongbong-gyo from the west. Kim Hye-young-jun sighed in relief and gave them their orders. Crush all the enemies in Wangsimniaro. All of his underlings that were rushing towards Seoul Forest turned and started advancing on Wangsimniaro. First platoon, second platoon, and third platoon. His underlings continued to cross over Yongbong-gyo. Soon enough, all of his underlings except for the 100 he had left at the zombie prison were in Wangsimniaro. Even though he had suffered heavy casualties in the previous battle, he still had 1,000 underlings under him. Kim Hye-young-jun took a deep breath and braced his lower body. Gae. Steam spewed out of his mouth, and his rapidly circulating blood heightened his 5 senses, awakening the zombie instinct within him that enjoyed killing. Kim Hye-young-jun rushed toward the enemy, his glowing red eyes flashing. He kicked the zombie in front of him in the chest, its ribs caving in with a sickening crunch. The zombie vomited dark red blood and collapsed to the ground. The impact sent a thrill through his entire body. The killing left him in a euphoric state, stimulating his senses further. Kim Hye-young-jun started sweeping through the swathe of enemies, relying solely on his instincts. It was nothing less than a massacre. Soon, he noticed zombies with glowing red eyes. Kim Hye-young-jun rushed toward them instantly like a fierce and vengeful wind. The enemy leader's eyes went wide, and they looked around for a place to escape from the onrushing Kim Hye-young-jun. They hesitated slightly, and by that time, Kim Hye-young-jun was already upon them, shredding through all the zombies in his way like a frenzied hound. Jesus! The enemy leader on the right sighed as if it knew what was about to come next. Without the slightest hesitation, Kim Hye-young-jun grabbed the enemy leader's head and slammed it down to the ground. These decoys commanded about 600 to 700 underlings. To them, Kim Hye-young-jun's power was overwhelming. As the first enemy leader went down, froth coming out its mouth, the other enemy leader desperately turned around and began to flee back to Songdong-gyo. Kim Hye-young-jun sprang from the ground in a flash. The moment their eyes met, Kim Hye-young-jun smirked. Die. He stabbed his right arm into the enemy leader's chest, red blood streaming down his hand and arm. Kim Hye-young-jun flexed his muscular arms and let out a triumphant roar. The enemy leader's flesh was torn apart, and its organs started to spill out. Even though Kim Hye-young-jun had taken out 2 enemy leaders at once, his madness showed no signs of calming. Instead, he was searching for a stronger enemy, an enemy so strong that facing it could make his heart beat again. At that moment, he got a signal from one of his underlings. Enemy detected. Thankfully, his rational mind returned the moment he got the signal. But the signal, it was coming from a scout that he had long forgotten about. It was the scout in Hangdang-dong. Kim Hye-young-jun found himself torn between 2 difficult choices. He couldn't decide whether he should protect Seoul Forest, where his family was, or go to Hangdang-dong, where Lee Hyun-deok's family was. He pictured the older man's face. The memory of him laughing and slapping his forearm joyfully weighed heavily on his mind. He could feel the energy draining from his body and mind. Loyalty or family. He couldn't bring himself to give up on either one. He was rooted in place by his indecisiveness, unable to move in either direction. He vacillated back and forth, his mind full of anguish. The zombies that filled Wangsimniaro stood motionless, now that their connection with their leader was irrevocably severed. However, there were about 600 zombies still on their way to Seoul Forest. The only logical conclusion was that there was another enemy leader somewhere nearby. On top of that, the zombies that were coming across Jangan-gyo were still fighting against his mutants. This meant that there were at least 1 or 2 more enemy leaders remaining in Songso-dong. Kim Hye-young-jun couldn't think about leaving for Hangdang-dong while the enemy leaders were still here. He knew that the future hinged on whatever he decided to do at the moment. Kim Hye-young-jun bit his lower lip and frowned. This merciless decision that had been thrust upon him suddenly was almost too much to bear. Bang! An ear-piercing explosion came from Kim Hye-young-jun's right. He crouched down reflexively and looked in that direction. Wang Jihai and her guards were advancing towards Seoul Forest steadily, their rifles braced against their shoulders. Kim Hye-young-jun looked at Wang Jihai and shouted, "Wang Jihai." She heard his voice and ordered the guards to provide cover for her as she made her way straight toward him. When the two finally met, Kim Hye-young-jun said urgently, Hyun-deok Ajusi's family is in danger. Pardon. Hangdang-dong. Shelter Haeyoung is under attack. I thought the gang members didn't know the whereabouts of Shelter Haeyoung. I think they've caught on. I have to head over to Hangdang-dong right now. Fear, nervousness, and worry were painted all across his face. Wang Jihai brushed her bangs to the side. Leave this area to us. My family. Please protect them. Everyone who is a part of Silence is family. And it's my job to protect them. Kim Hye-young-jun nodded while biting his lips, and Wang Jihai smiled back at him. Don't worry about this place. Get going. I'll try to stop them somehow. I'll leave the mutants here just in case. I think the enemy leader is over at Jangankyo. All right. Wang Jihai took 2 grenades from her belt and handed them to Kim Hyeongjun. Kim Hyeongjun accepted them with a nod. Wang Jihai then shouldered her rifle again and spoke. Get going. Kim Hyeongjun raced off toward Yongbangyo, giving orders to his underlings as he moved. First and second company, follow me. We're going to Hangdangdong this instant. Grr. The underlings that were defending the outer walls of Shelter Silence immediately started moving toward Yongbangyo. Wang Jihai saw them move and shouted at the guards, advance toward the first line of defense. Give everything you've got. Yes, group leader. The 40 guards walked past the motionless, leaderless zombies and made their way toward the first defense line. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Get the kids first. Lee Zhongyu's urgent voice echoed through the apartment complex. All of Lee Hyundeok's underlings that had been deployed to defend the shelter had been incapacitated by enemy forces. Bang, bang. The teenagers and university students in charge of guarding Shelter Haeyoung fired non-stop at the invading zombies, the smoking barrels of their guns filling the air with the strong smell of gunpowder. Choi Dehai, the principal, the elder, and Lee Zhonghyuk thrust their stainless steel spears through the small openings in the lower sections of the walls, trying to impale the incoming zombies. Others were throwing Molotov cocktails at the invading horde, along with what few grenades remained. They were doing their best to mount a desperate defense of Shelter Haeyoung. Han Sen-hui led the children who had been playing in the playground to apartment 104. She hid them in an empty room on the top floor. As she tried to leave, the children grabbed at her clothes at novel bin at. Don't go, auntie. Don't leave us behind. Mommy, mommy. The children bawled, trying their utmost to make Han Sen-hui stay with them. She calmed the children down as best as she could, and tried to calm her own emotions as well. It's okay, everyone. Your uncles and older brothers and sisters will protect you. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. Despite her attempts to console them, the children didn't stop crying. Then So Yeon jumped up and shouted, "Don't cry. My daddy's going to save us." She clenched her 2 cute fists, admonishing the other children who were shedding tears. Han Sen-hui looked at So Yeon and nodded. So Yeon is right. Uncle Hyundeok is going to save us. So don't worry. Don't cry. When is Uncle Hyundeok coming? He's not here. He left us behind. Some of the children, who had already been abandoned once before, couldn't hide their fear of being abandoned again. So Yeon let out a scream. Daddy said he'd come back. He said he'd be back within 10 nights. Bang, bang. The incessant sound of explosions outside only served to make the children more fearful. Han Sen-hui bit her lower lip and hugged the children. With her eyes closed, she thought to herself. So Yeon's father. Please make it back soon. She continued to calm down the children, her own skinny arms trembling slightly. She was afraid as well. Lee Zhongyu's voice rang out from outside. Retreat. Abandon the wall. She got up and rushed to the balcony. The pile of zombie corpses in front of the wall was so high that it was about to flood over into the apartment complex at any minute. The defenders of Shelter Haeyoung abandoned the complex wall and began to gather around the first floor of apartment 104. Lee Zhongyuk stayed outside until everyone went inside, firing at the onrushing zombies. Everyone go up through the emergency exit, he ordered. We'll mount our defense at the 4th floor barricade. Lee Zhonghyuk, who was kneeling beside him and firing at the zombies as well, shouted in reply. There's more of them than the barricade can handle. The barricade won't be enough. We have to hold them off somehow. Hold them off with everything you've got, until So Yeon's father arrives. Once everyone had made it to the emergency exit, the principal shouted down to the Lee brothers. You two, come in quickly. Lee Zhongyuk threw a Molotov cocktail at the apartment entrance and broke for the emergency exit. The Lee brothers squeezed themselves into the emergency exit and made it up the stairs without a backward glance. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Even though it wasn't a hot day, he felt incredibly stifled, as if he was stuck in traffic after a long day's work. At the same time, he felt chills running up his spine, almost as though the zombies that were chasing him would bite his head off any second. He wanted to look back, but he was afraid that, when he did so, the zombies would overwhelm him and tear him apart. When he finally made it to the 4th floor, he saw the defenders had taken up positions behind the barricade, ready to hold off the zombies. Byun Hyokjin and Woo Jaein closed the barricade once the Lee brothers made it safely through, knowing that there was no one else coming up. A moment later, the cries of the zombies trying to make it into the emergency exit echoed through the apartment. Grr, Gaa, grr. Woo Jaein shuddered, and Byun Hyokjin, who was next to her, squeezed her hand. Choi Dehai stood right next to Lee Zhonghyuk, her crossbow aimed toward the stairs. The wait felt like an eternity. Lee Zhongyuk swallowed and raised his rifle, preparing himself to face the zombies. When the zombies finally came into sight, Lee Zhongyuk screamed at the top of his lungs, "Fire!" Bang, 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 ting, ting. The sound of crossbows and rifles firing echoed inside the stairwell. The horrific cacophony overwhelmed the eardrums of the defenders, causing a dull, constant ringing in their ears. As Lee Zhongyuk took in the endless waves of zombies piling in, he shouted, "Grenades! Throw grenades! We don't have any. We're out. We have Molotov cocktails." The constant ringing brought on by the non-stop firing made it impossible to tell who was shouting. Lee Zhongyuk gritted his teeth and shouted, "Throw a Molotov cocktail at the stairs." A Molotov cocktail arced over the barricade and landed on the stairs connecting the 4th and 5th floors, right on top of the zombies. There was the sound of shattering glass, and the smell of gasoline filled the stairs, along with a sudden, intense heat. As the flames began to melt away at zombie flesh, the zombies threw themselves toward the barricade, swinging their arms violently. The sharpened stakes along the barricade pierced through their flesh. The rough sound of their flesh grating against the solid barricade was terrifying. The zombies were throwing themselves against the barricade to their deaths. Grr! A fierce zombie cry came from above the emergency exit. Li Zhongyu's eyes went wide and he looked up. A mysterious being was making its way down, hopping along the railings. Li Zhongyu quickly raised his rifle and aimed it at its head. When the creature had made it about to the 8th floor, it threw itself into the hollow center of the stairwell. Whoosh! A pair of glowing red eyes hurtled down through the empty space. Li Zhongyu locked eyes with the mysterious being for a split second, and he realized that the reinforcements that he could count on had arrived. Hang in there. Kim Hae-yongjun's here. Kim Hae-yongjun landed on the 1st floor and immediately tore into the zombies blocking the entrance. Kim Hae-yongjun left the defenders of Shelter Haeyoung to deal with the zombies that were clogging up the stairs while he took care of the zombies blocking the entrance. The zombies that were racing toward the entrance were being funneled into the narrow entrance to the emergency exit, causing them to get all tangled up. Kim Hae-yongjun cleared a path by crushing their faces and trampling on them. 1st and 2nd Company blocked the entrance to the apartment complex. Stop them from entering. After crossing Yungbongyo and reaching Hengdang Wendong, his underlings had clashed with the foot soldiers of the family that were surrounding Shelter Haeyoung. Zombie howls echoed far and wide as Kim Hae-yongjun battled the ones that had made it into the apartment complex. The continuous waves of zombies took their toll, and soon the flesh on his forearms, thighs, and sides were torn up. The zombies were slowly wearing down his body, and he felt like his bones were about to snap at any minute. I need time to regenerate. He knew better than anyone that he needed to take a break to regenerate. However, the zombie horde around him did not seem willing to give him one. Despite being unable to feel pain, zombies would lose their capacity to fight once their bones broke, just like humans would, although the humans would feel pain as well. Kim Hae-yongjun gritted his teeth and focused on the current situation. The physical abilities of these zombies were different from the zombies he had faced so far. He knew that, if there was an officer amongst these reinforcements, they had to be here. At that moment, the zombies that had been trying to make their way into the 1st floor of apartment 104 stopped moving, and began to retreat slowly. Kim Hae-yongjun took several steps back as well, feeling uneasy at the sudden change in their behavior. The zombies peered at Kim Hae-yongjun, then slowly split left and right, parting like the Red Sea. At the very end of the pathway that they had created, a man appeared, walking toward him Hae-yongjun with his hands stashed in his pockets. The man tilted his head. So you're the leader, he asked Kim Hae-yongjun. Kim Hae-yongjun swallowed and examined the man from head to toe. He didn't even feel the need to turn the question back around. He knew that this person was an officer. The 6th officer looked at his underlings around him and gestured with his chin toward the apartment wall behind him. At once, his underlings began to stream out of the apartment complex, their cries ringing in Kim Hae-yongjun's ears thanks to his heightened sense of hearing. Kim Hae-yongjun swallowed as he tried to still his trembling limbs. The 6th officer gave Kim Hae-yongjun a close look, then smirked. Regenerate. When Kim Hae-yongjun furrowed his brow, the 6th captain smiled and continued, what's the point of finishing off someone who's already dying? Kim Hae-yongjun frowned. Don't regret this later, he retorted angrily. Gritting his teeth, he forced his blood to circulate more quickly. He focused on his wounds, and new flesh began to grow and knit together as steam burst forth from his wounds and leaked out of his mouth. The steam that enveloped his entire body soon turned into a thick fog, with a pair of red eyes glowing from deep within. Daddy, look. So-yeon was twirling around in a clean dress. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, clapping at her moves with a foolish smile on my face. She seemed to like this dress that I'd bought for her, a dress that resembled the one worn by a character from an animated film. Let it go, let it go. So-yeon sang the song as well, acting all cute. I couldn't stop smiling at her. After she was done singing, she sat on my lap. As I stroked her hair, I called her my princess and told her how pretty she was. I didn't forget to ask who she took after, who taught her to be such a sweetheart. So-yeon waved her legs back and forth and giggled. As I looked at her, I prayed that the happiness I was feeling right now would last forever. I also prayed that my family would remain healthy and that we would all live happily for years to come at novel bin at. Wait. Family. The people I'd forgotten about flashed through my mind. Their faces were blurry, like scattered puzzle pieces. I stared blankly into space as I tried to recall their faces. I saw a blank TV screen in front of me. On that screen, I saw a reflection of me and So-yeon. As I looked at our reflections, cold sweat began to form on my forehead. This clean living room, the warm weather, and a happy house full of warmth and laughter. I was dreaming. This world no longer existed. As I stroked my fingers through So-yeon's hair, I saw a clump of hair tangled around the fingers of my right hand. A handful of her long hair had been pulled out. My eyes widened in surprise, and So-yeon called out to me, her voice muffled and indistinct. Daddy. So-yeon. Ddy. So-yeon. Her head slowly turned toward me. Her face turned all the way to face mine. It no longer resembled that of a living being. Her 2 eyes were soulless orbs set within a pale, shriveled-up face, and tears and blood made streaks across her withered skin. My face grew red as I saw So-yeon the way she was. Tears welled up in my eyes, and my emotions threatened to go out of control. No, 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 So-yeon. No, not my daughter. I couldn't let anything happen to my daughter. I got up, holding So-yeon in my arms. The pristine wallpaper lining the walls melted away, and musty mold began to bloom in every nook and cranny. The hinges of the front door fell to the ground, and the firmly closed door disappeared like a mirage. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know where I had to go. I hugged So-yeon even tighter as she continued to sob. Ddy. So-yeon, So-yeon. It hurts. Wake up, So-yeon. I wailed, unable to suffer the heartbreaking pain. So-yeon began to disappear as well, like a mirage. As I felt the weight of her disappearing from my fingertips, my mind fell into an abyss so deep that not even God knew where it ended. A dream. This is a dream. I had to come back to my senses. I had to get myself together for So-yeon's sake, and for my family's sake, when they got in trouble. I barely managed to calm myself down and gently closed my eyes, only letting one repetitive thought fill my mind. I have to get up. I have to get up. I have to get up. I hypnotized myself over and over again. My heavy eyelids fluttered open. Asterisk. My eyes swam into focus. I was staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Grr. I heard zombies crying from afar. Bang, bang, bang. There was the sound of distant gunfire, punctuated by sporadic explosions. I picked myself off the floor of the cramped rooftop room and headed out to the rooftop terrace. All I could see was my underlings in Akazenaro Wang Jihai, Kim Hyeongjun, the guards, and Do Han-sol. No one else was in sight. Enemy detected. Enemy detected. Enemy detected. After a short delay, signals from my underlings began to flood in continuously. I opened my eyes wider, trying to figure out where the signals were coming from. They were coming from 2 places: Shelter Silence in Seoul Forest, and Shelter Haeyoung in Hangdangdong. Both places were simultaneously requesting reinforcements. I felt chills run down my spine, as though I was being brushed by a ghost. I shivered at the uncomfortable feeling. I finally returned to my senses, feeling fresher than ever before. While I'd been asleep, Shelter Haeyoung had fallen under attack. I didn't know what was going on, but my body reacted first. I leaped across the wide main road and headed toward Shelter Silence. I felt lighter than ever before. In fact, I felt so light, I almost believed that I could fly. Instead of me moving forward, it felt as though the world around me was going backward. It felt like I was warping my way forward, as though I were folding space in order to move forward. My physical abilities have grown, even without me having to circulate my blood more quickly. I reached Shelter Silence in the blink of an eye. The guards were lined up along the first line of defense, and Do Han-sol's underlings were surrounding the outer wall. I bounded over the first line of defense in one leap. Wang Jihai, who had been shooting at the approaching zombies, looked at me in surprise. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. What happened? Oh, Are you okay, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok? Wang Jihai stared at me with a rather puzzled expression. Why is she asking if I'm okay? I mean, of course I'm okay. Why is she asking me this sort of question? When I tilted my head, Wang Jihai shook her head vigorously and continued. No, there's no time to waste. Get yourself to Hangdangdong right now. I received signals from my scouts in both Seoul Forest and Hangdangdong. What's going on? Obviously, both of them are under attack. When I heard Wang Jihai's answer, a spark went off inside my head. So-yeon. So-yeon's face, the face that I'd seen in my dream earlier on, flashed through my mind. My expression darkened, and Wang Jihai quickly continued. Don't worry about us and get going. Now that Do Han-sol has woken up, the battle is leaning in our favor. Hurry up and help Kim Hyeongjun. My eyes lit up. Hyeongjun was in Hangdangdong. He was protecting my family on my behalf. Despite the fact that his family was here, he'd gone to Hangdangdong to protect my family. My eyes flashed, and I quickened the circulation of my blood. Grr. My whole body grew hot, like the inside of a volcano. My muscles contracted tightly and gradually began to increase in volume. My tightly pulled thighs began to grow thicker, and my veins and tendons felt about to pop. This was a sensation I'd never felt before. My body, it was changing. I sprung into the air. Crack. My departure left a deep crater in the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Wang Jihai frowned reflexively and covered her face with her right arm. Coughing, she opened her eyes. Lee Hyun-deok, who had been right in front of her just a moment ago, had disappeared. The guard next to her spoke up, his voice quivering slightly with fear. Group leader. What is it? That person just now. Was he really Lee Hyun-deok? I believe so, replied Wang Jihai, her voice slightly uncertain. The guard swallowed. But then why were his eyes? That, I don't know either. Wang Jihai clicked her tongue vigorously. Let's take care of the family's forces first. We'll wonder about the rest later. Got it. The two of them hurriedly returned to the first line of defense. ****. Shouldn't we help? How in the world are we supposed to help? The Lee brothers were hiding in the security room of apartment 104, watching Kim Hyeongjun fighting the 6th officer. The two of them were barely able to follow their movements. It was the exact situation in which not helping out was the best way to help. The principal approached the two of them. Let's stay put for the moment. We'll step in to assist Mr. Kim Hyeong-jun if things aren't looking good. Things are already looking bad for him, answered Lee Jong-UK, squinting. He couldn't be absolutely sure, but it seemed like the fight was leaning the 6th officer's way. Kim Hyeong-jun was gradually taking more and more hits from the 6th officer. Choi Dahai wet her lips and spoke up. If it weren't for Kim Hyeong-jun, we would have been dead already. No one rebutted her. In a fight with a man that had the physical abilities he had, it would have been pointless to point a gun or knife at him. Shooting him was impossible, let alone tracking his movements with the naked eye. Bang! Kim Hyeong-jun's body flew into a wall with such an impact that it caused the wall to crack. The 6th officer was in front of him in a flash, crushing his chest with his knee. Crunch! Kim Hyeong-jun vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. The 6th officer hauled him up by the collar. Not bad. You lasted pretty long. Kim Hyeong-jun trembled as he spoke. God damn it. You fucking bastard. Now, how should I finish you off? Shall I rip your neck out? Or should I just eat your brain now? The 6th officer smirked, clearly reveling in Kim Hyeong-jun's agony. Kim Hyeong-jun groaned, and his eyes began to roll back into his head as if he was having trouble breathing. Bang! An ear-shattering noise echoed through the complex. The bullet flew straight and true, penetrating the 6th officer's cheek. The sudden attack took the 6th officer by surprise. He swayed back and forth, both hands clutching his cheeks. Kim Hyeong-jun collapsed to the ground and looked in the direction from which the sound had come. His eyes fell on Lee Jong-UK, Lee Jong-hyuk, and Choi Dahai, standing at the first floor of apartment 104. They immediately began to fire on the 6th officer. Bang! 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 The 6th officer shielded his face with his arms, trying to block the bullets. They had only one goal in mind, to assist Kim Hyeong-jun. Tick, tick, tick. However, they were out of bullets before they even realized it. Lee Jong-UK quickly reached for a fresh magazine, but he didn't have any magazines left. The other two were in the same boat. Seeing that the three of them were out of magazines, Kim Hyeong-jun shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone take cover." PSHHH. Steam was escaping from the 6th officer's body. Dong leaders could punch through walls with their bare fists without breaking a bone. When it came to the officers, their bones were hardy enough to withstand bullets. The bullets might tear through their flesh, but they didn't have enough power to pierce through the officer's skull to damage their brain. The three humans began to panic as the 6th officer spoke through the thick cloud of steam surrounding him. "You puny things. How dare you?" His red eyes glowed from within the thick fog. Kim Hyeong-jun got up before he regenerated and rushed toward the 6th officer. The 6th officer, sensing Kim Hyeong-jun's killing intent, quickly looked to his left. As Kim Hyeong-jun opened his mouth, aiming for the 6th officer's side, the 6th officer quickly backpedaled and swiped at the top of Kim Hyeong-jun's head with his elbow. Crunch! Hup! Kim Hyeong-jun went down. His eyes could no longer focus. He fainted, a tingling feeling spreading through his entire body. The 6th officer gritted his teeth as he watched Kim Hyeong-jun collapse helplessly to the ground. "I'll finish you first." The 6th officer raised his right foot high and focused on Kim Hyeong-jun's head. Shush, shush. Crossbow bolts whistled through the air from the 4th floor landing of the emergency exit, heading directly for his stomach. The college students had fired their crossbows at the 6th officer. The 6th officer didn't seem to feel a thing. He kicked Kim Hyeong-jun right in the head. Lee Jong-UK quickly fixed his bayonet and ran toward the 6th officer. With his speed, there was no way he could even get close to the 6th officer. No. Lee Jong-UK's cry echoed throughout the complex. Bang! The ground shook, dislodging a thick layer of dust that filled the air in the apartment complex. Lee Jong-UK coughed, furrowing his brow. Before he could react, a thick arm wrapped itself around his waist and he was flying into the air, defying gravity. Lee Jong-UK's eyes went wide, but he let his body go with the flow. In moments, he was on a balcony on the 5th floor. He looked around, dumbfounded. Almost immediately, Kim Hyeong-jun was next to him. Lee Jong-UK's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish as he looked up at the figure in front of him. His astonishment was plain to see. In front of him was a being with a wide back and muscular limbs. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. So Yeon's dad. The man on the railing turned around. Clear blue light was shimmering in his eyes. I let out a sigh of relief when I saw Lee Jong-UK and Kim Hyeong-jun. Thank goodness. I wasn't late. I looked down at the 1st floor again, seeing the 6th officer lying there with his lower body crushed. He was looking at me in utter confusion. No, there's no way. How does he have those eyes? I clenched my fists, my blue eyes flashing. I jumped down and landed in front of the 6th officer. His jaw fell open. It seemed like he couldn't believe what was in front of his eyes. I looked straight into his eyes and asked, "Listen carefully. Where's your boss?" What? Where's the boss of the family?" His eyes swam about as he tried to come up with a way to divert my attention. I stepped on his chest and slowly applied more pressure. "Answer me, God? Wait, hold on. Wrong answer. Fuck. Crack. Crack." Now that his ribs were crushed, he began to breathe heavily while coughing continuously. He vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at me with eyes full of fear. This time, I placed my right foot on his neck. "This is your last chance. Answer me. I'll tell you. Get your foot off of me." I slowly put more weight on my right foot, which was pressed against his neck. The 6th officer grabbed onto my leg with his hands and squirmed. However, at his current level of strength, there was no way he could snap my leg or break free. I frowned down at him. Stop thinking about trying to bullshit me and answer my question. The boss is in Gangnam. Where in Gangnam? Udo? The boss entered Udo. Udo is the launching point of the Gangnam operation. I furrowed my brow. All the bridges spanning the Han River and leading to Gangnam have collapsed. How did you guys get over? Sogong Bridge? Sogong Bridge hasn't collapsed. Sogong Bridge, which connects to Bamsam Island, is only partially destroyed. I applied more pressure with my right foot, causing the 6th officer to squirm even more. There was still something I didn't understand. If that's the case, you guys should have been focused only on Gangnam. Why did you attack Gwangjingu? Seoul. Occupying Seoul is the boss's goal. Please get your foot off of me. And what are you trying to gain by occupying Seoul? I don't fucking know. The boss's desire is probably that he wants to become the mayor of Seoul City or something. Then why did you become part of the family? Because I wanted to survive. The 6th officer looked at me, his eyes trembling. As I took my right foot off of him, the 6th officer coughed and massaged his neck with his hands. I looked down at the 6th officer. Let me ask you one more question. How did you know there was a shelter in Hangdang-dong? I saw zombies running into the Seoul forest and assumed that there would be a shelter here. Did you tell your boss about this? The 6th officer averted his gaze and didn't answer my question. I let out a deep breath. So these forces won't be the end of it. No one knows. No one knows that there's a shelter here. There won't be any more reinforcements. If you're going to lie, you should have done it properly. Using all the strength in my thigh, I kicked him squarely in the face. His neck bone snapped in a weird way, and he collapsed helplessly. He moved no more. Everything was over. The long battle has finally come to an end. So Yeon's father. Everyone who was on the ground floor of apartment 104 came rushing to me at once. They all swallowed as they glanced at the dead 6th officer, then asked me, is he dead? Yes, I answered in a low voice. Choi Dahai gasped in surprise. So Yeon's father, you can speak. There's a whole story behind it. I'll tell you all about it once we get everything settled down. Oh. Choi Dahai nodded and trailed off. Lee Jong-uk yelled down at me from the 5th floor. So Yeon's dad? This fellow doesn't seem to be doing so well. I leaped up to the 5th floor balcony at once at Novel Bin at. Kim Hye-young-jun was struggling. His breathing was heavy. I furrowed my brow and examined him once over. His broken arms and crushed chest were not regenerating. As I looked at him, I felt my heart sink. I'd never felt so afraid. The thought that I could lose Kim Hye-young-jun made me extremely anxious. What the hell are you doing? I yelled. Regenerate already. Kim Hye-young-jun smiled bitterly at me. I can't seem to do so. It's not working. What do you mean? What's the problem? I think it's my skull. I think it's broken. I quickly hoisted him onto my back as I listened to him talk. He was still breathing. Even though he wasn't regenerating right now, he might have been able to do so after taking a rest. For zombies with glowing red eyes, the only way to rest was to consume an enemy leader's brain. I approached the 6th officer's corpse on the 1st floor, carrying Kim Hye-young-jun on my back. Without the slightest hesitation, I tore off the 6th officer's head and shattered his skull. When I pulled out his brain, everyone around me frowned. I looked around at them and said, "Everyone, if you don't mind giving us a moment." There was some grimacing, but they all headed back to apartment 104. I laid Kim Hye-young-jun on my lap and shoved the 6th officer's brain into his mouth. After he ate the 6th officer's brain, he smiled and spoke up. "Haha, I never thought I'd ever rest my head on my guy's lap. You'd better wake up. If you sleep forever like this, well, that's not really up to me, is it?" He slowly closed his eyes, as if the fatigue had kicked in right away. I bit my lower lip and said, "You better not die. I'm going to drag you up out of your grave if you do. Ajasi, stick to one thing, please, whether that's cheering me on or cursing me. I'll see you when you wake up." Kim Hye-young-jun's eyes fluttered and closed, as if he couldn't fight off the drowsiness tugging at him. I released a bitter sigh. Someone came over and put a hand on my shoulder. When I turned around, I saw Lee Jong-uk standing behind me. Lee Jong-uk smacked his lips and looked away. He then patted my shoulders a couple of times and went back into apartment 104. Kim Hye-young-jun's skull was cracked. His neck was twisted awkwardly, and his chest was caved in. Both of his arms were broken. He looked worn out and his body wasn't regenerating on its own. Even though he had eaten an enemy leader's brain, it was difficult to say if he was dead or alive. I prayed over and over again that he would make it through alive. I no longer cared about the way he got on my nerves, or how many lame jokes he tried to pull on me. My only wish was that he would wake up and ask me, with that cheesy face of his, if I had been worried about him all along. *****. Wang Jihai and Du Hansol handled all the remaining zombies left in Seoul Forest. Kim Hye-young-jun's mutants, along with Moodswinger, took care of the zombies that had made their way across Jaeangyo, and Moodswinger and Du Hansol came together to defeat the Dong leader of Jeonggakdong. I gave the brain of the Dong leader of Jeonggakdong to Du Hansol. I assumed that everyone would rejoice at the end of the long battle, but the survivors weren't all that happy. Their focus was on survival, rather than winning a war. For the survivors, there was no greater relief than surviving. Some of the survivors couldn't shake off their anxiety, knowing that this peace was only temporary. They knew that it could disappear at any second. Those who had adapted to this damned world, They were slowly forgetting the feeling of happiness. Or maybe they were getting tired of all their friends dying. I explained to everyone at Shelter Haeyoung what had happened over the past few days, and everyone seemed to understand why I had done the things I did. No one asked in detail about the reason why I was able to speak. They all seemed to trust me, and accepted me for who I was. The more I thought about it, I was grateful to be surrounded by such people. Now that the situation had settled down, at least temporarily, I invited the leaders of Shelter Silence and Shelter Barrier to Shelter Haeyoung for an emergency meeting. With the sun about to set, the leaders of the 3 shelters gathered in the meeting room in Shelter Haeyoung. I sat at the head of the table. I looked around at the shelter leaders, then began the proceedings. Let's begin the meeting. *****. We started off the meeting with a small icebreaker, with the leader of each shelter giving a small introduction about their own shelter. Everyone seemed to know about Shelter Silence, but not many had a clear idea about Shelter Haeyoung or Shelter Barrier. Wang Diakrok and Choi Soo Hyun, the 2 representing Shelter Barrier, seemed slightly uncomfortable at first, but then soon loosened up and were able to speak more freely. The Lee brothers represented Shelter Haeyoung and gave the others a brief rundown of our history. After everyone had developed a basic understanding of each shelter, I got straight to the point. Each of us is different, but I think we all have the same goal. A shelter for humans, am I right? Everyone seemed to be in agreement. I took a quick breath and continued, I believe we should join together as one. Join together. That's right. What I was proposing was rather abrupt and out of the blue. Wang Jihai seemed especially troubled, and Lee Zhongyuke was no different. He wet his lips several times, then exclaimed, how could you come up with such a proposal without discussing it with us beforehand? I came to this conclusion over the course of this battle. I'm confident that there's absolutely no advantage for any of us if we remain split up. I offered my reply calmly, and the others all exchanged silent looks. After a moment, Lee Zhonghyuk raised his right hand and spoke up. So Yeon's father, if I may. Of course, go ahead. Do you have an area in mind? I actually do have a safe area in mind. I offered my answer immediately, and all eyes turned to focus on me. I spread out the map of Seoul that I had previously obtained in front of me and pointed to a specific area on the map. Wang Jihai was the first to speak. Grand Walker Hill Seoul. I nodded. I was thinking of turning Grand Walker Hill Seoul, located in Gwangjang-dong, into a shelter. Wang Jihai rubbed her chin gently. It didn't take her long to step in. The area is geographically advantageous. It's impossible to enter via the north or west because of the presence of a Kazan 1, and the Han River blocks off access from the east. We'll be safe as long as we defend the road leading in from the southwest. The white-haired elder spoke up in support of Wang Jihai. If we take advantage of the ridge along a Kazan, we can cultivate plants on a much larger scale. With that, the discussion began in earnest, focusing on the advantages of Gwangjang-dong. It was more than possible to renovate the basement of the hotel so that the technicians had a place to themselves, and the hotel suites could be used as hospital wards. Not only that, but the defensive line to the southwest was narrow, which would make it easier to defend. The wide view from above would make it easy to detect enemy movements. The hotel was also large enough of a space to accommodate everyone. After I listened to all the leaders, I spoke up. I think it'd be best to head over as soon as possible, since we cannot rule out the possibility of another attack by the family. But wait, there's a problem. Wang Jihai cut me off, and everyone in the meeting room turned to look at her. When I gestured to her to speak, Wang Jihai hesitated for a moment, biting her lower lip. I stared at her lips, hoping that she wouldn't bring up what I was thinking. Eventually, though, I heard exactly what I'd been expecting. There are survivors in Gangnam. Huh, in Gangnam? What do you mean? Questions and rebuttals flew left and right. I calmed everyone down and gestured to Wang Jihai to explain more. Wang Jihai sighed and continued talking. The weapons our shelter was supplied with. They were supplied by the people in Gangnam. Kim Byung-jin, the head of Shelter Silence's medical team, seemed utterly bewildered. And you've been hiding that from us all along? He asked. Wang Jihai grimaced, then continued. The survivors of Gangnam weren't willing to accept us. The most they were willing to do was to supply us with goods. Nothing more, nothing less. My apologies for keeping this a secret. But I knew that this would only heap more uncertainty on top of what we are already facing. Then how are the people of Gangnam managing to survive? Are there no zombies in Gangnam? Kim Byung-jin was needling Wang Jihai for details. The shelter leader shook her head. There are zombies in Gangnam as well. However, the humans seem to be operating more safely than over here in Gangbuk. That's why they aren't willing to bring us in. Because they're afraid we could tear their perfect system apart. No one seemed to doubt Wang Jihai's answer. The expressions of those in the room grew complicated. Some gnashed their teeth, and others calmed themselves down in their own way. I tried to change the atmosphere in the room by bringing everyone back to the original topic. Ms. Wang Jihai, what was the problem that you were about to bring up? This battle has left us low on supplies. It'll be difficult for us to resupply if we move to Gwangjang-dong. What if we're able to come back here when necessary? We can form a supply team and prepare a route in advance. That should solve this problem. If we were off by one day, our supplies would be completely cut off. Moreover, there's no guarantee that there won't be another attack by the family. The risk is too high. Well, there's me, Ha Yongjun, and Han Sol. We can cover the supply team. Besides, I think we should be more concerned about what's going on the other side. The other side. There's no guarantee that Gangnam is safe anymore. I interlaced my fingers together. Wang Jihai tilted her head at me. What do you mean? The boss of the family has entered Udo via Sogong Bridge. The suffix san means mountain in Korean. Udo. Wang Jihai frowned, repeating the word. I sighed. The sixth officer of the family told me that the gang members were focusing on the Gangnam operation. Gangnam operation? What exactly is that? The boss of the gang is trying to take over the whole of Seoul. I'm guessing it has something to do with their desire. Then, are you saying that the folks in Gangman are also at war with the family? Yes. I nodded, and Wang Jihai's expression went blank. Lee Zhongyuke, who was next to me, spoke up. Wait. Doesn't this mean that we won't be able to get supplies in the future? Do you think they'll provide us with weapons while they're dealing with an immediate threat? I'm on the same page as you. That's why I came to the conclusion that we had to move, and also why we had to band together. So, what's the situation in Gangnam? Are they being pushed back? I have no way of knowing. But that doesn't change the fact that we have to move. But then, why do you want to move so quickly? Are there more forces coming our way? I believe the sixth officer informed the boss about the location of shelter Haeyang. There's no way of telling what's going to happen next. I relayed this last bit of information with a grimace. Wang Diakrok, who was behind me, spoke up. Can't we all just defend shelter Seoul Forest? If we get ambushed while we're on the move, it'll be the end of us. If the boss makes a move, there's nothing we can do. It's best to get into hiding as soon as possible. Do you think the boss would come all the way here, despite their attention being focused on Gangnam? Hangdang-dong is. This is an area that means a lot to them as well. And why do you say that? I told the leaders about the black creatures in Hangdang-1-dong and Hangdang-2-dong in detail. I told them that I'd taken care of the black creature in Hangdang-1-dong, but the one in Hangdang-2-dong was not a creature to be trifled with. Just a few months ago, the black creature had been a blue-eyed being. I assumed that it had gotten a lot stronger since then. I was also worried about whether the family had been constantly feeding the creature since the onset of the war. If they had stopped feeding it sufficient bait, it was possible that it would leave Hangdang-2-dong to look for prey. Songdong-gu was no longer safe. When I had finished explaining all of this, Wang Jihai spoke up. Then when do you think it is the right time to move? We will move the moment Kim Hyeong-jun wakes up. Please make the necessary preparations. This may be a rather sensitive question. But what's the probability that Kim Hyeong-jun will actually wake up? He'll wake up. I still perceive his underlings as allied with me. So what if his underlings are being recognized as allies? If Hyeong-jun dies, his underlings would turn into normal zombies. However, his underlings still look purple to me, which means that our alliance is still intact. I can assure you that Hyeong-jun is still alive. I made this statement as firmly as I could, and Wang Jihai nodded silently. I rose to my feet. If anyone disagrees with the plan that we've come up with, please speak up now. The leaders looked at each other, but they all remained silent. No one expressed any objections. I nodded slowly. Then we'll get going when Hyeong-jun wakes up. Please make the necessary preparations so that you'll be able to move out at any time. The leaders nodded in unison and left the meeting room. I remained in the empty meeting room. I stared at the ceiling and sighed. I couldn't be at peace, even though this battle was over. I wondered how much more blood we had to shed in order to restore true peace. Even before that, I questioned if peace had even existed in this world. I let out a deep breath and closed my eyes. Rattle. Soon after, the closed front door opened and Lee Zhongyuke came in. Following him were Soyeon and the other children. I got up from my seat and walked towards Soyeon. She seemed to hesitate after seeing my face. I wondered if she wasn't used to my eyes glowing blue. I wet my lips. Soyeon. Ddy. My face broke into a gentle smile, and she rushed toward me, tears about to fall from her face. I knelt down and held Soyeon in my arms. She pressed her face against my chest and cried. My heart was so heavy that I couldn't speak. I knew how she must have felt. I couldn't fathom the emotional pain she had gone through. As I bit my lip and took a deep breath, the other children who had followed Lee Zhongyuke peered at me. I looked back at them, then held out the candy I had in my pocket. It was the gift Kim Hyeong-jun's wife had given me. The children stared hungrily at the candy but still hesitated. They weren't sure what was the right thing to do. Surviving in this damned world meant following rules and restrictions, which also meant that they were accustomed to suppressing their emotions. I looked at the children and spoke up. It's a gift from Uncle Lee. Only then did the children come running toward me with broad smiles on their faces. As they got closer, I noticed tear stains on their cheeks. Just seeing these poor children like this threatened to make me tear up as well. Soyeon cried for a while before she finally calmed herself down. She looked up at me with eyes sparkling with tears as she sucked on her lollipop. I stroked her hair and asked her, "Is it good?" Hehe. Daddy, you can talk now. Daddy practiced really hard because Daddy wanted to talk to Soyeon. Is that why your eyes turned blue too? Yes, sweetheart. I smiled and nodded. Soyeon laughed and pressed her face against my arm. I patted her on the back. One moment you're crying, and the next moment you're laughing? Soyeon, you little goofball. As I teased her, she smiled brightly and retorted. No, I'm not a goofball. Just looking at her smiling made me smile as well. I patted Soyeon on the back. I'm sorry I'm late, sweetie. I'll come back sooner from now on. After the children had calmed down, Lee Zhongyuke spoke up. All right everyone, let's go to Anson Hui now. Everyone's got to wash up and get ready for bed, am I right? Yes, uncle. The children left through the front door, still sucking on their candy. After all of them had left, Li Zhongyuke sighed. If we go to Guangjiangdong, do you think it'll be safe? Honestly, I'm not sure myself. The temporary happiness had disappeared, and we found ourselves back on the same topic we'd been discussing earlier. Li Zhongyuke stashed both hands into his pockets. How about we evacuate to an island instead? Island. We don't have to fight the boss of the family, you know. If we have to move the shelter regardless, don't you think it'll work out better for all of us to move south? For the time being, and for the future as well. An island in the south. You want to go to Jeju Island? Do you think it's so easy to walk all the way to Busan? We don't have to walk. We can take a boat, or travel by plane. And where would we get a plane? And even if we did get one, we don't have a pilot with us. Li Zhongyuke pouted his lower lip and shrugged. Of course, he wasn't wrong. However, moving to Guangjiangdong itself wasn't an easy task, and moving many miles south seemed more than impossible. I sat down, pondering this question. Rattle. Wang Jihai came in through the front door. She hesitated, looking at me and then at Li Zhongyuke. I'm sorry for interrupting. I can step out again. No, please come in. As I pointed to the seat next to me, Wang Jihai gave a slight nod and sat down. Li Zhongyuke also took a seat and started tapping the desk with his fingers. Wang Jihai looked at him, her eyebrows twitching. Do I make you uncomfortable? She asked. Huh? Not at all. Then could you keep your fingers still? It makes you look anxious. Oh, sorry. I'm just thinking about something. About what? I was just talking to So-yeon's dad about it. I was wondering how it would be if we all moved to Jeju Island. Wang Jihai listened to Li Zhongyuke and then slowly crossed her arms, as if lost in thought. After a moment, she lifted his eyebrows and spoke up. I think it's a good idea. Jeju Island. As long as there aren't any zombie infections within the island, it'd be perfect. I sighed and moved to rebut her. You know that's impossible, right? Why is it impossible? There are lots of planes at Gimpo Airport. There'll be plenty of fuel, since the world sank into chaos all of a sudden. The only problem would be finding a pilot. Her words caught me off guard. I wondered if she was just being optimistic. Gangnam was being invaded by the family, and we had no clue when they were going to attack Gwangjin-gu again, but for some reason, Wang Jihai and Li Zhongyuke had their heads in the clouds. As I gently pressed my hands to my temples in frustration, Wang Jihai tilted her head and asked, why do you think it is impossible? Do you actually think there's a possibility? Mr. Lee Hyundiok. Wang Jihai sat up straight and looked me right in the eyes. Her seriousness made me focus. I smacked my lips and met her gaze. Everything we've done to this point, was it all because there was a possibility? If you had to take care of something on your own, you would have hit some limits, no doubt. But you're not alone anymore. You have us. Together, we're capable of defending, attacking, reconnaissance, spying, you name it. Then you want to send scouts to Gimpo Airport? Do you think that's actually possible, when we can't even cross over to Gangnam at the moment? It's not like I'm asking us to do it right now. After we move the shelter to Guangjiangdong, we can ask the technical team to build a boat, and we can use it to get ourselves to Gimpo Airport via the Han River. Her plan left me speechless. At this point, I wondered if I was the only one who was despairing in the face of reality. I knew Wang Jihai was optimistic, but she was not a naive person who did not make any plans. I couldn't help but agree with her plan. I let my head sag, and Wang Jihai smiled softly. Let's give it a try. The people here. These people made the impossible possible. I nodded at her words at novel bin at. I remembered the saying that emotions were contagious. Her positive energy encouraged me to think more positively. Li Zhongyuke burst into laughter after observing our interaction. Wow, I guess not anyone can be a group leader. I can't believe you convinced So-yeon's dad so quickly. Wang Jihai chuckled in a joking manner. No, I'm thankful that he let himself be persuaded by me. Li Zhongyuke roared with laughter, a satisfied smirk on his face, and I added a gentle smile of my own. I wasn't a match to these two, but I sure was glad that I was on the same side as them. Rattle. The front door swung open and a panicked Park Ji-cheol shouted into the room. Group leader. Wang Jihai seemed startled for a moment as she looked back and forth between me and Li Zhongyuke, before asking Park Ji-cheol what the issue was. It's Gangnam. We're getting a strange signal from Gangnam. Come again. Wang Jihai got up from her seat, her eyes growing wide. Park Ji-cheol gasped for breath and continued. I just got the news myself. The patrol team said that there were lights flickering at regular intervals in Gangnam. They told me that you would know. That's all that they told me. Did the patrol leader tell you this? Huh? How did you know? Wang Jihai left the meeting room before Park Ji-cheol could even finish speaking. I looked at Li Zhongyuke in puzzlement. He stood up as well. Let's go too. I followed Wang Jihai and Li Zhongyuke out of the room. We left Shelter Haeyang in a hurry, heading to Shelter Silence. When we reached, I saw a man bouncing from foot to foot nervously. Wang Jihai, still panting, went up to the man. What's happening? A signal from Gangnam. I'm not sure myself, group leader. The third Saturday is still quite a ways off. Is it still blinking? Yes. Please follow me. The patrol leader led Wang Jihai south. Soon, they laid eyes on a building across the Han River that was constantly flashing its lights. Wang Jihai's eyes went wide. The flashlight, where is the flashlight? She demanded from the patrol leader. Here. Wang Jihai snatched the flashlight from the patrol leader and hurriedly sent a flash out. I looked at Wang Jihai, my surprise at the sudden situation reflected in my eyes. What exactly is going on? It's a signal from Gangnam, requesting an exchange. An exchange, you say? Sending a signal even though it's not even the third Saturday of the month means that there's a problem in Gangnam. We might be able to get some information related to the family. Wang Jihai quickly ordered the others to prepare a raft. I hesitated, and Li Zhongyuke spoke up. You probably can't go, right? I'll probably get shot. Then I'll go. We can't let her go by herself. This is totally unexpected. Something about this doesn't feel right. Well, how many things in life go according to plan? All we have to do is to go for it. Li Zhongyuke slapped me on the back and ran to Wang Jihai. I watched the two of them leave, biting my nails nervously. I was anxious, but right now, I had to trust the two of them and wait for them to come back. As I waved the two of them off, I prayed that they would make it back safely. I couldn't make out Wang Jihai and Li Zhongyuke in the pitch-black darkness. The only things I could see were two boats floating on the Han River. They stood out against the Han River, as if they weren't supposed to be there. I sat down and interlocked my fingers, praying for their safe return. After some time had passed, the two boats that were floating next to each other split up, and the raft that was carrying Wang Jihai and Li Zhongyuke returned. I got up and let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't just the two of them, though. There was someone else with them. Unlike the survivors in Gangbuk, he had clean clothes and neat hair. I subconsciously tried to hide myself from the mysterious man. The moment I tried to run into the building, Wang Jihai got out of the raft and shouted, "It's all right." As I looked back, I saw Wang Jihai, Li Zhongyuke, and the mysterious man approaching me with placid faces. Feeling embarrassed, I massaged my neck and walked towards them. The mysterious man looked at me and swallowed, then quickly bowed from the waist and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Kwok Dong-won, the team leader of the facility maintenance team." This Kwok Dong-won person left me speechless. He was screaming at the top of his lungs this late in the night. Perhaps he'd never encountered a zombie threat before. I couldn't understand how he could behave like this. The only explanation was that he was someone who had traveled forward in time. I held out my right hand with a calm expression and spoke. "You don't have to yell. I can hear you. It's Lee Hyundeok. Oh, my apologies. It's my first time talking to a zombie, so I'm a little taken aback. Lower your voice." I mimicked his tone and furrowed my brow. Kwok Dong-won quickly bit his lower lip and looked at me, his eyes trembling. Instead of turning down his volume, he muted himself completely. I wondered why they had brought someone like him back with them. I looked at Wang Jihai questioningly, and she smacked her lips. When we told them we were moving our shelter, they told us they had the perfect person for that, and sent him with us. What do you mean? This person used to work at a solar power plant. They said he took part in some solar park project or something. Apparently, he can make solar panels as well. I stared at Kwok Dong-won, who gave a surprised look and said, "Oh, solar power generation refers to a system that uses solar cells to collect solar energy and produce electricity. It provides unlimited power, easy maintenance, and is a large-scale photoelectric." I sighed and raised my right hand. "Stop." Kwok Dong-won bit his lip again and avoided my gaze. So, he was intelligent, but not exactly smart. One could say that he was an intelligent fool. He would be helpful in many ways, but he would only be helpful once we had the proper systems established. He wasn't helpful in our current situation, in which our safety wasn't guaranteed. It would have been better to have been supplied with weapons instead. My confusion must have shown on my face, since Li Zhongyuke spoke up. It seemed like Gangnam wanted to build a friendly relationship with us. Why? They saw our fight against the family through their telescope. Now, the people in Gangnam also know that there are zombies who have dedicated their lives to humans. It seemed like they wanted to know more about them. So they want to swap this intelligent fool for me? I asked with a frown. Li Zhongyuke shook his head. No, the exchange won't be that simple. Surprisingly, the people in Gangnam have no information at all. Even I was taken aback by this. What do you mean by no information? They don't know anything about the family or their dogs. They don't know about zombies with glowing red eyes that can control other zombies, and have no clue about the black creatures. Then how have they survived until now? There's a military unit guarding Gangnam. They said the military unit is keeping the people in line while closely monitoring the danger zone. Unfortunately, they suffered a significant defeat this time. I rubbed my chin as I listened to Li Zhongyuke. After a moment, I smacked my lips and asked, "Then the people of Gangnam, have they come under attack by the family, or are they still holding on?" Half of them were wiped out by the family's attack. It seems like the family has occupied some areas of Gangnam, starting with Yongdongpo-gu, Yangshan-gu, Jeomkan-gu, and Dongjak-gu. However, I think they managed to hold them off at the border between Dongjak-gu and Soko-gu. I imagine it's because of the presence of Gwanak-san to the south and the National Cemetery to the north. It's easier to set up a defensive position there. Then, are you saying that they're safe, at least in the meantime? Yeah, there's one more thing. But I'm not sure if this is good news or not. They made us an offer. I crossed my arms and looked at Li Zhongyuke. What's the offer? It seems like there are Coast Guard boats and cruise ships in Gangnam. The Coast Guard? Isn't that in Mapogu? I think they moored in Gangnam while on patrol, right before the zombie apocalypse. If we use one of those, we can use the Han River to our advantage. And if we can get our hands on a cruise ship, it'll be easier to move a lot of people at once. Aren't the cruise ships in Udo? I thought the gang members had taken over Yongdongpogu. There's one in Jamsil too, old man. I smacked my lips and looked away. I would have known too, if I'd had the time and money to go on a cruise while I'd been a human. I scratched my sideburns idly. A cruise ship is extremely inefficient in terms of fuel. Do you think the people of Gangnam will lend us a cruise ship? Don't most cruise ships that operate along the Han River use diesel? Does that make a difference? I don't know. It's not like I'm a captain or anything. We stared at each other blankly. Wang Jihai shook her head and intervened. This is why men can't get things done. The fuel efficiency of the cruise ship isn't important right now. You might as well ask for the blueprints while you're at it. Li Zhongyuke and I both smacked our lips in embarrassment. I didn't know why, but as I grew older, I seemed to get curious about the most trivial things. Li Zhongyuke coughed a dry cough, then looked at me again. Anyway, they told us they would lend us a cruise ship if we met their conditions. The word conditions left a bitter taste in my mouth, even before I heard what the conditions were. I wondered what kind of unreasonable demands they had made of Li Zhongyuke. He seemed hesitant to tell me what the demands were as well. I sighed. What are the conditions? Li Zhongyuke tried to speak several times, but cut himself off each time. It seemed like he had a hard time articulating the demands. Eventually, he said with a bitter expression. They wanted us to tell them how to raise a zombie with glowing red eyes. What? Raise? I couldn't help but laugh. I laughed because their word choice seemed utterly hilarious to me. As I thought about it, it seemed more and more true that a military unit was controlling Gangnam. Raising a zombie unit. They had their heads in the clouds. No in space. I shook my head and let out a sigh. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lips. What do you think we should do? What do you mean? It's not like we can teach it to them, nor can it be learned. Then, should we make our way over by land? Yup. When I nodded, Kwok Dongwon, who had been eavesdropping on our conversation, spoke up. Sorry for interrupting, but you can't do that. When I looked at Kwok Dongwon, he gasped and looked away. Li Zhongyuke noticed our interaction and said, What do you mean? Well, aren't you supposed to give us information about zombies in exchange for bringing me over here? No, we already did our part. We told you about the family, and the zombies with glowing red eyes that control other zombies. Are you asking us for more information? Huh? Well, the Major wanted to know how to raise zombies with glowing red eyes. Hearing the absurdity in his words, Li Zhongyuke pointed at me and asked Kwok Dongwon, That's not how things work. Look at him. Do you think he's a robot that moves at our command? Being treated as something other than human made me uncomfortable, but there was no better way to explain the current situation. Kwok Dongwon looked at me from head to toe, then said, He's definitely not. Not a machine. So, then, what else do you want us to say? Humans can't just raise up zombies with glowing red eyes just because they want to. It all depends on the individual's ego and will. One can only become a zombie with glowing red eyes if they have a strong will. But to raise a being like that and turn them into a soldier? Do you actually think that's possible? How are you going to manage and lead a being that basically refuses to die? Kwok Dongwon stayed quiet as Li Zhongyuke rattled off facts about the zombies with glowing red eyes. I snorted as I watched Li Zhongyuke go. Li Zhongyuke looked at me in annoyance. What are you laughing for? You should be the leader now. You seem to know more about zombies than I do. Li Zhongyuke smacked his lips and stashed his hands in his pockets. Wang Jihai, who had kept silent, spoke up. I think it'd be best to reconnect with the survivors of Gangnam first. We have to make this part clear to them so that we can borrow a cruise ship or receive further supplies. You're right. I agreed with her without adding anything else. When Wang Jihai took out the flashlight and signaled Gangnam again. After a moment, the people in Gangnam responded in kind. With that, Wang Jihai and Li Zhongyuke went back onto the raft. I stared blankly into the Han River as I waited for the two to return. Kwok Dongwon, who was next to me, seemed to hesitate for a moment, then said carefully, Did you say your name was Lee Hyun-deok? Yes. You look around the same age as me. Would it be okay if I ask your age? What good would it be for you to know a zombie's age? Haha, you have a point. Kwok Dongwon looked away with a sour expression. He then smacked his lips and tried again. When did you turn into a zombie? It's been several months. I turned into one early on. Did it hurt a lot? I couldn't help but stare at his face. He'd asked me a very unexpected question. He waved his hands vigorously. Oh, what am I thinking? Of course, it would have been painful. I shouldn't have said that. Forget what I asked you. Did anyone in your family turn into a zombie? Huh? Oh, yes. Kwok Dongwon grimaced, and his head sagged. I looked at him for a moment, then smacked my lips. The physical pain is temporary. Unless they were a zombie with glowing red eyes like me, they'd probably be having sweet dreams right now. Oh. Kwok Dongwon nodded slowly, but his expression quickly grew despondent. I sighed as I saw his face. It seemed like he needed some consolation. Do you mind if I ask about the situation back then? Oh, yes. Kwok Dongwon played with his fingers for a moment, hesitating, but then he took a deep breath and said, I'd been living with just my older brother since high school. My parents died early on. That must have been tough for you. My brother went through a lot. He was 9 years older than me. You were born later, huh? Yes, no doubt about it. If it wasn't for him, I would have been long gone. Was your brother bitten by a zombie? I got straight to the point. Kwok Dong-won frowned and nodded once. His eyes twitched and his fingers trembled as he recalled that day. He let out a deep sigh and continued, that day, my brother and I were on our way to the safe zone. That was when the Capital Defense Command started to mobilize, after the zombie apocalypse happened. But at least the army was still there. There was nothing like that in Gangguk. In our case, it seemed like there was a zombie outbreak within the military units. I couldn't find any military personnel, no matter how hard I looked for them. At novel bin at. I chuckled at that, and Kwok Dong-won responded with a nod and a shy smile. I coughed, then said, sorry for cutting you off. Please continue. No, not at all. Kwok Dong-won looked up at the night sky and organized his thoughts. After a moment, he found his voice again. We were moving together with a group of survivors. However, among the survivors, there was someone who was infected. Did they hide the fact that they had been bitten? Yes, it was an Ajumma, and her child had been bitten by a zombie. Didn't anyone check for such things, when you were traveling as a group? How could you not check for such a thing? We never expected a 5-year-old to be bitten by a zombie. Even if one of them had been bitten, we would have assumed that the Ajumma was the one who had been bitten, not the child. I smacked my lips bitterly. He had a point. They probably hadn't thought about the children in the chaos of the evacuation. Kwok Dong-won furrowed his brow and continued with his story. It was late at night, when everyone was asleep. The child mutated into a zombie. Some were bitten by the child while they were sleeping, and others who were in the group just lost their minds. It was a living hell. My brother tried to deal with the zombies and save the remaining humans. He was the sort of person who never got to enjoy his own life because he went out of his way to help others when he didn't need to. I wanted to give him the life he had missed out on after I became successful. Kwok Dong-won bit his lower lip and forced back his tears. I patted him on the back without saying a word. Kwok Dong-won wiped his tears away and continued with the story. He's the type of guy who told me that he wouldn't want to buy a new car even though he'd been driving the same one for 10 years, even though I used to tell him every day to get a new model since he loved to drive around. But then, he'd go on used car websites to look for his dream car. You had a good brother. He's the guy that worked his butt off to pay for my college tuition. My dream was to buy him a new car. Kwok Dong-won could not hold back his tears anymore. With a sad expression, I put an arm around Kwok Dong-won. A strong brotherhood. It would have been nice if the two of them were both still alive and able to live a happy life. But reality was a harsh mistress, and was not one to conform to our wishes. I patted Kwok Dong-won on the back as he sobbed. I'm sure your brother is having a sweet dream right now. I bet he's in his dream car, having the best trip of his life. So don't put it all on yourself. His sobbing echoed across the dark waters of the Han River. In this damned world, everyone probably had their own story. In this age, every single person had their own tragic story. I stared at the ripples along the surface of the Han River, shimmering in the moonlight, trying to soothe away the sadness within me. I wondered if something wasn't going as planned. Well over 30 minutes had passed, but Wang Jihai and Li Zhongyuke still hadn't returned. While I waited anxiously, Kwok Dong-won spoke up. You don't have to worry so much. The people there aren't bad people. Is that so? It's different when they see zombies. But they're nice to people. His words did little to improve my mood. The idea of raising zombies had probably come from their mindset that they couldn't coexist with zombies. Swoosh. While I was engrossed in my own thoughts, I felt a presence behind me. I quickly got up and turned around. Ajasi. Kim Hyeongjun was standing in front of me. Hyeongjun. I bit my lip out of happiness and ran toward him. He chuckled and raised his arms. I was just about to high-five him when I came back to my senses. It seemed like Kim Hyeongjun had the same thought. He quickly stashed his hands in his pockets. We almost knocked each other out. What a relief. Definitely. Just touching each other's palms would have sent a strong, tingling flow throughout our entire bodies. We were so caught in the moment that we almost zapped each other. Kim Hyeongjun snorted. Seemed like someone was really worried. Huh? He asked. Yeah, man. I thought you were done for. How could I die? I have to live longer than you, Ajasi. Kim Hyeongjun was right back to making jokes from the moment he regained consciousness. I couldn't help but smile at his corny jokes. It had only been a couple of days, but I missed his lame jokes. I gave him a cursory examination. He hadn't changed much physically, except for the fact that he also had blue eyes now. Kim Hyeongjun stared at my face, his expression growing rather serious. So I wasn't dreaming after all. Huh. At novel bin at. Your eyes, Ajasi. They're blue. Like yours aren't. There was a moment of silence. I hadn't had the time to think about my eye color, since I'd spent the aftermath of the battle overseeing the cleanup, helping to stabilize the shelter and making plans for the move. Kim Hyeongjun cleared his throat lightly, then asked, Ajasi. What? Did the number of underlings you could control increase rapidly as well? I nodded without speaking. I could originally control 1,750 underlings. However, after eating the brains of the 7th officer and the Dong leader of Gyeongdong, the number went up to 2,250. Based on my experience so far, it should have only gone up to 1,800, but for some reason, I could control 400 more underlings than expected. The only plausible reason I could think of. Ajasi, I think the officer's brains. I think you're right. They don't grant us 50, but 450. Kim Hye-young-jun nodded, his expression difficult to read. Perhaps there was a lot going through his mind. We both rubbed our chins, engrossed in our own thoughts. Zombies with glowing red eyes that had eaten a black creature's brain. The 6th and 7th officers both had approximately 1,800 underlings under their control. Each time we consumed a Dong leader's brain, we only increased our control by 50 underlings. But to be able to increase our control by 450 at once. The only conclusion I could get to was that this rapid increase had to do something with the black creature. I looked at Kim Hye-young-jun and asked, how many underlings can you control now? 2,050 underlings. Could you originally control only 1,600 underlings? Yeah, I can control 450 more after eating the 6th officer's brain. When I ate the black creature's brain, I got to control 400 more underlings. Which means that this is related to the black creature somehow. I nodded my head at his conclusion. Then, Hye-young-jun Kim shrugged and continued talking. I mean, is there any other way to explain this? I scratched my forehead and thought for a moment. The amount of control granted by eating an officer's brain would have to take into account the black creature's brain that the officer had eaten previously. Since the brain of the black creature granted control over 400 underlings, it made sense that the amount of control granted by the officer's brain would go up to 450, if one took into account the number of underlings a regular red-eyed zombie could control. Given the information we had to work with, this was the best conclusion we could reach. After a moment, Kwok Dong-won, who had been listening to our conversation, came up to us and said carefully, Is he a zombie who fights for survivors? Yes. When I nodded, Kwok Dong-won grabbed Kim Hye-young-jun's hand. Nice to meet you. I am Kwok Dong-won, leader of the facilities management team in Gangnam. Hye-young-jun Kim frowned and tilted his head. Gangnam. I filled Kim Hye-young-jun in about all that had happened so far. After hearing the whole story, Kim Hye-young-jun sat down on the floor. So you're saying that there are survivors in Gangnam too? Yup. And Wang Jihai and Lee Zhongyuke went out on the Han River to borrow a cruise ship from the survivors of Gangnam. When I nodded, Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his nose. Is it absolutely necessary for us to get on a cruise ship? What's the alternative? Do you want us to walk? I think that would be the safer option. Wait, what? Listen to what I have to say. Kim Hye-young-jun gestured to me to take a seat next to him. I sat down next to Kim Hye-young-jun. Kwok Dong-won, who was across from me, sat as well. Kim Hye-young-jun looked disapprovingly at Kwok Dong-won, but smacked his lips and proceeded anyway. The people of Gangnam have no intention of forming an alliance with us. That's pretty clear, since they never accepted or welcomed survivors from this side. Then what about the supplies they gave us? I think they're just trying to feel good about themselves. Nothing more, nothing less. They're just trying to show us that they at least have some sort of conscience. Can't you tell? The survivors of Gangnam are treating us like lab rats. What do you mean? You said they were watching us through a telescope? Well, thanks to that, they learned that there are zombies that fight for the sake of humans. I nodded quietly as I listened to Kim Hye-young-jun. He sucked his lower lip, then continued with his theory. Have you ever thought about why all they've done is watch, instead of coming to help early on? I assumed they were also under attack and that they didn't have enough to help us out. No, they had no intention of helping us in the first place. Didn't you say that the military unit held off the family's forces at the border between Dongjakgu and Sokogu? They were able to halt the advance because they had already given up on the west side, and doubled up on their defenses in Sokogu. It's a simple strategy that's even written in history books. What do you mean? Sacrificing territory which is difficult to hold, and blocking off an enemy's path of retreat. These are the fundamental tactics of every war. They made the wise decision to give up on Dongjakgu and Yeongdeungpogu rather than trying to hold on to those two areas, and therefore they were able to reinforce the defenses in Sokogu. That's too far-fetched. Who blew up the Han River bridges? I couldn't come up with a good rebuttal. Gangnam was controlled by a military unit, and they most likely had explosives. It had to be them that blew up the Han River bridges. Kim Hye-young-jun had more to say. In fact, the survivors of Gangnam had no intention of helping anyone, giving out supplies under the guise of having a conscience. That's no different from feeding lab rats so that they don't starve to death. And you're saying that we're the test specimens. Yeah, and since they got the results they wanted, now they're curious about how we did it. And that's why they're interested in finding out how they can raise zombies with glowing red eyes. And they're luring us in by using the cruise ship that they have. Hye-young-jun Kim snapped his fingers. Exactly. His theory was convincing. It made it even more convincing because the forces in charge of Gangnam were military units. As I sat there, still trying to puzzle things out, Kwok Dong-won, who had been sitting across from me the whole time, spoke up. That's probably not the case. Huh. Kim Hye-young-jun frowned and looked at Kwok Dong-won. His eyes flashed once, a crystal clear blue light blazing where his pupils would have been. Kwok Dong-won took a breath. Oh, no. They're not such terrible people. I hate soldiers. Kim Hye-young-jun blurted this fact out of the blue, throwing a stone into the Han River. It seemed like he'd had a rough time in the military one. Kwok Dong-won swallowed, but pressed on. The people in Gangnam. Everyone works hard, striving to make it through together. The major is trying their best to keep everyone safe. The major is also considerate of everyone's situation. I listened to what Kwok Dong-won had to say, then called Kim Hye-young-jun as I fiddled with my earlobe. Hye-young-jun. What, Ajusi? You have a point. But, just by looking at Kwok Dong-won here, it seems like the people over there aren't that cold-blooded. Well, you'll never know until you see them face to face. Kim Hye-young-jun's voice carried a shade of annoyance. I shrugged. Yeah, just like you said, we won't know until we see them face to face, right? They might be genuinely curious about the data we have. Ugh, fine. I'm the bad guy here, doubting them all the way. I have doubts about them as well. I know how difficult it is for you to trust people as well. Are you bothered by that? No. In fact, I think it's for the better. You can see the situation from a different point of view than I do. There have been times when we achieved better results when we went along with your plan. I kept my tone even as I spoke. Kim Hye-young-jun pressed his lips together and nodded, and I patted him on the shoulder. This is why I need you. And that's why I want to be as helpful to you as you are to me. Kim Hye-young-jun clicked his tongue, a dissatisfied expression on his face. I patted Kim Hye-young-jun on the shoulder again. Let's wait a little and see what happens, for the sake of Wang Jihai and Lee Zhongyuke. We don't have to move right away, do we? Let's talk when the two of them get back. Ajusi, you're just making me into the bad guy. Kim Hye-young-jun smacked his lips and pouted. I never thought I'd see this face of his again. This face of his used to make me sigh, but now I was overjoyed to see it. Thank goodness Kim Hye-young-jun hadn't perished. I smiled lightly and slapped Kim Hye-young-jun on the back. He gave me a bewildered look. You're hitting me again? Ajusi, you have quite the temper. You really have to do something about it. Did it hurt? I didn't hit you that hard. You know how surprised I get when I get hit out of the blue. You have to think about my emotional suffering too. This time, he really seemed upset. Kim Hye-young-jun got up and walked toward the Han River. He stashed his hands in his pockets and stared blankly out at the Han River. I picked up some flat stones that were around me and walked up to Kim Hye-young-jun. When I handed the stones I had picked up to Kim Hye-young-jun, he shook his head, turning down the offer. I watched Kim Hye-young-jun as I skipped the stones across the surface of the Han River. After a moment, Kim Hye-young-jun said, I'm just worried, that's all. I know. There's nothing wrong with being careful. I walked over to Kim Hye-young-jun and put a pebble in his hand, and flashed a gentle smile. No matter what decision we make, nothing bad will happen to us. We have you. And me. And of course, we have Du Han-sol. Wait. Come to think about it, I haven't seen Du Han-sol. Where'd he go? He ate the brain of the Dong leader of Jungkook-dong and is sleeping right now. I looked around. Kim Hye-young-jun flicked the stone I'd given him out into the river, sending it skipping across the surface. Well, he's a pretty amazing fellow. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have the strength to fight a Dong leader by himself. Where'd he get the courage to take on a Dong leader? It seemed like Moodswinger helped. Oh, shoot. Kim Hye-young-jun's expression grew anxious, as though he had just remembered that he had mutants under his control. He began to pepper me with questions. Moodswinger? Where is Moodswinger? Moodswinger's with the stage 1 mutants in Jaeangyo. How long has it gone without food? When was the last time I fed it? Don't worry. It's only been 2 days. Besides, it probably had a good feast during this long battle. I don't understand why you're so worried. Kim Hye-young-jun nodded and brushed the dirt off his hands. After a moment, he chuckled. Well, I should still go check up on it anyway, just in case. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Let me know when Wang Jihai and Lee Zhongyuke come back. Kim Hye-young-jun waved his hand lightly and took off toward Jaeangyo without looking back. I smiled faintly as I saw his figure grow further away. If the first person I'd become friends with after turning into a zombie was Lee Zhongyuke, then the first zombie I'd become friends with was Kim Hye-young-jun. Before I realized it, he had become such a big part of my zombie life. Doing all this zombie stuff without him was unimaginable. He was no longer my friend, my battle buddy, or my ally. Kim Hye-young-jun was basically my family. All Korean males who are physically suitable to join the military are conscripted by law to serve for a minimum of 18 months. The duration of service depends on each branch of the military. The main character assumed that Kim Hye-young-jun had served in the military. About an hour later, Wang Jihai and Lee Zhongyuke returned. They wore complicated expressions. It seemed like the conversation with the representatives from Gangnam hadn't gone so well. I looked at Lee Zhongyuke. How'd it go? Do you think we can get a cruise ship? No matter how many times we tell them, they don't seem to believe us. They said they can't lend us a cruise ship unless we tell them how to raise a zombie. That's ridiculous. They're a lot more stubborn than I thought. Lee Zhongyuke clicked his tongue vigorously. He seemed worn out. Wang Jihai, who was next to him, rubbed her neck and let out a deep sigh. I looked at both of them, then let out a small sigh. Don't worry. There wasn't a cruise ship in our original plan anyway. We never knew that we'd have access to a cruise ship in the first place. Then what? We're really going to make the journey on foot. Now that Hye-young-jun's awake, it should be more than possible. There aren't any members of the family in Gwangjin-gu. All we have to do is watch out for zombies on the streets. What about the reinforcements that the family will send? That bothers me a little. But we can't just sit around, you know. Both of them nodded, grimacing. I had scouts stationed in Hengdangdong and Meijiangdong, so we would be able to take care of anyone from the family that followed us. I looked at Wang Jihai. If you could handle the survivors of Shelter Silence, that'd be great. Please get them prepared to move as early as tomorrow morning if we have to. All right. But I'm not sure how everyone will react when I tell them out of the blue to prepare for another journey right after surviving a war. Regardless, we still have to move. We can't just sit around, not knowing when we'll get attacked again. Got it. Wang Jihai offered me a slight bow and headed toward Shelter Silence's third line of defense. I watched her make her way back, then turned to look at Li Zhongyuke. We need to pack everything so that we can leave tomorrow morning if we have to. Okay, we just need to pack the essentials, right? Yeah, but don't forget to pack the tents we brought from Dahayan Sun Park. I never would have thought we were going to utilize the tents like this. Got it. Li Zhongyuke went back to Shelter Haeyang, already thinking about what to do first when he got there. As I saw him go, I slicked my hair back and thought of my own responsibilities. Firstly, I needed to paint my newly recruited underlings blue. I had lost a lot of underlings during the fight in Guangjingu, and my newly recruited underlings looked exactly like the zombies roaming in the streets. In order to move with such a large group of people, I had to paint as many of my underlings blue in order to match the number of survivors in our group. I knew that the survivors would feel more comfortable the more zombies I painted blue. It's gonna be a really busy night. I sucked my lower lip and walked toward Jiangyou, where Kim Hai-Yongjin was. Oh right, So Yeon's dad. At that moment, I heard Li Zhongyuke calling me. When I turned around, he ran right up to me and looked around. I wondered if he was trying to tell me something secretive. Don't tell anyone else about this. What is it? It's about Zhonghyuk and Dahai. When I nodded, Li Zhongyuke smiled awkwardly. They're having a baby. What? A baby? They're having a baby. Oh, she's pregnant. Keep your voice down. Li Zhongyuke hurriedly covered my mouth and looked around. I stared at Li Zhongyuke, my eyes wide open in surprise. He took a deep breath before continuing. I only found out recently as well. It seemed like Dahai was having morning sickness. Are you familiar with the pregnancy tests that the convenience stores sell? Yeah. Her test kit showed 2 lines. My mind went absolutely blank. I didn't know what to say. There was a saying that, even during the hardest times, such as in war, flowers bloomed and love found a way to endure, but I couldn't believe what I had heard. I was well aware that the two of them were lovers early on, since Li Zhongyuke had called Choi Dahai's sister-in-law from the day I met their group. Even knowing that, though, them getting pregnant right now was unbelievable. I was happy that a new life was about to enter this world, but at the same time, I worried about how it would be able to survive in this damned world. As a human, I couldn't help but consider what its future held. A thought came to me, causing my eyebrows to lift. Were the two of them married? I cleared my throat and asked Li Zhongyuke, I don't remember them mentioning it to me, but are the two of them married? Well, they were planning to have their wedding this winter. Nobody could have known that the world would turn upside down in the summer. I smacked my lips and looked away from Li Zhongyuke. Just then, Li Zhongyuke snapped his fingers. Oh goodness, So Yeon's dad. What is it? How about we have a little ceremony for them once we've moved to the new shelter? For Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai. Yup. I'm sure a lot of people would enjoy it as well. Don't you think it'll give people a glimpse of what normal life was like, even just for a moment? You want people to feel nostalgic. Yeah. I quietly rubbed my chin, lost in thought. A wedding ceremony. It didn't seem like a bad idea. After the move, everyone would be exhausted, and adjusting to a new place would have its fair share of difficulties. They would need something to give them some peace of mind, and to help them feel safe in the new shelter. Having a wedding ceremony would be a great way to help them adjust to the new shelter, and make them feel like it was just as safe as the previous shelter. I nodded, agreeing to his proposal. Got it. But for now, don't tell anyone. Should we keep it a secret from Zhonghyuk and Dahai too? That'd be ideal. What about the ring and wedding dress? Don't you think there will be at least one dress store along the way? As for the ring, we can always stop by a jewelry store. Are you saying we should steal them? I raised my eyebrows. I mean, is it still stealing when there's no owner? Li Zhongyuke smirked and patted my shoulder. I smiled back at him and tapped his forearm lightly. His expression seemed rather satisfied at novel bin at. For now, this will be a secret between you and me. Let's focus on the move for now. Okay, deal. Li Zhongyuke headed straight back to Shelter Haeyang. I smiled gently as I watched him go. A wedding, huh? Memories I had forgotten about flashed through my mind. I recalled the days I went on dates with my wife as a couple before our marriage, and the day I walked into the wedding hall, my heart beating nervously. Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai. Their wedding would help everyone reminisce about the good times, and reinforce the message that the world we were in was still worth living for. ******. The officers of the family were gathered inside a rundown building located in Udo. They sat around a round table, silent as mice. The boss was looking out the window with a serious expression. After a moment, the boss spoke up in a low voice. So, you're telling me that the 6th and 7th officers failed? Yes, boss, stammered one of the 6th officer's decoys in reply. The lackey didn't dare meet the boss' eyes. The boss sighed, his brow furrowing. The first officer looked around at the other officers that were present, then said to the boss, "Boss, if it's not too late, we'll go take care of them right now. Am I the only one that heard that the 6th and 7th officers failed?" His statement was met with silence. "What do you think you could do if you went right now? Aren't you an officer? Are you stronger than the 6th or 7th officer? Aren't you about as strong as the 2? Well, the 4th officer, whom I shouldn't even be calling an officer, was killed by a landmine the moment they set foot in Udo, and the 5th officer, who was no different from the 4th officer, was killed by an artillery shell 2 days ago. And now, you want to leave as well. Have you thought about the consequences if you die at the hands of the ones in Songsadong? If you keep running your mouth without thinking about the consequences, I'm going to get really disappointed. The boss tone was crystal clear, like the surface of a frozen lake, sending chills down the officers' spines. Each and every word that the boss had spoken dripped with killing intent. Think before you speak. The boss glared at the officers with eyes full of murder, as though ready to kill the next person who said something stupid. The officers kept their mouths shut. The boss looked out the window at the darkness that had engulfed the world, then spoke again. I should have finished them off with my own hands. I should have cleaned up Songdonggu before turning my focus to the Gangnam operation. I grew impatient because of the suspicious activity in Udo. No, our apologies, boss. It's all our fault, boss. I can go to Sokogu right now. 1. The officers tripped over one another to offer up ingratiating responses, but the boss gestured for them to be silent. Stop trying to suck up to me. I'm already pissed. Have you guys considered how I would feel to hear shit like that? We got it wrong from the beginning. But we can make things right from now on. The 1st officer swallowed before asking a question. If it's okay with you, boss, would you mind telling us what you have in mind? The boss took a deep breath, then said slowly, I can only think of one thing. What is it, boss? We have to give up Gangbuk. Boss, you must be joking. The 1st officer looked at the boss with his eyes wide. The other officers also stared at the boss, their mouths opening and closing silently like goldfish. The boss pursed his lips and looked out the window for a while. A moment later, he turned back to face the officers. It's time to make a decision. If we give up Gangnam right now, we'll never be able to set foot in Gangnam ever again. The moment we leave, there's no way the people in Gangnam will leave Sogang Bridge as it is. Then what about the guys in Songdonggu? There's no need to get blood on our hands. There are 3 black creatures left in Gangbuk, right? Stop feeding them. Huh. All 3 officers got up from their seats and looked blankly at their boss. They weren't merely taken aback, they were seriously dumbfounded. Unlike the officers, though, the boss remained perfectly calm. Do you see any other way? The black creatures left in Gangbuk are beyond our ability to deal with. We're barely controlling them at the moment, but to let them roam free, given the current situation. Stop coming up with excuses and give me another plan, then. Gather all the Dong leaders and their baits in Gangbuk and bring them to Gangnam. And let's take advantage of this move and replace any members if necessary. Replace. We have no need for weaklings. In this current situation, where even officers are losing their lives, weaklings have little to no value to us. The officers all looked rather disturbed. The boss smirked at them. What's wrong with everyone's faces? I think it would be best to keep all of them alive, responded the 1st officer, clenching his fists. The 1st officer had barely mustered up the courage to contradict the boss' orders. The boss tilted his head, unsure about the 1st officer's motives. And the reason for this is, even if we eat them, we will only increase our control by 50 underlings. Don't you think it'd be better to have the numbers on our side, in the current state? It would be beneficial to have more zombies with glowing red eyes under our command. Oh crap, is that so? I hadn't the slightest clue. I was stupid. So, 1st officer, you've been thinking all along that I've been executing a different plan, one that didn't involve us trying to outnumber our opponents? Is that right? Boss, that's not what I meant. Hey, you guys there, next to the 1st officer. 2nd and 3rd officers, do you know why my eyes are blue? The 2nd and 3rd officers looked at each other and shook their heads. He took note of their ignorance and raised an eyebrow. Do you want to know the condition for your eyes to change color? There's really nothing to it. The 2nd and 3rd officers stayed silent. The 1st officer straightened up and answered in their stead. Don't they change once you eat 2 or more black creatures' brains? The boss nodded. Yeah, you're right. You just need to eat the brains of 2 or more black creatures. But there's another way. A better way, in fact. A better way. There's a way to obtain the powers of a black creature without having to deal with its overwhelming power. What way would that be, boss? You just have to deal with the zombie that absorbed the black creature's brain. Huh. The boss walked to the door leading out of the meeting room. He opened it slowly, then looked back at the officers in the room. Do you know why the 8th officer died back then? Yes. The 8th officer died in order to put into motion the initial steps of the Gangnam operation. No, I ate the 8th officer's brain. The boss grinned at them, and the officers turned pale. The boss looked at each officer in turn. I'm going to leave you guys to fight each other. And don't even think about leaving until one of you has been killed. My scouts are stationed around the area. So don't even think about escaping. Pardon, boss. I'll give you exactly 1 hour. With that, the boss left the meeting room. The meeting room went dead silent. The 2nd and 3rd officers exchanged looks. They seemed to come to an agreement, and looked at the 1st officer at the same time. The 1st officer looked back at them, not knowing how to react. Don't look at me with those eyes. I'm sorry, 1st officer. 1st officer, I'm sorry. Hey, you crazy bastards. How could you even think about doing this to me, after all I've done for you? Well, there's nothing we can do. It's not like I can die for you. We can band together and kill the boss. Why didn't you think of that? That's because you don't know the power differential between us and the boss. This difference is the same as the difference between us and the Dong leaders. We don't stand a chance against the boss. Are you guys out of your mind? Are you really being fooled by his bullshit? What's bullshit is the world we live in right now. I don't want to die like this. The second and third officers moved closer to the first officer. The first officer gritted their teeth, letting out an audible crack. His glowing eyes flashed, and he let loose a battle cry. Immediately, the silence in the meeting room was replaced by a cacophony of zombie cries. The desperate wailing didn't last long. Wonsokogu is a district within Gangnam. Early in the morning, with the chill of dawn making us sniffle, nearly 300 survivors gathered in front of Shelter Silence's first line of defense. Kim Hye-Yongjun, Do Han-sol, and I were organizing the preparations, arranging our underlings around the survivors. I ordered my underlings to pull the carts loaded with heavy, bulky items, so that the survivors would be able to travel as lightly as they could. Wang Jihai, Li Zhongyuke, and Wang Diakrok reassured the survivors and let me know that we were ready to depart. Kang Ian-young was laughing with Kang Ji-suk and the other members of Shelter Haeyoung. She seemed to have recovered. So-yeon, standing next to me, looked up at me curiously. Daddy, where are we going? I smiled happily and held her in my arms. We're moving to a new home. A new home? Like the time you brought the principal over. Her question brought up some memories. I remembered the early days when I'd been fighting desperately, not yet able to speak, and too weak to take care of the black creature in order to save the principal, the elder, and the teens from the high school. Back then, I told So-yeon that we would be moving to a new place so that she wouldn't have to be nervous even when I wasn't around. To me, these memories were in the past, but it seemed like they held a special place in her heart. So-yeon remembered everything I'd said. I realized why people always said that one had to be careful of what one said in front of children. I smiled warmly back at her. So-yeon's right. It's just like when Daddy brought the principal over. At novel bin at. Then will there be more friends to play with, and more aunts and uncles? Well, I think we'll know once we move. Hehe, I like moving to new places. My So-yeon likes moving to a new place. Yeah, my heart races when I think of moving to a new place. So-yeon giggled and buried her face in my chest. Her cuteness melted away the anxiety that I felt regarding this move. While I was beaming at So-yeon, Kim Hye-Yongjun, who had just seen me laughing like a fool, spoke up. Ajasi, you're also a fool for your daughter. Fool? Watch what you say in front of children. A fool isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it? Well, it's not a compliment either. Kim Hye-Yongjun jutted out his lower lip and shrugged. Do Han-sol, who was next to Kim Hye-Yongjun, smiled broadly. You have a cute charming daughter. A smart one too, right? What's your name, sweetheart? I looked at So-yeon. So-yeon, it seems like Do Han-sol Ajasi is asking for your name. Can you go ahead and tell Do Han-sol Ajasi your name? Is he a nice Ajasi? He's daddy's friend. So-yeon hesitated for a while, then glanced at Do Han-so and answered with the tiniest voice, Lee So-yeon. So-yeon? What a pretty name. Do Han-sol chuckled and went through his pockets. After a moment, he took out a green grape-flavored candy and handed it to So-yeon. Her eyes lit up as she saw the candy, but then she quickly looked at me. It's all right, sweetie. Go ahead and take it. As I let her go for the candy, So-yeon bit her lower lip and reached for the candy, as if she was embarrassed. As So-yeon tore off the wrapping with her cute, tiny hands and popped the candy in her mouth, she puffed her cheeks. Do Han-sol looked at her puffy cheeks and laughed heartily, the way a child would. After I sent So-yeon to Li Zhongyuke, I looked over at Do Han-sol. You seem to be good with children. Oh, I used to volunteer to read to children. I didn't know they had that kind of volunteer work. If you look around, you can find all sorts of volunteer work. Daycare teachers used to look for volunteers when they had more children to take care of. I didn't think they would have accepted anyone to do that. Especially men. Do Han-sol smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. It's probably because I majored in early childhood education. I realized once again that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. At first, I thought Do Han-sol had an attitude problem, but after getting to know him, he was polite and kind-hearted. He strongly believed in protecting his own people, and he knew how to distinguish between enemies and allies, and treat them differently. I realized how fortunate it was for me to have formed an alliance with Do Han-sol. Kim Hye-Yongjun squeezed himself between us and spoke up. Hey Ajases, shouldn't we get going? I nodded and headed for the first line of defense. At the first line of defense, thousands of zombies were gathered, surrounding the almost 300 survivors. They were huddled together, with no gaps in between. I looked over the formation one last time, then took a deep breath and shouted, "We're moving out." The survivors looked at me nervously. I looked at them one by one. There are some rules to follow when we begin to move. Firstly, no screaming, no matter what happens. Second, don't break formation. Third, trust each other. None of the survivors said anything. They looked at me with eyes filled with determination. I continued to scan the group as I spoke. As long as you follow these 3 rules, we'll all make it safely to our new home. A woman in the group of survivors spoke up. Is the new home safe? I looked in the direction where the voice had come from, and saw a woman quaking in fear. The woman held a boy in her arms, similar to So-yeon in age. I gave her a vigorous nod. It's safe. Kim Hye-Yongjun, Do Han-sol, and I will make sure to protect you at all costs. My daughter and family are part of the crowd here, and those that are trying to survive together with my family are no different from my family. I pointed at Li Zhongyuke, who was carrying Soyeon in his arms. All eyes turned to face them. Li Zhongyuke must have felt embarrassed by the sudden attention. He smiled shyly and offered everyone a slight bow. I continued to speak. We've made it this far together, and we will continue to do so in the future. So don't lose hope. If we combine forces, we can look forward to a better tomorrow. Right on. My proclamation was met by a sea of nods and cheers that matched my energy. However, some still seemed unconvinced. I looked at those who were still doubtful. Who was responsible for everything we've built so far? Was it God? No. Everyone here has a share in that responsibility. You've created everything with your own hands. I believe in every single one of you. I believe that each and every one of you has the potential to do greater things. Many survivors nodded along with me, their faces alight. I nodded slowly, taking in their determination. So, I ask you to put faith in me too. Let's get through this together. Let's trust each other and keep moving forward. Let's go. A thunderous roar filled the air, coming from the survivors. I gave them a final nod, then gave an order to my underlings. Let's go. Grr. The zombies surrounding the survivors began to move as one, filling the air with their throat-rending cries. The survivors started walking to match their pace. Kim Hye-young-jun was in charge of the rear, Do Han-sol was in charge of the left flank, and the guards were in charge of the right flank. Over 5,000 beings, including all the zombies and survivors, began to advance along a Kazanaro, moving toward their destination. After walking for a couple of hours, I heard Do Han-sol shout from the left, I hear howling from the left. My eyes flared as I heightened my senses. Just as Du Han-sol had said, the zombie howling from the left spread outward like an echo. Even though we had put the survivors in the center, the smell of flesh was strong, and every breath the 300 survivors let out filled the air around us with the scent of life. Their scent would undoubtedly attract other zombies. Clearly, zombies had taken notice of us and were moving toward us. I ascended to the roof of a tall building nearby and gave orders to my underlings. All platoons, get in position. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd companies surrounded the survivors, while the 4th company got ready to go into combat. After a moment, I spotted a wave of zombies rolling toward us. 4th company, hold off the zombies coming from the left. At my order, the underlings in the 4th company charged toward the zombies, letting out their throat-rending cries. An ordinary street zombie didn't stand a chance against one of my underlings. However, their numbers were overwhelming. The size of a zombie wave usually depended on the number of survivors. In the past, there were at most a few hundred of them. Now, though, it seemed like every zombie in the neighborhood was charging toward us. Second wave incoming from the rear. I heard Kim Hye-young-jun call out and rushed to the railing on the opposite side to see what was going on. 1,000 zombies were making their way toward us, their bodies bent in a grotesque manner. Kim Hye-young-jun looked at me. Leave this area to me. Kim Hye-young-jun opted to communicate telepathically instead of verbally, perhaps because of the distance. I nodded back at him, and Kim Hye-young-jun rushed at them in a flash. Thud, thud, thud. I heard zombie footsteps approaching from the front. I looked at the slope in front of us and issued an order to my underlings. Mutants, move to secure the front. Kia. The Stage 1 mutants used their long arms as scythes, mercilessly tearing through the zombies that were trying to make it up the steep slope. I'd assumed that we would be able to make it to our destination before the day was over, but if zombies kept coming at us like this, it would take more than a couple of days to reach our objective. We had children and the elderly with us, which meant that we had to move slowly. The anxiousness that the survivors were feeling also took a toll on their stamina. The guard in charge of the right flank cried out in alarm, a group of zombies approaching from the right as well. I leaped down at once, my blue eyes flashing. I made my blood circulate more quickly, and hot steam spewed from my mouth. I clenched my fists and spoke to the guards behind me. Leave this area to me. Deal with the zombies that make it through the sides. Yes, yes. The guards took a step back and got into a defensive formation. Crack. I sprung from the ground and charged toward the zombies. I tore off zombie limbs and broke their skulls, thinking only about the route we still had to take before we reached our destination. I don't think we'll make it before the end of the day. We need to find a place where 300 people can set up camp. It was impossible to tell what would happen if we crammed 300 survivors into small buildings, only for zombies that were hidden in it to ambush them. It was far better to camp out in a flat, open area where we could watch over all the survivors at once. We would probably have to fight zombies all night long, but that was the safest option we had, given the current situation. I think it would be best to camp here for the night and move again tomorrow. I was speaking to Wang Jihai, Li Zhongyuke, and Wang Diakrok as I wiped the zombie blood off of my face. Wang Jihai spoke up, her expression difficult to read. This is Grandchildren's Park. There's no place to hide. That makes it easier to spot the enemy's movements. If a zombie appears inside a building, it'd be difficult to pinpoint their exact location, and it would be difficult for me, Hye-young-jun, and Han-sol to react immediately. But camping outside in this weather, some folks might suffer from hypothermia. I'd rather sleep in the university across the street. I also feel the same way. However, this is the safest way to protect ourselves from the street zombies. Do you think the attacks will continue throughout the night? Zombies were constantly attacking us while we were on the move. It's because there's no way of hiding the survivor's scent. But Wang Jihai trailed off, grimacing. I placed my head in my hands. If we go into the university building, the street zombies will gather around the building all night long and surround it. It'll be a bit safer to camp here, where there are a lot of trees. I'm just worried about the cold. I'll try to get whatever I can from the nearby convenience store. I'll try to find as many hand warmers as possible. I'll also try to uproot a couple of trees so that we can use them as firewood. You're going to uproot some trees. Wang Jihai looked at me as if she had no clue what I was saying. I called Kim Hyeongjun, who was playing with his son a distance away. He let his wife take their son, who hadn't yet learned to walk, and quickly came to my side. What's the matter? Can you get Moodswinger to pull out some trees? Trees? How many are we talking about? 6, just to be on the safe side. Okay. Kim Hyeongjun walked over to Moodswinger and ordered it to uproot the trees. Wang Jihai clicked her tongue while she saw Moodswinger at work. How in the world is it going to uproot a tree that big with brute force? Crack, crack. Before she knew it, a tree was uprooted with a dull crack. Wang Jihai shook her head. She seemed to have had her fill of these impossible occurrences. She was at a loss for words as well. After a moment, Li Zhongyuke asked me what he and the others could do. While I go look for hand warmers, help Hyeongjun. We need to find a large area for a campfire. Okay. Li Zhongyuke, Wang Jihai, and Wang Diakrok went straight to Kim Hyeongjun. Moodswinger seemed scary on the outside, but it was completely loyal, and had never disobeyed Kim Hyeongjun. Du Hansol came back a moment later, having finished scouting the surrounding area. It's quiet for now. I didn't see any zombie movements. That's a relief. Is Grandchildren's Park part of Nungdong? Yes. I cleared out the zombies here and in Gunjadong a while back, so I think it'll be safe tonight. I nodded slowly. Strengthen the number of guards, just in case. I'm going to go around the nearby convenience stores to look for hand warmers. Got it. We'll be waiting for you? I told him to keep up the good work, then headed toward the entrance of the Grandchildren's Park. As the sun went down, the chilly breeze soon grew into a vicious, howling gale. The hand warmers were essential for the survivors to keep their body temperature up. I ran around non-stop, checking inside every convenience store I saw. Since the chaos had erupted in the middle of the summer, the stores weren't stocked with many items that could provide protection against the cold. It was difficult to find a large quantity of hand warmers, and there weren't many items that could shelter the survivors against the howling wind. As I ran around looking for convenience stores, I saw a store that made me stop in my tracks. It was a small store that specialized in wedding dresses, and next to it was a store selling bedding. I was in luck. I hadn't been thinking about any other forms of protection against the cold, as I had my mind focused on hand warmers. I could provide the survivors with fresh, clean covers if I went through the bedding store. Not only that, but they would be able to protect themselves against the biting wind as well. A small smile spread across my face, and I called to my underlings through my mind. Third and fourth company, come at once. While my underlings made their way to me, I went into the bedding store to look for which items would be useful to us. Most of the covers were thin, to be used during the summer. However, the thin covers would be better than nothing, and the survivors could wrap themselves in multiple layers to warm themselves. I went into the storeroom in the back of the store to see what other inventory they had. When I moved the dusty plastic wrapping away, I saw many thick covers stacked on top of each other. Thank goodness. It seemed they'd had a lot of inventory left over from the previous winter. As soon as my underlings arrived, I pointed to the covers in the store and ordered, "All of you, carry as many of these as you can." Grr! My underlings cried out furiously and quickly grabbed as many of the covers as they could. The more blankets and covers they hauled onto their arms and shoulders, the better I felt about the situation. While my underlings were busy in the bedding store, I went into the dress store next door. There were some items commonly used by wedding planners strewn about. A large rack of dresses had fallen over, and the wedding dresses were lying in a pile on the floor. All the white dresses were covered in footprints, smudges, and dirt. Wedding dresses that used to make people's hearts flutter were now useless items that served no purpose. I smacked my lips bitterly and searched every nook and cranny of the store. As I looked around, I saw a booth that was commonly used to take wedding photos. Grr. Krrr. I heard a zombie growling on the other side of the curtains. I gulped and carefully opened the curtains. A woman in a clean, white wedding dress was sitting there, staring at the wall and growling. Instead of the beautiful, happy woman that she'd dreamed she'd become, she had become a zombie, a being with no soul. One side of her dress was torn up, and her flesh hung from her bones in ribbons on that side. I let out a sigh and walked toward her. She turned around to look at me as though she'd heard me breathing. She saw my clear blue eyes and immediately dropped her gaze to the floor. As I looked at her, I clenched my fists. I hope you meet good people and have a happy life in your next life. I furrowed my brow and punched the zombie in the face. Her dark red blood flowed down, drenching the clean, white wedding dress. With that, she left this world and went to one in which she wouldn't have to wait an eternity for the wedding she would never be able to have at Novel bin at. I took a deep breath and left the booth through the curtains. I saw 5 different wedding dresses on the wall opposite me. I wiped my bloodied hands on my pants, then took one of the wedding dresses with me and left the wedding store. The cold, eerie wind welcomed me back as I emerged back out onto the streets again. I felt the cold wind blowing against me, clearing away the tension that had built up in me. While I'd been hunting through the wedding store for a wedding dress, my underlings had finished packing up everything from the bedding store. I looked at my underlings. Let's go back home. ****. When we approached the fountain in Children's Grand Park, I saw the survivors all huddled up like penguins, trying to share their bodily warmth. Seeing them in this state, I immediately issued orders to my underlings. Put the covers down in front of the fountain. Grr. My underlings walked toward the fountain in unison. The survivors' faces brightened when they saw the thick blankets. So Yeon's dad, Lee Jong-uk, was calling me. I turned around and saw him coming up to me, pulling a large suitcase. I had no clue where he had gotten it from. He looked around to make sure nobody was around before speaking. Where did you get that? There was a wedding store next to the bedding shop. Why didn't you bring it secretly? Go ahead and put it in here already. I bet you're a party pooper, huh? Silently, I put the wedding dress I'd brought back with me into the large suitcase. Lee Jong-uk wore a wide grin, as though he was the one who was about to get married. I bet Jonghyuk and Dahae are both going to be so surprised when they see this. Right now, it seems like you're the one who's going to get married. I said it as a joke, but I immediately regretted my words. Lee Jong-uk stiffened momentarily, his face going blank. I smacked my lips and spoke up. I'm sorry. No, it's not a big deal. You're all good. Alrighty, let's get going. We were just about to start the campfire anyway. Lee Jong-uk smiled widely and walked toward the survivors. As I watched him go, I couldn't help but feel even worse about how I had hurt him. Out of all the jokes I could have made, I just had to make that one, huh? I wondered what had crossed his mind the moment I'd blurted out my joke. His wife? Or his dead daughter? He tried to pretend that everything was alright, but I couldn't forget the expression on his face, or the way he'd stiffened awkwardly. I could tell by his expression that he deeply missed both of them. I buried my face in my hands and let out a breath. I figured that, since Lee Jong-uk was pretending to be okay, it was not my place to ask him whether he was actually okay or not. It was best to not bring the topic up again. I walked toward the survivors as well, maintaining the illusion that everything was perfectly okay. A couple of nearby tents caught my eye. I went up to Shin Ji-hae, whom I'd rescued from Daehyun San Park. Shin Ji-hae. Hey, Uncle Hyun-deok. There aren't that many tents around, a lot less than I thought we had. Are these all the ones we brought? Oh, it just didn't feel right that we were the only ones to sleep in tents. Oh, she had a point. There were over 300 people camping outside. It was obvious that there would be some complaints if only the people from Shelter Haeyoung got to sleep in tents. I patted her on the shoulder and nodded, affirming her wise decision. Then Shin Ji-hae pointed to the couple of tents that had been set up. The tents over there were set up for the kids. It's alright, since I already asked everyone about it and they all said it was okay. You sure? Yes. I actually got scolded for asking. They said that putting the children in the tents first was the right thing to do, before we decided on who else got to sleep in the tents. I looked at the survivors around the fountain while I listened to Shin Ji-hae. They were all staring at the campfire worriedly. The survivors here still had some humanity left in them. They tried to do what was best for the group, even though they had to make sacrifices sometimes. This reminded me of the day I'd gone up to the platform when trying to find the daughter of the Dong leader of Songsa-dong. The survivors had thrown stones at me, Kim Hae-young-jun, and Park Ji-cheol back then, and their eyes had been full of hatred. Back then, I'd been resentful toward the survivors of Shelter Silence and frustrated by their actions, but when I thought about it now, it was only right that they'd acted that way. They had strong feelings of distrust and antipathy toward zombies, and many had lost their family overnight because of the family and their dogs. The survivors had needed someone to vent their anger on. Feeling disheartened, I rubbed my neck and smacked my lips. After a moment, Bae Jae-won came up to me and bowed, then called to Shin Ji-hae. Hey Ji-hae, you have a second? Huh? Yeah. Shin Ji-hae bowed lightly and got up. I chuckled as I watched the two of them walk away. It was so obvious that even the most oblivious person would be able to tell that there was something going on between the two of them. It seemed like Bae Jae-won and Shin Ji-hae had developed feelings for each other and were now in a relationship after I had rescued them from Daehyun San Park. My mind drifted from this pair to the two I'd rescued from the high school, Byun Hyokjin and Woo Jae-in, who were also in a relationship. I wondered if their relationship was still going strong. I looked around, trying to find them, and saw the two of them laughing and chatting away in the back row, just like any lovers would do. I snorted when I saw the two. Oh, those two lovebirds never seemed to be apart from each other. After a moment, I heard Lee Jong-uk approaching me from the side. He sat right next to me, chewing on some jerky. Wang Ji-hae looked at us for a moment, then came and sat on the other side of me. It seems like everyone is having a good time. As I chuckled, Park Ji-cheol, the principal, and even the white-haired elder joined us, sitting close to each other. Before I knew it, all the older folk had gathered together. Park Ji-cheol offered up a hearty smile. I feel like I belong here, for some reason. What about Hae-young-jun? He's over there playing with his son and his wife. I looked in the direction Park Ji-cheol was pointing and saw Kim Hae-young-jun holding his son in his arms while talking to his wife. They looked like any other happy family. Park Ji-cheol clicked his tongue. There's no way I can join them. I've never been so sure of anything in my life. You can hang out with us. Ha ha ha. Of course. Park Ji-cheol roared out a joyful laugh, and the principal and the elder contributed their own silly jokes, lightening the mood and creating a jovial atmosphere. It's such a pity that there's no soju right now. Everyone nodded and felt slightly disappointed. It was the perfect time to have some soju. Daddy, what's soju? So Yeon walked up to me, yawning. It seemed like she'd been sleeping in the tent, but had woken up. I smiled broadly at her. So-yeon sweetie, what are you doing up? You can't sleep. Yeah, it's hot inside. It was a relief to hear that it was warm inside. It seemed like the thick covers were truly proving themselves. So-yeon sat on my lap and rubbed her eyes, claiming my lap as her territory. Everyone smiled warmly when they saw So-yeon. Park Ji-cheol barked out a laugh. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, I think So-yeon is waiting for something. Perhaps a lullaby. I'm not good at singing. Wang Ji-hai, who was on the other side, smirked. What do you mean you're not good? Just go ahead and pick a song. I smacked my lips in embarrassment. I looked down at So-yeon, nestled in my lap. She smiled silently and buried her face in my arms. I smiled and started singing slowly. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. The crackling campfire, the people sitting around, and So-yeon sleeping soundly in my arms. Although it was chilly, my heart was as warm as it could be. I figured that this small embarrassment would one day become a good memory down the road. I stroked So-yeon's small back and sang a lullaby in a quiet voice. Before I was even done, So-yeon had fallen asleep. The sound of her breathing and her heartbeat, which I could feel through my fingertips, gave me a sense of relief and comfort. I smiled gently and stood up, with So-yeon cradled in my arms. I'll be back after putting So-yeon back in the tent. The others all smiled and nodded. As I opened the tent, a warm breeze welcomed me. The children were in deep sleep, and the covers were all over the place. It seemed the children had kicked them away because they were too hot. I laid So-yeon down in an empty spot and tucked the children in again. As I looked at the children who were trying to sleep, I said something I wouldn't have normally said. Stay strong and healthy. Don't get sick. I smiled and went back out. Just as I was about to rejoin the others, I spotted a man urgently running from the front gate. The man had glowing red eyes that were flashing in the darkness. It was Do Han-sol, coming back from patrol. The moment he saw me, he yelled, "Zombies incoming." As his voice echoed through the park, the people gathered near the fountain all looked at me at once. The people I'd just been talking to got up right away, their expressions growing stiff. I looked at them. Gather those who have wandered away and bring them to the fountain. Lee Jong-uk quickly left to find Bae Jae-won and Byun-hyeok-jin. Wang Ji-hai, Park Ji-cheol, the principal, and the elder quickly gathered the other survivors closer to the campfire. A moment later, Kim Hyeong-jun appeared. He asked Do Han-sol how many zombies there were. I don't know. I couldn't get an exact number because it was too dark. But I didn't see an end to them. I clenched my fists after hearing his answer. Well, we have no other choice but to kill all of them. But there's a slight problem. Do Han-sol furrowed his brow at my question. There are mutants mixed in with the regular zombies. Mutants? How many are we talking about? I couldn't get a number because it was too dark. Too dark to figure out how many there are? Then are you saying that they're not part of the gang? Yes, I believe so. I didn't see any red beings. I put my hand on my forehead and let out a deep breath. This was the first time we'd encountered mutants in zombie waves. I looked at Do Han-sol and Kim Hyeong-jun. Han-sol, you're in charge of the forest section, while Hyeong-jun takes charge of the pathway that leads to the back entrance. I'll take up a position at the front entrance. And get your underlings to surround the survivors. Got it? Yes, roger that. We all went our separate ways and rearranged our underlings. I focused my mind, trying to keep calm. I can't lose anyone, absolutely anyone today. My blue eyes flared in the pitch-black darkness. With my senses heightened, I walked toward the front entrance. Grr, krrr, kaa. The zombies' howling tickled my ears. It was rougher and more monstrous than usual. I spewed out hot steam as I held off the zombies pouring into Children's Grand Park. I knocked down a tree, wielding it like a cudgel to hold off the incoming zombies more effectively. As I swung my weapon about, the zombies that were rushing through the front entrance of the park were sent flying, like baseballs being hit out of a stadium. Hup. I took a deep breath and threw the tree I was holding toward the entrance. The zombies squeezing their way through were swept away like bowling pins. Kaa. I caught sight of some mutants trying to make their way over the fences to the left. I knew I had to prevent them from coming over. I forced my blood to circulate faster and tensed my limbs. My muscles grew bigger and stronger, increasing my strength further. Crack! I launched myself off the ground and flew toward the mutants. I wasn't afraid because I knew they were only stage 1 mutants, and I'd wiped out 3 stage 1 mutants in an instant before. On top of that, now that I had blue eyes, the stage 1 mutants were no longer a match for me. Smash! I grabbed the mutant's face in my hands, and its eyeballs seemed to grow wider as it stared at me. I lifted my right thigh and stomped on its neck. With a crunch, its spine snapped and its Adam's apple was pushed clean through its neck. I tossed away the mutant's corpse, feeling adrenaline rushing through my entire body. As I slaughtered my way through the zombies, my inner zombie instincts tried to take over. But I knew better than to let them take over me. I was more than aware that I could become a threat to the survivors here if I lost control. Every time my zombie instincts kicked in, I reassessed the situation and grabbed a firm hold on my sanity. All the survivors gathered around the campfire had their backs to the fountain and were holding weapons. They were prepared to attack if a zombie happened to get to them. Do Han-sol and his underlings were taking care of the zombies making their way through the forest, while Kim Hyeong-jun and Moodswinger were guarding the back entrance like 2 sturdy gatekeepers. This should be enough. It wasn't difficult to deal with the zombies, thanks to the surrounding terrain. I was glad that I had convinced the others to make camp in an open area. All we had to do was kill whatever came running toward us. Let's play. An eerie call sent chills down my spine. I turned around, but I couldn't locate what had made the sound. I dropped into a crouch and started looking around. My blue eyes flashed as I heightened my senses, and I finally laid eyes on a being that was making its way rapidly through the thick, lush forest. A being. The being looked humanoid, but was smaller in size. Is it a mutant? I narrowed my eyes, trying to follow the creature's movements. As my eyes hunted for the creature, I issued orders to my underlings. Mutant squad, block the front entrance of Children's Grand Park, don't let any of them get through. KAA? All the mutants that were protecting the survivors headed toward the main entrance of the park. I continued my hunt through the lush forest, trying to chase down the mysterious mutant. I finally laid eyes on the mutant. It seemed to notice that I had caught up, and abruptly stopped in its tracks. I quickly halted as well, and took a couple steps back. I didn't back off because I didn't want to attack it. My instincts were warning me of imminent danger. The ringing in my head was telling me to get away. I could tell that this was a stage 2 mutant, since it looked different than the other mutants. I had no clue what kind of abilities it had. I knew that a hasty attack would only backfire. I had to keep an eye on its movements and figure out what its desire was. After a moment, the stage 2 mutant slowly turned around. Let's play. DDY. It was a little boy. It was about a meter tall, with a baby face, but its pale skin and abnormally big mouth were enough to give me the creeps. It looked at me, giggling, then ran at me with its 2 arms wide open. Surprised, I kicked it, sending it flying toward a tree. It flew for a while before hitting the tree, and it howled in pain at the impact with the thick tree trunk. Its wailing was no different from the other mutants. What in the world? It wasn't threatening at all, neither in its defense nor its attack. In fact, all of its abilities seemed harmless. The only advantage I could see was its movement speed. But to me, a zombie with blue eyes, it was nothing. I swallowed, keeping my eyes firmly fixed on it. The stage 2 mutant cried for a while, but then its cries went through a strange, subtle change. Ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Its crying turned into laughter. I took a step back, sensing something eerie about the creature. The stage 2 mutant slowly lifted its upper body and looked me straight in the eye. It's my turn. It opened its mouth and charged toward me. My eyes went wide, and I hurriedly twisted my upper body, barely avoiding its grasp. Its speed had increased dramatically. Steam spewed out of my mouth as I increased the strength in my legs. After boosting myself, I launched myself into a spinning kick. The mutant was small and agile, able to change directions quickly. It leaped up into a tree to avoid my attack. Hee. It began swinging through the trees like a monkey. I tried to follow it by leaping onto a tree as well. Snap. However, the branches were unable to take my weight, and snapped. As I fell to the ground, the stage 2 mutant grinned at me. Shit. I got up and tried to resume my hunt, but the creature had vanished from my sight. I wondered where it had disappeared to. It was impossible to track down a meter-tall boy in a pitch-black forest. Mood swinger. I heard Kim Hyeongjun cry out from my left. I looked left and saw the stage 2 mutant holding onto Mood swinger's head. Mood swinger was wailing in pain. The moment Kim Hyeongjun tried to detach the stage 2 mutant from Mood swinger's eyes changed, and he flung a fist at Kim Hyeongjun. Kim Hyeongjun gasped. Mood swinger's unexpected attack sent him flying 20 meters away. I watched Mood swinger's movements with the stage 2 mutant still attached to it with a dumbfounded expression. Mood swinger's innocent, clear eyes had turned black, and so had the eyes of the stage 2 mutant. The stage 2 mutant. It was mind-controlling Mood swinger. I knew that I had to contain Mood swinger immediately. I didn't even want to imagine what would happen if the giant zombie decided to run toward the survivors. Steam spewed from my mouth as I raced toward Mood swinger. It saw me closing in, and swiftly flung an arm out. I leaped off the ground and over Mood swinger, sending a kick toward the stage 2 mutant that was on top of its head. The small creature quickly dodged behind Mood swinger's head to avoid my attack. Thud. I mistakenly kicked Mood swinger right in the face. Mood swinger swayed side to side and fell on its back. However, it was quickly back on its feet, frowning. I knew Mood swinger was strong, but I was surprised that it hadn't died from that kick to the face. I swallowed as Mood swinger got worked up. My turn. Mood swinger charged toward me, yelling out a phrase totally foreign to it. Mood swinger was basically a puppet, unable to exercise an ounce of free will. I wasn't sure if I had to kill Mood swinger. I was more than confident that I could kill Mood swinger if I gave it my all, but losing it would be a big loss to us. I had to figure out a way to subdue Mood swinger somehow without killing it. SHHH. Steam spewed from my mouth as I concentrated on increasing the strength in my right arm. My muscles doubled in size, stretching and growing with even more power. It wasn't possible to enhance my entire body at once, but ever since I turned into a zombie with blue eyes, I became capable of strengthening parts of my body temporarily. I concentrated all my might in my right arm and hurled a punch toward Mood swinger's chest. Mood swinger let out a thunderous howl and swung its right arm, thick as a baobab tree, toward me. Crash! Our fists collided with such force that it seemed to blow away the air around us, leaving us in a vacuum. The wave of air hammered into my chest, and I felt the shockwave from the collision make its way to my entire body. A tingling sensation traveled up from the tips of my fingers all the way into my skull. My eyes lost focus for a moment, and my mind went blank. The rebound had knocked me back. Mood Swinger fell to its knees, its fist crippled. Mood Swinger was able to deal damage to me, but I was still superior in terms of strength. I quickly regained balance by planting my right foot on the ground, then charged toward Mood Swinger, gritting my teeth. The Stage 2 mutant that was on top of Mood Swinger's head was wide-eyed with surprise. It quickly moved down to attach itself lower on Mood Swinger's body. Mood Swinger swung its left arm out without even knowing where I was. Mood Swinger was clearly the Stage 2 mutant's marionette. I ducked down and got close to Mood Swinger, sending a fist flying towards its chest. Mood Swinger vomited a mouthful of blood. It swayed side to side for a moment, but then quickly turned around and started running away. Shush. The moment I tried to block its way, something tore through the air on my right, flying past me in a rush of wind. It left a brilliant, blue trail as it went straight past me. I immediately halted in surprise. The being shot past me and planted a foot right smack in the middle of Mood Swinger. Thud. With the sound of a brick wall coming down, Mood Swinger's spine shattered. The being was no other than Kim Hyeongjun. Kim Hyeongjun glared at Mood Swinger with a furrowed brow, spewing steam from his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Can't you recognize your own father?" He seemed emotionally outraged at what had just happened. The Stage 2 mutant tried its best to control Mood Swinger, but Mood Swinger's back was shattered, and it could do nothing but wail in agony. I didn't let the opportunity pass by and charged toward the Stage 2 mutant, my blue eyes flashing. I hammered a knee into its face, shattering its skull. Only then did Mood Swinger's trembling body droop to the ground like a wet towel. The black color flowed out of its eyes, and its eyes returned to their usual innocent state. I removed the corpse of the Stage 2 mutant from its head as Kim Hyeongjun examined Mood Swinger's condition. Losing gains. I assumed that it was no longer being mind-controlled, since it was talking about losing gains with its exhausted voice. Kim Hyeongjun massaged his temples and let out a sigh of relief. I tossed the Stage 2 mutant's head into the forest. "You okay?" I asked Kim Hyeongjun. "I thought we were going to lose Mood Swinger. Try giving orders to Mood Swinger. We have to see if you still control it. Mood Swinger, raise your left arm." Following Kim Hyeongjun's orders, it raised its left arm about 10 centimeters off the ground, trembling with effort. Kim Hyeongjun put his head in his hands. He couldn't take the sight of Mood Swinger in such a weak and helpless state. I grinned at his reaction. Why would someone who cared about Mood Swinger so much come flying in and break its back? Well, Mood Swinger isn't the easiest to take down as an opponent. You have a point. But all of this, I was honestly surprised. I didn't even imagine that you would attack Mood Swinger. Mood Swinger is important, but the survivors are even more important. Kim Hyeongjun clicked his tongue vigorously and spat on the floor. I slapped him lightly on his forearm. "You should feed it now. It's going to lose gains if you don't." Kim Hyeongjun sighed and looked at the path leading to the back entrance. His first stage mutants were holding back the zombies. He ran over and brought some zombies back, and pushed their heads into Mood Swinger's mouth. The big zombie wailed in pain but still ate the zombies' heads at novel bin at. As I watched Mood Swinger eating quietly, I sucked my lower lip and said, "Hyeongjun. Have you seen zombies controlling other zombies? Are you talking about us?" "No, the one that just mind-controlled Mood Swinger." Kim Hyeongjun seemed lost in thought. His expression suggested that he found the previous incident rather disturbing. Watch out." Screaming erupted from where the survivors were. I looked in the direction of the screams and saw a Stage 1 mutant charging toward the survivors. I wondered how the mutant had made it inside. We were blocking the front entrance, back entrance, and even the forest path. I had no clue how it could have made its way inside. But then, one possibility came to mind. Was Du Hansol defeated? It was the only scenario I could think of, considering the direction from which it had come from. I clicked my tongue and said to Kim Hyeongjun, "We'll talk after we've dealt with this situation. You go to Du Hansol. I'm going to the fountain." "Okay." We both sped off in our respective directions without saying another word. I was able to reach the survivors just as the mutant swung out an arm toward them. I grabbed its arm and snapped it instantly. However, the mutant seemed to disregard the fact that its arm had been broken, and swung its other arm at me, trying to land a punch. It probably wasn't concerned about the state of its arm because its joints were flexible. At novel bin at. I lowered my upper body into a crouch and kept on twisting and bending its arm. I dragged it toward me as if it was being pulled into a grinder. In moments, the mutant was right in front of me. The moment it lost its balance, I lifted my left foot and planted it against its spine, in between its shoulder blades. A nasty, unpleasant sensation crept up from the base of my feet, as if I had just crushed an insect with a hard shell. "Kiaa!" It screamed and swung its other arm toward me like a whip. I knew that the longer I left it alive, the more of a threat it would be to the survivors. I tensed my right arm and leaped toward the creature's skull. Crack! My fist cracked its skull like an apple splitting in half. I felt its cerebral fluid dripping down my arm. The Stage 1 mutant collapsed helplessly, and the survivors who were wielding bamboo and stainless steel spears stared at me with dumbfounded expressions. I wiped the mutant's blood from my face with my sleeves. "Reinforce the lookouts," I said to them. "We have to keep an eye on the other side of the fountain as well." Yes. The guards moved to secure the other side of the fountain as well. Wang Jihai distributed ammunition and K2 rifles to several other survivors to bolster their forces. Li Zhongyuke gathered up the survivors that had been scattered, and Wang Diakrok took care of those who were in panic after what had happened. I looked in the direction that Kim Hye-Young-jun had gone and saw Do Han-sol surrounded by mutants. It would have been difficult for ordinary zombies to enter through the forest, but the tall mutants with long limbs were clambering over the fence and making their way inside. I'd ended up putting Do Han-sol in charge of the most dangerous area within the park. My lapse in judgment had almost cost the lives of the survivors. I let out a deep breath and ran toward Do Han-sol. God damn it. Do Han-sol was surrounded by 5 mutants, unable to finish them off. I ran to the mutant that was biting his forearm and twisted its neck. He noticed my blue eyes and his own eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, are you hurt? I'm alright for now. Fall back and recover. I had to buy time until Do Han-sol fully regenerated. I looked to my right and saw Kim Hye-Young-jun locked in a fierce fight with several mutants as well. I realized that there would be absolutely no advantage in dragging this fight out. I had to get rid of them quickly. Hot steam spewed out of my mouth as I forced my blood to circulate more quickly, releasing my inner zombie instinct to slaughter. Ka. My brilliant blue eyes glowed brightly as I dashed toward the mutants. The mutants seemed to hesitate for a split second, but then quickly fell into a defensive posture as they saw me racing toward them. I focused all my strength into my right arm and slammed my right fist into a mutant's arm as it tried to curl the arm around itself to protect its head. Crack. Crack. Its bones shattered instantly. My fist made it all the way through and connected with the mutant's skull, cracking it as well. One mutant down. I used the recoil to launch a roundhouse kick at the head of the mutant next to me. The mutant hurriedly raised both arms to defend its face, but it didn't stand a chance against my strength or my acceleration. Both of its arms snapped, and its neck was dislocated. Kia? It gasped vainly for air. I didn't even give it a second to catch its breath. I immediately jumped toward it, sending a knee flying into its face. Crack. 2 down. The pack of mutants seemed to hesitate further, and then started to backpedal. Since they were capable of learning, it seemed as if they had realized now that they couldn't defeat me no matter what they did. I clenched my fists and rushed at them. I had no intention of letting them get away. One of them tried to escape through the forest by swinging from tree to tree like gibbons. But with their speed, they had no chance of getting away. I grabbed hold of the lower body of the mutant as it made its way through the trees and hauled it down to the ground with all my strength. Thud. As soon as it fell to the ground, I jumped on top of it and dropped my body down on its face like a guillotine. As I mercilessly crushed the mutant's face, all the other mutants around trembled in shock and started running away. I gritted my teeth and ran after them. At that moment, a faint echo tickled my ears, bringing me back to sanity. I opened my eyes wide and looked behind me. About 200 meters away, a little girl was running away from a tent. The zombies had approached the tents, drawn by the smell of human flesh oozing out from them. My anger exploded as I watched her fleeing from the zombie. The little bit of sanity I'd had went away, leaving only fury and outrage. Without even thinking twice, I rushed toward the girl. I couldn't figure out where these other zombies had come from. I'd been so preoccupied with halting the mutants' advance that I had forgotten about the ordinary zombies. I wondered what in the world the survivors were doing. Why hadn't they been able to check the children that were asleep? Or had they gathered at the fountain without taking care of the children? The zombie that was making its way through the tent let out a throat-rending cry as it caught sight of the little girl running away. It had realized that there weren't any humans left in the tents, and began running down the little girl. Just as the zombie was about to lay its hands on the girl's back, I managed to reach her and gathered her into my arms. The zombie clawed my back instead, but that didn't matter. I kicked the zombie, still holding the girl in my arms. Then I looked at the crying girl and asked, "So-yeon? Where's So-yeon?" "I don't know," she replied, sobbing. "Get back to Uncle Jean UK." I patted the girl on the back and sent her off to where the survivors were gathered. The children had been sleeping in a total of 3 tents. The zombies were approaching the other 2 remaining tents. I didn't know if there were any children left in them or not. I couldn't be sure that the children were safe unless I checked the tents with my very own eyes. I clicked my tongue and ran to the closest tent, the one on the left. After dealing with the zombies surrounding the tent, I took a look inside. Fortunately, there was no one still sleeping inside. Mommy. Just then, I heard a boy cry out from the tent on the right. I turned toward the sound and saw a boy crying, almost face to face with a zombie. I wondered if the child was too afraid to move or think properly. He didn't even seem to consider running away. Looking at the boy, I felt like my heart was about to stop beating. I knew what was going to happen next. The zombie's hands were already outstretched, on the verge of grabbing the boy's head. My legs felt heavy, as if I was wading through a swamp. I was gasping for air. Cold sweat poured down my forehead. That one moment felt like an eternity. No. I launched myself at the boy, screaming at the top of my lungs. But I was too far away from the boy. I couldn't reach the boy. I couldn't save the boy. Kia! A large hand came flying toward them at tremendous speed. The large hand grabbed onto the zombie that was reaching out for the boy, crushed it, and tossed the shattered zombie into the air. I was stunned by what had just unfolded before my eyes. A green mutant was standing beside the tent, angrily tearing into the remaining zombies. It was the stage 1 mutant that I had appointed as the leader. It had come all the way to the tents and rescued the child. I wondered when it had made its way here. I clearly remembered giving it orders to guard the front entrance. The mutant took care of all the nearby zombies and looked blankly at the crying boy. Then, it began to speak. "It's okay. My jaw dropped to the ground when I heard my mutant speak. The mutant that had just been screaming incoherently was now talking to the boy. It rolled its numerous eyes, then focused on the boy. It croaked out a few more words, its voice sounding dry. M-O-M-M-Y, is, here. The mutant held the boy in its arms and made an eerie cry. I swallowed and gave orders to the mutant. Let go of the boy. My tone was firm. The mutant looked at me, hesitating. That mutant's face, which had seemed gross all along, somehow looked forlorn that day. The mutant looked at me with eyes full of sadness, and then slowly moved away from the boy. It seemed like the boy had fainted in fright. I quickly moved away from the tents, cradling the boy in my arms. I carried the child to the fountain. Li Zhongyuke called out to me, eyes wide in surprise. So Yan's dad. What did you do? Why didn't you take care of the kids? I was yelling at him, my brow furrowed in anger. Li Zhongyuke bit his lower lip, but did not offer a reply. I passed the boy in my arms over to him. How about the other children? Have you checked on them? Everyone's here. So Yan's here too. Sigh. Okay then. I'm sorry. I was so preoccupied that I didn't check on the ones who'd been asleep. I cut him off quietly. No, just stop. Li Zhongyuke swallowed and bit his lips. I took a deep breath. It was hectic for everyone. Li Zhongyuke's expression grew complicated, and his head sagged. I patted him on the shoulder and checked our surroundings again. The mutants were slaughtering zombies at the front entrance. Mood Swinger was shoving zombies into its mouth at the rear gate, while Kim Hyeongjun and Do Hansol were working together to fight off the mutants in the forest. I could sense that the zombie wave was about to end pretty soon. All of a sudden, I noticed the mutant leader next to the collapsed tent. It held the title of leader despite it still being a stage 1 mutant. It looked blankly at the tent where the child had been, but soon after, it crouched down and remained still. I couldn't help but think of what it had said earlier on. It's okay, mommy's here. I wondered if it had to do anything with desires. I walked up to the mutant, wetting my dry lips. The mutant still seemed dejected, just as it had been when I told it to get away from the boy. You. What do you want? The mutant looked at me with sad eyes, then looked at the children gathered near the fountain. I frowned. Do you want to eat children? I asked. Kia. The mutant shook its head and looked at the children with worry in its eyes. I'd asked my mutants the same question once before. Back then, most of my mutants had been unable to explain what they wanted, and were only able to stand there quivering. However, one of them had known what it wanted, and began to do sit-ups. It had fought with another mutant, and that other mutant eventually became Mood Swinger. Maybe, just maybe, the mutant in front of me desired to keep children safe. Perhaps it was a desire that it hadn't been able to fulfill in its lifetime. I quietly rubbed my chin and got lost in thought. wread.com. How can I satisfy this desire? If maternal love was its desire, I had to let it fulfill something related to it in order for it to transform into a stage 2 mutant. I assumed that the easiest way would be to make it fight another stage 1 mutant with the same desire, just like how Mood Swinger had. At the same time, though, I wondered if mutants that desired to show maternal love would be willing to fight each other. They would want to protect the same things, but would they be willing to fight each other to do so? I concluded that it was probably impossible. In Mood Swinger's case, it had been 2 mutants who had wanted to get stronger, to gain physical strength. I wondered if there were mutants that couldn't become stage 2 mutants, just as there were zombies with red eyes that didn't turn into black creatures. I let out a sigh, feeling both relieved yet frustrated. I had to revisit my thoughts on the mutants' desires related to maternal love later on. For now, it was time to think about organizing the surroundings and preparing for the journey ahead of us the next morning. The survivors were finally able to sleep late at night, after the zombie wave had been dealt with. While the survivors were fast asleep, Kim Hyeongjun, Do Hansol, and I reinforced our lookouts and gathered in front of the campfire. Kim Hyeongjun, staring at the faint sparks that scattered from the burning firewood, spoke first. Ajusi, the little mutant we saw. Yeah, what do you think it was? Judging by the way it looked, I'm assuming it's a stage 2 mutant. I kept my expression blank as I stared into the fire. Kim Hyeongjun sighed toward the night sky and smacked his lips. His expression grew bitter. Do you really think it was a kid? I think it kept on saying it's my turn as if it was the tagger. It's possible. If its desire is to play tag. No one spoke for a while. Although the creature it had turned into was a monster, the fact that its essence was a child's made me question the way I was supposed to feel about it. Do Hansol chucked more firewood into the fire and muttered to himself. Double income. Double income. I raised my eyebrows, repeating his words as a question. Do Hansol smacked his lips and spoke up. There were a lot of kids like that when I used to volunteer at daycare. Both of their parents worked, and they were left alone with us after all their friends went back home early. What I noticed when I observed those children, they tended to play tag a lot, because they wanted someone to find them. Oh, at novel bin at. Those kids used to come up to me and hit my arm out of the blue. They would shout that I would have to find them and then go off to hide. They were asking me to play with them. Back then, that just broke my heart. As I listened to Do Hansol, I sensed a huge hole opening up in my heart, filled with bitterness and the sense of the futility of life. I felt stifled and frustrated, as if I were stuck in a traffic jam on the highway. These children had grown bitter over their endless waiting, and had to overcome this feeling through hide and seek. I wanted someone to find them. I wanted someone to play with them, even though that person might not be their friend. I couldn't help but feel sad as I imagined the lives of those children. My head sagged with sadness. Kim Hyeongjun, who sat across from me, clicked his tongue vigorously. I don't want to even think that far. Whatever it was when it was alive, it turned into a mutant in the end. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it had been a stage 1 mutant, but it was a stage 2 mutant. Yeah, you're right. No, it's not something we should be taking lightly. We have to be more vigilant. It's easy to see how terrifying human desires are when you look at stage 2 mutants. What do you mean? I looked at him calmly. Kim Hyeongjun scratched his forehead before continuing. You don't know what can happen when one's desire reaches its peak. The mutants might go crazy. Moodswinger is simply obsessed with its muscles and with working out. But like the kid we saw earlier, it might transform into a being with abilities. Who would have known that the desire to play tag could make it possible to manipulate others and cause delirium? When Moodswinger attacked me, I really was taken aback. Kim Hyeongjun frowned and looked at Moodswinger, who was a distance away. The large zombie was listening to the cries of turtle doves coming from the forest. I looked at Moodswinger's back and my face grew glum. Moodswinger wasn't much of a threat now, but if I'd had to face it without having eaten the 7th officer's brain, I knew that I wouldn't be sitting in front of this campfire. I might have lost my family and probably would have regretted my decision. I pressed my temples and let out a sigh. Du Hansol, who had been watching me, spoke up. What are you thinking about? Nothing. I was just thinking about what would have happened if Moodswinger here decided to attack the survivors. Do you regret camping outside? I just imagined how it would have been if we fought inside. It was just a thought. I looked into the campfire, my eyes half closed. Kim Hyeongjun and Du Hansol also lowered their gazes, not knowing what to say. Shush. At that moment, I sensed a presence approaching me. Startled, I looked to my right and saw Lee Zhongyuke, whom I'd thought was sleeping, come over and sit right next to me. What's up with the eyes? When did you wake up? Just now? As soon as he sat down, he picked up some of the firewood from the pile next to him and tossed it into the fire. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but somehow I did. So Yeon's dad. Lee Zhongyuke regarded me rather seriously. When I looked calmly back at him, he smiled and continued. If we'd taken shelter inside the university beside us, I'm pretty sure we would have lost a lot of people tonight. Well, you can't be sure of that. Have you forgotten what happened at Daehyun-san Park? I didn't recall any casualties or injuries from the incident in Daehyun-san Park. In fact, I didn't have any remarkable memories from that place. The only thing I remembered from that day was that it was the first time I'd come to know about the existence of mutants. My confusion showed on my face, and Lee Zhongyuke chuckled. Do you remember anything from when we were locked in that gym? Oh, the moment he mentioned the gym, some of my forgotten memories returned to me. While we'd been trapped in the gym, trying to figure out where the mutant was, we almost lost someone because the mutant had sent its arm flying through one of the gym windows. Lee Zhongyuke stared at the campfire before he continued. Remember how hard it was to handle one mutant back then? But to protect nearly 300 survivors in a small space against dozens of mutants. I'm sure we would have given them at least one opening while dealing with all the attacks coming in from left and right. Just like you said, making camp outdoors was the right thing to do. It's true that people feel uneasy because of the fact that they're staying outdoors. But you thought it was safer out here. I felt embarrassed at his words. I couldn't even remember the last time I heard a compliment from someone else. It felt rather awkward to sit and listen to someone compliment me. Lee Zhongyuke took a breath. And I wanted to sincerely apologize. About what? That I wasn't able to take care of all the children. It was chaotic. It's not like the zombies announced that they were coming beforehand. Still, I should have thought about the ones who were still asleep. Since that's my job. Lee Zhongyuke furrowed his brow. He stared into the bonfire with his fingers interlaced together. It seemed like he had a lot on his mind. I wondered if he was blaming himself for what had happened. I patted Lee Zhongyuke on the back and spoke up. Then reflect on it. Don't beat yourself up, though. Lee Zhongyuke snorted and shook his head. I slowly rose to my feet. Since it seems like we're just about done talking, let's start to get ready. With that, Kim Hyeongjun got up as well. He brushed off the dirt from his bottom and walked over to where Moodswinger was. Du Hansol headed for the front entrance while I headed for the dark forest. So Yeon's dad, called Lee Zhongyuke from behind. When I turned around, Lee Zhongyuke looked around to see if anyone was around before talking. About the wedding. Let's think about that when we arrive at the hotel. No, I just thought it would be nice to tell some people. Oh, okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll take care of it. I just felt sorry after seeing you bring the wedding dress over earlier today. I stared blankly at Lee Zhongyuke. He smiled back at me. I just realized that I'd asked someone who already didn't have enough time to do me a favor. It's all right. You're doing it again. A person should know when to say no when they're tired. Just saying okay all the time makes others rely on you. I pressed my lips together into a thin smile. He was right. The more things I did, the harder it was to organize my complicated mind. The only person who knew how I felt without me having to tell them was Lee Zhongyuke. I scratched my head. I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful. You're already helping out enough, which is why I'm telling you to take it easy. Besides, I should be the one who should feel sorry. I'm the one asking for favors. I chuckled and patted Lee Zhongyuke on the back. He returned the gesture. I'll figure out the other things, like the ring and whatnot. You just focus on getting us to the hotel. Thanks. No, thank you. Li Zhongyuke walked back to the fountain where the survivors were gathered, a hearty smile playing across his lips. As I looked at him walking away, I resolved that I would create a world where people like him could live with smiles on their faces. As the dawn broke over the eastern sky, the survivors folded the covers neatly and prepared to set off on the road again. They put out the campfire, then put the covers and food on the carts they had brought and got into formation. I knew that they must have been tired after the events of the previous night, but many of the survivors wore faces full of determination. As I surveyed the survivors, Wang Jihai came up to me and whispered in my ear, "Everyone has faith in you, Mr. Li Hyundiok. The people of Shelter Silence have accepted you as well." I didn't know what to say to her. Instead of saying anything, I scratched my head and smiled at her. After a moment, Li Zhongyuke came up to me. "So Yan's dad, we're ready to go." "Got it." I walked up to the survivors. "We only have a little left until we get to Guangjiangdong. I ask you to give your best until we reach our destination." "You got it," came the reply, their voices full of determination. I knew they would be more tired than yesterday, but unlike their worn-out bodies, their eyes were full of hope. I gave a sharp nod and shouted, "Off we go." As I took the first step, more than 5,000 people and zombies followed me. I had a lot of weight on my shoulders, but I felt better than ever. People had opened up to me, and more people were trusting in me and following me. The past, in which I was trapped in my apartment waiting for a rescue team to come, that past no longer existed. I had people willing to protect my family and move forward together by my side. Our history was just beginning. Kim Hyeongjun opened a map of Seoul and came beside me. He placed his finger on the map and traced out the route we were going to take. "If we go out the back entrance, we'll end up at a Kaizen station. From there, we can make our way along Shinhodiro. How long do you think it will take to get to Guangjiangdong? At our current speed, we should be able to get there before sunset." "Did you have a chance to check if there were any zombies still lingering around?" "There hasn't been much going on after the zombie wave. Can you and Han-Sol check our route again for zombies? Just in case." Kim Hyeongjun nodded and called out to Do Han-Sol, who was on the left. The two of them ran ahead of us and toward the back entrance. Do Han-Sol had said that he had taken care of all the zombies in Nungdong. Nevertheless, we still had to fight off a massive zombie wave last night. There was no safe zone for us since we were traveling with this many survivors. Every path we took was potentially dangerous. Everyone's lives depend on me, Kim Hyeongjun, and Do Han-Sol. It was only right to keep our senses heightened as we moved, and to continuously be prepared for the unexpected. My blue eyes shone as I intensified my sense of hearing, smell, and sight. I wasn't going to let even a single ant get near us unnoticed. I wondered how far we had walked. Unlike the day before, nothing had happened to us yet. The day's journey had been quiet and uneventful. We didn't get ambushed by any zombies on the way, and there weren't that many zombies that stood out as well. I wondered if it was because Kim Hyeongjun and Do Han-Sol had already cleared out the path early on. Strangely enough, no zombies detected the scent of the survivors and tried to attack from the right or left. There weren't any zombies chasing us, and we didn't hear any of the throat-rending noises that the zombies made. It was like the calm before the storm. The surroundings were almost too quiet, so much so that it became suspicious. As we passed through Gyeoidong and slowly entered Guangjiangdong, I saw Kim Hyeongjun and Do Han-Sol rushing back. Kim Hyeongjun pointed his finger in the direction in which we were advancing and stammered, there. I wondered what was making him act this way. Despite the desperation I sensed in his voice, he didn't raise his voice. I frowned. "Calm down and speak slowly. What did you see? There are some crazy people living there." "What?" "I can't put it into words. You have to see it for yourself, Ajusi." I smacked my lips and looked at Do Han-Sol, who was next to Kim Hyeongjun. He was expressionless, as if his soul had escaped his body. I knew that these two were unaffected by seeing the dismembered body parts of zombies, and their reaction to whatever they'd seen was startling to me. I took a breath. "Han-Sol, follow me. Hyeongjun, you stay here and protect everyone." I entered Guangjiangdong with Do Han-Sol. After walking past Besuji Sports Park, I saw a middle school in the distance. Do Han-Sol tapped my shoulder and pointed to the roof of the school. I focused my gaze on the rooftop and saw several mysterious structures laid out. There were dozens of long antenna-like structures erected on the rooftop. There were also hundreds of flies flying around them. As I squinted to get a better look, I saw countless beings pinned to the pillars. I was looking at a massacre. "Follow me," said Do Han-Sol in a low voice. "There's something you should see." I swallowed and followed Do Han-Sol. The moment I walked around the school and saw the field with my own eyes, my jaw dropped to the ground. There were corpses hanging from every window of the school building. They were strung up on long ropes, swaying in the wind. They'd been left hanging, as if somebody had left them there on purpose for others to see. I wet my lips and looked at Do Han-Sol. Those aren't zombies being hung outside. No, they're not zombies. Nor were they corpses. Adat novel bin adat. Their appearances. I couldn't put them into words. Their tongues, drooping out of their mouths, along with their eyes, which had rolled back into their heads. The only possible explanation for this was for the people to have been tied up and thrown out of the windows while they'd still been alive. I furrowed my brow and clenched my fists. Who in the world had done such an insane thing, something even an animal would not have done? Du Hansol nodded and signaled me to follow him. I didn't want to think there was more than just this. I didn't want to believe that there were more horrific sights for me to see. I let out a deep breath and followed Du Hansol. We headed to the roof of the building on the right, where I could see all of Guangjiang intersection at a glance. Du Hansol pointed at the middle of the intersection. Take a look for yourself. I saw survivors gathered in the middle of the cross junction. There was something covered in black in the midst of the survivors, which I assumed was some sort of object at first. But after taking a closer look, I realized that it was a person. He was in the middle of the crowd, proclaiming something to them. Everyone has to prove their faith. We must dispel the wrath of God. He was preaching to the crowd with his fists clenched. After a moment, 2 men tied up in rope were dragged out. The 2 of them were impossibly skinny, and their ribs were protruding out from their bodies. They had pale faces and cleanly shaved heads. Their eyes were full of fear as they looked around at the crowd. The man clad in black pointed to the bound men and cried out, "The men in front of you tried to defy God and leave this place. Their sins against God are grave. How do you think we should wash away the dirty sin of heresy from their bodies? Kill them. Hang them. They must die for their sins." The man in the center calmed the crowd and continued with his speech. "Yes, you are right. They deserve death. Shouldn't we dispel God's wrath?" "Yes," replied the crowd in one voice. The preacher nodded excitedly. "Let us kill the heretics. Any further betrayals will lead all of us to death. Every single one of you must fear the wrath of God." "Yes." The preaching man nodded enthusiastically and kicked the men who had been tied up. After that, several men who appeared to be guards dragged the bound men away, like pigs being dragged to a slaughterhouse. When the preacher tried to leave the stage, a woman in the crowd of survivors around him spoke up. "Dear sir." As the woman moved forward, the preacher put his hands behind his back. "Is there a question? The daily bread that we offer up to God is getting smaller and smaller. Could God's wrath have something to do with the food?" The preacher quietly rubbed his chin as he considered the woman's question. A moment later, he seemed to find an answer. "Good question. God had accepted us with a generous heart. He accepted us foul beings as his children and gave us a new life." As the man went back up to the podium, the survivors put their hands together and shouted, "So it shall be." The man spread his arms and continued to speak. "As children of God, we must continuously offer up our daily bread to God, who has accepted us with a generous heart. Isn't that right?" "Absolutely. What is the difference between us and the daily bread we offer up?" When the leader on the podium asked, the woman who had asked the question earlier answered in a powerful voice. "God accepted us as his children, and gave us his food as well. He is also watching over us, to save us from this troubled world." Yes, you're absolutely correct. And that is God's will. In order to be loved by God who takes care of us, we must offer him food as well. Am I wrong? You're absolutely right. Dear sir, you're absolutely right. So it shall be, answered the survivors in unison, placing their palms together as they did so. I watched them for a moment, then turned to Du Hansol. "Hansol, what's your opinion about these people? They seem like some kind of cult." After hearing his answer, I rubbed my face with my palms and fell into deep thought. After a moment, I took a deep breath. "I think they're dogs." Guangjiangdong was cut off from the outside because of the presence of the family in Jiangdong and Guidong. There's absolutely no reason for the gang members to leave Guangjiangdong alone. Oh, you do have a point. Perhaps their hideout, their base, might be Guangjiangdong. Think about it. Looking at the world from their perspective. The world was turned upside down, and there are zombies swarming in Guidong and Jiangdong. What choice do you think they would have? Cut off from the outside world, with less and less food to eat, and more zombies roaming around. Du Hansol considered my question for a moment. After a little while, he offered an answer. "You're saying that those people had no choice but to become dogs. If they don't join up with the dogs, they would only end up becoming one of those daily breads that they keep on mentioning. Then, what do you think about the corpses hanging on the wall earlier? They called the 2 bound men heretics. Those 2 had been trying to escape this place. Are you saying that they've been publicly executing heretics? It's a perfect way to display power. The fact that they leave the dead bodies hanging on the border of Guangjiangdong really bothers me as well. What would be the first thing that comes to your mind if you saw bodies like that while you tried to escape from here? Fear, right? I bet they're trying to use fear to erase any desire of the people here to escape. I mean, I can't seem to think of any other explanation for this situation." Du Hansol rubbed his chin quietly, momentarily lost in thought. He kept scratching his sideburns as though trying his best to find any other explanation. "So, what do we do now?" "Well, there's no need to let these dogs live. They're humans that eat human flesh. Are you going to kill them all? How else will we be able to pass through unless we kill them all? In their eyes, our family is just prey." Du Hansol frowned and bit his lower lip. I wondered if his reluctance stemmed from the idea of having to kill humans. I looked directly into his eyes. "When you have to get it done, don't hesitate. Just remember that your hesitation will kill your family. Got it?" Just as I was about to get up, Du Hansol grabbed onto my shirt. I looked at him, and he smacked his lips and spoke up. "Mr. Li Haiyandiak. What? The 2 men that were dragged off earlier. Do you think we can save them? Have you even been paying attention to?" "No, that's not what I meant." Du Hansol cut me off midway. When I tilted my head and looked at him, Du Hansol took a deep breath and spoke up. "They were trying to get out of this place. I think they'll cooperate if we rescue them. Perhaps we'll be able to get some information about how the dogs are scattered around Guangjiangdong, and whether or not they're armed. I slowly considered Du Hansol's proposal. After thinking it through, I realized that his plan had merit. Obtaining information from the two captives would be much safer than just barging in unaware. I walked over to the rooftop railing and looked around for the men who had been dragged off. 4 men were dragging them toward the middle school located near the border of Guangjiangdong. If they were being led to the middle school, that meant that they were going to die. Du Hansol came up next to me. I think it'd be best to ambush them the moment they enter the middle school. Okay. We descended to the first floor of the building and shadowed them. A little later, the party walked through the main gate of the middle school, crossed the field and entered the first floor of the building. Du Hansol and I jumped up to the 3rd floor of the building, waiting for them to come up. After a while, they finally made it to the 3rd floor. We dealt with the 4 guards in an instant. The 2 bound men gasped as they watched the guards being taken down, then tried to make their way down the stairs. I grabbed onto the rope that was tying them together, causing them to fall backward at the same time. They began to stammer in fear. Spare us. Calm down. We're sorry. Spare us. They stared at me, confusion and panic written all over their faces. I sighed and let go of the rope. The 2 of them got up awkwardly and looked at me carefully. They couldn't run away, nor did they seem to want to get closer. I looked them straight in the eyes and spoke up. We'll spare you if you cooperate with us. Tell us what happened here in detail. The 2 bound men exchanged confused looks. I knew it would be difficult for them to understand what was happening. I waited patiently for the 2 of them to calm down. After a while, the man on the left, the shorter one, spoke up. Explain what happened here. What do you mean by that? Was my question difficult to understand? Just explain what happened in Guangjiangdong. Pardon. The cult outside. Are they dogs? The moment the word dog came out from my mouth, the man's eyes went wide, and his mouth began to open and close like a goldfish. The man on the right spoke up instead. They're just crazy bastards. What else would they be? Didn't I ask you to explain in detail? The man on the right furrowed his brow. The man on the left gave a surprised start and elbowed the man on the right in the side. The 2 of them exchanged several whispers, before one of them spoke out loud. So you're saying you'll let us go if we explain what happened here? That's right. And you're not part of the family. Since you know what the family is, I'm assuming you're a dog. Technically speaking, yes, we are. The man on the left nodded in agreement. On the other hand, the man on the right smacked his lips and gave us a look of annoyance. Du Hansol seemed to be bothered by him, so he walked right up to him with a frown. Great attitude towards somebody that just saved your butt. Don't you think you're being a bit rude? Savior my ass. You came here to scout this place out, didn't you? The man punctuated his statement with a snort, causing Du Hansol's eyes to widen further. This bastard. The moment Du Hansol clenched his fists, I raised my voice. Stop. As my voice echoed through the hallway, Du Hansol gnashed his teeth and backed down. I then sat down on the stairs. Do we look like we're part of the family? I asked the men. What else could you be? The man on the right looked at me with a rather condescending face. I sighed and opened my mouth. We're part of the Survivor Rally organization. Survivor? What? Think of us as the ones going after the family. The man on the right seemed to hesitate after hearing my words. On the other hand, the man on the left spoke up quickly, now that he'd heard that there was a force opposing the family. So you're saying that there are other zombies that are capable of rational thought besides those from the family? Currently, we're the only ones. Then, how did you get past Guidong and Jiangdong? If you're talking about the Dong leader, I killed it. Pardon. The man's eyes widened and his jaw dropped to the ground. I got up and cut the rope that tied the 2 of them together. The 2 men looked at me with bewildered faces. I sighed deeply. Explain what happened here. The 2 men looked at each other, uncertain whether or not to share what they knew, but when they looked back at me, their expressions had changed from earlier on. For some reason, it seemed like they had a sense of expectation. The man on the left swallowed and spoke up. It's a long story. I'm not even sure where to start. It's okay, we have a lot of time. The man on the left took a deep breath and began. Guangjiangdong was a place where people who had survived the zombie apocalypse lived together. There were 5 people at first, then 12, then more and more people came. It soon became a paradise where 150 people lived together. The man's expression grew bitter, and his head sagged. I crossed my arms, listening intently to his story. He sighed and continued. Then the survivors from Zhongno came here. Zhongno? Yes. At first they tried to adapt to our lifestyle, but at some point, they suddenly changed. And was that because of the family? How do you know? The man on the left widened his eyes and trailed off. His question made me feel bitter inside. The situation they had gone through was similar to that of Mr. Kwok and his people, whom I'd met in Meijiangdong. At first, the dogs infiltrated the shelter and slowly perverted the shelter to their ways. Then the gang members would make their move and oppress the original survivors, establishing a kingdom of their own. It seemed like Guangjiangdong had suffered a similar fate as Meijiangdong. Perhaps their situations had been exactly the same. I smacked my lips. So what happened after that? They told us that we had to become dogs. They told us they'd kill us if we disobeyed. And, at first, everyone was against the idea. Everyone thought they were out of their minds and few of us got angry. However, after we watched the rebellious ones being slaughtered by the members of the family, The rest changed their minds. So you became a dog? No, I planned to escape at first. The man's expression grew somber, as though remembering the events of that fateful day. I waited patiently for him to continue, and after a while, he did. Those who made their way to Guidong and Jiangdong were caught and killed by the family, and those who tried to go to Guri-si via Kazanaro were caught by the dogs that were lying in wait ahead of time. Has anyone made it past Kazan? Some escaped into the mountains, but we lost contact with them a long time ago. I rubbed my neck as I listened to him lay out the situation. I realized that they had been backed into a corner, forced there against their will. They had no other way to survive, besides becoming dogs. I looked into the man's face. So, did you become a dog? I had no choice. I had to, in order to survive. Then let's just go over one thing before we continue our conversation. Go ahead. Did you kill and eat a human being? The man did not answer my question. Instead, he bit his lower lip, and his expression fell. I furrowed my brow at his reaction. Why did you do that? Are you telling me that I should have died instead? Why did you have to survive at the cost of sacrificing the lives of others? Busan. I wanted to go to Busan. Busan. I raised an eyebrow and tilted my head. It was an unexpected answer. I wondered if he was lying to get out of this situation. I looked him in the eye and repeated my question. Why Busan? My parents are in Busan. There's no guarantee that Busan is safe. But I wanted to see it with my own two eyes before I die. What happened to Busan? I wanted to see it one last time. Having heard him out, I turned to the tall man next to him. Are you trying to get to Busan as well? I asked him. The tall man nodded instead of answering. It seemed like they were two people with the same objective, and they had come up with a plan to escape this place. However, their plan failed, and the price they had to pay was death. These people had eaten human flesh in order to survive. I couldn't tell if they were the architects of their own situation, or if the current state of things had forced them to act this way. This series of events had happened very recently, and I wasn't able to ascertain the truth behind this question. I rubbed my face with my palms, then looked at the two men again. They looked at me tactfully, seemingly intimidated. I looked at the man on the left. The bodies here. Who were they? They were people who questioned their life as a dog. So you're saying that everyone who got caught while trying to escape was executed here. Whoever sees these dead bodies quickly loses their desire to escape. We were supposed to join them as well. The man's voice was calm. It seemed like he had already accepted death earlier, as they were being dragged away. I looked at the man dead in the eye and asked him one last question. When you ate human flesh, did you eat it willingly? Have you ever starved for 3 weeks? If you starve yourself for 3 days, you realize that there are so many different kinds of smells in this world. If you starve for a week, everything starts to smell sweet. And if you starve yourself for 3 weeks, you lose your ability to think properly. You lose your sanity. I could tell that the man was speaking nothing but the truth. In his furrowed brow, I could sense his guilt and remorse. I examined the man up and down. His bony frame and protruding ribs told me that he'd been starving for a long time. In fact, he was skinny enough that I could see his heart beating in his chest with my naked eyes. His pale skin and sunken cheeks made me feel sorry for him. I wondered who had the right to judge them for what they've done. It was up to God to decide. I put my head in my hands and let out a deep breath. After I processed all that I had heard from them, my mind grew calmer. Where's their base? I asked them. Pardon. Tell me where their base is. I'll spare the two of you once I verify that you haven't lied to me. If your information is true, I will spare you. Over. Over there? There's a hotel over there, answered the man on the left immediately, looking rather excited. I wondered how much he had longed to hear the word spare. I quietly rubbed my chin and said in a low voice, a hotel? It can't be the Grand Walker. Yes, you're right. It's right there. I laughed out loud because I didn't know how else to react. It was a moment that proved the truth in the saying that whatever looked pretty to me looked pretty to others as well. Clearly, our views and thoughts were very similar. The enemy had established a base in the very hotel that I wanted to use as our shelter. I let out a short breath. How many of them are there? The only people who can come and go freely from the hotel are the leader and the 12 believers. There are guards, but most of them are armed with maces or knives. There are only 13 people, yet they've claimed the whole hotel to themselves. That's why they're bastards. The man had a rather foul mouth. I couldn't tell if he was releasing his pent-up anger, or if he was just excited. I nodded slowly. Then what about the rest of the dogs? There is a large apartment complex beneath the hotel. The remaining dogs live there. And are there any others who share the same thoughts as you two? What do you mean? The man didn't understand what I was getting at. I snorted and rephrased my question. Is there anyone in there that you want to save? I wondered if I had asked my question too forcefully. The man bit his lower lip and mumbled to himself. When I tilted my head, the man's expression grew bitter. The people I want to save, they're all in this school. His answer left me speechless. The sight of the countless corpses hanging on the school walls flashed through my mind. I nodded slowly, then turned to do Hansol at Novel bin at. Hansol, take these two and head back. Huh? What are you going to do? I'll go take care of the dogs. Alone. If we all go, who's going to protect the survivors? I asked, tilting my head. Du Hansol furrowed his brow, then his head sagged. I could tell that he didn't like the idea, but at the same time he knew that this was the best we could do at the moment. I chuckled lightly. Keep an eye on the two here. Tell Hai Yongjun to increase his vigilance, and to get ready to set up camp at Basuji Sports Park. Got it. Then let's get going. We don't have much time. Du Han-sol took the two men back to the place where our group of survivors had gathered, as I'd asked him to. I went up to the rooftop of the building and looked down at the intersection again. I assumed that the preaching was over. The dogs that had packed the intersection earlier on were no longer to be seen. My blue eyes flashed as I increased the circulation of blood throughout my body. I held only one thought in my mind. They're not human. If these beings are potentially dangerous to my family, I'll kill every single one of them. I headed to the apartment complex, steam leaking from my mouth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Splash, splash. With the sun at its zenith, a black figure entered the deserted Children's Grand Park through the front entrance. It splashed its way to the fountain in the center of the park, the sunlight glinting off its strong muscles, thick limbs, and shiny skin, which seemed to have been oiled. It walked over to the remnants of the large campfire and sniffed it, then wrinkled its nose and shook its head vigorously. After looking around, it walked over to where the tents had been set up. It lingered around the area for a while, then took the hilly pathway that led to the back entrance. It looked around once again, sniffing, and slowly began to grin. It seemed like it was tracking its prey through their scent, trying to determine the direction in which they had gone. Its grin widened even further, revealing its sharpened teeth. Gwaye! It let out an ear-numbing roar. Its howl seemed like it could destroy every living soul around it. Splash! The black creature headed to the rear entrance to the Children's Grand Park, its blue eyes shining. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I stepped out of the apartment where I'd just taken care of business, feeling the sticky blood on my fingertips. I tried to wipe away the blood on my clothes, but it didn't come off easily, since my clothes were already covered in blood as well. I let out a deep sigh and closed my eyes. I'd slaughtered my way through every wing of the apartment, and it was beginning to be too much. It had to be done for the safety of my family, but the humanity inside me was slowly being ripped away as I constantly killed off humans that weren't zombies. I clenched my fists and slowly opened my eyes. I couldn't let weakness overtake me. I couldn't let any of this change my mindset. My daughter, my people, my family. They were out on the streets at this very moment, shivering from the cold. I had to clear this place as quickly as possible and bring the survivors here. I breathed in the cold winter air and moved on. As I got closer to the hotel, I noticed several guards in front of the entrance. I counted them briefly, then rushed toward them without the slightest hesitation. I didn't even give them the time to scream. I chopped through their necks before they could react. The human body. It was much weaker compared to the bodies of the zombies that I'd been dealing with so far. I easily took care of the two guards and hid their bodies. I covered the bloodstains on the ground with sand and headed straight to the first floor lobby. There were a couple of dogs waiting for me with baseball bats in the lobby. Humans, guarding 13 fanatics. I wondered what their sins were. Honestly, though, I couldn't care less. But I knew what I had to do. I'm going to kill all of you, and go to hell as well. I sighed and strode toward the guards. The guards quickly noticed me. Their eyes went wide, and their expressions grew uncertain. So it shall be, yelled one of the men, and prostrated himself on the floor. Immediately, all the guards echoed his proclamation and fell to the floor as well. As I looked at them, I unclenched my fists and gave myself a moment to think. Suddenly, I remember what had happened at Konkuk University Hospital. When Kim Hae-Yong-jun and I had pretended to be the Dong leaders of Song Sudong, the dogs had let their guard down right away. None of them suspected that we weren't part of the family. Instead, they had tried to butter us up in order to leave a good impression. They probably didn't know what the boss of the gang looked like. I bet that they'd never seen the boss face to face before. Wait, doesn't that make these dogs similar to the dogs from the Konkuk University Hospital? I cleared my throat and walked forward, standing in front of the man who had first made the proclamation. Unlike the guards around him, he was dressed in pure white. I wondered if he was one of the 12 believers. Are you one of the 12 believers? Yes, you are correct. Which one are you? The 9th believer. I wondered why there were 12 believers. Perhaps they were a cult, trying to imitate Jesus and his 12 apostles. I slowly put my hands behind my back. Where is your leader? He's in the chapel. Guide me there. Of course. Things were turning out to be easier than I'd thought. I'd been thinking about how I would torture the guards in the lobby, but I was able to avoid all the dirty work and reach their leader in one go. As I passed the first floor lobby and made my way up to the second floor, I saw the restaurant that had once served breakfast to the hotel guests. There was a bizarre symbol drawn on the large glass doors of the front entrance. On the other side of the doors, I saw the leader and his followers praying. The 9th believer carefully opened the glass door and entered the chapel. The leader who was praying turned around and looked at the 9th believer and me. When the leader saw my face, his eyes went wide, and he ordered the other believers around to leave at once. As soon as all the believers had left, the leader came up to me. As he moved closer, the smell of raspberry grew stronger. The leader opened his arms in welcome. Heavenly Father, he asked, what brings you to a place like this? I looked into his face, speechless. It wasn't because he was familiar. It was because he was welcoming me, and I had to chop this person's head off. The fact that I had to kill someone who had welcomed me like this made me feel uneasy. It would have felt better if he'd just attacked me with no reason or hesitation instead. I was probably a god in their eyes. I wet my lips and played along with him, lowering my voice as far as I could. The supply of food has been pathetic lately. I've come to take a look at the situation myself. When I was done speaking, the leader hesitated slightly, then knelt to the ground. I will quickly get some sacrifices ready and offer them to the gods at the temple. That's rather frustrating to hear. Are you saying there is no food here? I changed the topic subtly, trying to find out if there were any survivors in the hotel. The leader hesitated again, then looked down at the floor. They are of low quality, and unsuitable to offer as sacrifice. They are merely food prepared for us to consume. Bring them? What? How can we offer low-quality food as a sacrifice? It doesn't matter. Just bring it. I will determine the quality of the food with my own 2 eyes when I see it. If that's the case, I will make the preparations. The leader got up, bowed deeply from the waist, and headed toward the entrance of the chapel. He took 1 step beyond the door, then turned around, his face full of suspicion. Heavenly Father, he said questioningly. Go ahead. This may be a presumptuous question, but, can you change your appearance as well? My eyes twitched when I heard his question. I wondered if the leader had met the boss of the family before. Since the 2 men earlier said that the dogs from Jongno had taken over this place, it was possible that someone who was familiar with what had happened in Jongno was here as well. I knew that if I reacted to such probing questions, he might figure out my real identity. Therefore, I tried to answer as nonchalantly as I could. It's more than possible. Oh, of course. I was surprised that your eyes have turned blue as well. It's all thanks to your prayers and sacrifices. Hurry up and get the food. Yes, sir. The leader left the chapel. Something's not quite right. I started to have doubts because of how easy things were working out. After the leader disappeared, I looked around the chapel to figure out what was actually going on. It was almost impossible to tell that the place used to be a restaurant. It held no traces of its former use. It looked like it had been converted into a chapel for the believers a long time ago. I looked at every single item on the podium, then walked over to the desk in the corner and went through all the drawers. Once the leader brought the survivors to me, I was planning to save them and kill the dogs here. Before that, though, I needed to find clues related to the survivors. If they were a cult, they would have kept a list of followers, along with a list related to the survivors. Despite searching high and low, though, I couldn't find the list I was looking for. Suddenly, a door in the corner caught my eye. It led to a confessional. When I went in, I noticed a false wall made out of wood dividing the room. I carefully removed the wooden plank, revealing another door behind it. I wondered if this room used to be a kitchen. I had no clue why there was a door here, but I went ahead and slowly turned the doorknob anyway. Unfortunately, the door was tightly locked. I looked back out into the chapel again, then quietly closed the door to the confessional. Channeling my strength into my right hand, I shattered the secret door. Crack! I passed through the splintered wooden door and entered a small study. Judging by the faint scent of raspberries tickling the tip of my nose, I assumed that this study belonged to the leader. I went through the drawers in the study intently. There were several documents related to the dogs and the members of the family. There was also a map of Seoul right next to them. This map had clear differences compared to the map of Seoul that was in my possession. The areas controlled by members of the family were marked with an X, and the locations of the remaining shelters in Seoul were clearly marked. There were much fewer shield symbols on the map than before. It seemed that many survivors had already become food for the dogs and the family. The map also showed the size of the family's forces that had crossed the Sogong Bridge into Udo. I assumed that the map had been made just before the Gangnam operation. At novel bin at. I wondered if they'd been abandoned after the Gangnam operation had been launched. I couldn't find any further information about the Gangnam operation. It seemed like the family had abandoned this group. At that moment, I recalled the incident that had happened at Gwangjang intersection. Everyone has to prove their faith. We must dispel the wrath of God. They believed that God's wrath was the reason they'd been abandoned by the family. If they knew that the gang was focusing on the Gangnam operation, they would have known why the members of the family had left this place alone recently. Why were they using God's wrath as an explanation? Weren't they referring to the family when they said God, and sacrifices when they mentioned daily bread? I felt like I was close to the truth, and yet it was so far out of reach. It was as if there was a piece of blurry, opaque glass in between me and the truth. I couldn't grasp the essence of it, the truth of what was happening with this cult. Then, all of a sudden, an interesting thought crossed my mind. The fanatics here. What if they don't know about the family? Until that moment, I had only looked at the fanatics from my perspective. However, in order to know one's enemy, one had to put oneself in their shoes to fully understand them. If the fanatics here didn't know everything about zombies, and if they didn't know about the family, there was a high chance that they were masquerading their ways as a religion in order to survive. If the dogs disguised themselves as the children of God and showed the ordinary people that they didn't get eaten by zombies, it would be more than enough to convince the people that was God's plan. Once that happened, they could accept any future inhuman acts as God's plan, and live their lives with a wrong set of beliefs. My jaw fell open as I came to this conclusion. I couldn't believe that people would willingly deceive others so fully. It was astonishing to realize that people could weave such elaborate deceptions on others. The dogs here had deified the members of the family and fed the survivors of Gwangjangdong with false beliefs, earning their trust along the way and turning all of them into fanatics. And these fanatics had no clue that everything they were doing was no different from the inhuman acts of the dogs, since they believed that all they were doing was part of God's plan. I couldn't help but wonder why the other fanatics didn't know anything about what was happening behind the scenes when there was this much information related to dogs and the family in this study. Wait. Doesn't that mean that only the leader knows about the dogs and the family? When this conclusion hit me, chills went down my spine and cold sweat trickled down my forehead. I quickly left the study. I noticed that the leader was still not back. I saw some guards patrolling outside the chapel. Hurrying over to them, I asked them, "Where's the leader?" "Pardon? When is the leader coming back with the daily bread?" "What? What do you mean by that? Answer me." I furrowed my brow, and they knelt hurriedly, their faces painted with terror. "My apologies. No, it's all right. Just explain what's going on. Where did the leader go?" "He went to get some spirit of occasion." "What? Now, what kind of bullshit was this? I guessed a cult wasn't called a cult for no reason. I'd been offered nonsense after nonsense from the moment I'd set foot in this place." I clicked my tongue vigorously and descended to the first floor. There, I noticed 12 men and women wearing clean clothes standing at the entrance of the hotel, holding each other's hands and singing a hymn I could not understand. They seemed to be the 12 believers. I walked up to them. "Where did the leader go?" "So it shall be." They didn't answer my question, but fell to their knees once they saw my face and began to recite some prayers. These people are crazy. They're perfectly possessed. These people can't be saved. The absurdity of the situation made me raise my voice. "Where did the leader go?" "According to God's plan, he went to seek spiritual energy." "My plan? What the hell is spiritual energy? Is your daily bread the spiritual energy?" "Spiritual energy is the source of all things, and makes our lives as human beings insignificant." I put my hands to my face as I listened to their prattling. The dogs here. No, the fanatics here were impossible to talk to. Suddenly, I remembered what the 2 men I'd rescued from middle school had said. The people I want to save. They're all in this school. The countless bodies that were hung helplessly along the school's walls flashed through my mind. I thought about what they had said and realized that the people that they wanted to save were all already dead. There were no survivors in this place left to save. All the people that were left were just fanatics who ate human flesh and worshipped zombies with their entire being. I placed my hand on my forehead and let out a sigh of despair. My gut feeling was never wrong. The leader had already run away. I quickly left the hotel. "Heavenly Father, you must not abandon us." I heard the fanatics shouting after me. I ignored them and scanned the surroundings. No matter how hard I looked, I could not locate the leader. My blue eyes flashed as I concentrated on my sense of smell. When I'd met with the leader in the chapel, I'd smelled a hint of raspberry on him. However, it was nearly impossible to detect that same scent outdoors. I couldn't think of a way to locate him. It was a dead end. I quickly climbed up to the rooftop and surveyed the area below. If he'd sensed that something funny was going on, he wouldn't have gone to Guidong or Jiangdong. The leader had been in touch with the gang members until the commencement of the Gangnam operation. But once the Gangnam operation kicked off, the battle in Gwangjingu had begun as well, and he probably lost contact with the Dong leaders of Guidong and Jiangdong. He probably noticed that the 2 of them had fallen, and would have chosen a different route. That narrowed his possible escape routes to 2. He would have either fled to Akazan, or gone up the northern end of Akazan RO that led to Guri-si. Judging by his knowledge about zombies, however, he probably wouldn't have taken the main road. He would have taken a route that led through an area in which he could conceal his body or his body odor. An area where he could plan out what to do next. Bingo. I looked over at Akazan. The path led past Akazan and into the ridges of Yeongmasan. Once one crossed over Yeongmasan, one would end up in Myeongdong. He probably hadn't considered that even the Dong leader of Myeongdong had fallen as well. I knew he would try to get to Myeongdong to plan out his next move. I headed for Akazan without looking back. I had to catch him before he got away. If he made it out alive, the family would eventually discover our whereabouts, which would render our move meaningless. If the reinforcements sent by the family made their way to Gwangjangdong, another war was inevitable. I entered Akazan and quickly made my way through the bushes. I could smell the scent of raspberry tickling the tip of my nose as I made my way through the long grass. Bingo. The leader was here somewhere. I made my way up Akazan with a smirk. Kaa! A cry echoed through the air, stopping me in my tracks. It resonated through the air, making me feel dizzy. A nerve-wracking memory flashed through my mind, and chills ran up and down my body. It was a cry I could never forget. The unforgettable feeling of death that came upon me awoke the fear inside me. I found myself unable to move, as if my 2 feet had sunk into a swamp. I could feel my blood circulation begin to fail, and I grew dizzy with the symptoms of low blood pressure. My mind started ringing, and a constant high-pitched whine rang in my ears. I was barely able to turn around to see where the sound had come from. It was quite a distance away. I assumed it was coming from the border of Gwangjangdong. My mind immediately went blank, and my eyes began to tremble. "So-yeon," I muttered. The black creature had appeared. It had appeared in the very place where So-yeon and my family were. "Move everything, right now," yelled Kim Hye-yongjun toward Wang Jihai and Lee Zhongyuke, his blue eyes flashing. Wang Jihai stared straight ahead, her face a mask of terror. Kim Hye-yongjun's underlings were being torn apart by the black creature like straw dolls. The black creature was like no other opponent they'd faced before. Its power was overwhelming, and it swept away Kim Hye-yongjun's underlings in an instant. After carving through the zombies, the creature ran toward him. The black creature's fist flew out like a bullet fired from a gun, breaking through the sound barrier and sending out a sonic boom as it hurtled toward Kim Hye-yongjun's chest. Kim Hye-yongjun's eyes went wide, and he quickly raised his hands in front of his chest. Thud! Despite his defense, Kim Hyeongjun was blown back 20 meters. Kwae! The black creature's cry caused the survivors at Besuji Sports Park to cover their ears, wailing in pain. People everywhere were screaming, and all the children started crying at once. Wang Jihai blinked, trying to come back to her senses, and placed her right hand on her forehead. She knew that it was just people screaming, but her eyes started to quiver, and it was getting harder and harder for her to breathe. At that moment, Li Zhongyuke seized Wang Jihai's arm. "Everyone run to Guangjangdong," he yelled at the other survivors. "Don't look back and run." Although his face had gone pale, Li Zhongyuke was assessing the situation more rationally than anyone else. Li Zhongyuke had already experienced the fear of facing a black creature back at the high school. He knew more than anyone how dangerous the current situation was. With his guidance, the survivors hurriedly moved on to a Kazunaro. Du Hansol moved to help Kim Hyeongjun, but Kim Hyeongjun warned him away, his blue eyes flashing. "Don't come here. Take care of everyone else. Hurry up and get Ajasi." Du Hansol looked at the black creature and then at Kim Hyeongjun, then bit his lower lip and shouted to Kim Hyeongjun, "Don't die." He realized that he would only get in the way if he tried to help Kim Hyeongjun, and ran toward the survivors instead. Seeing him go, Kim Hyeongjun snorted and muttered to himself, "If only it was that easy." Steam spewed from Kim Hyeongjun's mouth as he increased the speed of his blood circulation. His broken arm soon regenerated, and the endless amount of steam that he was releasing started to blanket his entire body. Ha! His pupils constricted and his eyes lit up. Bang! Kim Hyeongjun surged toward the black creature like a raging wave. The black creature twisted its waist to avoid Kim Hyeongjun's counterattack and countered with a fist of its own. Crack! Their fists collided with an unsettling explosion of noise. Kim Hyeongjun almost stumbled, but he gritted his teeth and quickly got to his feet. "Now Moodswinger." Grr! As soon as the order was transmitted, Moodswinger went for the black creature's side as if it had been waiting for the chance to pounce. The black creature noticed Moodswinger and pivoted, planting its right foot on the ground for balance and launching its left foot out to catch Moodswinger in its side. Losing. It broke Moodswinger's ribs and sent the massive mutant flying. It had almost taken down the hefty zombie with just one kick. As Moodswinger tried to get up, the black creature leaped into the air, taking aim at Moodswinger's face. Kim Hyeongjun launched himself from the ground and rushed to intercept it. His kick just managed to catch the black creature on the shoulder. It gasped and flew sideways, crashing into a tree and going down. Gwaye! The black creature let out its anger with a roar. Or, more accurately, it unleashed its killing intent. Its eyeballs contracted, and its entire body began to steam. When Kim Hyeongjun saw the change, he burst out laughing. "Are you telling me you haven't been giving me your all until now?" Despite his bravado, Kim Hyeongjun could not hide his discouragement. The fight seemed impossible to win now. Moodswinger wasn't much help. In fact, Moodswinger was getting in the way. He knew that if he made one wrong decision, that he could lose Moodswinger. He clenched his fists. "Ajasi, where are you? Come quickly." He desperately needed Lee Hyundeok. ******. I smashed through the obstacles in front of me as I made my way in a straight line toward the Besuji Sports Park. When I imagined So-yeon's face, the madness inside me spewed out endlessly, like sewer water flowing out from a broken sewage pipe. Kwae! I wasn't even sure how far I'd run, but I heard a woman's scream coming from the border of Guangjangdong. I turned my gaze toward the source of the scream and saw Du Hansol running breathlessly toward me, leading the survivors. When they saw the corpses hanging along the walls of the middle school, they all began to panic. I calmed myself and went over to them. I noticed that Du Hansol was carrying several children on his back. "Hansol, Hansol." I called out anxiously. His eyes widened, and he greeted me in return. "Mr. Lee Hyundeok. What the hell is going on?" I heard a black creature's howl from nearby. "You're right, there's a black creature. Kim Hyeongjun is fighting it right now." "What? By himself?" "He said to come find you and bring you back as quickly as I could." "Where is he?" "Besuji Sports Park." I nodded and quickly set off. I heard Du Hansol call to me from behind me. "We'll go to the hotel." Knowing that the hotel wasn't safe yet, I turned my head and shouted back to Du Hansol, "Go to the apartment? There are still dogs in the hotel." With that, I headed to Besuji Sports Park. I knew Du Hansol was capable of taking care of the dogs. However, the survivors could come to harm if they entered the hotel while the dogs still roamed it. It seemed a safer bet to stay in the apartments and hold off any dogs that dared approach. As I got further away, Du Hansol looked at Wang Deokrok, who was beside him. "What did Mr. Lee Hyundeok just say?" "I didn't hear him. He told us to go somewhere. It must be the hotel. That was our destination in the first place." Lee Hyundeok's voice had been lost in the screams that filled up a Kazunaro. Du Hansol felt uneasy, not knowing what Lee Hyundeok had said, but he knew that he couldn't go back to ask him about it. So instead, he shouted at the survivors around him, "Let's get to the hotel as quickly as we can." The survivors followed Du Hansol, running toward the hotel in unison. As I got closer to Besuji Sports Park, I saw Kim Hyeongjun trying to hold on in a one-sided fight. Kim Hyeongjun was unable to counter the black creature's attacks, and was busy avoiding its attacks by dodging as best he could. I felt cold sweat trickle down my forehead as I looked at the black creature that was attacking Kim Hyeongjun. It was terribly familiar. Its appearance was similar to the black creature that Bei Jae-won had drawn back in Daehyun San Park. Blue eyes, with a muscular body. The black creature in Hangdang Tu-dong had come after us. Did they cut off its food supply? The black creature, which hadn't left its territory before, was suddenly lurking around a different area. This probably meant that the gang members had cut off its food supply, and that all of the gang's forces were concentrated on the Gangnam operation. That would mean all the black creatures left in Gangbuk would naturally come here, where the only zombies with glowing red eyes in Gangbuk were the most prized prey for these black creatures. The black creatures were coming to eat my, Kim Hye-youngjun's, and Do Han-sol's brains. I shook my head vigorously and tried to clear these useless thoughts from my mind. I knew that it wasn't the right time to be concerned over all that. We had to dispatch the enemy in front of us first. I tracked the black creature's movements with my eyes as I forced my blood to circulate more quickly. My pupils constricted, and my eyes shimmered a bright blue. I launched myself from the ground, steam spewing out of my mouth. Bang! I bore down on the black creature like a frenzied gale. It whipped around when it sensed my presence. As I hurled a punch with all my might, the black creature dropped into a fighting stance and lifted its left foot. A roundhouse kick. Its movements flowed naturally, and it launched its attack in one fluid stroke. I could tell that it had been in several fights before. I tried to halt my advance and raised my left arm to block. Thud. God. My acceleration was too much, and the creature's attack landed with devastating force. My left arm broke, along with my ribs. Ajussi. Kim Hye-youngjun's eyes went wide and he quickly grabbed onto me. Putting some distance between us and the black creature, he laid me on the ground. That son of a bitch is fucking strong, he yelled. Watch. Watch out. Behind you. The black creature had already appeared behind us, aiming a kick at Kim Hye-youngjun. Its movements were clean, precise, and there was deadly power behind each strike. Kim Hye-youngjun threw himself to the floor and rolled away, barely avoiding the attack. Kiaa? Grr? The black creature let out a monstrous roar, as if it were enjoying the situation. Its eyes flashed as it spied me lying on the ground. Kim Hye-youngjun darted forward before the black creature could get to me. I knew I had to quickly regenerate my damaged body while Kim Hye-youngjun bought us what time he could. I furrowed my brow and focused on my broken left arm and ribs. TSHH. Very quickly, I was enveloped in a cloud of steam as my broken bones returned to their proper positions. I now had a good idea of the black creature's physical abilities. It had landed a solid hit on me because I had let my guard down for a second, but I wasn't going to let it get another chance. I clenched my fists and channeled more strength into my arms, then threw myself at the black creature once again. The creature was just about to punch Kim Hye-youngjun in the face, but it quickly turned its body, sensing the killing intent behind it. I wasn't going to fall for the same trick twice. I wasn't aiming for the back of the black creature's head. I was going to sever its Achilles tendon the moment it tried to counter my attack with a roundhouse kick like before. Just as I expected, it tried kicking me in the face with its left foot. I grabbed its leg with my enhanced arms, pulling it to the ground and twisting it as hard as I could. Grrrr! The black creature took a step back, screaming in response to my unexpected attack. However, it didn't realize that its left leg was damaged. It had cried out in surprise rather than in pain. Just like any other zombie, its body was numb to pain at novel bin at. The black creature lost his balance and stumbled. Kim Hye-youngjun wasn't about to let the chance slip away. He went straight for the creature's face. The black creature twisted its upper body to avoid the incoming fist, and swiped at Kim Hye-youngjun's lower body with its damaged left foot. Even though its foot was broken, the power in its thigh was extraordinary. The blow sent Kim Hye-youngjun staggering, and he landed on his right knee. When the black creature tried to punch Kim Hye-youngjun in the head, I leaped onto its back, grabbing its right arm and using my body weight to push it to the ground. Kim Hye-youngjun, knowing that he couldn't miss this opportunity, rose quickly and grabbed the creature's left arm. The black creature squirmed, trying to escape as we held it down by its arms, but it only succeeded in grinding the bones in its arms the harder it struggled. Break them! I yelled. Kim Hye-youngjun roared and twisted the creature's left arm as I used my strength to crush its right arm. Even though both of its arms were broken, it still managed to throw us off with a vigorous shake. Since both of its arms were now useless, it twisted its body about to lift its upper torso. We knew better than to give it time to regenerate. On all fours, I rushed toward it as quickly as I could. I tackled it, grabbing it around the waist with my arms and hammering it down to the ground. Gwaye! Its shriek echoed around the sports park. Pressing my advantage, I leapt onto its stomach and rained punches on its face. It tried its best to cover its face with its broken arms, glaring at me from under them. I wondered if it was still trying to find a way to counterattack. TSHH. In moments, I felt the surface of broken arms grow incredibly hot, like water that had reached boiling point. Steam rose from them in great clouds. It was already starting to regenerate. Unlike us, who had to buy time to regenerate, the black creature was able to regenerate its body even while it was fighting. I had to land a fatal blow. A blow so strong that it would stop any chance of the creature fighting back. I stabbed my sharpened fingertips straight into its solar plexus. However, I couldn't pierce through its tough skin and muscles. I punched it in the face repeatedly as I tried desperately to pierce the flesh over its solar plexus. Die already! I yelled in desperation. Sploosh! My fist plunged through its solar plexus. Grasp! At the same time, two black hands reached up and began to strangle me. It had regenerated its broken arms. Kim Hyeongjun's arms flashed forward, his hands locking around the creature's wrists. Kim Hyeongjun pulled with all his might, and the black creature's grip began to loosen. I coughed and barely managed to shake the black creature off of me. As I was about to punch the black creature again, I noticed the grenade hanging on Kim Hyeongjun's side. There was nothing to gain by letting this fight drag on. The creature could regenerate much more quickly than me or Kim Hyeongjun. The longer the fight went on, a single mistake could mean the end of either of us. This was the way to end the fight. This one blow would end this fight once and for all. I grabbed the grenade from Kim Hyeongjun's side. Pulling the pin, I stuffed the grenade into the black creature's chest. Kim Hyeongjun's eyes widened in surprise, and his eyes met mine. "Take cover," I yelled. Kim Hyeongjun let go of the creature's arms and fled immediately. I twisted my upper body about and prepared to leap into cover. Grasp! With its remaining strength, the black creature threw itself at me and grabbed my ankle. I struggled to escape its grasp, but it was holding onto my ankle as if its final wish was to make sure that I died along with it. Desperation rose within me as I tried harder and harder to escape. But my body was growing even more sluggish. Cold sweat poured down my forehead. I felt as though I were trapped in that single moment, which was stretching out into eternity. Fuck. Boom! The explosion deafened me, sending dust flying everywhere. I was thrown into midair as well. Everything seemed like a distant dream. I felt a strange sensation, as though my soul was leaving my body. Ajasi. I could hear Kim Hyeongjun yelling at me, but I couldn't figure out where he was shouting from. My body hit the cold ground and sank into it, and I felt my limbs flop like wet towels. I saw someone running toward me from far away. The man's face resembled Kim Hyeongjun's face, but it seemed all blurry, as if there was a panel of opaque glass between us. Kim Hyeongjun lifted my upper body up, shouting at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, the endless high-pitched ringing in my ears made it impossible to grasp what he was saying to me. It felt like I had earplugs on. His voice lingered around the periphery of my earlobes, unable to make it into my eardrums, and eventually scattering into the air. After a few moments, my eyes fell on the black creature. The black creature was a lifeless corpse. Only its head was intact, its eyes still wide open. As I stared blankly at it, the adrenaline that was coursing through my body drained away like melting snow. As my body began to relax, the thought arose in me that everything was over. We're safe now. Everyone is safe now. My eyelids were like iron weights. I wanted to rest for a while. Just like this, for a while. My skull was ringing so badly that I couldn't move. Just as I was about to close my eyes, I saw a large figure approaching the black creature with its hands on its hips. It stared blankly at the black creature for a moment, then opened its mouth wide open and swallowed the black creature's brain. I felt sparks go off in my brain as I watched the figure munching on the black creature's brain. I came back to my senses instantly, as if someone had splashed cold water on me. My eyes widened, and my mouth opened and closed like a goldfish's. Swing. Mood. Swinger. Ajasi, are you okay? Adat novel bin adat. Tears fell from Kim Hyeongjun's eyes as he slapped me hard on the cheek. I frowned and looked at Kim Hyeongjun. I waved a floppy arm in midair and pointed behind him. What's wrong, Ajasi? Wake up please. Kim Hyeongjun shook my upper body, his face covered in tears and snot. I wondered what he was so sad about when I was right there in front of him. I furrowed my brow and tried to croak out a few words. Mood swinger. Mood swinger. Only then did Kim Hyeongjun turn around. His eyes fell on Mood swinger, who had already eaten the black creature's brain. Kim Hyeongjun's eyes went wide. Spit it out, he yelled at the giant zombie. But Mood swinger just burped and stared at us blankly. Asterisk. Step back, yelled Do Hansol toward the survivors at the hotel entrance as he saw the dogs pour out from the hotel's emergency exit. The survivors were thrown into a panic as they saw the dogs streaming out. The dogs immediately rushed at the survivors, wielding maces in their hands. Do Hansol and his underlings stepped in to deal with them. The large lobby was quickly engulfed in chaos. Aie. A dog was coming perilously close to where the children were gathered. Just as it was about to swing its baseball bat at them, a bony man hurriedly threw himself at the dog. He was the man who had been taken from the middle school earlier. As the man engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the dog, another man who had been watching him hurriedly came to the rescue. The short man and the tall man from the middle school put up a fierce fight against the baseball bat-wielding dogs, doing all they could to protect the children. Do Hansol belatedly noticed them and dashed over, cracking the skulls of the dogs. Gasp. Jesus. The two bony men lay on their backs, breathing heavily. Do Hansol looked down at them. Why'd you do that? Why'd you help? Because the kids were in danger, replied the man, looking confused. He'd answered right away, as though it was obviously the correct thing to do. His response caused a swell of complicated feelings within Do Hansol. These two were dogs themselves that had eaten human flesh. However, they had also been willing to sacrifice themselves to save the children. Do Hansol had no clue what to think about these two. He scratched his head and clicked his tongue vigorously, then rejoined the fight against the dogs. The dogs themselves weren't threatening, but the fact that they had to fight indoors bothered him. It was difficult to protect the survivors, since it was impossible to tell when and where the dogs would appear. Do Hansol looked at the survivors that had entered the hotel and yelled, Everyone get out. I'll call you when I'm done dealing with them. The survivors made their way to the front door of the hotel, shoving away the dogs that tried to approach them. Wang Jihai, who was behind the first group of survivors, frowned as she saw them streaming out of the hotel. What's going on? Why are you coming back out? We have to get in quickly. Wang Jihai couldn't understand why the survivors were leaving the hotel since she didn't know what was going on inside. After a moment, Wang Diakrak made it out of the hotel. It's full of dogs inside, he answered, wiping away the blood around his mouth. Dogs. Du Han Sol is holding them off. We have to keep an eye on the situation for now and concentrate on taking up a defensive position. After listening to Wang Diakrak, Wang Jihai turned to the survivors following her. Everybody stop! Everyone stop! She yelled. The survivors, who were fleeing for their dear lives, raised their voices at her. What are you doing? Why aren't you going in? There are monsters following us. We have to hide, quickly. The panicking people were preoccupied with the thought of having to hide themselves somehow. Bang! A single gunshot rang out, its crack echoing around the area. The survivors crouched down in unison and covered their heads with their hands. They looked toward the source of the sound and saw Li Zhongyuke standing there. Everyone, wake up, he yelled. Li Zhongyuke glared at them, and the survivors responded with bewildered looks. The principal, who was standing next to him, spoke up in support of him. What are you afraid of? He asked the survivors. Didn't you see the monster earlier? Shouted one of the survivors, directing his question at Li Zhongyuke. It was a middle-aged man with fear on his face. The principal strode toward the man and grabbed him by the collar. Didn't you see Mr. Kim Hyeongjun and Mr. Lee Hyundeok stop the black creature? What are your eyes for? Even the principal, who always spoke in a measured manner, had raised his voice. The panicking survivors began to talk amongst themselves as they witnessed the principal's change of attitude. Li Zhongyuke lowered his gun. Are you still in doubt after seeing, hearing, and experiencing it firsthand? He asked loudly. Do you think Kim Hyeongjun and Lee Hyundeok will lose? You never know what can happen, came the angry replies. Li Zhongyuke gnashed his teeth. If you want to run away, get lost already, you son of a bitch. Those who don't believe in Kim Hyeongjun and Lee Hyundeok, leave us. You surely won't be of any help to us when we form our new shelter. In response to his tirade, the survivors began to mutter amongst themselves, eyeing each other to see how others would react. Wang Jihai quietly crossed her arms and fixed her gaze on Li Zhongyuke. She had no intention of stopping him. He was taking a rather forceful tone, but she knew that it was necessary to make his point at least once. Li Zhongyuke pointed at the survivors. The people behind us are putting their lives on the line. Not for anyone else but for us. Think about what you did to get here. Nothing, huh? Do you think their sacrifice is something you're entitled to? Do you think that their protection is some right of yours? If you're thinking about surviving without contributing, leave right now. I'm not willing to have anyone here who I can't trust. You fucking parasites that can't even breathe without someone's help, those bastards can leave right now. None of the survivors dared to talk back to him. All of them stayed silent. It wasn't because Li Zhongyuke had a gun in his hand, or because he was all worked up. It was because he hadn't said a single wrong thing. The survivors were repenting over how pathetic they'd been. Li Zhongyuke let out a breath. When he spoke again, his voice was tinged with resignation. You people, let me ask you something. Do you still think that Kim Hyeongjun and Lee Hyundeok, those two who are fighting the black creature, and Du Han-sol who is fighting the dogs in the hotel are zombies? The survivors, who had calmed down now, sagged their heads in remorse. Li Zhongyuke slicked his hair back. Wake up, you people! Why are you trying to pin the blame on someone else when we should be coming together to get through this? Don't you feel sorry for the three of them who are fighting for us? Don't you feel ashamed? He frowned at the remaining survivors. His appeal seemed to reach them, and they finally got back to their senses. Park Ji-cheol, who was in the crowd, shouted in a loud voice, everyone, get into a defensive formation. The survivors moved into a defensive formation in unison, following Park Ji-cheol's order. They couldn't go back, nor could they move forward. The best thing to do right now was to get into a defensive stance and trust in Kim Hyeongjun, Lee Hyundeok, and Du Han-sol. The survivors shook off the fear that had been troubling their minds and began to focus on what they could do at the moment. Li Zhongyuke moved among the survivors, reinforcing the perimeter. Wang Jihai came up to him. Once this place becomes stable, I think you should be the group leader, she said in a low voice. So Yeon's dad is the group leader. I'm not sure what you mean. It's not that I don't trust Mr. Lee Hyundeok, but the people here need a human leader. Someone equally vulnerable, empathic, and one who has a beating heart. They need someone like you. Li Zhongyuke sighed and didn't say a word. He knew that being human meant being weak and being imperfect. But he also knew that, as humans, they could make up for each other's shortcomings and grow stronger together through change. Li Zhongyuke looked up into the sky and let out a deep breath. Unlike life on this miserable earth, the sky above was spotlessly clear. The juxtaposition seemed stronger than ever. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ajasi, what should we do now? How would I know? I massaged my temples gently, my annoyance showing on my face. Steam was rising from my body as my injuries slowly repaired themselves. Regarding the changes Moodswinger had gone through in the meantime, Moodswinger had morphed into a spherical object again, just like it had when it turned into a stage 2 mutant. Kim Hyeongjun and I sat down and waited for Moodswinger to wake up. I wanted to run to the survivors right now, but I decided that the right thing to do was to trust Du-Han's soul and observe Moodswinger's change. It was impossible to predict what would happen to Moodswinger. It was possible that Kim Hyeongjun would lose his authority over Moodswinger once the transformation was completed. Kim Hyeongjun bit his nails as he watched Moodswinger's transformation process nervously. Hyeongjun. What if you lose your command over Moodswinger when it's done transforming? What do you mean? We'll have to kill it. Kim Hyeongjun's expression remained neutral. He tried his best to not make it sound like a big deal, but he couldn't hide the trembling in his eyes from me. I sighed. I know you've grown fond of it. You really think you can kill it? Of course. Let me know if it'll be too hard on you. I'll take care of it for you. Kim Hyeongjun's expression fell, and his head sagged. If we had to fight Moodswinger, I knew Kim Hyeongjun would not hesitate to put in his best effort. But killing Moodswinger was a completely different story. If he hesitated at the last minute, that moment of hesitation would cost him his own life instead. I stayed by Kim Hyeongjun's side in order to prevent this from happening. Kim Hyeongjun sighed. No matter how important Moodswinger is, my family comes first. If I lose my command over it because of this, I'm going to fight solely for my family. I let out a breath after hearing his answer. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, the huge egg in front of us began to wiggle. The surface of the egg started to crack open, accompanied by the unpleasant sound of bones being crushed. We both got up, clenching our fists, as if we both knew that we had to be prepared for what might happen next. Kim Hyeongjun wet his parched lips. Did you see it move? Get ready. I swallowed anxiously. Since Moodswinger had eaten the black creature's brain, I knew it would be a much stronger being than before. When we both had eaten a black creature's brain, we were knocked out for a week. But Moodswinger was already entering the final stages of mutation in a matter of minutes. Moodswinger may have grown beyond our ability to handle it. Crack, at novel bin at. A copper-colored arm burst through the eggshell. The giant zombie had lost its previous tree-trunk-thick arms. The arm that burst through the shell was very human in form. Of course, while it seemed normal compared to how they were before, it was still miles away from being considered skinny. This arm was thicker than most women's thighs. It was as thick as an obsessive gym rat's, one who chugged protein shakes and lived to work out. Moodswinger's arm was shining with a copper hue. I always used to see it as purple, but no matter how hard I looked at it now, it had no hint of purple. I frowned and asked Kim Hyeongjun, what color do you see it as? Copper. Do you see any green? Not yet. His Adam's apple twitched violently. I could tell he was nervous. I took deep breaths and began to increase my circulation. Tshhhh. My blue eyes flashed as steam began to pour out of me. At the same time, my pupils constricted. I prepared for battle as I waited for Moodswinger to emerge. Crack. Crack. Tear. The hard shell finally cracked open, and Moodswinger, copper in color, appeared in front of us. Moodswinger, who used to be about 3 meters tall, had shrunk down to about 2 meters. It was probably most apt to describe it now as a tall bodybuilder. Moodswinger checked out its body and smiled as though in awe of its transformation. Kim Hyeongjun called out to it nervously. Moodswinger, do you understand me? Moodswinger. No, LD. Kim Hyeongjun seemed to hesitate after hearing Moodswinger's voice. Moodswinger had always talked about losing gains, but now it was uttering something else. I looked at Kim Hyeongjun. What's Arnold? I thought it was trying to say almonds. No, I mean, you eat a lot of nuts when you work out. You gotta be kidding me right now. No, I'm dead serious. Kim Hyeongjun furrowed his brow and looked at Moodswinger again. Moodswinger admired its body for a long time, then slowly raised its head. My jaw dropped to the ground. I looked at Kim Hyeongjun in surprise, and I saw that his mouth had fallen open as well. Jussie. That face. Isn't it him? He stammered. You gotta be kidding me right now. I looked at Moodswinger with shock on my face. I finally realized what Moodswinger meant when it said Arnold earlier. One of the movies I enjoyed watching was The Terminator. And right at that moment, the main character of the movie was standing in front of me. Kim Hyeongjun wore a bewildered expression as he took turns looking at me and Moodswinger. When he next spoke, his tone was impatient. What should we do? Shall we attack first? Does it still only look copper to you? There isn't a hint of green. Try giving it orders. You never know, right? Kim Hyeongjun rubbed his eyes with his left hand and looked at Moodswinger. He then spoke in a low voice. Moodswinger, can you hear me? No, limited. SCH. Moodswinger smirked as it muttered the same words over and over. Its smile sent chills down my spine. I wondered how much its physical abilities had improved. Although it was smaller than it used to be, it was easy to tell how much it had grown just by looking at its tough, shiny skin and taut muscles. Kim Hyeongjun's tone grew confused, as though he wasn't sure what to do. Why do you think Moodswinger turned into that person? Do you think there's a reason? I wet my dry lips after hearing his question. I racked my brains, going over everything I knew, and finally remembered what the Dong leader of Song Sodong had said. That's what they want. Another new drama. All they do is kill and eat humans and zombies in order to continue living their dreams. Moodswinger was a mutant that loved muscles. If Moodswinger's idol was Arnold Schwarzenegger, perhaps it had achieved its final goal by eating the black creature's brain. Moodswinger was no longer a dreamer, but a being that had made its dream come true. I assumed that it had transformed into the idol it had always dreamed of. Taken aback at this absurd situation, my voice took on a rather awestruck tone. This guy, its dreams came true. Huh. Do you remember what we discussed during our mutation experiments? What do you mean? The dramas, movies, personality traits, or preferences? Doesn't something come to mind? Are you saying that Moodswinger liked movies that Arnold Schwarzenegger was in? Exactly. I burst out laughing at the absurd situation, and Kim Hye-young-jun frowned. So what, are you saying that that's the most important thing right now? Moodswinger won't listen to me. Let's just let it be for now. If you look at things from its perspective, it finally made its dream come true. I'm sure it'll want to enjoy this moment. Aren't you being too naive? What if it starts attacking us? I mean, it's not as if we can run away anyway. I don't know how I'd feel about leaving Moodswinger like this, and we don't have the guts to attack it first. I think the only option we have is to wait to see if you re-establish control over it. Kim Hye-young-jun frowned and clicked his tongue vigorously. He knew that there was nothing else we could do but wait. After our conversation, we patiently waited for Moodswinger. During our wait, we noticed Moodswinger adopting various poses, as if it was participating in a bodybuilding competition. As we stared at it blankly, it slowly walked toward me and Kim Hye-young-jun. We prepared ourselves by circulating our blood more quickly and getting into a defensive stance. Moodswinger stopped in front of Kim Hye-young-jun and began to speak slowly. Did I do a good job? Kim Hye-young-jun flinched after hearing its words. He looked at me once then spoke up. Oh, of course. Moodswinger was the best out of everyone. Do you think I'll be first place? Kim Hye-young-jun seemed taken aback by its question. He nodded continuously as though trying to curry favor with it. I assisted Kim Hye-young-jun by piling on my own compliments. I think Moodswinger is good enough to win the grand prize at the Arnold Classic. Aren't I right, Hye-young-jun? Yeah. Of course, Moodswinger is definitely one of the favorites to win the Arnold Classic. I deliberately talked about a bodybuilding competition named after Arnold Schwarzenegger, knowing how much Moodswinger liked him. We continuously flattered it with compliments, trying to get on its good side. Kim Hye-young-jun punctuated his words with a gentle smile, and Moodswinger smiled like a little child and scratched his head. Despite the change in its appearance, it still had the intelligence level of a 3-year-old boy. Soon, a purple mist began to spread outward from its heart. The mist wrapped around Moodswinger's entire body, and finally, Moodswinger's copper body returned to its original color. The chain of command had been re-established. Kim Hye-young-jun looked at me with wide-open eyes. It's back, Ajasi. Moodswinger's back. It looks green to you now. Yup. How about you? Same. It looks purple to me. We let out a sigh of relief and sat back down on the floor. What a relief. I was glad that Moodswinger was back, but I was even more glad that we hadn't had to fight the stronger version of Moodswinger. After a moment, Kim Hye-young-jun looked at me. Ajasi, should we test out Moodswinger's physical abilities? Let's do that later. Hansol should be waiting for us. Oh, you're right. Kim Hye-young-jun nodded and gathered his underlings behind him. I also gathered the underlings I'd sent out to secure our surroundings. With that, we both headed for Gwangjangdong. As we walked toward the apartment complex, I turned to Kim Hye-young-jun. By the way, where did you get your grenade from? Wang Jihai gave me some. When you were knocked out after taking care of the 7th officer. When I told her that I had to go to shelter Haeyang. I never thought the grenade would come in so handily. We were able to take care of the black creature thanks to the grenade Wang Jihai had given Kim Hye-young-jun. If it hadn't been for the grenade, we would have still been fighting the black creature. Kim Hye-young-jun looked back at Moodswinger, who was following us, and raised a question. You don't think my control over it will disappear, do you? I mean, it's never happened before. I'm just worried because it ate a black creature's brain. If it ever develops a desire of its own, some strange things might happen, you know. I think the best we can do is to keep an eye on it. There's nothing else we can do. We conversed on our entire journey to the apartment complex in Gwangjangdong, and arrived at our destination before we knew it. However, we didn't see any sign of the survivors. Kim Hye-young-jun looked around. Did Du Hansol say that he would wait here? I'm pretty sure I told him to come to this apartment complex. But there's nothing but dead bodies here. All of them are bald, so I'm assuming they're all dogs. Did you happen to do this, Ajasi? I nodded and looked around. I didn't sense the presence of any humans. I was confident that I had told Du Hansol to wait at the apartment complex, yet he and the survivors were nowhere to be seen. Kim Hye-young-jun scratched his forehead. What if they went straight to the hotel? What? I think you said that we were going to the hotel when we first set off. My jaw fell open. Perhaps he hadn't heard me clearly when I'd said to head to the apartment complex. I sighed and rushed to the hotel. I headed straight to the hotel without even thinking about giving orders to my underlings. I was praying that nothing had happened to them. When I got to the entrance of the hotel, I saw a mass of footprints on the ground. They were scattered all over the place, and I could tell instantly that something had happened there. I hurriedly opened the glass door and went inside. What I saw next. I was greeted by the sight of rows and rows of survivors in front of me. So-yeon. I squeezed my way through the survivors, desperately searching for So-yeon. So-yeon's father. I heard Han Sun-hui's voice. I turned and saw Han Sun-hui holding So-yeon in her arms. I hurriedly headed over to her and looked over So-yeon first. Her eyes were shut and she was sound asleep, as if exhausted from the long journey. I looked at Han Hui. So-yeon. Is So-yeon hurt anywhere? She's okay, she just seems very tired. Thank goodness. I thanked the Lord and looked down at So-yeon. Her soft cheeks were covered in dust. I saw tear marks tracing their way through the dust on her face, as though she had cried at some point. And judging by her bruised knees and palms, it seemed like she had fallen down on her way here. Han Hui smiled softly. Don't worry. She's fine. I took a deep breath and placed my hand on my forehead. When it finally sunk in that So-yeon was okay, I teared up before I knew it. Kim Hye-young-jun came through the crowd. What about the survivors? Is everyone okay? He asked. Han Hui looked around at the survivors. Yes, but some were injured. Fortunately, none of them are in a critical state. I took a deep breath and calmed my raging heart, then looked at Han Hui. What about Du Han-sol? Where are Han-sol, Zhang Yuke, Wang Jihai, and the other leaders? They're scouting the upper floors. Just in case there might be some dogs left. Did you say that the leaders went as well? Yes. Everyone wanted to scout the upper floors with the leaders. So many of them were so eager to help out that I had a tough time stopping them all. It's just the leaders and Han-sol upstairs. After hearing her explanation, I turned to Kim Hye-young-jun. Hye-young-jun, can you check the first floor again? There might be some dogs hiding away, so you have to really check every nook and cranny. Scout around outside after you're done. Okay, what are you going to do, Ajasi? I'm going to help the people upstairs. Kim Hye-young-jun nodded and headed out. He checked every storage room, bathroom, and basically any possible place where a person could hide. I headed toward the emergency exit leading to the second floor. One Arnold Schwarzenegger is an Austrian/American actor and former governor of the state of California, United States that is known for his role in the Terminator series. Prior to his acting career, he was a professional bodybuilder known for his intense focus and workout routines. It took an entire day to clean up the hotel. The hotel had many floors that we had to go through, and the number of rooms that we had to go through on each floor made things so much harder. We carried out our work late into the night, going through every bathroom, even the bathtubs, thoroughly. Fortunately, there were not that many dogs left over. The dogs who had lost the will to go down to the first floor to fight had hidden themselves in the guest rooms, and we dealt with them as we made our way up. We encountered fewer dogs as we ascended at Novel Bin Adat. Most of the dogs we found in the guest rooms were guards, and it seemed like they didn't have the stamina to go further up when they needed to. When we got to the 16th floor, I was able to figure out why they only had 13 people managing this place. There was an enormous lounge on the 16th floor, filled with dry snacks and all sorts of drinks, ranging from hard liquor to wine and beer. The leader and the 12 followers had separated themselves from the ordinary dogs in order to enjoy a life of luxury. They deserved to be torn to pieces, or perhaps even a more painful death. While we dealt with the dogs, the survivors in the main building acted as lookouts to keep watch on the surroundings, while most relied on each other's warmth to fight off the cold. After going through all the floors up to the top, we gathered back on the first floor of the main building. In the meantime, Kim Hye-young-jun surveyed the parking lot and the surrounding buildings before joining us. There were many nearby buildings and facilities that needed to be scouted out, which I assumed was because this hotel was a 5-star hotel. Kim Hye-young-jun checked out the bloodstains on my face. I'm guessing there were a lot of dogs, he asked. Actually, there weren't that many, but we had to fight in close quarters, so some blood splattered on me. I tried my best to wipe off the blood stains on my face, then turned to Du Han-sol and the human leaders. Let's begin to assign rooms to the survivors, starting from today. After that, we can gather separately for a meeting. Wang Jihai came up to me. How many people should we assign per room? She asked. Let's put at least 4 people in each room. Even though we have this many rooms, it's best to avoid the blood-stained rooms. Even if we get rid of the dogs' corpses, we can't wash the bed covers right now. Wang Jihai nodded and walked toward the survivors. Li Zhongyuke, who was next to me, rubbed his hand on his face. So-yeon's dad, there are 300 survivors here. Even if we put 4 people in a room, we'll need more than 70 rooms. Do you think there will be enough clean rooms? We can fit 20 people in the larger rooms on the upper floors. The family suite, premier suite, and royal suite can probably accommodate up to 20 people. Then I'll ask the survivors and put those who want to stay in groups in those rooms. Perfect. Li Zhongyuke nodded and walked off after Wang Jihai. I scratched my forehead and called Wang Diakrok to me. Wang Diakrok jumped in surprise and came up to me. Yes, do you have something to say to me? Wang Diakrok, please check with Choi Soo-hyun how much food we have left. I'll give you an escort of underlings. Got it. Wang Diakrok bowed lightly and went to recover the cart he had left behind at Basuji Sports Park, bringing Choi Soo-hyun with him. As I watched them go, I gave orders to my mutants. Mutants, follow Wang Diakrok and Choi Soo-hyun. Guard them and let me know right away if the two meet with any danger. Kiaa. I heard the mutants roar inside my head. I looked around for the other leaders. I found Kim Byung-jin sitting in the corner, breathing heavily. Kim Byung-jin. Yes. Kim Byung-jin was the only doctor here. When I called his name, he grunted, seemingly in pain, and got to his feet. He was also a leader, so he had also gone with us to clear the upper floors. I felt bad to ask him for a favor since I could tell that he was tired, but there was no time for anyone to take a breather. Kim Byung-jin, could please check on the casualties. All right. He walked off grunting, with his younger sister Kim Jae-bin supporting him. After a moment, Park Ji-cheol approached me. Lee Hyein-deok, what should I do? As far as I'm aware, we used up a lot of ammunition during our fight in Gwangjin-gu and the Children's Grand Park. Could you please take the principal and check on our remaining supplies? With that, Park Ji-cheol moved over to the principal, who was leaning against the wall, eyes closed. The two talked for a little bit and got going. After the two were out of sight, I looked at Kim Hyeong-jun. How is the situation outside? There are more hotels around here. I think it'll take some time to clear their interiors. What about the dogs? Did they relocate? I'm not sure about what might be happening inside the other buildings, but nothing's happening outside. There didn't seem to be any zombies or dogs left on the streets. If there are any left, they'll probably be hiding somewhere. We're going to wipe out any remaining dogs when the sun rises tomorrow. Station your underlings around this hotel for now. Oh, one thing. Can you use your underlings instead? When I tilted my head and looked at him, Kim Hyeong-jun scratched his neck. A lot of my underlings died when the black creature showed up. I don't think I have enough underlings to secure this hotel. Okay, then just station them at the front entrance. I'll set my underlings to guard the other areas. Okay. Kim Hyeong-jun walked straight to the front entrance and called in his underlings. Finally, I looked at Do Han-sol. Han-sol, have you seen any dogs that appear different? Appear different? Oh, like those with suspiciously clean clothes, or something like that. Oh, I killed them as soon as I entered. There were 12 of them, right? They were singing some strange song at the entrance. It seemed like he had mercilessly killed the 12 members who had been singing hymns by the entrance. I smacked my lips after hearing his answer. Did you check their belongings? Belongings? Yeah. I need information related to the gang. Those 12 people were called the 12 believers. They might have items that contain information related to the dogs, the family, or the survivors that were here. What sort of things are you looking for? Something like a list, or a journal. Any sort of documents would do as well. I'll try looking for them. Do Han-sol walked over to where he had killed the 12 believers. But then he hurriedly turned around and made his way back. Mr. Lee Hyein-deok, there's something I forgot to mention. When I tilted my head, Do Han-sol leaned in and whispered, "What are you going to do with the 2 men that we rescued from the middle school?" Oh, my expression grew troubled, and I thought about it for a moment. As I was thinking, Do Han-sol smacked his lips. The 2 of them. They saved the children. What? When we entered the hotel lobby, some dogs attacked the children. Those 2 stepped in and saved the children. Why'd they do that? I also asked them that. I think they saved the children subconsciously. I sighed and gently massaged my temples. I found it impossible to forgive any dogs, and it would be difficult to have them live alongside us. I knew that the survivors here would be strongly against the idea of living under the same roof with them. After contemplating the matter, I let out a deep breath. We have to kick them out. That's the same thing as telling them to go outside and die. They were trying to escape Gwangjang-dong anyway. Still, I can't help but think about them, for some reason. I can't stop thinking about their faces when they saved the children. Do Han-sol's head sagged, and his expression grew hard to read. As I looked at him contemplating the matter, I scratched my head. A sudden intriguing thought flashed through my mind. But since it was just a theory of mine, I thought that it would be better to meet with the 2 men and talk about it. I scratched my forehead and spoke up. Let's talk again at the meeting. We need to consider everyone's opinion. All right. Do Han-sol made his way toward the 12 dead believers. After I was done assigning tasks, I stared at the lobby ceiling and let out a deep breath, releasing the unpleasant tension within me. I killed a lot of people today, but they were no different from animals. They were wolves in sheep's clothing. They were no different from zombies. Nevertheless, the humanity inside me was torn to shreds. I wasn't sure if I could continue to impose my justice over others. I gently closed my eyes and repented my sins to God, though I wasn't sure if God even existed. I will pay the price. For the sins, for the actions that I have taken today. I wasn't asking for forgiveness. I only wanted to delay the punishment for my sins until, and only when, I felt that my child and family were safe. I had no clue when that would be, or if I was being greedy, but I couldn't die right now. That was all I wanted from God. *****. Late in the evening, when everyone had gone back to their rooms, the leaders gathered in the lounge on the 16th floor. We sat around a long table to have our meeting. I interlaced my fingers and addressed the leaders. We're planning to go around Gwangjang-dong and wipe out the remaining dogs and zombies if there are any left tomorrow. Han-sol will be in charge of defense while Hyeong-jun and I will do the cleaning up. The leaders nodded silently. After a moment, Kim Byung-jin, who was sitting across from me, spoke up. We're currently short on bandages. We've suffered more casualties since the fight in Gwangjin-gu. Do we have enough antibiotics? We do. We also have enough anesthesia. We're just short on bandages and disposable syringes. I'll look for a nearby university hospital after I'm done cleaning up Gwangjang-dong. Kim Byung-jin nodded and flashed an OK sign. After he was done talking, Wang Ji-hai next to him, spoke up. The person in charge of managing our facilities passed away during the fight in Gwangjin-gu. If there is someone from Shelter Haeyoung or Shelter Barrier who used to manage facilities, I would like them to take their spot. Could you elaborate on the main tasks of facility management? You must know how to do various maintenance work and welding. I looked over at Lee Zhongyuke, who scratched his sideburns. My brother knows how to weld, he said. But he always acts humbly about it because he didn't learn it properly. He picked it up from his fellow co-workers. Wang Jihai gently rubbed her chin, then looked into my eyes and again. If that's the case, how about appointing Kwok Dongwon from Gangnam as the leader of the facility management team? That seems like a good idea. Does anyone have any other opinions on this? The other leaders exchanged careful glances, then quickly went with the flow. Park Ji-cheol, who was in the corner, spoke up. We also need to reorganize the guards as well. The guards feel rather disorganized without a proper leader. I think you would be a good fit as the guard leader. From now on, Park Ji-cheol will be the guard leader. Just as before, no one objected to my words. After looking around at the other leaders, I spoke to Park Ji-cheol. Park Ji-cheol, from now on, you will have authority over anything related to the guards. This means that you will also have the authority over access to the weapons room. Park Ji-cheol smiled heartily and nodded. Just leave it to me. After that, I massaged my temples and gave myself some time to think. There were 3 leaders of each shelter here. I had no idea what positions I was going to appoint them to. As soon as my worry showed on my face, Wang Jihai spoke up. Lee Hyun-deok, this is just my opinion. But I just wanted to get your opinion on this. Go ahead. Regarding shelter Gwangjangdong, I want Lee Zhongyuke to be the leader. I looked at Lee Zhongyuke after hearing her recommendation. Lee Zhongyuke was looking back at her, his eyes wide. Judging from Lee Zhongyuke's expression, it seemed like Wang Jihai had gone ahead and put his name up before they had finished discussing this. Lee Zhongyuke stared at Wang Jihai. I haven't given you a definite answer yet. You can't just say what you want to say. I've spoken at length with the other leaders. Everyone agreed. I've already told you multiple times that So-yeon's dad. No, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok is the leader of this shelter. Like I said before, it's not because we don't trust Lee Hyun-deok. The survivors need a human leader. You saw what happened during the day yesterday. Lee Zhongyuke gritted his teeth but stayed silent. It seemed like something had happened yesterday that I wasn't aware of. I wondered if something had happened between the survivors while Kim Hyeongjun and I had been fighting the black creature. Judging from the fact that everyone supported Lee Zhongyuke's nomination to be the leader, it seemed like he was the one who had quelled the chaos that had erupted yesterday. I sighed and spoke up. I agree. So-yeon's dad. Lee Zhongyuke looked at me, raising his voice. I met his gaze. Even when we were at Shelter Haeyoung, we were co-leaders. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Lee Zhongyuke stared at my face for a while, then clicked his tongue vigorously and looked away. I kept my gaze on him and softened my tone. The survivors need a human leader. A leader with emotions, a beating heart, and someone they can relate to. I think Wang Jihai is right to suggest that you be the leader. Lee Zhongyuke slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. He then smacked his lips and spoke up to everyone. You can't blame me for not getting the job properly done later on. I had no say in this. All the leaders broke into smiles. I smiled along with them as I looked at Lee Zhongyuke. I knew that Lee Zhongyuke would do well in the future, just as he had done so far. I looked over at Wang Jihai. I want you to serve as the deputy leader. Will you be okay with that? Yes. And Mr. Wang Deokrok, if you could please take charge of the headquarters. Wang Deokrok, who had been sitting still, widened his eyes at my sudden request and pointed to himself. He seemed to be having a hard time believing that I was speaking to him. Pardon? Me? Yes. Please organize documents that each department prepares every month and give them to Wang Jihai and Lee Zhongyuke here. No, I don't think I'm a good fit for this. Weren't you the leader of Shelter Barrier? Wang Deokrok scratched his eyebrows, looking extremely uncomfortable. The leader of Shelter Barrier is Du Han-sol. I smiled gently at him. From what I've heard, the survivors of Shelter Barrier seem to follow you as well. It's never easy to make people believe in you and follow you during tough times like this. I think you're more than qualified. Is that so? Wang Deokrok scratched his head, not knowing how to react. However, it wasn't long before he nodded and replied that he would give it a shot. I then looked over at the principal, who was sitting on the left. If you could please take care of the children, as you've been doing so far. You'll be in charge of the children from Shelter Silence and Shelter Barrier as well. In that case, we'll need more teachers. Please select those who you think will be suitable. All right. The principal bowed slightly after giving his reply. I then directed my gaze over to the white-haired elder seated next to the principal. It would be great if you could cultivate some crops on occasion. I noticed some land that would be suitable for farming on our way here. I think I'll need some youngsters to help me level the ground. I'll hang official sign-up documents for each department in the lobby on the first floor tomorrow morning. We'll allow survivors to choose which departments they want to work in. All the leaders nodded energetically. I quietly rubbed my chin and went back over the things we discussed to see if I had left anything out. Suddenly, I remembered something that had almost slipped my mind. One last thing. I wanted to hear everyone's opinion about the 2 dogs we picked up from the middle school. Dogs. All the leaders blurted out the word dogs at the same time, as though it had been pre-planned. I nodded and continued. You must have seen the middle school at the border of Gwangjangdong on the way here. The leaders furrowed their brows uncomfortably as the image of the unspeakable atrocity that they had seen came to mind. I briefly explained the incidents that led us to finding and rescuing the 2 of them, and also how they had saved the children's lives, according to Du Han-sol. The leaders exchanged looks that were full of worry and concern. I knew that this would be a difficult issue, and it would take time to resolve. Everyone was probably on the same page. Kicking them out was uncomfortable, especially since they had saved the children's lives, but living under the same roof with them seemed unimaginable. I smiled with satisfaction as the leaders contemplated this issue. I could see the humanity left in them. As the leaders continued to hem and haw, Li Zhongyuke looked around at them and spoke up. Let's hear what they have to say first. I agree. Same here. That'd be a good idea. All the leaders agreed with Li Zhongyuke. I nodded and called Kim Hyeongjun and Du Hansol in. The two of them had been chatting quietly in a corner. I asked them to bring the two men over. Du Hansol asked us to wait a bit and left the lounge. After a moment, the two men entered the lounge. The two men looked around the lounge in awe, their mouths falling open as they took in the sight. After a moment, the taller man spoke. So that's why they didn't let anyone in. Those damn bastards. The leader and the 12 believers had ordered the other dogs to stay in the apartments nearby while they hoarded all the food to themselves. I knew more than anyone else how angry the two of them would be, now that they realized what had been happening behind the scenes. The men stood at the end of the long table, staring blankly at us. The taller man seemed to stand rather stiffly. The short man swallowed before speaking. Are we even allowed to be here? We're going to keep our promise, I told him. Pardon. I interlaced my fingers together. I told you, I'd spare you if you cooperated. The two men looked at each other with rather shocked expressions. I slowly rested my chin on my hands. We have two options for you to consider. You may choose the freedom that you've been desiring, or you may live with us. Can I have a minute with my friend? Of course. The two men walked over to where the liquor was on display and started whispering. After a moment, the two of them returned, determination on their faces. The short man wet his lips and began to speak. To be honest, we don't think we deserve to be here. None of you here gave up on your humanity, but the two of us compromised ours in the face of our own reality. My eyebrows twitched as I listened to his statement. He sure knew how to talk. The man looked around tactfully. I also know that if we choose to be set free, we'd most likely die before we even get to Busan. But if we choose to stay here, I know that we'll get into conflicts with others. That's something you'll have to face. Is that the reason why you want to part ways with us? Because you're afraid of conflict. I let my tone grow serious. The shorter man offered a bitter smile. I don't want to cause any more trouble. I'm afraid to have to live with others again. This is our answer. It sounds like the two of you have given up on your lives. Or am I misinterpreting what you're saying? We have no intention of giving up our lives. So you're really going to walk all the way to Busan? Yes. I crossed my arms and leaned my back in my chair. I looked around at the other leaders' faces. They all seemed to be in deep thought, but none of them seemed to know what to say. My eyes met those of Li Zhongyuke. He saw my face and clicked his tongue, then put a hand on his face. You two young fellows. Yes. At novel bin at. Enough with the clumsy acting. Pardon. Li Zhongyuke frowned, taking the two men by surprise. Li Zhongyuke clicked his tongue again, more strongly this time. You don't want to cause trouble? And you're afraid to have to live with other people? So you want to die? Close your eyes and speak the truth. Tell me you want to live here. Don't blurt out some stupid answer that you'll regret later on. As the two men listened to Li Zhongyuke, their heads sagged. Li Zhongyuke looked at the two dispirited, disheartened men and continued to speak. The two of you committed a sin, there's no doubt about that. Don't speak as if you're some person of great significance. But do you think we're some saints or something? Wang Jihai here is a woman whose first reaction is to point guns at people's heads. Wang Jihai, who was sitting quietly, frowned as though she felt insulted by him. She looked over at Li Zhongyuke. Why do you have to phrase it like that? She said incredulously. And when did I point a gun at anyone's head first thing when I met them? Wang Diakrok, who was behind her, let out a roar of laughter. Haha, I also heard that you pulled a gun on Suhyun in shelter silence before anything else. That's when I thought I'd better be careful around you. Excuse me? Wang Diakrok. Wang Jihai sighed and glared at him, and he shrugged his shoulders and avoided her gaze. Li Zhongyuke gestured at the two men with his chin and continued where he had left off. Everyone here has killed at least one person. Do you actually think that we made it this far while keeping our hands clean? The two men swallowed as Li Zhongyuke's words sank in. Li Zhongyuke stashed his hands in his pockets. Everyone here knows that you have been living as dogs, but the two of you still deserve a chance. Either live here like a human being, or go outside and die. Your choice. And what if we don't get along? Keep trying. Keep trying until the day you die. Keep trying to live like a human being and to get along with others. Instead of doing something stupid like going outside and dying, live like it's your last day, every day. And if we still fail, if that were to happen, I'll use my authority to kick you out. If you cause trouble, I'll kill you with my own hands. Li Zhongyuke glared at the two men with a serious frown. Their Adam's apples shuddered violently. After a moment, the taller man, who had been standing stiffly, started to cry. As I watched his tears trickle down, I wondered how much they'd had to go through to survive amongst the other dogs, acting tough so that the other dogs wouldn't look down on them. Li Zhongyuke's words had been rather rough and blunt, but thanks to him, they were able to open up to us. The shorter man patted his compatriot on the back, comforting him. The taller man only cried even harder. All the leaders around the table watched him bawling his eyes out with expressions of sorrow. I glanced over at Du Hansol and asked him to escort the two men out. He smiled in satisfaction as he did so. When the two men had gone, Li Zhongyuke began to grumble. One man crying, and neither of them saying what they really want. Li Zhongyuke trailed off with a click of his tongue. I tilted my head and looked at him. What if the two of them were actually up to no good? I asked him calmly. What would you have done? Li Zhongyuke looked at me in surprise. You don't actually think they've eaten human flesh, do you? They probably pretended to eat only because they're trying to act like dogs. And how do you know that? You couldn't tell? Their eyes, their expressions. They don't have the same crazy eyes as the other dogs I've met so far. So you don't know for yourself, huh? I smiled and gently raised my eyebrows. Li Zhongyuke saw my smirk and clicked his tongue vigorously. His expression grew annoyed. Can you stop teasing me? I know you're an expert on these kinds of things. Do you really think that I haven't noticed you watching everyone's reactions almost since the start of this meeting? Ha ha ha. I burst out laughing, and Li Zhongyuke shook his head. The officers gave the two of us bewildered looks. I took a breath and said to Li Zhongyuke, I wasn't certain. But now that I heard them speak, I'm certain. I'm certain that the two of them haven't eaten human flesh. I knew it. You were feeling them out. I did think that they seemed too skinny compared to the other dogs. But then, how'd they survive until now? They probably survived by eating all sorts of things, probably things that were beyond questionable. Li Zhongyuke punctuated his answer with a smack of his lips. Wang Jihai, who had been listening to our conversation, spoke up. No, wait a minute. Then why didn't those two deny that they hadn't eaten human flesh? That makes it even weirder. Would you have believed them if they'd said that they hadn't eaten human flesh? Especially when we found out they were dogs. I phrased my answer calmly, and Wang Jihai stayed silent. She knew that everyone would have just frowned at them if they'd insisted that they hadn't eaten human flesh. I softened my expression with a smile. Those two wanted to stay here from the beginning. However, as long as we viewed them as dogs, there was no way they could just come out and say that they wanted to stay here. But still, instead of hiding their past as dogs, they chose to reveal their past and join us. They've put their lives in our hands. That's how desperate the two of them are. And how honest they are. That was my cold, honest reading of the situation. Wang Jihai crossed her arms, her lips pressed together in a thin line. Li Zhongyuke, who was seated next to her, continued the discussion. If they really had eaten human flesh, they would have separated themselves from the group as soon as we got away from the hotel. They would have had absolutely no reason to stick around until now. Wang Jihai nodded slowly. All the leaders seemed to agree with Li Zhongyuke. Li Zhongyuke sighed. They are a bit stubborn. But the way they talk and act, they're no different from normal college kids, he said in a low voice. They're probably 20, 21? That seems about right, I added. Li Zhongyuke nodded, his expression rather neutral. After a moment, Park Ji-cheol spoke up. What would we have done if you weren't the leader, Li Zhongyuke? Everyone laughed in agreement. Li Zhongyuke scratched his head and smacked his lips, probably feeling embarrassed. I smiled heartily as I looked at Li Zhongyuke. I'm glad I have you here with me. Someone that was on the same page as me, someone that knew what was going on without me having to tell him everything. Li Zhongyuke was that somebody to me. I sighed and got up from my seat. A big thank you to all of you who attended the first meeting of the Survivor Rally organization. I've been able to make it this far thanks to all of you. As I rose to my feet, all the officers stood as well. Their faces were full of life. I could sense the firm determination in their faces. We had finally arrived at our new home. I smiled a satisfied smile. We'll wrap today's meeting here. I'm looking forward to spending time with every single one of you. Same here. The leaders clapped in unison, ushering in a new beginning. We still had a long way to go, but with these people, I was confident that we could overcome anything that got in our way. The next day, at the break of dawn, Kim Hyeongjun, Do Han-sol and I went outside. We'd been busy all through the year, and winter was just around the corner. The air we were breathing had gotten colder, and we realized that it was chilly enough that we would need thicker winter clothes. Of course, it was impossible for us zombies to feel the cold when we felt no pain. Despite this, our physical abilities were still slightly hampered by the cold, since our bodies were still primarily human. I took a deep breath, then looked at Do Han-sol. Han-sol, can you reinforce the security of the hotel while we're away? Will do. Hyeongjun, if you can take charge of the Douglas Hotel on the right. I'll check the Vista Hotel on the left. Okay. Once our roles were assigned, we prepared to move out. As I began to head toward Vista Hotel, Do Han-sol called out to me from behind. Oh, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. I glanced back. Do Han-sol looked worried. What if the black creature shows up again? When I heard his question, I realized that I'd forgotten to bring something up during the discussion the night before. I had forgotten to tell everyone that the family had stopped feeding the black creatures. As I stood there, feeling slightly stunned, Kim Hyeongjun came up to me. What is it, Ajusi? It seems like you know something. I forgot. Huh. There's something I forgot to tell everyone during the meeting last night. I sighed and massaged my temples gently. I had so much on my mind that I kept on forgetting things. Kim Hyeongjun crossed his arms and looked at me. Tell me, what is it? I think the gang members stopped feeding the black creatures bait. What? Kim Hyeongjun stared at me, his eyes going wide. His expression grew troubled. Wait, what is that supposed to mean? Are they low on bait? Follow me. I have something to show you. I led the two of them back inside the hotel lobby again. As we entered, I saw Li Zhongyuke and Wang Jihai attaching the official documents along the lobby wall. Li Zhongyuke tore off some tape and said to me, "Back so soon? Did you find the dogs?" "No, but there's something everyone has to see." "Huh? What?" "The two of you should finish up what you're doing right now and come up to the restaurant on the second floor as well." "Okay." Wang Jihai whispered something to Li Zhongyuke. He shrugged and quickly tried to wrap up what they were doing. I entered the restaurant on the second floor and pointed to the room in the corner that had been used as a confessional. "That's a study that used to belong to the leader here. Go ahead and check it out. I'll join you after Li Zhongyuke and Wang Jihai get here." "Okay." Kim Hae-young-jun and Du Han-sol entered the study while I sat in an empty seat in the restaurant, absorbed in my own thoughts. Did they choose to withdraw? If they had stopped supplying the black creatures with food, that meant that the survivors of Gangnam were holding them off more strongly than they'd anticipated. I wondered if that meant that they'd brought the baits in to augment their forces. Or maybe the boss had given up on Gangbuk after suffering the defeat in Gwangjin-gu. If they returned to Gangbuk to retaliate, there was no way that the survivors of Gangnam would leave Sogang Bridge alone. The gang boss may have been faced with the difficult decision of holding on to Gangbuk or not, and had chosen to give up Gangbuk to focus on the Gangnam operation. If they considered Gangbuk a place that they could take back anytime, this possibility was more than likely. When I reached this conclusion, a wave of nervousness swept through my body. I even felt as though my dead heart had begun to beat again. At that moment, I had no clue how to calm myself down. I wondered if this meant that there weren't any members of the family left in Gangbuk, and it was just the black creatures remaining. If the family had to incorporate the baits into the main body of their forces, there was little to no chance for there to be any Dong leaders left in Gangbuk. There was no doubt that the black creatures were superior to us in terms of strength. But the members of the family were much more terrifying than them, because the members of the family had the ability to think. Perhaps this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to claim Gangbuk in the name of the Survivor Rally organization. If we occupied Gangbuk and pushed towards Sogang Bridge, we'd be able to annihilate the family. It would be more than possible if we were able to forge an alliance with Gangnam. They had the firepower, and we had the numbers. I clenched my fists and put on a determined face. I saw a ray of hope shining on me. After Li Zhongyuke and Wang Jihai examined the study, we sat around the center table of the restaurant. We had the map that belonged to the family in front of us. Li Zhongyuke looked at the map and spoke up. "This map doesn't have Shelter Haeyoung's location marked out yet. Do you think this is reliable? They found out Shelter Haeyoung's location during the Gwangjin-gu battle, so it's only right for it to not be there." Li Zhongyuke gently rubbed his chin as he sucked on his lower lip. Wang Jihai took the opportunity to speak. "There are a total of 4 scissors marks left on the map. Yanam-dong in Mapo-gu, Yungam-dong in Yunpai-yeong-gu, Itaewon in Yongsan-gu, and Hangdang-dong in Songdong-gu. The black creature we took care of a few days ago came from Hangdang-to-dong. It was similar to the black creature that Jaewon drew for us a while back. Then, does that mean there are still 3 more of them left?" "Yes, Mapo-gu and Yunpai-yeong-gu are out in the west, so they aren't too big of a threat at the moment, but I can't get my mind off of the one in Itaewon. How are we going to find and take care of them? It's not like they have locators on their bodies or anything." "Oh, you don't have to worry about that," I said calmly. "We won't have to go looking for them. They'll come to us." Wang Jihai's expression grew troubled, and she massaged her temples. Kim Hae-young-jun, who had been listening quietly, pointed to the shield markings on the map. "What should we do with the remaining shelters?" "Honestly, I have no clue. I knew that we couldn't move hastily, since none of the information we had was certain. We had no information on how many survivors each shelter had, let alone if they were even any left." In response to my honest and realistic answer, Kim Hae-young-jun scratched his forehead and continued, "Most of the shelters drawn on the map are outside of Seoul. Those areas are managed by the weaker Dong leaders. I think the survivors would still be alive. Don't you think so?" Du Han-sol is also from Gunjadong, which is marked as green on this map. "I'm sure there'll be shelters that are still up, just like Shelter Barrier." "No, you're right. There's a high chance of them still being there. The problem is, we can't get to them. If the black creatures come here while we're gone, do you think everyone else left here will be able to stop it?" Kim Hae-young-jun smacked his lips as I listed out my doubts, and his expression grew puzzled. It seemed like he couldn't think of a reasonable answer to my question. Fighting the black creature had been difficult, even with both Kim Hae-young-jun and I fighting it together. If we weren't together when faced with the next one, it would mean the end of the Survivors Rally organization. Kim Hae-young-jun sat there with his arms crossed, lost in thought, but after a moment, he snapped his fingers as if he had just realized something. "Ajusi, we have mood swinger." I also snapped my fingers when he brought up his idea. He was right. We had mood swinger. And we still didn't know how strong mood swinger was, now that it had turned into a stage 3 mutant. It was possible that it was on par with us, zombies that had blue eyes, or even stronger. I looked at Kim Hae-young-jun. "Hae-young-jun, could you go and evaluate mood swinger's physical capabilities? And Han-sol, can you check for any other clues in the study?" "Okay, will do." Kim Hae-young-jun and Du Han-sol went their respective ways. I looked over at Li Zhongyuke. "Zhongyuke, if you could work on organizing and stabilizing the shelter, the survivors will probably need some time to adjust to their respective responsibilities." "Okay." Li Zhongyuke nodded without saying anything. After a moment, he gave myself and Wang Jihai a sidelong look. Then, about Zhonghai's and Dahai's wedding. Should we postpone it a little? Yeah, let's do that for now. We still need some time to fully understand the current situation. We're not 100% certain that the family has given up on Gangbuk just yet. Okay. Lee Zhongyuke sighed and nodded. It seemed like he was looking forward to the wedding. I could imagine the depth of his disappointment right now, since I knew how deeply he cared about Lee Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai. It was obvious from his voice alone. I patted Lee Zhongyuke on the shoulder. Let's keep it up. Just a little more. The good days will come soon. Okay. Lee Zhongyuke rose to his feet with a gentle smile. Wang Jihai stood as well, and gave Lee Zhongyuke a slap on his back. The group leader can't go around looking this glum. Cheer up. Haha. Alright. Lee Zhongyuke forced a smile and accompanied Wang Jihai to the lobby. After everyone had left the restaurant, I took another look at the map of Seoul that was laid out on the table. There were 3 black creatures roaming freely, and 5 shelters left in Gangbuk. I wondered what lay ahead of them. I sighed and scratched my forehead. Now isn't the time to think about others. I should be thinking about myself and about us first. I got up and headed for the front entrance of the hotel. My priority was to go through the surrounding hotels first, and then make sure that Gwangjangdong was safe. *****. It's often said that time is relative. 15 days, which would pass like nothing when I was human, was now a long enough stretch of time to make significant changes. A lot had changed for the Survivor Rally organization over the past 15 days. Kim Hyeong-jun and I finished cleaning up Gwangjangdong and were able to put up a fence along the border. Park Ji-cheol had reorganized the guards and began to teach them professional combat techniques, and even organized a patrol unit to strengthen the surveillance of Gwangjangdong. The facilities management team used the hotel's underground parking lot as their workspace, and slowly but surely started working on making solar panels. There was a tiny issue in regards to the batteries, but Kwok Dong-won assured us that it was an issue that could be solved. The farmland at the foot of Akazan started to look like actual farmland. The farming team plowed the soil, sweating despite the cold winter, since the elder had emphasized that it was essential to take care of the soil during the winter in order to have better crops the following year. The children were able to get back to studying. Thanks to the library on the second floor of the hotel, the classroom experience got better by the day. The laundry team started to use the water from the Han River to do the laundry. I was worried that they might get frostbite from washing clothes with the ice-cold Han River water while enduring the chilly wind. However, the team brushed off the cold wind and frigid water as if they were nothing, warming their hands with their breath as they chatted and laughed amongst themselves. The medical team had converted the third floor into a hospital, as was trying their best to work with the supplies they had. It seemed like everything was slowly coming together. The survivors were creating miracles out of nothing. Everyone was working together to create a better tomorrow. As I observed the survivors in delight, Kim Hyeong-jun came up to me. What's making Mr. Lee Hyundeok Ajasi so happy, I wonder? When did you get here? A while ago. How'd you not notice? I chuckled and shook my head. Kim Hyeong-jun looked around, as though looking for someone. What about Hansol? Hansol's on guard duty. Not too long ago, Kim Hyeong-jun had been calling him Mr. Do Hansol, then Do Hansol, but now, he was calling him Hansol. It seemed like the two had grown closer. They were finally calling each other on a first-name basis. Kim Hyeong-jun nodded. Surprisingly enough, Wang Jihai is running late. She'll be here soon. I stashed my hands in my pockets and sniffled as the cold winter air tickled the tip of my nose. I looked over at the end of a Kazanaro that led to the hotel and saw Wang Jihai approaching from afar. She was bringing an empty cart, along with 10 guards. I saw Kwang Dong-won next to her. I looked around at their faces. Are you all ready? I asked. Yes. As she answered, Wang Jihai double-checked if she had her flashlight with her. I took a breath and spoke up. I'll give a briefing before we move on. We'll meet with the survivors in Gangnam, and we'll come back right after we get the things we need. At novel bin at. Understood. The guards looked at me and responded energetically. They were answering as if they had nothing to be scared of, but their expressions were saying something different. They were stiff, and seemed very nervous. I let a smile play across my lips as I looked at them. Nothing dangerous will happen. It's good to be a little nervous, but don't get too nervous. Yes, yes. The guards smiled shyly, letting some of their anxiety slide away. It was the 3rd Saturday of the month. It was the designated day to receive updates on what was happening in Gangnam, along with fresh supplies. We planned to reach Seoul Forest before sunset to meet the survivors of Gangnam. I took a look at the survivors' faces. Make sure you follow me and don't fall behind. And please, try to put in your best effort until the end. Understood. After we went through the individual assignments, we headed to the border of Gwangjangdong. When we got to the border, we came upon a tightly closed iron door. Thanks to the hard work of the facilities management team from day one, we had managed to install an iron gate that made it possible to enter and to leave Gwangjangdong. There were still several things that could be improved, such as the fence not being high enough, but it was more than enough to give everyone a sense of safety and stability. I knew that things would only get better from now on. Unless we decided to stop with what we were doing, the world would soon become a better place to live. I let out a breath. Off we go. Clank, clank. The tightly shut iron door slowly opened, and the dreary, eerie street greeted us. I started walking out into the fallen world with my blue eyes shimmering. On your left, shouted Wang Jihai as she got her crossbow ready. I turned to my left and saw zombies running toward us from Jiangdong. Even though we had faced many zombie waves on our way to Guangjiangdong, there were still thousands of zombies roaming the streets. As I ran to my left, Wang Jihai and the guards fired crossbows at the zombies coming from the front. As I shattered the first zombie's bones, I regretted that I hadn't brought enough underlings with me. I'd only brought the first company with me. The rest of my underlings were defending Guangjiangdong. Although Kim Hyeongjun had brought his mutants, I was afraid that the zombies would be able to overcome our weaknesses if we continued to face such a large number of them. Kim Hyeongjun took care of the zombies coming in from the right as he spared a few sporadic glances toward the survivors. Since our priority was to keep Wang Jihai and the guards safe, Kim Hyeongjun and I couldn't let ourselves become separated from the survivors. Gwaye, I saw the second wave of zombies rushing toward us from the end of a Kazanaro. I counted the number of zombies that were approaching as I dealt with the zombies around me. As the number of survivors left in Gangbuk decreased, the zombies became more and more aggressive and ferocious. There were 16 survivors with us, including Wang Jihai. Back when there were more survivors in general, this number of survivors gathered together would attract at most 1 to 200 ravenous zombies. Now, though, there were more than 600 zombies coming after 16 people. Call in Moodswinger. I shouted toward Kim Hyeongjun. Instead of responding to me, Kim Hyeongjun gave orders to Moodswinger. Push them back, Moodswinger. No, LD. Moodswinger started making throat-tearing noises while getting down on all fours. KRRR. Hot steam began to rise from its body. Its light copper-colored skin gradually grew darker, until its entire body turned dark brown. Moodswinger let out a thunderous roar and charged toward the zombies. KRRR. Bang! Asphalt fragments were sent scattering like fragments from a grenade. Before we knew it, Moodswinger had disappeared before our eyes with a loud boom. I remembered how, 15 days ago, Kim Hyeongjun had commented on how crazy Moodswinger's body was after it had transformed. He had told me that there was no other way to describe its body than the word crazy. I finally realized what he meant by that. We had brought a unique monster into this world. My jaw fell to the ground when I saw Moodswinger's movement. If Moodswinger attacked us, it would be the last day of our lives. Moodswinger appeared in front of the approaching zombies in an instant, as if it had gained the ability to teleport. I wondered if it moved at the same speed as me. Perhaps it was even faster than me. Above all, though, its strength was way beyond mine. Moodswinger had lost its intelligence, but it was able to obtain power that couldn't be described in words. It shouldn't have a problem dealing with a black creature. Moodswinger was no longer an ordinary mutant. It was safe to say that he was like the T-800 that appeared in movies. In fact, it just might be stronger than that one. Thanks to Moodswinger, we were able to easily take care of the street zombies. While Moodswinger munched on the dead bodies of the zombies, I looked around and addressed Kim Hyeongjun. Over there is the front entrance of Konkuk University Hospital. Can you go get some bandages and disposable syringes while we meet the survivors of Gangnam? No worries. Should I go to Seoul Forest after I get everything? If you do come via a Kazanaro, so that we don't miss each other. Okay. After I was done talking with Kim Hyeongjun, I walked toward the guards. I noticed that the sun had begun to set, slowly dipping under the horizon to the west. We had no time to lose. A moment later, Wang Jihai came up next to me. We should get going before it gets too late. Everyone, stay close, now that Hyeongjun isn't around anymore. Will do. At Novel bin at. Wang Jihai ordered the guards who were retrieving their arrows to prepare to move. We made our way to Seoul Forest with the sunset. *****. By the time we arrived at Seoul Forest, it was already pitch dark. Even though we had cleaned up Seongsodong a while back, we were still attacked by zombies. It seemed like zombies from other areas had come in and occupied Seongsodong. Thanks to their attack, though, I became more certain that my hypothesis was true. The family had given up on Gangbuk. It seemed like the street zombies were roaming around searching for food now that the Dong leaders had been relocated to Gangnam. There was no way that the Dong leaders would have left zombies to roam around. It'd be stupid for them to leave potential underlings alone. Since I also managed the street zombies by creating prisons, it would be questionable if the Dong leaders just let street zombies roam free under their watch. Knowing how these members of the family were, they would have tried harder than I to keep more potential underlings to themselves. I sat at the guard post at the third line of defense in Seoul Forest, sorting through my thoughts. After a moment, Wang Jihai entered, rubbing her hands together. Geez, it's getting colder. What are you guys eating for dinner tonight? Wang Jihai had just returned from the apartment we used to stay in. She'd told me earlier that she had left something there. Her attention shifted to the contents boiling within a pot nearby, and a broad grin quickly spread across her face. The smell of ramen had filled the guard post, making her mouth water. The guards and Wang Jihai wolfed down the 8 bags of ramen that they had brought in the blink of an eye. The portion wasn't enough for the 16 people to eat their fill, but they were grateful that they could even eat a bowl of ramen. I looked at Wang Jihai. Stay put. I'm going around to scout for a little bit. Oh, got it. Wang Jihai sniffled and smiled brightly. I was worried that the guards and Wang Jihai might get frostbite. The guard post had been erected to offer some shelter from the wind, but there were only 4 blankets available for them to keep them warm. 4 blankets for 16 people. They had created a small fire to cook the ramen, but they couldn't keep the fire going in the guard post, especially since the place was not so well ventilated. The cold wind blowing in from the river swept past my body and continued on as I left the guard post. It was one of the worst days to be on guard duty. I couldn't help but worry about how much further the temperature would plummet. I looked at my underlings and gave them several instructions. First platoon of 1st Company, look around the 3rd line of defense. 2nd Platoon, check the paths that lead into the forest. 3rd Platoon, patrol the north bank of the river. 4th and 5th Platoons, stay put and guard the tents here. Grr. My underlings responded in unison, filling the air with their throat-rending cries. I stared at Gangnam, which lay beyond the Han River. Gangnam was pitch dark, with no lights to be seen, which reminded me of a ghost town. It definitely felt new and foreign. I assumed that there were a lot of survivors on the other side who had to be at war with the family at the moment. Gangnam and Gangbuk were going through slightly different situations, just because of the fact that we were divided by the Han River. I wondered if the people of Gangnam had felt like this in the past. I wondered if they shared similar thoughts as mine, back when we were desperately fighting for our lives. I let out a deep breath. The clear, white mist that emerged seemed to carry with it all my worries. Back when I was a human, I used to hate how my life was so dull and monotonous. I felt like my life couldn't get any more boring. Now, though, I felt more than ever that boring, uneventful lifestyle was never going to be part of my life ever again. Flash. At that moment, there was a flash of light from Gangnam. I quickly ran to the guard post. There's a light flashing. Wang Jihai's eyes widened, and she hurried out with her flashlight in her hands. When she saw the flickering lights from Gangnam, she responded with several flashes of her own flashlight. The two sides sent signals about 3 or 4 times, then stopped. Wang Jihai looked at me. Could you get the raft ready? I walked to the riverside and prepared the raft. After Wang Jihai and Kwok Dongwon got on, I gave it a hard shove. The raft shook once, then floated out into the Han River. Several of the guards approached me. Do you think we'll get anything from them? One of them asked. I heard that Gangnam was at war with the family. We'll have to wait and see. Wang Jihai and Kwok Dongwon rode further into the Han River. I watched the raft getting further away with a calm expression. I had done my part. Getting information regarding the family, the situation in Gangnam, and securing supplies was now in the hands of Wang Jihai and Kwok Dongwon. I prayed that the negotiations would go well, and that we could obtain all the information we wanted. About an hour later, Wang Jihai and Kwok Dongwon returned. Judging from Wang Jihai's bright expression, it seemed like they were able to get what we wanted from them. With some effort, I pulled the raft back to shore using the rope attached to it. Could you come over and take these? Wang Jihai called out as she handed the supplies that were on the raft to the guards. While they quickly unloaded the supplies, Wang Jihai rubbed her cold hands together. Please push us out again. We still have more supplies to bring back. Could you push us out again? They're suddenly giving us this much. Despite my doubts, I pushed the raft containing the two of them out again, then began to question the motives of the people in Gangnam even more. The two of them disappeared into the darkness of the Han River again, and I went through the supplies that they had brought over. There was canned food and dried food, along with all sorts of seasonings. Another box was full of rifle magazines. I frowned at the supplies. Something doesn't seem right. How can they give us so many supplies when they're in the middle of a war with the family? I couldn't wrap my head around this. I scratched my forehead and stared out at the pitch-dark Han River. I had no clue what their discussions could have contained. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't find an answer. I sat by the river and stared out at the Han River for a while. After a moment, I saw Wang Jihai and Kwok Dongwon returning, covered in sweat. As I pulled the raft in again, Wang Jihai called for the guards. This time, there were 3 large boxes. I looked inside. They were full of magazines. I looked toward Gangnam. This totally boggled my mind. They must be insane, I muttered. Pardon. Wang Jihai had overheard me talking to myself. I looked over at her and tilted my head. What did you tell them? What did they tell you? They said that the survivors of Gangnam are easily holding off the family's attacks. Even if that's the case, they're giving us all of this. This isn't even all of it. I have to go back and get more. More. I repeated the word as a question, staring at her with wide open eyes. Wang Jihai wiped off the sweat that was dripping down her forehead. There are still 3 more boxes to bring over, she answered. 2 of them contain food. My expression grew troubled. Kwok Dongwon, who was next to me, spoke up. Is there a problem? No, I don't. I just feel like there's something fishy about this. Don't you think we should get whatever we can when we can? No. Kwok Dongwon punctuated his reply with a burst of laughter. It seemed like Kwok Dongwon, who had come from Gangnam, was feeling rather superior. His tone seemed to suggest that whatever was going on merely highlighted the vast differences between Gangnam and Gangbuk. Just a few weeks ago, he'd been stuttering and trembling, but now he was bursting with excitement, unable to contain his joy. I was feeling reluctant, but I pushed the out raft again, since only a fool would refuse what they were giving us. Once the 3 round trips were completed, we had 8 boxes piled up in front of us. 4 of them were full of magazines, and the remaining 4 were full of food. I looked over at Wang Jihai. Have they ever given you this much? Pardon. The supplies that were piled up in Shelter Silence's storage room. Did they ever give you this much at once? No. It was usually about half of this. So you're saying that this is the first time they've given you 8 boxes at once? Yes. Wang Jihai was already so preoccupied with the boxes in front of her that she didn't catch the meaning behind my words. My eyes continued to reflect my doubt. Kwok Dong-won, who was next to me, spoke up. Why? Is there something wrong? I let my tone of voice grow serious. It's like giving a bucket of water to your neighbor when your front yard is burning just because some smoke was blown in their direction. Am I the only one who feels weird? Wang Jihai finally realized that something didn't seem quite right, and fell into deep thought. On the other hand, Kwok Dong-won merely smirked. Don't you think that just means that Gangnam has this much to spare for others? That'd be great if that's the case. I'd say not to worry too much about it. If they ask for them to be returned later on, then we'll deal with that issue when it arises. Kwok Dong-won stared at the supplies in the boxes with a satisfied smile. He then gestured to the guards. If you could help us move these, that'd be great. Let's move them to the cart. The boxes were so heavy that it took 2 or 3 people to move them. And they had given us 8 of these boxes. As I smacked my lips out of suspicion, Wang Jihai walked over to me. After hearing what you said, it definitely does seem strange. It seems like there's something else behind their generosity. Let's have a meeting once we get back. I nodded and looked out at the Han River, shrouded in pitch-black darkness. Even though we had received more than enough supplies, I was not at ease. The T-800 is from the movie Terminator, which is Skynet's first cybernetic human-like organism. Arnold Schwarzenegger portrayed the T-800 in the Terminator movies. Once the business was taken care of, we set off on the journey back to Guangjiangdong. Almost immediately, I saw a couple of mutants that looked purple walking toward us from afar. In front of the mutants, Kim Hyeongjun had his hand raised up high and was waving toward me. Did you get the stuff? Yup. We have plenty now. As I pointed to the boxes on the cart, Kim Hyeongjun tilted his head. This much? He asked. There's something fishy about them. But I can't quite explain it. I'll go into the details later. Kim Hyeongjun pouted his lower lip and nodded. As soon as I got the survivors and my underlings information, Kim Hyeongjun spoke up urgently, as though he'd just remembered something. Oh, Ajasi. Yeah, I'm going to check on my zombie prison and come back. Right now. When I raised my eyebrows at him, Kim Hyeongjun's expression grew uneasy. Did you check on yours, Ajasi? My jailer zombies are taking care of it. I had assigned 100 of my underlings to manage my zombie prison. I called those underlings jailer zombies. Kim Hyeongjun cleared his throat and looked at me, then sucked on his lower lip. About Meijiangdong. What about Meijiangdong? Well, do you remember that I created a zombie prison there as well? And I furrowed my brow at him. His head sagged, and his expression grew troubled. I became speechless and put my right hand on my forehead. I was taking care of the zombie prison in Hangdangdong, while Kim Hyeongjun was taking care of the one in Meijiangdong. However, it seemed like Kim Hyeongjun had called in all of his underlings, including the ones that were taking care of the zombie prison, over to Guangjiangdong. That meant that the zombies in Meijiangdong were currently not under guard. I wet my dry lips and followed up with another question. When's the last time you checked on the prison? When Shelter Haeyoung was attacked. I called in all my underlings from Meijiangdong back then. When I did that, I think I also called the ones at the zombie prison as well. And you haven't checked on it? Not even once since then. My bad, Ajasi. I completely forgot about it until now. Kim Hyeongjun bit his lip, a troubled expression on his face. I gently massaged my temples and let out a sigh. I knew there was no point in blaming Kim Hyeongjun now. The battle in Gwangjingu had been an uninterrupted series of urgent and unexpected events, and Kim Hyeongjun had done his best by commanding his underlings to the best of his abilities. It seemed like he had called in his underlings at the zombie prison in the process. The problem was that the zombies in the zombie prison weren't just ordinary zombies. They were zombies that had the possibility of becoming mutants. I let out another sigh. I'll head back with Wang Jihai and the guards first. You go check on your zombie prison and come back right away. Okay. What if there are mutants all over the place? Don't think about handling them by yourself. Don't push yourself. I'm sorry. It's fine. It's not your fault. I smacked my lips and slapped Kim Hyeongjun lightly on the forearm. He didn't grumble back as he would have normally, but lowered his head in apology. I looked him straight in the eyes. Don't feel guilty. Whatever happens, we can go through it together. And don't push yourself too far. And keep an eye on Moodswinger. Okay. I lowered my head slightly and patted Kim Hyeongjun on the shoulder. Kim Hyeongjun took his leave, promising to be back in a bit, and headed toward Meijiangdong with his mutants. After he left, Wang Jihai came up to me with a question. A zombie prison? Could you elaborate? We have zombie prisons in Hangdangdong and Meijiangdong where we manage zombies. You created these prisons? Why would you do that? You could have just killed all of them. We would be left with tens and thousands of dead zombie bodies if we killed them all. Have you thought about how we could handle those? Besides, when we created the prisons, it was in the middle of the summer. And if we lose underlings during our fights, we needed a way to make more underlings. We need to maintain a supply of underlings. Wang Jihai bit her lower lip and stayed silent. She didn't seem to have a response. I slicked my hair back and tried to move on to another topic. How about we head back first? We can talk about the prisons again when Hyeongjun gets back. All right. I gestured to everyone to move and led the way. I tried to brush off the zombie prisons as not a big deal when I'd spoken about them to Wang Jihai, but in truth, my mind was more complicated than I wished it was. At the zombie prison in Meijiangdong, there were hundreds of zombies that were not under the direct control of either me or Kim Hyeongjun. That's why we needed to assign jailer zombies in order to keep apart any zombies that tried to fight each other. It's been a while since we had made the prisons, so I was more than certain that a mutant had been born in the Maejangdong zombie prison. Considering how Moodswinger had turned into a stage 3 mutant in a matter of minutes, I couldn't even imagine how chaotic Maejangdong was right now. I prayed that the prison zombies hadn't made their way out of the prison. And if there were any stage 2 zombies, I hoped that none of them had run into a black creature. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On our way back, not a single zombie attacked us. Maybe it was because I'd already dealt with a lot of zombies on our way to Soul Forest earlier. In contrast to the ominous atmosphere on Earth, the twinkling stars and moonlight shone brightly in the sky. The light made it easier for me to see. When I arrived at the entrance to Guangjangdong, a jewelry store that I hadn't seen before caught my attention. As I stared at it, Wang Jihai smiled and asked me a question. Are you thinking of a ring? I think we need to find rings for them pretty soon. The people at the shelter were preparing a wedding for Li Zhonghayak and Choi Dehai. Ironically, the two of them had no clue that it was happening. The lounge on the 16th floor was being decorated to serve as the wedding hall, in preparation for the wedding day. A wedding was just around the corner, and the bride and groom were the only ones in the dark. Wang Jihai looked around. It seems pretty quiet right now, she said. Shall we go inside and look at rings? I nodded. It was rather large compared to an ordinary jewelry store. As I opened the glass doors, the motion kicked up a thick cloud of dust. I waved away the dust and went through the rings that were on display. The sparkling rings were still clean, thanks to their glass casings. I looked over at Wang Jihai. What kind of rings do women like? Small and shiny ones. Then, how about this one? When I pointed at one of the rings, Wang Jihai shook her head and commented on my choice. The gem is too big. Look for something smaller. Smaller, huh? As I went over more rings, muttering to myself, Wang Jihai let out a squeal. I looked over at her urgently, thinking that a zombie had appeared out of nowhere. However, in contrast to my prediction, Wang Jihai was staring at the rings on display, her eyes glittering. I went over to her and asked her what was going on. She gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. It's those. When I looked at what she was pointing at, 2 rings caught my eye. I could tell right away that they were wedding rings. And it was rather obvious that they were diamond rings. The rings were from a brand named John Paul Jewelry. I looked back at Wang Jihai, confused at her overreaction. She took a look at my face and snorted. How can you call yourself a married man when you don't even know this brand? I never heard of this brand before. The rings made by this company are often used as wedding rings. They're also not that expensive. I snuck a look at the price. The price tag had a lot more zeros than I expected. They weren't affordable at all. I was about to smack my lips when Wang Jihai drew her pistol from her side and aimed it toward the glass case. My eyes went wide and I caught her hand. What are you doing? We have to break the glass to get the rings. How are we supposed to retrieve them when we don't have the keys? And shooting the glass is the answer to that. Don't you think a store of this size would use tempered glass? No? Or do you think they would use bulletproof glass? Either way, no guns. Calm down. Her eyes were glued to the rings as she smacked her lips again. She'd cultivated the image of a strong female warrior until now, but I realized that she was also a woman inside. I sighed and slammed my palm against the glass. Thud. I couldn't believe that they were actually using tempered glass. It was a lot harder than I thought. I wondered if it was still intact because I hadn't hit it hard enough. I could feel a strong desire to end this piece of glass once and for all. I clenched my fist and hit the glass case as hard as I could. It shattered into pieces, showering the rings with shiny glass fragments. That's what you get for making me go through this hassle twice, I muttered to myself. I snorted and plucked the rings out. The crystal-clear diamonds shimmered brightly as they caught the rays of moonlight shining down into the store. The gems weren't too big, giving the rings a simple yet beautiful elegance. Everlasting love. I knew the meaning behind diamonds, and I couldn't think of a better jewel for their wedding. I looked over at Wang Jihai, and saw that her sparkling eyes were still glued to the rings on display. I smiled when I saw her expression. You should pick out a ring for yourself as well, she said. Oh? Can I? I smirked at her. It's on me. Wang Jihai burst into laughter and went through the rings on display. After a moment, she seemed to find one that was to her liking, and reached deep into the display case. The ring she chose had a transparent sky-colored gem embedded in it. I tilted my head, not recognizing the gemstone. What kind of gem is that? I asked. It's aquamarine. Aquamarine. It's the birthstone for March. It represents eternal youth and happiness. I chuckled at her explanation, and she raised her eyebrows at me. What's up with the laugh? I think you're making fun of me. No, it's just that eternal youth. I didn't bother to finish my sentence, still full of disbelief. Wang Jihai snorted and slapped my forearm. I smiled awkwardly and scratched my sideburns. A gentle smile spread across her face. Aquamarine has other meanings as well. What meanings? Hope and health. I took a closer look at the aquamarine gem. Hope, huh? It surely was a beautiful gem. For some reason, I couldn't help but smile. Wang Jihai slipped the ring onto her finger and held her hand out to check out how it looked on her. It kind of feels like we're thieves. It's quite the experience for sure. At novel bin at. We smiled gently and stared at the aquamarine crystal for a while. Wang Jihai took a deep breath and broke the silence. So, since it seems like we have everything we need, shall we get going? Sure. When I looked her in the eyes, I caught a glimpse of nostalgia in them, although it disappeared almost instantly. I wondered if the boyfriend she'd lost had crossed her mind. The aquamarine gemstone that she'd picked out. Perhaps it had another meaning to her. As I left the jewelry shop, I took another quick look around the room, covered in layers of thick dust. I couldn't help thinking about just how useless these valuables were in this forsaken world. We were living in an era where a bowl of Remian was more precious than a diamond ring. Our time in the jewelry store had been a nostalgic trip back into the past world that had forever been lost to us. We made our way back to the shelter in Guangjiangdong. When we passed through the iron gates and entered Guangjiangdong, all the leaders who had been waiting for our return came out to meet us, despite the late hour. Their jaws fell open as they saw the supplies piled onto the cart we had brought. Li Zhongyuke came up to me and asked about Kim Haiyongjun's whereabouts. He went to Meijiangdong for a bit. There was something he needed to check on. Was it okay to let him go alone? He said he'd be back after doing some reconnaissance. Li Zhongyuke nodded slowly, and didn't ask any further questions. He knew about the zombie prisons in Hengdangdong and Meijiangdong. His intuition and awareness seemed to clue him in on what was going on. I glanced at the leaders to make sure no one noticed, then secretly grabbed Li Zhongyuke's hand. He was taken aback by my sudden gesture, but his eyes widened the moment he felt the object that I was trying to hand him. Li Zhongyuke looked at the 2 diamond rings on his palm, then looked at me. Where'd you get these? We passed by a jewelry store on the way. I was just thinking that everything would be set if we just had rings. Li Zhongyuke smiled happily and patted my back. You know, I'm always thankful for what you do. For what? It's nothing. I chuckled and patted Li Zhongyuke on the shoulder. His shoulders felt icy cold. It seemed like the leaders, including Li Zhongyuke, had been waiting outside in the cold weather for us. Li Zhongyuke looked around at the leaders around him, then spoke. Everyone, let's go inside and have a further chat. It's very cold outside. All right. All the leaders had noses that were red from the cold. Even though my body was cold, I could feel the warmth emanating from these leaders. The way they carried themselves moved me. I promised myself that I would not forget the effort that everyone had put in to make it thus far. And in order to make up for what they'd done so far, I was going to do better. All the leaders that had gathered on the second-floor restaurant looked out the window, waiting for Kim Haiyongjun to return. Even though all the windows were closed, the howling wind outside still rattled them, and the leaders all seemed worried. I sat at the desk and gently massaged my temples. He was taking longer than expected. I thought he'd be back in an hour, but he still hadn't returned. In fact, it had already been 3 hours since he'd gone to Meijiangdong. I got up and paced around nervously. Li Zhongyuke came over to me. Don't sweat it. How can I not be worried? You know he's not someone that would go down easily. What if he ran into a black creature? What if there's a bunch of stage 2 mutants in Meijiangdong? I frowned worriedly, and Li Zhongyuke patted me on the shoulder. You know he's not a clueless, helpless blockhead. He'll make it back no matter what. I'm worried because I know he can be reckless sometimes. When we encountered the dogs at Konkuk University Hospital, we were able to handle the situation thanks to his skill at improvisation. Ultimately, no one got hurt and we got what we wanted, but if the dogs we had encountered had been just a bit smarter, the situation would have spiraled out of control. As I continued to pace anxiously, the people at the windows began to shout. He's here, he's here. Haiyongjun's here. I dashed toward the windows immediately. I saw him rushing toward the hotel, leading a host of underlings, more than he'd had before he left. I knew he had only taken the mutants when we'd first left, so I had no clue why he was coming back with more underlings. Did he go to recruit more underlings before coming back? Kim Haiyongjun had lost a lot of underlings during the battle in Guangjingu and the subsequent fight against the black creature. It seemed like he'd recruited more from the prison in Meijiangdong before returning. I let out a sigh of relief and sat down in my chair. He sure knew how to cause others to worry. Kim Haiyongjun waved at the leaders on the second floor as he made his way directly toward the hotel. He came straight up and started looking for me as soon as he entered the restaurant. Ajusi. His voice was full of urgency. I looked over at him, and he swallowed before speaking. Ajusi, I think we need to reinforce our defenses here. I tilted my head questioningly. Why, did something happen? Kim Haiyongjun moved closer. There's something about Meijiangdong. It seems like there's something more to Meijiangdong. Something more. There are traces. Kim Haiyongjun bit his lips, looking rather distressed. I didn't understand what he was saying. Traces? What could he possibly mean? When I tilted my head and asked him to elaborate, Kim Haiyongjun sighed. There are traces of mutation. I knew it. Do you know how many? Definitely more than 1 or 2. Probably a lot more. Why did it seem like everything bad that could happen had to happen? I clicked my tongue and let out a sigh. The black creatures were already causing me to feel nervous, and now I had to start paying attention to mutants as well. This was not good. I stroked my chin gently. Any signs of stage 2 mutations? I couldn't tell the difference between stage 1 and stage 2 mutations just by the tracks they left behind. There are just too many variants amongst the mutants. Remember the stage 2 mutant in Grand Children's Park? It was small. It's impossible to tell the mutants' stage by their tracks alone. Then, assuming that all of the tracks were made by stage 1 mutants, how many do you think there are? Just give me a rough estimate. I have no clue. There were just too many. I couldn't even count them all. When I killed the Dong leader of Wayangdong, hundreds of zombies lost their link to him. All of them were zombies that were primed to mutate, so Kim Hye-young-jun and I had them moved into our zombie prisons. But that wasn't the end. The zombies that had been left over after our fight with the Dong leaders of Gyeongdong, Jaeangdong, and the remaining enemies in the vanguard were there as well. The zombie prisons in Hangdangdong and Maejangdong had been swarming with zombies. If even a third of the zombies in the Maejangdong zombie prison had become mutants, that meant that there were well over 300 of them. And if these mutations had occurred in a confined area, it was safe to assume that a lot of them had turned into stage 2 mutants as well. I couldn't help but sigh. A single mistake had resulted in an irreversible situation. I felt my mind going blank. I looked over at Kim Hye-young-jun. What's up with the underlings that you brought with you? Where'd you get them? At Novel bin at. I had to get more underlings from Hangdangdong. I felt like I didn't have enough, so I had to get more somehow. Sorry for going there without giving you notice. Kim Hye-young-jun's tone was dispirited. He knew that the situation had gotten worse because of him. I sighed and slicked my hair back. I had no clue how to make myself feel better. I chewed on my lower lip as I pondered the situation. I won't get anywhere thinking about this by myself. I let out a breath and spoke to the leaders around me. If everyone could take a seat, we'll begin today's meeting. *****. The meeting went smoothly. Between the black creature and the mutants, we had all the reasons in the world for us to strengthen our vigilance. We decided to assign the underlings belonging to Kim Hye-young-jun, Do Han-sol, and I to keep a close watch on the outskirts of Gyeongdong. The guards who had been patrolling the outskirts of Gyeongdong would be pulled back to the perimeter of the hotel. As for the supplies that we'd received from the survivors in Gangnam, we decided to keep an eye on them for the time being. If they had given us the supplies with any ulterior motives in mind, they would be the ones to make the first move. There was no reason for us to make the first move when we didn't have any concrete evidence of their intentions. After all of this, we discussed Lee Jong-hyuk and Choi Da-hai's wedding. Lee Jong-uk suggested that there was no reason to delay any further, and that it should be held the next day. Most of the leaders seemed to agree with this suggestion. I knew that Lee Jong-uk wanted Lee Jong-hyuk and Choi Da-hai to have a perfect wedding. However, in the world that we inhabited, it was impossible to have a day that was free of worry. In the end, we decided to move forward with the ceremony before it got delayed any further. After the meeting, I left the hotel. The howling wind from the Han River flowed over and around me. The cold air seemed to soothe my troubled heart. I wasn't sure how to express the feelings within me. It was impossible to describe. All the survivors were trying their best to live each and every day, dedicating their lives and sacrificing themselves for the sake of others. They were protecting my daughter while providing her with the experience of living as a human being and having emotional security. I felt fortunate that there were so many survivors, but at the same time, their expectations of me weighed me down. Their lives depended on what I did. It was a tremendous burden for a single person to bear. There was Kim Hye-young-jun, Do Han-sol, and the guards. But they were also depending on me. My choices directed their thoughts and their actions. I was getting tired. Tired of the fact that each choice I made had to be the right one. I sighed and pressed my fingers gently against my temples. Oh, it's Daddy, Daddy. I heard So-yeon's voice, looking for me. I turned around and saw So-yeon dressed in thick winter clothing, walking toward me, accompanied by Han Sun-hui. It seemed just yesterday when she was toddling around, but she had grown a lot taller over the past few months. I greeted So-yeon with a gentle smile as she ran toward me. So-yeon, why are you outside? You should get some more sleep. Daddy, I had a scary dream. So-yeon grabbed my thighs and made a sad face. I stroked her hair and looked at Han Sun-hui. Han Sun-hui smoothed her clothes as she walked over to me. She looked very groggy, as if she had just woken up. Did you wake up because of So-yeon? She came crying, saying that she'd had a scary dream. My apologies. Han Sun-hui smiled gently in reply. Are you nervous? You should have told me in advance. When did you get this all prepared? Lee Jong-hyuk seemed embarrassed as he adjusted his shirt and tie, as if he felt awkward dressing up after such a long time. I looked at the Lee brothers with a warm smile. It was the day of Lee Jong-hyuk and Choi Da-hai's wedding, and everyone had been eagerly awaiting it. And of course, the two only learned this morning that they were having a wedding. Lee Jong-uk fixed Lee Jong-hyuk's tie for him. There we go. Now you look more presentable. Was I ever not presentable? Oh boy, don't even get me started, mister. Lee Jong-uk chuckled, and Lee Jong-hyuk snorted and smiled lightly. After a moment, Park Ji-cheol entered. We're ready. Let's get the show on the road. Got it. When Lee Jong-hyuk stood up, Lee Jong-uk caught his little brother's wrist. He silently handed over the 2 rings he was holding. Lee Jong-hyuk's eyes widened as he saw the diamond rings. His lips began to quiver. No, where in the world did you get these? So-yeon's dad thought of you and Da-hai and got a pair of pretty rings. He's got a meticulous side to him. I chuckled at Lee Jong-uk's comment. You don't actually think I chose them, right? Wang Ji-hai chose them. Haha, I knew it. Lee Jong-uk roared out a laugh and slapped my forearm. I let out a full-bellied laugh as well, the first in a while, and looked at Lee Jong-hyuk once over. Lee Jong-hyuk had always stood between me and Lee Jong-uk, acting as the mediator. Back when I couldn't speak, he'd always been the first to figure out what my drawings meant, and he always tried his best to make others feel a sense of comfort. I patted Lee Jong-hyuk on the shoulder. I want to congratulate you, from the deepest place in my heart. I didn't expect you to care so much for me. I really had no clue. Thank you. Li Zhonghayak smiled happily and bowed. I patted him on the back and guided him to the lounge entrance. We had a simple wedding prepared for them. We removed all the extraneous formalities that we could, so that the couple could be the entire focus of the wedding. Of course, the bride's entrance was retained, since it was the highlight of any wedding. Li Zhongyuke walked to the left side of the stage, taking up his place as the officiator of the proceedings. He began to speak to all the survivors gathered in the lounge. Thank you to all the distinguished guests who have made it today to celebrate the wedding of Li Zhonghayak and his bride, Choi Dahai. The survivors offered Li Zhongyuke heartfelt smiles. Li Zhongyuke cleared his throat gently, then continued. Let's introduce the man of the day. If the groom may enter. There was no background music or congratulatory song, but the survivors all applauded Li Zhonghayak as he entered the ceremonial hall. Li Zhonghayak took large, confident strides toward the stage. Li Zhongyuke clapped more enthusiastically than anyone else, a hearty smile on his face. Li Zhonghayak reached the front of the stage, and Li Zhongyuke looked at the entrance of the hall. Let us welcome the bride. The tightly closed doors slowly opened and Choi Dahai appeared, wearing a pure white dress. The children had torn up some colored paper to substitute for flower petals, and they sprinkled them along Choi Dahai's path. Choi Dahai pressed her lips together and walked toward Li Zhonghayak one step at a time. She lowered her head slightly as though she were feeling shy, and snuck a glance at Li Zhonghayak. I held Soyeon in my arms as I watched the bride, a warm feeling filling my heart. Daddy, Daddy. Huh. Is Aunt Dahai getting married today? Soyeon had lost some of her baby teeth this morning, so every time she tried to say something, she ended up saying it wrong. She was as cute as she could be. Soyeon sweetie, it's married, not arid. Arid. I smiled a heartfelt smile. You're right sweetie. Aunt Dahai and Uncle Zhonghayak. They're getting married today. Married? What happens if two people get married? Her question was rather difficult for me to answer. I wasn't sure how to describe the concept of marriage, or what a married couple was. As I looked around a little anxiously for some help, Han Sen-hui, who had been clapping her hands, gave Soyeon a warm smile. It means that they're going to become a family, she said. Family? Aren't we already family? Let's say that they're becoming a little bit of a special family. A special family. When Soyeon meets someone you really love, then when you get married, then that person would be more special than anyone else, right? Han Sen-hui smiled brightly and stroked Soyeon's hair. Soyeon nodded eagerly and let out a contented gurgle. Then she pinched my cheek. Daddy. Marry me. Soyeon smiled and giggled. Han Sen-hui laughed and covered her mouth with her right hand, as if she thought Soyeon was cute. I gave Soyeon my brightest smile, one that was not like any other. Yes, yes. So Soyeon wants to marry Daddy. Yeah. You promise you're not going to like another boy and leave Daddy by himself. Yep. Soyeon smiled and buried her face in my chest. I smiled so fiercely that my cheekbones began to hurt. I couldn't keep myself from smiling. The principal, who officiated the ceremony, wove several inspiring quotes into his speech, and after that, Li Zhonghayak and Choi Dahai slipped the rings on each other's fingers and promised eternal love. After the shortened wedding ceremony, the survivors gathered in the ceremonial hall and drank away the liquor and wine that had been laid out on the tables. The leaders had agreed to provide wine and liquor so that everyone could eat well and enjoy the day. Of course, there wasn't enough liquor for them to get drunk on and go wild, but it was enough for them to have a good time, and to be able to enjoy a drink after such a long time. I hoped that all the survivors would treasure the memory of this day in their hearts, and that it would spur them on to continue to strive to live. Soyeon sat on my lap and chewed on the dried squid that had been served. As I looked at her with a satisfied smile, Li Zhongyuke came over. Soyeon's dad. What's up? Can you drink? Do you think someone who can't even drink water can drink alcohol? I smacked my lips out of sadness, and Li Zhongyuke nodded. Well, that's too bad. Then don't mind me if I drink some of yours. I lowered my voice and frowned. Don't drink too much. If you get yourself drunk. Soyeon, who was sitting in my lap, turned around and stared at me blankly while making a whooshing sound. I glanced down at Soyeon, then addressed Li Zhongyuke again. If you get drunk, I'm going to scold you. Oh, no. Soyeon's dad is too scary. I shall only drink a little bit. Li Zhongyuke stroked Soyeon's hair and poured the liquor from the table into a glass. I sighed and shook my head. Everyone was enjoying the wedding banquet. After drinking, eating, and chatting for about 2 hours, the banquet finally came to an end. The survivors cleaned up after themselves and returned to their rooms. As we started tidying things up, Li Zhonghayak suddenly came up to me. Hey, Soyeon's father. It's all good. Go and get some rest. The groom isn't supposed to help clean up and leave his wife alone on her wedding day. Oh, no, it's not that. Have you seen my brother? Zhongyuke. Yes, I haven't seen him in a while. I looked around to see if Li Zhongyuke was nearby. I didn't even know that he had disappeared because I'd been occupied with Soyeon. My expression grew troubled. And Han Sen-hui, who was next to me, spoke up. I'll take care of Soyeon. If you could. I got up and searched every nook and cranny, trying to find Li Zhongyuke. He wasn't in the lounge. I started to feel cold sweat trickling down my forehead. I was worried something might have happened to him. My first guess was that he'd gone outside after getting drunk, but I didn't feel the presence of anyone when I looked out the windows. After that, I considered whether he could be sleeping somewhere in the stairwell of the emergency exit. After running through several scenarios, I finally found Li Zhongyuke in the family suite located on the 15th floor. The people of Shelter Haeyang had occupied 2 large suites on the 15th floor of the hotel. Each room housed over 20 people living together. Li Zhongyuke was lying on the bed, sleeping curled up like a shrimp. He had taken his clothes off, and was shivering in his socks and underwear. Even while he was drunk, he'd still followed his instincts and made it back to his room. Geez, making others worry about you. I walked over to Li Zhongyuke's bedside, muttering to myself. I thought about tucking him in under some blankets, but I stopped in my tracks when I saw his face. There were tears trickling down from his eyes. I wondered if he had fallen asleep while crying. My gaze fell on a wrinkled photo in his hands. I carefully retrieved the photo. In it, I saw a young man and woman smiling brightly, standing on either side of their daughter, who had yet to learn to walk. It was Li Zhongyuke with the brightest smile I've ever seen and his deceased wife. Seeing the two of them looking so happy made my chest tighten and my heart sink. I squeezed my eyes tightly shut, furrowing my brow. I couldn't bear to look at them. The image of mother and daughter falling from their apartment suddenly flashed through my mind. When I slowly opened my eyes with a sigh, I saw Li Zhongyuke still weeping, looking terribly pitiful. He muttered something unintelligible. I wondered if he was dreaming. If he was, the way he was crying even while sleeping meant that whatever dream he was having wasn't a good one at novel bin at. I couldn't fathom how much pain he had been in so far. He couldn't tell anyone about his pain, and it seemed like he'd been trying to soothe his loneliness and bitterness by looking at this photo by himself. Sojin, honey. His voice was full of anguish. I could tell that he was missing her dearly. With a heavy, grieving heart, I tucked the blankets around Li Zhongyuke and laid his family photo gently on the bedside table. He always seemed so strong in front of me and the others, and I always thought that he was okay. But Li Zhongyuke was also an ordinary person who had lost his family to this upside-down world. It seemed like the alcohol had loosened his control, and he'd poured out all the emotions he had been keeping to himself. I let out a deep breath and gently massaged my temples. I felt like the right thing to do was to leave Li Zhongyuke alone. Even if he was having a painful, heartbreaking dream, at least he was able to see his dead wife and daughter in his dreams. I hoped that this would help him to miss them a little less, even though it was painful for him. I left with a heavy heart, knowing what Li Zhongyuke was going through. I wondered what meaning we could find in this damned world. Regardless if one was dead or alive, I couldn't come up with anything. No matter how much I thought about it, I could find no clear answer. This world was full of nothing but cruelty. ******. I went outside to soothe my troubled mind. I looked out at the Han River and took a couple of deep breaths, letting the cool river breeze fill me and soothe my heart, which had sunk into deep, deep waters. The blue sky overhead seemed oblivious to all that was going on the surface of the damned world beneath it. Its callousness left a void in my heart. Just then, I heard someone exhaling, and the musty smell of cigarettes wafted over toward me and tickled my nose. I looked around and spotted Wang Jihai smoking and looking into the distance, out beyond the Han River. I walked to Wang Jihai's side with both of my hands in my pockets. Wang Jihai took a moment to sense my presence. When she did, she looked at my face and coughed violently. She must have swallowed the cigarette smoke in surprise. Li Hyundiok. I didn't even notice, she managed in between coughs. I just came out. Since when did you smoke? Oh this. It just so happened to cross my mind. Wang Jihai tossed the cigarette she was holding onto the ground as a tear leaked out the corner of her eye from all the coughing. I smiled at her. Why waste a cigarette? There's nothing wrong with smoking. No, I've quit already. Wang Jihai avoided my gaze with an embarrassed smile. It seemed like Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai's wedding had a special meaning for a lot of people. It was both the motivation to live for tomorrow and an opportunity to look back on the past. Of course, I knew that it wasn't possible for everyone to only have happy memories. I wanted everyone to become happy. I didn't want anyone to go through more pain or sadness. At this new shelter, I wanted our future to be filled with laughter. I brushed aside some dirt from the ground and sat down. Wang Jihai joined me and stared out at the Han River. We both looked across the Han River silently. We stayed there for a long time, both lost in our own thoughts, both feeling uneasy about the peaceful moment we were enjoying. Wang Jihai, who had been looking at the Han River for a long time, finally broke the long silence. What's on your mind? I'm just trying to enjoy the free time I have right now. I can't say I'm not surprised. You always seemed like there was a lot on your mind. When I take a break, I need to make sure I truly take a break. Someone I know told me that you don't magically get time to enjoy yourself. Instead, you have to make time for yourself. I chuckled as I recalled what Li Zhongyuke had told me and passed it on to Wang Jihai. Wang Jihai tilted her head and looked at me. I'm surprised that you'd say such a thing. Why? Is it weird for me to say something like this? It just seems like something that Li Zhongyuke would say. I did hear this from Zhongyuke. Ha ha ha. Wang Jihai let out a hearty laugh. Her honesty made her a charming person. I rubbed my neck out of embarrassment. Wang Jihai looked at me closely. Her gaze was slightly uncomfortable, causing me to wet my lips. Why are you looking at me like that? I asked. You seem to have a timid side. You're not like this when you fight. I've always been a rather timid person. I'm far from being an extrovert. But that's not what I see in you. I answered her question honestly. Well, if I remained that way, So Yeon would be in danger. We couldn't have survived unless I changed. Wang Jihai nodded slowly and looked out at the Han River again. She pulled out a cigarette. My boyfriend was a very energetic person. He enjoyed being in front of people, even when I asked him to stop stepping up. I turned my head slightly to observe Wang Jihai from the side. The wind blowing in from the river caught the smoke from her cigarette as it drifted past her face. Wang Jihai blew out a puff of smoke, then continued. Thanks to his personality, we established a shelter and saved a lot of people. He set up a system to maintain the shelter and more people started to follow my boyfriend. At first, I didn't like my boyfriend's extroverted personality, but I also thought about what might have happened if he hadn't been the person he was. I could tell from her eyes that she was missing her boyfriend. Wang Jihai took another long pull from her cigarette without saying anything, then tossed the cigarette butt to the floor. But I think that's why he died too. I didn't know what to say to her. She sighed. Even when I told him to control himself and act calmly, he didn't listen at all. In the end, it led him to meet his end sooner than he should have. Wang Jihai chuckled and looked at my face. I cleared my throat and looked away. Then Wang Jihai snorted and continued on. But do you know what's funny? What is it? I can't really remember his face anymore. I don't remember his voice or his warmth. And it hasn't even been that long. Tu looked out over the Han River and scratched my head. I wondered why she was saying these things to me. Maybe she needed someone to listen to her story. When she was the group leader, she probably hadn't been able to open up to anyone else about her story. I could already tell that she had put her boyfriend's death aside and dedicated each day to protecting the survivors to the best of her ability. Wang Jihai took out another cigarette from her pocket and looked at it wordlessly. Her expression grew bitter. Even after everything we went through together, all I remember is the brand of the cigarette my boyfriend used to smoke. The irony is that I used to nag him all the time to stop smoking. As I looked at her, my expression grew sorrowful as well. She furrowed her brow and bit her lower lip. I patted Wang Jihai gently on the shoulder. If you want to cry, cry, I said quietly. Her shoulders began to shake gently. The tears that she had been keeping to herself for a very long time began to flow freely. The faint smell of cigarettes tickled my nose. I wondered if this was the reason why Wang Jihai smoked. Perhaps she was trying to hold on to what little trace of her boyfriend remained, the man who was disappearing from her memories just like cigarette smoke. After all, the smell of cigarettes remained for a while after the smoke disappeared. Even as his face, voice, and the time they spent together gradually faded into her past, she would be able to remember the smell of the cigarettes that her boyfriend used to smoke. I looked into the sky and let out a deep sigh. I knew that no amount of consolation would make her feel any better. I just hoped that Wang Jihai would keep moving toward a brighter future while enduring the pain she currently had. The wedding. It had become more than just a wedding for a lot of people. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It started to rain that night. The unexpected rain in the middle of November was an opportunity for many of the survivors to reminisce about the past. They sat by the windows and stared outside in silence. The trees were drenched in rain, and a thick fog formed around us. I sat by the window on the 15th floor with So-yeon and watched as the world was covered in water. She said she enjoyed the sound of rain and even laughed while humming a tune. I looked at So-yeon and smiled. I sat with So-yeon in my lap and looked at the scenery outside the window for a long time, hoping that the clean rain would wash away the evil of this confused and damned world. After a while, Lee Jong-uk came up to me, frowning. What's up with this rain on a wedding day? I smiled in reply. They say that if it rains on the wedding day, life for the bride and groom will be good. That's just something people made up. Trying to stay optimistic even when it's not warranted. Let's look on the bright side. I hate rainy days. Lee Jong-uk clicked his tongue and walked into the living room. After that, the principal came over and offered a warm smile. Seems like So-yeon is happy because it's raining. Yes, I like the sound of rain. So-yeon smiled brightly as she answered, and the principal nodded slowly and looked at me. So-yeon's father, may I talk to you for a minute? He asked calmly. Sure. I wondered what he was going to say. He was asking for a private moment with me so as not to startle So-yeon. I told So-yeon to wait for a little bit, and she nodded without giving it much thought. I stepped out into the 15th floor hallway with the principal. He looked around to see if anyone was around, then spoke in a low voice. I think you should go check the lobby. Did a zombie appear? No, it's not a zombie. The facilities management team said they found something. I tilted my head, and the principal's expression grew troubled. It seems like they've made contact with another shelter. Pardon. My eyes went wide as I heard the principal's words. He gestured for me to keep my voice down, then continued. It seemed like the facilities management team found a radio. Initially, they thought it was broken so they tried to fix it. But it seems they got a signal on it instead. A signal. Yes, it seemed like they could receive signals, but could not send any. I think it's best to keep it a secret from the rest for the time being. News like this could throw our shelter into disarray. Where is the radio? Follow me. The principal gestured lightly and guided me to the lobby. We entered the break room on the left side of the lobby, where a team was working on the radio. Kwok Dong-won noticed my arrival and waved me over. As I got closer to the radio, I heard a strange man's voice through the static. I repeat. Sinidong, not safe. The radio wasn't receiving properly, and the sound was cutting in and out. I looked over at Kwok Dong-won. Can you get rid of this static somehow? We're working on that. But for now, this is the best we can do. And is this a real-time signal? Yes, it is. I turned to the principal, who was next to me. Could you please bring me the map of Seoul in the study on the second floor? Got it. The principal hurried to the second floor. I wet my lips as I listened to the voice over the radio again. No, long, safe, if, you, to, hear, broadcast, don't. Sinidong. The sounds kept on cutting in and out, but I could just about make out the gist of what the other side was trying to say. A man with a low-pitched voice was saying something like this. I repeat, Sinidong is not safe. Sinidong is no longer safe. If you happen to hear this broadcast, don't come to Sinidong. After a moment, the principal came back panting, and spread out the map of Seoul that he'd brought back. I placed my finger on the map to locate Sinidong. Sinidong was located in Jungnang-gu, which was north of Gwangji-gu. There was a large shield symbol under my finger. Seoul Medical Center. It was one of the 4 remaining shelters in Gangbuk. The principal wasn't sure what to make of this discovery. What do you want? I cut him off with a question. Where's Hyung-jun and Han-sol? The principal pointed upwards. They went back to their rooms earlier, he replied. I headed straight to the 15th floor without looking back. If the two had gone back to their rooms, they would be in the suites on the 15th and 17th floors. I raced up the stairs of the emergency exit to the 15th floor. Kim Hyung-jun was there, looking out the window with his son. Hyung-jun. Oh, Ajusi, what brings you here? Kim Hyung-jun smiled warmly at me, but when he noticed my frown, his expression grew troubled as well. What's the matter? Wait here. I'll be back with Han-sol. Okay. I went up to the 17th floor and brought Han-sol down. In the meantime, Kim Hyung-jun took his son inside then came back out, waiting for me nervously. I took a breath to calm myself and related what I'd just learned to the two of them. The shelter located in Sinidong is in danger. Sinidong. The facilities management team found a radio, and the shelter located in Sinidong was broadcasting. Adat novel bin adat. What broadcast? They were warning others to not go there. That Sinidong was no longer safe. Kim Hyung-jun flinched when he heard my words. After a moment, Han-sol spoke up. It looks like they've been gathering survivors all this time. I'm guessing so. But now they are broadcasting that it's no longer safe. I don't think they are bad people. Don't you agree? If they're broadcasting to everyone, warning them to stay away when they're facing an emergency. See, that's exactly why I called you too. My tone grew serious, and Kim Hyung-jun and Han-sol looked at me with grave expressions of their own. Kim Hyung-jun scratched his forehead. I'll go take a look, he said. No, you stay here. I'll go? No, I won't stay put if this happened because of me. The corners of my eyes twitched as I heard his reason. His expression grew anguished. If the mutants made their way along the main road north from Maejangdong, they would end up in Sinidong. Maybe it's not the mutants. If the shelter, which has been safe all along, suddenly begins to make such a broadcast, it can only be because of the mutants, or the black creature. Kim Hyung-jun was right. But I couldn't let Kim Hyung-jun go. I couldn't be sure if Kim Hyung-jun would not act impulsively, but to send Han-sol. It would be too dangerous for him if a stage 2 mutant appeared. I knew it would be best for me to go. I looked at the two of them. You two should focus on defense. Ajusi. This isn't an order. I'm asking you to do me a favor. Kim Hyung-jun bit his lip, hesitating. Han-sol observed our interaction and stayed quiet. I sighed. It's only right for me to go, I continued. Hyung-jun, you have to stay here in order to keep this place safe. I know you don't even mean that. You have mood swinger. Kim Hyung-jun scratched his head, knowing that what I'd said was true. If a black creature were to appear, it would be impossible for me to last more than 20 minutes if Kim Hyung-jun wasn't around. However, since Kim Hyung-jun had mood swinger, he could take care of the black creature. Kim Hyung-jun sighed. But do you really have to go? I understand that you like people, Ajusi. But do you really have to take the risk and go to them? Sinidong shelter is different. Why? Because the people there seem nice. If that's your reasoning, I'm going to stop. The shelter itself is a medical center. They have medical supplies and medical personnel. I offered my reply in a calm, rational manner. Kim Hyung-jun smacked his lips and sighed. Our shelter had a huge shortage of medical staff when compared to the number of survivors. Kim Byung-jin was the only doctor, and there were only 4 nurses. Many of the guards had died during the battle in Gwangjin-gu and in the full-scale attack on Seoul Forest. If there had been enough medical staff, we could have saved more lives. Also, the medical supplies we had brought from Konkuk University Hospital had almost run out. I'd retrieved medical supplies from there twice before, and I was thinking of finding another hospital sooner or later. Since we didn't have access to the university hospital in Gangnam, we had to locate another hospital in Gangbuk. In this context, Seoul Medical Center was essential for us. I gave Kim Hyung-jun a look filled with determination. He sighed deeply. If there's a black creature in Sinidong, don't fight it. Come back right away. Okay. Kim Hyung-jun clenched his fists. If the black creature chases you, keep running without looking back. Bring it here, and I'll take care of it. Thanks to Kim Hyung-jun, I could keep moving forward without anything holding me back. Kim Hyung-jun. He was someone that I could count on at all times. When I nodded, Han-sol looked at me with a worried expression. Please take care of yourself, he said. I nodded and headed straight down to the first floor. Pitter, patter. It was pouring cats and dogs as I emerged outside. The sky was as dark as it could be, and visibility was limited to just 1 mile because of the pouring rain. I wondered if I would be able to tell the survivors and zombies apart in this terrible weather. I gritted my teeth and gave orders to my underlings. First company to fourth company, follow me. Grr. All the underlings that were guarding Guangjiangdong started running toward me at once. I ordered my mutants to defend the shelter. Very soon, my 2,000 underlings formed up, and I made my way to Sinidong. I passed through Guidong to get to Zhonggokdong, then on through Zhonggokdong to get to Myeongdong. My physical capabilities were well beyond that of humans, and 15 kilometers felt like nothing at all. Running at full speed, I was able to get to Myeongdong in 20 minutes. I couldn't tell if the thick fog around me was mist, or just the steam coming off my body. In contrast to the cold air around me, my body was all worked up. I wandered the ominous streets, looking for survivors. I couldn't see and smell much because of the pouring rain. The sound of the rain was so loud that it would even cover the sound of people screaming. There were no survivors on the streets. Judging from the lack of zombies as well, it seemed like a zombie wave had been triggered, and they had all been drawn to the medical center. I imagined the map in my head and made my way north along Yeongmaesondero. I needed to take a look at the Seoul Medical Center with my own eyes and come up with a plan on the fly. I passed an LPG gas station on my left and kept going, and quickly saw Seoul Medical Center in the distance. Grr. Gay. I heard zombies howling through the heavy rain. I squinted and looked at the medical center. I saw a mass of zombies gathered at the entrance, howling away. But where are the survivors? My blue eyes flashed as I focused on the buildings. I tried to use my eyesight to pick out any traces of human movement. It seemed like there were only zombies on the first floor and in the surrounding area. However, I saw some lights flickering on the 5th floor. Lights. There had to be survivors. I wondered if they had lit candles. I could tell that there were survivors trapped in there, waiting for a rescue team that would never make it. I flashed a tight smile, knowing that I had come to the right place. I walked toward the building. Just then, I heard a dull thud come from the inside of the building. That sound. It didn't sound like an ordinary zombie. The fact that the surrounding zombies weren't colored red meant that there weren't any members of the family around. That meant that it had to be a mutant or several mutants from the streets. I considered if a stage 1 mutant could make this sort of sound. I knew it was impossible. The sound I just heard was the sound of something smashing through a wall of the building. That meant that there was a stage 2 mutant here. I swallowed and gave an order to my underlings. First to fourth company, gather up and get rid of the zombies on the first floor. Grr. My 2,000 underlings let out throat-rending howls as they surged toward the hospital in a rolling wave. The ground rumbled, and a green wave smashed through the fragile, delicate breakwater. After observing the majestic scene unfolding in front of me for a moment, I looked at the roof of the medical center. It was about 12 stories high. With my current physical abilities, I could make it to the top in one leap. I bent my knees and put all my strength into my jump, keeping my eyes fixed on the rooftop. Whoosh! Defying the force of gravity trying to pull me down, I made it to the rooftop in one smooth motion, savoring the sound of the wind rushing past me. In contrast to my prediction, the rooftop was empty. There were no survivors or zombies to be found. I wondered if the survivors were unable to get out onto the rooftop somehow. I looked around and saw a thick iron door in one of the corners. It was the door leading into the building. I increased the circulation of my blood to enhance the muscles in my arm. I grabbed the iron door, took in a deep breath, and pulled. The solid iron door pulled free of its hinges with a screech of tearing metal. I took a step inside and stopped, unsure how to react. Dozens of survivors were standing right in front of me, where the iron door had just been, staring at me in astonishment. I looked back at them in surprise. A woman amongst the survivors let out a wail. She seemed to be in a state of panic. Her eyes were full of fear and despair. Taken aback by the sudden situation, I raised both of my arms and waved violently, trying to gesture to her that I wasn't there to hurt them. Arg! A young boy charged out of the crowd of survivors, wielding a hatchet. He seemed like he was in his mid to late teens, about the same age as Kang Ji-suk. Humans wielding weapons were way too slow for me. I wasn't an ordinary being. I had the dynamic visual acuity to track down monsters that could run 100 meters in 5 seconds. I grabbed the hatchet that was arcing toward me and brought the boy under control. The survivors on the stairs either screamed or sighed. A couple of male students who seemed to be friends of the boy screamed and came rushing toward me. I wondered if the thought that their friend would die had crossed their mind. Their eyes were full of hatred and anger. It seemed like they were no longer thinking straight. I gritted my teeth. Enough. I yelled. My loud voice cut through the constant drumming of rain and thunder. My blue eyes flashed, and the boys gasped. Their expressions grew confused. I took a breath and let it out. Are you survivors from the medical center shelter? I asked. No one answered my question. They were looking at me in bewilderment, their mouths opening and closing like goldfish. After a moment, a woman who seemed to be in her mid to late 30s and was dressed in business attire moved forward and spoke up. Who are you? I wasn't sure what to say. The Survivor Rally Organization? I wasn't sure if they would even believe me. I smacked my lips. I heard the broadcast, I said instead. The survivors sitting on the stairs flinched the moment I mentioned the broadcast I had heard on the radio earlier. The survivors began to whisper amongst themselves. The woman in business attire spoke up once again. When you say broadcast, what broadcast did you hear? I heard a broadcast warning people not to come to Sinidong, and that it was no longer safe. And why did you come despite that? Because I'm the rescue team you've been waiting for. I blurted out the words rescue team unconsciously. The survivors on the stairs began to mumble again. The woman in business attire tilted her head. Are you a person? She asked. My body looks like a zombie's, but my heart is human. I frowned and let go of the male student that I was restraining. He dropped the hatchet he had been holding and crawled backward. His expression full of fear broke my heart. No matter how well-intentioned I was only a zombie to them. It was about time for me to get used to such treatment. But it always left me uneasy, and it was something that I found difficult to accept. I slicked back my wet hair. Are all of the survivors here? I asked. Oh, no. There are more below. The woman in business attire seemed to be their leader. She was speaking to me on behalf of the rest of them. I looked at the woman. What is your name? Yes? Oh, it's Kim Jinju. I'm Lee Hyundeok. Are the survivors downstairs holding off the zombies? Yes. Lead me to them. As I strode between the survivors, they all made way for me. They were all trembling and holding their breath, terror on their faces and their eyes engulfed in fear. Kim Jinju swallowed. How can I trust that you're the rescue team? She asked. If I wasn't the rescue team, you'd all be dead. I realized that I'd phrased it harshly, but this was the most appropriate answer in the current situation. Kim Jinju took a deep breath before she spoke again. Follow me, then. Everyone else, please wait here. With that, she hurried down the stairs. I followed her as I gave the survivors a quick once-over. There were about 20 survivors. Most of them were seniors over 60 and students in their teens. As I followed Kim Jinju down the stairs, the screams and roars coming from the 5th floor began to grow clearer and louder. After a moment, I heard men shouting, "Stand back! We have to give up the 5th floor." Thud! The sound of a wall collapsing echoed through the stairwell, and the musty smell of cement tickled my nose. When I entered the 5th floor through the emergency exit, I saw about 15 men blocking the long hallway. They were fighting zombies. They were poorly armed and none of them seemed to have firearms. Almost at once, a zombie pushed one of the men to the ground. Mr. Kim. All the men who were retreating ran back toward Mr. Kim. The man named Mr. Kim shoved the zombie away with the back in his hand. Just go, he yelled. They're going to get you. Shut up and get up already. Thud. The moment the men lifted Mr. Kim up, a portion of the wall behind them came down in a thick cloud of dust. I frowned and stared at the hole. I saw a human figure through the cloud of dust. Its appearance was human, but it was a stage 2 mutant with a grotesquely large right arm. Rest, Ling. The stage 2 mutant approached the men, spinning its massive arm. My blue eyes flashed and I began to circulate my blood more quickly as I watched it move. Grr. Steam leaked out of my mouth. Kim Jinju, who was next to me, went wide-eyed. What are you? She asked. Step back. Kim Jinju gasped and went back into the emergency stairwell. I crouched down and channeled strength into my lower body. My thighs and calf muscles grew larger, almost to the point of bursting. I took in a deep breath and flew toward the mutant. Crack. I pushed off the ground like a sprinter pushing off their starting blocks, leaving 2 deep cracks in the ground and sending debris flying. At novel bin at. The windows on each side of the hallway shook violently, and a sonic boom echoed along the hallway. I got up close to the mutant's back and shattered its scapula. Crush. Its upper body folded as the skin on its back tore and its ribs were crushed. The mutant went flying out of the window right in front of it, without even time to cry a death cry. The men who had been fighting looked at me blankly, their mouths puffed out like a goldfish's. What? You. Get up. It'll be back soon. I had no intention of merely sending it flying out of the window. I had to damage it enough, then crack its skull to finish it off. It was lucky that it had flown out of the window. It would be able to regenerate its broken bones by eating the zombies outside. For a moment, I considered whether or not to follow it outside and finish it off. But I knew better than to do that. I had yet to fully grasp what was going on. There were still many variables that I wasn't sure about, such as how many stage 2 mutants remained, and how many survivors were still making their way up. I could kill zombies anytime I wanted, but I could not take my own sweet time when it came to saving the survivors. I looked toward the emergency exit. Kim Jinju. I shouted. Kim Jinju poked her head out into the hallway, then ran toward Mr. Kim. Hey, Jinju. Kim Jinju hugged Mr. Kim and wept. It seemed like the two of them were siblings. Mr. Kim soon came back to his senses and looked at me. Who are you? The monster that was just here. Is it dead? No, it's not dead. It'll come back up again. Let's get to the rooftop before it does. Mr. Kim stared at my face. You're a person, right? He said in a serious tone. I'm whatever you think I am. There's no time to explain. Mr. Kim swallowed and got up. I accompanied the 15 men toward the emergency exit and escorted them up. As I made our way up, I looked over at Kim Jinju. Are there more survivors? I asked. Pardon. I asked if there are any more survivors. No. It seemed like she wasn't being honest with me. I could tell that she was lying from the way she avoided my gaze. I furrowed my brow. I'll ask you again. Are there more survivors? They don't need to be saved. That's up to me to decide. When I frowned at her, Kim Jinju bit her lower lip. Her expression grew bitter and complicated. It seemed like they'd had their share of complications. However, I couldn't come to a conclusion without hearing from the other side. Since I showed no signs of backing down, Kim Jinju suppressed the rage in her heart and spoke up. If you want to save animals, then go look for them. I'll have nothing to do with them. Kim Jinju showed no signs of backing down. Mr. Kim, who was next to Kim Jinju, sniffed. They're on the third floor, he said. Hey, he'll see them for himself, then make his decision. Mr. Kim looked at the people around him with a bitter expression. Let's hurry upstairs. All right. The men replied as one and headed toward the rooftop. Kim Jinju's reluctance showed on her face, but in the end, she clicked her tongue vigorously and headed up toward the rooftop as well. After I saw them go up, I gave orders to my underlings. All of you from the 1st to 4th company, come up the stairs. Grr. Close to 2,000 of my underlings roared in unison and began squeezing through the emergency exit on the 1st floor. The zombies on the 1st floor were no match for my underlings. As I got stronger, the physical abilities of my underlings increased exponentially. When I controlled 1,500 underlings, 100 of my underlings were enough to take out the baits sent by the family. In my current state, even 50 of my underlings could take care of one bait. The zombies on the streets were nothing but toy soldiers to my underlings. As my underlings poured into the emergency exit, I stepped out into the hallway and gave them an order. Stop any zombies from getting through here. If a mutant or black creature appears, tell me right away. After giving them their instructions, I looked around outside and saw the arm wrestling mutant regenerating. Its broken bones were setting themselves, and its twisted flesh was returning to its original state. I had no intention of giving it the time it needed to recover. I grabbed the window frame as hard as I could with my arms. My target was an arm wrestling mutant. I was going to deal with it before it had the chance to fully recover. Whoosh! I flew at its back like a bullet. The arm wrestling mutant took up a defensive stance with its thick right arm in front of it, as if it had sensed my killing intent. As it did so, I realized that the only thing strong about it was its right arm. It didn't have the perfectly balanced physique like Moodswinger did. I channeled strength into my arms. Try and block this, I muttered. Crack! The sound of bricks shattering filled the air as its right arm snapped in a bizarre fashion. At the same time, it lost its balance, and its upper body tilted like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. The rebound sent me off balance as well, but I was used to such a situation. My physical abilities were beyond human, and I was also an apex predator amongst the zombies. I planted my hands on the ground and lashed a roundhouse kick toward the mutant, the way a capoeira practitioner would. With the sound of an apple being crushed, my foot connected with its jaw. It fell to its knees as though it had lost its ability to balance. Despite this, I knew better than to stop. I pressed on, slamming my knee into its face. Its nose broke, and red blood trickled down its face, washed away by the rain. It went down in a heap without even a wail. I bore it down to the ground and rained punches down on it. It brought its arms up to its face to protect itself, but as I landed more hits, its arms slowly started to droop. The more I hit it, the more its fists began to twitch. Finally, its arms fell to the side. With a flash of my blue eyes, I punched it straight in the face. Crack! My fist went through its skull and slammed into the cold asphalt ground. An unpleasant sensation made its way up from my fingertips and into my right arm. The mutant didn't even have the chance to resist. It was now nothing but a limp corpse. I then took a deep breath and got up. Pitter, patter. Now that I was at peace, having taken care of the mutant, I could hear the sound of the rain again. When I'd been focused on the fight, I'd tuned out everything else, and all my concentration had been on catching the mutant. The cold rain caressed my body and cooled the madness within me. As I wiped away the mutant blood on my fist, my heightened emotions gradually began to subside. I took a breath and let it out, then looked at the medical center. I could still hear the faint sound of zombies howling. It wasn't over just yet. It was now time to check on the survivors on the 3rd floor. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When I finally made my way to the 3rd floor, easily taking out the zombies on the way, I noticed that it was surprisingly quiet. In fact, it was almost too quiet. I had an ominous feeling, and the sound of rain outside seemed strangely distant. I wondered why the 3rd floor was the only quiet floor. There had been zombies on the 5th floor as well, but the 3rd floor seemed like it was in a totally different world. Did the zombies avoid the 3rd floor on purpose? If so, why? I shook my head violently. I knew better to get lost in speculation at novel bin at. What I needed to do was to look for survivors. Pre-TTY. As I crept through the 3rd floor, slowly opening each door along the way, I heard a rather grotesque voice. I stopped in my tracks and focused on my hearing. The voice belonged to a mysterious woman. She was repeating the same thing to herself in the hallway across from me. Pre-TTY, pre-TTY, pre-TTY. Just as I had expected, there was more than one stage 2 mutant. I hunched down and moved toward the sound. Let's get rid of that thing first and see what. Hey. Just then, I heard a human voice coming from the gap in the door to my right. As I turned my gaze toward the door, I saw a man who seemed to be in his 50s covering his mouth in fright. He was a survivor. When I tried to open the door to get in, the survivors trapped inside wailed and tried to block the door with all their might. It seemed like he had called out to me, thinking that I was a person. But when he saw my blue eyes, he was startled as though he'd seen a ghost, and was trying desperately to close the door on me. Calm down, please. No, no, no. The survivors inside heard my voice and grabbed onto the doorknob even harder. I frowned at them. I said calm down. Just then, one of the survivors said a word that got on my nerves. He's He's one of the family. They were whispering amongst each other, but the word family stood out. I furrowed my brow. How do you know about the family? We did everything that you asked us to do. We swear. Huh. We sent you food. Don't do this to us. You promised to save us. I let go of the doorknob, and the door closed with a dull thud. With that, the mumbling on the other side of the hallway stopped. When I looked across the hallway, I saw a woman with her head sticking out into the hallway. She had long hair falling down her face, and she was staring at me. A woman? No, it was just another mutant. But as I looked at the mutant, another thought came into my mind. These bastards. They were dogs. Now I understood why the survivors on the rooftop had reacted the way they did. I recalled what Kim Jinju had said. If you want to save animals, go look for them. I'll have nothing to do with them. No wonder she called them animals. Those trapped inside were dogs. And it wasn't just one or two of them. There were dozens of them. There weren't that many survivors on the rooftop, in comparison to the number of dogs. And most of them were either elders or teens. Given the numbers and the sheer strength of the dogs, I couldn't help but imagine the days of oppression they'd had to go through. Just thinking about the pain they'd had to endure made my blood boil. I assumed that the threat of the dogs had ended after cleaning up Guangjiangdong, since Guangjiangdong was their base of operations. However, the family's influence was still present in Gangbuk. I had no clue how far the dogs had spread throughout Gangbuk. Even though the family no longer had a presence in this area, the dogs were still spreading evil with their unlawful acts. They were controlling and oppressing the survivors, just like what the family had done. They were fucking bastards, no different from zombies. Tty. The mutant, whose head was sticking out into the hallway, rushed toward me, her eyes flashing. I clenched my fist and hurled a fist into her face, putting all of my strength behind my punch. Crack! The mutant's face caved in with the sound of a watermelon bursting. I frowned at the stage 2 mutant. Well, I'm not pretty. I raised my left foot and stomped on the mutant's face, crushing its skull. A tingling feeling traveled through my foot and up my leg. The sensation, as well as the fishy smell, intensified my frown. The sound of the mutant's skull exploding drew the attention of the dogs, who emerged from the room. Boss. When I turned around, the middle-aged man, who was terrified by me earlier, was staring at me. Judging by the way he was bowing at me, he'd managed to tactfully piece together the situation. I suddenly realized that he had called me boss. I wondered if the boss of the family also had blue eyes. After that, I wondered if he somehow saw me as a savior that had come all the way to this place to save him. I considered the middle-aged man silently. He swallowed, then continued to speak. We thought you went to Gangnam, boss. About the food. We had some trouble contacting the Dong leader, so. I gritted my teeth while I looked at the man. His excuses caused me to feel even more disgust than stomping on the mutant's head did. I took a deep breath to calm myself, then posed him a question. Are you the leader? Yes, I'm the leader here. My name is Guangdiakbei. Guangdiakbei bowed deeply from the waist, and a subtle smile graced his face. Guangdiakbei. There was no point in remembering his name. He was going to die by my hand that day. I glared at him. When did you come to this shelter? Oh, I came a month ago. I got a call from the Dong leader to check out the outskirts of Gangbuk as well. So, which Dong leader? The Dong leader of Myeamekdong. Oh, never mind. It'd be more correct to call him the 6th officer. I came here because the 6th officer ordered me to. Is the Dong leader of Myeamekdong the 6th officer? Pardon. I wondered if my question was too difficult for him. Guangdiakbei tilted his head and smiled awkwardly. He swallowed then said again, isn't the 6th officer the Dong leader in charge of? If this isn't the case, please let me. How did you know there was a shelter here? Well, it'd be impossible to not know, since the idiots were broadcasting all over town about this place. They sent the broadcast to gather other survivors. Clearly, he had come to kill the innocent, kind people on the rooftop after hearing the broadcast. Killing him and the others wasn't enough to teach them their lesson. Guangdiakbei was boasting about what he had done, without realizing what was soon going to happen to him. So I took over this place and contacted the 6th officer. How many people did you kill? You don't have to worry, boss. There is still plenty of food. How many people did you kill? I asked again, frowning. The dog's eyes darted around, and his voice took on an edge of surprise. Kill. Is my question difficult to answer? Oh, no, my apologies. It's not that. But I had a hard time understanding why you kept on saying killing when we eat meat. He smiled sheepishly and scratched his head. His answer was really pushing me close to my limit. I just barely stopped myself from swearing at him, and asked him another question instead. Where are the other dogs? Everyone is hiding. That mutant that you just took care of caused us a lot of trouble, boss. Gather everyone. Oh, of course. Guangdiakbei called the other dogs, laughing as if he expected something good to happen. First company only, get down here. Grr. I heard their footsteps as they came down the stairs in the emergency exit. In moments, there were about 80 dogs lined up in the hallway, and my underlings had blocked their way back up the stairs. As I examined each dog closely, I saw one of them trying to sneak away. My eyes flashed. In an instant, I was behind the man. I grabbed the back of his head. Help me. When I saw his face, my eyes widened as well. It was the leader of the church. The leader had come to Sinidong after escaping Guangjiangdong. Guangdiokbei, who had been watching my interaction with the leader, noticed the surprise on my face. Boss, do you happen to know this person? He asked cautiously. When did this bastard get here? I found this guy on the streets yesterday while I was out on patrol. He was on the verge of death. He said he was a dog, then fainted immediately after. I'm not sure which area he belongs to. Is that all? Yes, boss. He just came back to their senses during the day. However, a zombie wave suddenly manifested, so I couldn't get a proper explanation from him. Guangdiokbei did his best to explain the situation to me. I couldn't help but smile as I listened to his story. I'd been wondering all along where the leader had gone, and voila, here they were. Why'd you run away when you knew all along that you were going to get caught anyway? Please let me go, he pleaded. I don't like it either. I didn't become a dog because I wanted to. Guangdiokbei, who had been listening quietly, widened his eyes. How dare you say those words in front of the boss, he yelled. You fucking idiot! He's not part of the family. What? This bastard. The leader wasn't able to finish, because I had crushed his head in my hand. All the dogs stared at his corpse with eyes full of bewilderment. It seemed like they were incapable of processing the current situation. There we go. I want you to panic. I wanted to shock them, make them question what was going on, and let their fear slowly eat away at their souls. Because the only thing they deserved right then was despair. Kill them? Grr. The moment I gave my underlings the order, the ones that were blocking off the escape route started attacking the dogs at once. The third floor, which was totally silent just a moment before, was plunged into chaos. I strode through the chaos and headed toward the emergency exit. I was interrupted by Guangdiokbei, who grabbed onto my shirt in panic. Wait, boss? Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Why, boss? I wondered if he hadn't heard what the church leader had said. Then again, there was no way he could have missed it. He was probably denying the truth, trying to convince himself that he'd heard wrongly. I grabbed his head. Why? I asked him forcefully. Yes, boss. You shouldn't be asking that question. I'm sorry. You should know better than anyone. And now, you're going to die because you don't know why. Crush. I crushed his skull in my grip, and warm cerebral fluid oozed between my fingers. I shook off the filthy blood from my hand and headed toward the rooftop without looking back. I couldn't care less about these animals, but as I made my way up the stairs, doubt began to seep into my mind. As I carefully considered them, one question remained. Why don't I feel guilty? They were people, after all. They weren't even dead. They all had beating hearts, knew how to think, and had feelings. But I couldn't figure out why I felt no guilt. I couldn't help but wonder if the incident in Guangjiangdong had stripped the last of my humanity away. I let out a deep sigh, and as I did so, I figured out the reason why. They had already given up being human. If they had emotions, I wouldn't have considered them as prey. But because they had already given up being human, I killed them the same way I killed zombies. I sighed and headed up toward the survivors, who were surely trembling in fear on the rooftop. As I walked quietly out onto the rooftop, I noticed the survivors standing in the pouring rain, doing nothing to shelter themselves from it. I wondered why they were willingly exposing themselves to the elements when they could have stayed inside the stairwell. Perhaps they'd had enough of the zombies' howls. Perhaps they were already so physically exhausted, and did not want to expose themselves to any mental suffering. After a moment, the man who went by the name Mr. Kim walked out from among the group of survivors. What happened? Are all of the zombies dead? Before answering him, I took a look at the survivors. They were huddled together like penguins, sharing their bodily warmth to protect themselves from the cold. Even though they were in a terrible situation, with rain pouring down on them, I could see their will to survive burning in their eyes. I couldn't help but wonder how long they had been living in such conditions. They had probably been oppressed, pushed around, fighting for survival as the weakest beings in the food chain. Nevertheless, they still hung on to their will to survive. I let out a bitter sigh. I took care of all of them. Come on in. Mr. Kim sighed in relief and bit his lips. His furrowed brow reflected how he felt inside. It wasn't anger that fueled his expression. It was because he was thrilled by the news, and relieved that he had survived once again. Some of the other survivors could not hold back their emotions and burst into tears. As the anxiety gnawing at them finally drained out of their systems, they started crying. I scratched my forehead as I looked at the survivors. It's cold outside. Everyone, please come in. The survivors followed Mr. Kim's guidance and began to shuffle into the stairwell. Some of them moved with trembling legs. Others couldn't stop their teeth from chattering, and some were shivering so hard that their upper bodies seemed to be caught in some sort of bizarre earthquake. The survivors were all trembling in their respective ways. But to me, this trembling was a sign that there was still humanity left within their souls. I looked at Mr. Kim. Do you have anything that can keep your people warm? I asked. We have some blankets. There's a heater. But since there's no electricity, we can't really say that we have one. Go and grab all the blankets you have. And please light all the candles as well. Got it. I was worried that the survivors would suffer from hypothermia. They'd been standing in the pouring rain in such cold weather, and there was no doubt that dozens of them were going to catch a cold. It was probably a good idea if none of them fell asleep. I knew that they were all exhausted, but the best thing they could do was stay awake, since their body temperature was bound to drop if they fell asleep. With their immune systems already so weak, they would surely catch a cold if they went to sleep. I had no more time to waste. For me, Soyeon was my #1 priority. I felt pity for the survivors. But the moment the rain stopped, I wanted to leave for Guangjiangdong. When Mr. Kim went down the stairs, I called out to Kim Jinju, who was across from me. Is there any food here? Kim Jinju silently shook her head silently. I wondered if they didn't have enough food. They had to recover their stamina somehow. We have some hard biscuits. Kim Jinju trailed off with a hopeless sigh. Her expression was terribly downcast. I assumed that the dogs were still on her mind. In that case, please make some porridge with the biscuits. It won't taste good, but for now, getting warm is priority. Got it. One other thing, Kim Jinju. She gave me a tired, blank look. I wondered if her eyes were like that because of the miserable reality she was facing. Or perhaps it was because she didn't trust me. I couldn't figure out why her eyes were so blank. I wet my lips, then spoke. The animals you mentioned. All of them died. Her eyes went wide. Did you kill them? She stammered out. I hesitated, unable to answer her immediately. I wasn't sure if telling her that I'd killed them with my own hands was the right thing to do. Kim Jinju had labeled the dogs on the third floor as animals. She probably felt only hatred and spite toward them. In order to help her let go of all this hatred and spite, I knew I had to give her the answer she wanted. I figured that she would let her guard down only if I told her that I hadn't killed them with my own hands. I brushed a hand through my hair to avoid eye contact with her as I spoke. Adat novel bin adat. They were bitten to death by zombies. They were so mangled that I couldn't even recognize that they were people. They died painfully, while totally aware. As I offered up the lie about how the dogs had died, her eyes began to tremble. She bit her lower lip, and her breathing began to grow heavy. Soon after, tears started to roll down her cheeks. I could tell just how much suffering she'd had to endure up to this point. It was as though a dam inside her had burst, and all her emotions were flooding out. The tears flowed out freely, telling the story of her suffering. Kim Jinju sat helplessly on the ground and cried for a long time. As she cried, she mumbled one phrase over and over. Thank you, Lord. I questioned myself before if a person's death could bring someone else joy. I thought it was arrogant for me to judge what was right or wrong. At that moment, I realized that all of the choices I'd made so far were not wrong. The words of the people I saved showed me what was right and wrong. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As dawn broke, the survivors warmed their bodies by eating the soup made from biscuits. As they did so, the stronger men went around to collect medicine and other supplies from the medical center. There were former doctors and nurses among the seniors who were in their 60s and older. Mr. Kim was also a doctor. Apparently, Kim Jinju had stopped by the medical center to see Mr. Kim, and ended up being trapped because of the zombie outbreak. Thank you for saving us. I know it's late, but my name is Kim Seok-won. Lee Hyun-deok. Mr. Kim's name was Kim Seok-won. After some brief introductions, I was able to learn about what had happened. After the zombie apocalypse broke out, the survivors here began to broadcast on the radio, hoping to gather other survivors. The survivors here tried their best to survive, working together to deal with the zombie threat. However, about a month ago or so, the dogs infiltrated the shelter, and it all went downhill from there. At first, they were suspicious of the dogs, but once the dogs started using force, the original survivors could do nothing about it. Some of the survivors were even hurt in the process. In the end, the dogs forcefully overwhelmed them and took over, making the survivors follow their orders. They were made to suffer unimaginable things, but they made it through in the end. The most suspicious part was that the ones who went out on patrol at night were attacked by zombies every time. The ones who returned alive were always the dogs, and those that didn't were the original survivors of the shelter. Did they sell the survivors over to the family each time they went on patrol? There was no need to mention this to Kim Seok-won. Speaking about this would only renew their pain. I cooled myself down and closed my eyes. Kim Seok-won's expression grew bitter as he continued to recount his story. The thing that broke his heart the most. It was the fact that he had no choice but to watch the survivors who'd been drawn in by their broadcast get beaten up by the dogs. He told me that the guilt he felt had cost him many sleepless nights. However, the sudden zombie wave caused the dogs to let their guard down, and he had seized the opportunity to take back the radio and change the contents of the broadcast, warning others not to come. Kim Seok-won's thoughtfulness, and the fact that he'd been thinking of the safety of others in that short span of time, made me trust him. I was glad that I'd been able to save such good people. I was moved by the fact that I hadn't wasted my time, and that my efforts had been worth it. When I told the survivors about the shelter in Guangjiangdong, they seemed hesitant at first. I could tell that they had a hard time trusting me since I was a zombie. However, Kim Seok-won stepped up and tried to persuade the remaining survivors. Instead of living like this, shouldn't we take a leap of faith, and believe in even this small possibility? His speech moved the hearts of the survivors. The survivors gathered all the remaining supplies in the medical center and decided to leave at sunrise. Kim Seok-won looked out the window. The sun's starting to rise. It seems like the rain's stopping too. The air's pretty chilly as well. It sure did rain a lot. The thunderstorm had passed, and the sky was clear. I looked over at the survivors. Let's go. Everyone, wake up. Several grunts came from around the room. All the survivors looked tired, as they hadn't gotten any proper sleep that night. Of course, if they'd fallen sound asleep and woke up with a cold, the walk over to the shelter would have been even harder. Even if it was hard on them, the right thing to do was to head over Guangjiangdong before their situation got worse. I ordered my underlings to carry the supplies from the medical center as I lined the survivors up in front of the entrance on the first floor. The smell of grass tickled my nose. The ripples in the puddles left over by the storm reflected the sunlight that shone down on them. The filth that had covered the world had been washed away. It was a new morning. As I got my underlings into formation, Kim Seok-won cleared his throat. The blue zombies here. Are they allies? He asked. Yes. They won't suddenly attack or anything. Right. They've never done so before, so you don't have to worry. Kim Seok-won glanced at my underlings and back at me, his eyes full of unease. The other survivors were no different. They were probably afraid. However, the world was different now, which meant that humans also had to change and adapt accordingly. Even if they didn't fit in right away, I hoped that the survivors here would eventually grow into it and get used to life as a member of the Survivor Rally organization. After a moment, Kim Jinju, who was next to Kim Seok-won, poked her head out. Don't you think the people in Gwangjangdong would feel uncomfortable accepting us? She smiled awkwardly while scratching her nose. I knew that moving to a new home would be a foreign experience to them, but they had to embrace the uncertainty and fear to move forward. That was the only way they could grow stronger and reach a better future. I favored her with a gentle smile. Everyone there will welcome you, and everyone else here. You have goodwill within you, trust that it still exists elsewhere in this world. Kim Jinju nodded slowly and took a deep breath. It seemed like the fear in her heart had turned into excitement. I looked over at the 40-odd survivors. Let's move. Even if it gets tiring, please don't give up. The survivors responded with spirited voices. Will do. I took a deep breath, let it out, and began walking in the direction of Gwangjangdong. Kim Hyeongjun was in the meeting room of the hotel, anxiously awaiting my return. The other leaders were no different. So, what you're saying is that Lee Hyundeok Ajasi went to Sinidong without saying a word to us. I couldn't stop him, since the situation was urgent. I tried as well. I tried to stop Mr. Lee Hyundeok. Lee Jong-UK paced back and forth, biting his nails. He paced without stopping, and his frustration at the situation was evident to everyone else in the room. Kim Hyeongjun addressed the other leaders, but his calm expression seemed forced. He left his mutants behind. I don't think we should be this worried. Well, I'm more worried because he didn't take his mutants with him, yelled Wang Jihai with a frown. Lee Hyundeok's presence made a big difference to the shelter's atmosphere. His current absence was making everyone nervous. Even though Lee Hyundeok denied every time, he was the center and cornerstone of the Survivor Rally organization. Kim Hyeongjun scratched his head, unsure of how to proceed. If something were to happen to Lee Hyundeok, the chain of command between him and his mutants would disappear. Since they're acting fine, it means that Lee Hyundeok is safe. I heard that even if the chain of command disappears, the underlings remain still for 24 hours. How can you be so sure if Lee Hyundeok is safe or not? When you form an alliance with another zombie, in my case, me and Lee Hyundeok, we can distinguish each other's underlings by color. His underlings look purple to me. I can tell that he's still safe. Kim Hyeongjun's reasoning helped to calm the other leaders down, and nobody else brought up any further objections, other than a handful of heavy sighs. Kim Hyeongjun sighed along with the others. Do Han-sol, who was across from him, stared into his eyes and sent him a telepathic message. Do you still want to be the leader of the Survivor Rally organization? Forget it. I'm not in the mood for jokes. But I thought you said you were the leader last time. Ugh. Kim Hyeongjun sighed and shook his head. At that moment, Park Ji-cheol, who had been sitting by the window, got up and muttered something to himself. Huh? What's that? After a moment, he looked over at the other leaders and yelled, Hey, everyone, look. Everyone, come over here and take a look. All the leaders hurried toward the window where Park Ji-cheol was and looked at where he was pointing. Kim Hyeongjun got up as well and went to take a look at what was going on outside. What he saw made his mouth fall open. The other leaders also began to mutter amongst themselves with flustered faces. Kim Hyeongjun was at a loss for words, unable to make sense of what he was seeing with his own two eyes. There was a cruise ship floating on the Han River. In fact, there were 3 huge cruise ships, and they were all making their way toward Gwangjangdong. Du Han-sol swallowed and turned to Kim Hyeongjun. Now what? He asked. What do we do now? Kim Hyeongjun's mouth was still wide open, and he had placed his right hand on his forehead. The sudden arrival of the ships had taken him aback, and this moment felt like it was stretching out into eternity. Attack? Strengthen our guard? No, our defenses? Attack them first before they get the chance to attack us? His mind was all over the place, and he couldn't settle on a way forward. He didn't even know who or what could be on those cruise ships. Kim Hyeongjun couldn't keep his anxiety in check. Lee Hyundeok had always been next to him when situations like these broke out. Now that Lee Hyundeok was absent, the Survivor Rally organization was being shaken to its core. Everyone, silent. A loud, thunderous voice pierced through the leaders' collective panic. The muttering stopped in an instant, and Kim Hyeongjun snapped back to reality as well. When he looked behind him, he saw Lee Jong-UK. Lee Jong-UK looked around at the other leaders' faces before he continued. Everyone, let's calm down and maintain a defensive posture in our respective positions. Wang Diakrok spoke up, an obvious tremble in his voice. What if they're the family's forces? Lee Jong-UK sighed. We'll sink them by throwing all of the remaining grenades we have, he replied. Then what if there are survivors from Gangnam on board? We can't let them disembark until So-yeon's dad comes. We have keep them on the cruise ships. After Lee Zhongyuke was done talking, all the leaders took up their respective positions. Kim Hyeongjun looked at Lee Zhongyuke, and then looked back at what was happening in front of him. This is why Ajasi cares about Lee Zhongyuke. The two of them were similar in many ways. To be able to make quick judgments, along with the necessary urgency to get things done. These two talents made them leaders of this shelter. However, the way Lee Zhongyuke was acting made Kim Hyeongjun strangely uncomfortable. He was also giving instructions to Kim Hyeongjun and Do Han-sol. Do Han-sol, place your underlings around the hotel and check the borders of Akazan. Kim Hyeongjun, you're coming with me. Got it. All right. In contrast to Do Han-sol's energetic reply, Kim Hyeongjun answered rather quietly. Kim Hyeongjun had never been vocal about it, but he still dwelled on the fact that he wasn't the leader of the Survivor Rally organization. When the zombie apocalypse broke out, he was the one who had been saving people from the beginning. He was the one who filled the clueless Lee Hyun-deok in on everything and made him the man he was. His younger brother had also come up with the name Survivor Rally Organization, and he was the one who kept the legacy going so that the organization wouldn't fade away. Kim Hyeongjun. He harbored a deep desire to be acknowledged by others. Until now, he had kept his feelings to himself, convincing himself that that was not what he wanted, that he was fine with how things were, that he did not want a title. However, Lee Hyun-deok's absence reminded him once again where he stood within this group. A being treated less than the leaders. A being that just followed orders. An uneasy feeling began to gnaw at Kim Hyeongjun. He wondered if playing second fiddle to the protagonist was supposed to be like this. Or perhaps, he wasn't even that. Kim Hyeongjun headed toward the dock with a frown on his face. Kim Hyeongjun's underlings, along with Moodswinger, gathered at Gangnaro in Gwangjang-dong. Behind his underlings, the guards of the Survivor Rally organization had raised their K2 rifles, pointing them toward the cruise ships. As the cruise ships got closer to the docks, Lee Zhongyuke asked Kim Hyeongjun a question. Are there any zombies that look red? I don't think there are any members of the family on board. Kim Hyeongjun squinted as he scanned the decks of the cruise ships. He didn't see any zombies that were colored red. Every now and then, he saw human-looking silhouettes every now through the windows. He squinted even more, trying to figure out what these human silhouettes were, and finally came to a definite conclusion. There are people on board. Survivors. Lee Zhongyuke, Wang Jihai, and Wang Diakrok stiffened as they heard what Kim Hyeongjun had said. If they were people on board, that meant they were survivors from Gangnam. Lee Zhongyuke looked over at Wang Jihai. Didn't you say that the survivors of Gangnam were holding off the gang members rather handily? That's what they told me. I'm certain. But, well, as of now, it seems like they've abandoned Gangnam. Wang Jihai remained silent. After a moment, Wang Diakrok, who was next to Wang Jihai, tilted his head and spoke up. Could it be that the supplies we got last time? What about the supplies? Wang Jihai looked over at Wang Diakrok, her eyes filled with anxiety. Wang Diakrok offered her an uncertain smile. Perhaps the supplies were like some kind of bribe, to ask for a favor. Bribe? Favor. They might have been pretending that everything was okay on their side, while in reality, nothing was. They could have been planning to escape Gangnam from the moment they sent us those supplies. Wang Jihai frowned and glared at Wang Diakrok. Are you telling me to believe that nonsense? It seemed like he was uttering nonsense without providing any facts to back up his theory. Lee Zhongyuke, who was next to him, calmed Wang Jihai down. I don't think what he's saying is out of this world. Lee Zhongyuke. The survivors in Gangnam have always turned away survivors from Gangbuk. But even though their situation has changed and they're now coming over to Gangbuk, there's no reason for us to accept them, is there? But shouldn't we repay them for all the supplies we've gotten from them all this while? That only applies to shelter silence. Wang Jihai couldn't rebut that statement. Lee Zhongyuke quietly rubbed his chin before continuing. Maybe they needed to find a reason. A reason to make it such that we Gangbuk survivors have to accept the survivors of Gangnam. So are you saying that they sent all of their remaining supplies to us? Can you think of any other reason why they would do so? Adat novel bin adat. Wang Jihai swallowed, then clicked her tongue vigorously and looked away from Lee Zhongyuke. She knew that their actions had been suspicious. It didn't take a rocket scientist to realize this. However, she couldn't wrap her head around the fact that they had been providing her with supplies all this while, yet still lied to her about what was happening to them. They had even sent Kwok Dong-won to help them out by providing the expertise required to make solar panels. Wang Jihai's eyes went wide. Kwok Dong-won, she muttered to herself. Lee Zhongyuke raised his eyebrows and looked at her. What about Kwok Dong-won? When did Kwok Dong-won come over from Gangnam? After the fight in Gwangjang-dong. And at that time, the gang members had seized control of the western part of Gangnam, right? Yes. Wang Jihai massaged her temples and let out a deep sigh. She'd finally put together all the pieces that had been scattered around in her mind. Kwok Dong-won. He knew about everything from the beginning. Pardon. He knew that the people from Gangnam were coming over to Gangbuk. He was sent here as a forerunner. Wang Jihai frowned and bit her lip. The survivors in Gangnam didn't care where the survivors in Gangbuk went. But, the fact that they had handed over Kwok Dong-won, someone with vast practical expertise, it could only mean that they had the intention to make this place their second shelter. She couldn't believe that she hadn't foreseen this. She gritted her teeth at her own stupidity. She realized that she had been too naive. She'd been viewing the survivors of Gangnam through rose-tinted glasses because they had been providing her with supplies, even when the survivors of Gangnam were suspicious of everything the survivors of Gangbuk did. After all, they hadn't even accepted a single survivor. Lee Zhongyuke sneered as he realized the situation that they were in. These bastards. Do they think we're fucking stupid? Soon, the cruise ships docked. Lee Zhongyuke moved forward, readying his K2 rifle. Come out, he shouted. A man in a military uniform appeared on the second deck of the cruise ship. He seemed to be in his late 40s. There was a rank insignia on his shoulder identifying him as a major. The man stared at Lee Zhongyuke. Who's the leader here? He asked in a deep voice. That's none of your business. What the hell are you? Are you cosplaying as a soldier or what? The man looked at Lee Zhongyuke rather worriedly, then sighed. I'll come down, and then we can talk. We should have this discussion somewhere else. You can continue speaking from up there. Because we have no intention of accepting soldiers. The man on the ship pointed to the first deck. Do you think the people here are soldiers? Lee Zhongyuke lowered his gaze slightly and saw a crowd of people through the windows on the first floor. There were women, children, the elderly and the injured. Every single one of them looked fearful, and they all seemed terribly weak. Lee Zhongyuke felt a second of guilt for the way he was treating them, but then he frowned and pointed his gun at the second floor again. We cannot let anyone disembark until our leader gets back. So you're saying that you came forward even though you're not the leader? We're not like you guys. We avoid dictatorship at all costs. In fact, we have two leaders here. Then at least get rid of the monsters in front of us. Threatening us won't get you anything. Kim Hyeongjun, who had been listening to the two of them conversing, was infuriated by the man's words. He strode closer to Lee Zhongyuke and pointed at the man in his 40s. I'll kill you first when you get off that boat. Can't you see the faces of the survivors? Can't you see mine? Blue eyes. You're a monster too. Kim Hyeongjun crouched, glaring at the arrogant, condescending little man with his blue eyes. He seemed about to jump onto the cruise ship at any moment. When he saw Kim Hyeongjun's reaction, Lee Zhongyuke remembered what Lee Hyundeok had told him. I like everything about Hyungjun, but sometimes, he acts before considering the consequences. He hurriedly hit Kim Hyeongjun's hamstrings with the butt of his rifle to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. Kim Hyeongjun stumbled at the unexpected attack, and immediately glared at Lee Zhongyuke as though he couldn't believe what absurdity had just happened. Lee Zhongyuke, are you nuts? Calm down. Are you going to kill a person in front of everyone? So it's okay for you to give me shit in front of everyone? The feelings that he'd been suppressing, as well as the major calling him a monster, had driven Kim Hyeongjun over the edge. Lee Zhongyuke seemed to hesitate for a second, then he frowned. Are you going to attack me too? He asked. If you wish. The two stared at each other. Wang Jihai, who had been watching the two of them getting all worked up, hurriedly ran over to the two of them to intervene. What are you two doing right now? There was anger on her face as well, as she could not understand why the two of them were acting in this manner. When he saw Wang Jihai's face, Kim Hyeongjun tilted his head and asked a question. If I attack Lee Zhongyuke, whose side will you be on? Wang Jihai. Pardon? Kim Hyeongjun, you should calm down. You're not thinking straight right now. The words not thinking straight made his eyebrows twitch. Dead silence reigned on the dock. No one dared to speak up. One slip of the tongue would be enough to snap the tense atmosphere and plunge the dock into chaos. Even the survivors from Gangnam could sense what was going on, and were being as tactful as they could. Clomp, clomp, clomp. At that moment, what sounded like the thundering of horse hooves began to grow more audible, as though approaching them. Kim Hyeongjun and Lee Zhongyuke, who had been glaring at each other unflinchingly, both turned to look at where the sound was coming from at once. Hundreds, even thousands of zombies were crowded at the entrance of Gwangjangdong. After a moment, their howls reached the humans. Grr, kwae. The zombies had made their way to Gwangjangdong as the number of prey in other regions decreased. Kim Hyeongjun's underlings were gathered at the dock, while Du Hansol's underlings were stationed at the hotel. And since the guards were also gathered at the dock, no one was guarding the border of Gwangjangdong. Kim Hyeongjun gnashed his teeth and ran toward the zombies. Lee Zhongyuke glanced up at the major, then shouted orders to the guards around him. Everyone, gather at the hotel. Go to the barricade at the main entrance. The guards made their way to the hotel at once. The survivors on the first deck of the cruise ship began to wail in fear. They had come to Gangbuk to avoid zombies, but they now realized that it wasn't safe either. A captain, who was standing behind the major, swallowed and offered a suggestion. Sir, I think this is the time to disembark. And why do you think that? Isn't it the perfect time to do so? This is our chance, since all the zombies by the docks have disappeared. I don't think so. The major let a small smile play across his face, and the captain gave him a look of confusion. Is it because of the zombies that are approaching? They're only street zombies, sir. I'm aware. So this is our chance to rush in and overpower the guards. We can take the survivors hostage. Hold it. The major cut him off, and the captain pressed his lips tightly together. The major sighed, then continued to speak. I haven't met the real leader yet. Sir, didn't you see them earlier? These guys are nothing but a ragtag bunch. Didn't you just see with your own eyes that zombies and humans cannot coexist? Have you considered how this ragtag bunch of people made it to this day? The captain stayed silent, unable to come up with a reason. The major wet his lips, then continued. I think the one who pointed his gun at me was the leader of the people. But he wasn't the leader of the zombies. But, at novel bin at. Don't you get it, even after witnessing how strong blue-eyed zombies are? The major looked at the captain calmly. The captain smacked his lower lip and furrowed his brow. He recalled what had happened back in Gangnam, the chaos and devastation unfolding in front of their eyes. The major sighed and continued to speak. The guy who got into a fight with the human leader also had blue eyes. Pardon, sir. The captain's eyes went wide and his mouth fell open. The captain hadn't seen Kim Hyong-jun's face, but only because he had been behind the major the entire time. The major looked up at the blue sky and continued to speak in a gentle voice. The reason he couldn't attack the man even though he had blue eyes is probably because there's another zombie stronger than him here. And that zombie, that one is probably close to the human leader. Then what should we? If we want to survive, the correct thing to do is to follow what the human leader said. From their point of view, we're just wanderers with no place to go. Do you think they'll consider us that way, even after all the supplies we provided them? Providing them with supplies and living together is a totally different matter. We've considered the people of Gangbuk as no different from zombies so far. Do you think they'll accept us that easily? The major smiled a thin smile, and the captain's head sagged, weighed down by a bitter expression. The major patted him on the shoulder. Officers don't drop their heads. I won't let it happen again, sir. If you drop your head, the heads of the soldiers behind you will drop as well. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The major calmed himself, then shouted in a thunderous voice that could be heard by all the soldiers on board. Snipers, to position, to position. The soldiers shouted their acknowledgement and pointed their guns out of the windows of the cruise ship. The major looked at the captain next to him. Stand fast, stand fast. In contrast to the entrance to Gwangjangdong, which was filled with the roaring of zombies, the cruise ship was dead silent. Tension was building up on board. Mood swinger, attack the front. No, LD. Mood swinger began to enlarge its muscles, and hot steam spewed from its body. Crack. It charged up a Kazanaro, sending pieces of asphalt flying. Kim Hyong-jun arranged his underlings in lines that spanned left and right to prevent the street zombies from getting close. Although his forces were superior in terms of strength, he could not overlook the approaching zombies' numbers. There weren't thousands of them. There were at least 10,000 of them running toward him. It felt as if all the zombies in Gangbuk were making their way to Gwangjangdong. His underlings were in good physical shape, but he knew they would get pushed back in an instant if their bodies were destroyed. Kia! Kim Hyong-jun heard wild mutants howling. They were mutants within the incoming zombie wave. Kim Hyong-jun's blue eyes flashed, and hot steam rose from his body. His blood began to circulate more quickly, and the zombie instinct that he had been suppressing all along slowly began to emerge. And since he'd had to respond to this crisis without resolving his disagreement with Lee Zhongyuke, his madness was at its peak. Kim Hyong-jun leaped into the air, darting straight for the crowd of mutants. When Kim Hyong-jun, who had been right in front of the mutants just a second ago, disappeared from their sight, the mutants rolled their multitude of eyeballs to track him down. Screech! Even before the stage 1 mutant had the chance to locate Kim Hyong-jun, his right arm had already punched through its chest and grabbed a hold of its heart. With a grunt, Kim Hyong-jun slammed the mutant's upper body to the ground. Its neck snapped, and he crushed its skull without the slightest hesitation. Kim Hyong-jun's eyes narrowed, making deep furrows in his brow. Kim Hyong-jun took his anger out on the mutants, launching a torrent of attacks. He was madness itself, and he was bringing a massacre with him. Du Hansol sensed fear running through his body as he saw the zombies make their way down from a Kazan. The street zombies have never climbed over the mountains before. But now, there were an impossible number of them racing down through the forest. Du Hansol summoned his underlings that had been at the hotel to the foot of a Kazan. Since Kim Hyong-jun was taking care of the entrance of Gwangjangdong, he lined his underlings up along the foot of a Kazan. Finally, when the street zombies got close enough, Du Hansol raced toward them with a flash of his red eyes. He fought desperately against the endless wave of zombies, breaking their faces, crushing and stomping on them. The zombie attack felt different this time, perhaps because he was now on the low ground, compared to before, when they engaged the zombie hordes on flat ground. He gritted his teeth as he fought off the pressure that was trying to overwhelm him. Kia! Just when he thought that things couldn't get any worse, he caught sight of a stage 1 mutant approaching swiftly, using its long arms to swing through the trees. He realized that there were multiple mutants approaching, and his face turned pale. There were 3, 4, no 7 stage 1 mutants were making their way toward him. Back in Children's Grand Park, facing off against 5 stage 1 mutants had been enough to spark the fear of death in him. He knew better than anyone that handling 7 mutants on his own was beyond his abilities. Fuck. Du Hansol cursed under his breath and tried to channel strength in his relentlessly trembling limbs. As the Grim Reaper-like zombies closed in, a woman's face crossed his mind. Choi Soo-hyun. He was secretly in love with Choi Soo-hyun. From the days when he was still a human being, and until now, even though his heart no longer beating, his love for Choi Soo-hyun had not wavered. She was the reason he'd been able to endure the tough days at work. Good morning, how's your day so far? Her ordinary greeting had breathed life into each and every day. Even after the world turned upside down and he experienced his own death, his love for her hadn't changed. The reason Du Hansol had been able to find his way to Shelter Silence when he'd lost contact with Wang Diakrok and Choi Soo-hyun was because he'd remembered Choi Soo-hyun's scent. The perfume that the two of them had been using was the one that Choi Soo-hyun used often. He had tracked her scent to reach Seoul Forest. Even though his body was already dead, his feelings for Choi Soo-hyun were still steadfast. Whenever he thought about her, he missed her so dearly that he would begin to tremble. He even missed her when she was in front of him. The desire that had allowed him to resurrect as a zombie with red eyes. It was to save Choi Soo-hyun. He had no intentions to pursue a serious relationship now, as he was well aware that he was a zombie. But he wanted to protect her so that she would be able to keep smiling. He wanted to keep her safe until someone worthy of her appeared, even if others pointed fingers at him and told him that whatever he was doing was a waste of time. This was his desire. And he knew that if he couldn't hold the zombies off here, her life could be in peril. Du Hansol clenched his fists and once again, reminding himself of what he was fighting for. He would fight for Choi Soo-hyun until the day he died. Grr. Du Hansol let out a roar, his red eyes flashing. His bloody battle with the 7 Stage 1 mutants began. ******. I was trapped, surrounded by zombies. I could get to Gyeoidong if I went forward a bit further, and if I took a diagonal route, I could get to Gwangjangdong. However, I was trapped because of the sudden zombie wave that had been triggered at the border dividing Jeonggakdong and Gyeoidong. Zombies were running through the streets, and more were making their way down from the foot of a chasm, blocking my advance. Zombies were swarming around me from all directions, messing up my mind. If the zombies are coming down from a chasm, Gwangjangdong is going to be in danger too. I couldn't keep my anxiety down. I had to get going to Gwangjangdong, but dealing with all these zombies would only waste my time. Enemy detected. Just when I thought that things couldn't get any worse, I received a signal from my mutants. As they say, when it rains, it pours. Before I left Sinidong, I'd ordered my mutants to defend the hotel. If the mutants were sending me a signal, it meant that the zombies had reached the hotel. I had to make a decision. Staying here did absolutely nothing. I had to take the shortest route back. Let's head into the mountains. Pardon? The mountains. Kim So-kwon's eyes had gone wide. There was no time to waste. I informed the survivors that we had to go through the mountains. We have to go across the mountain to enter Gwangjangdong. The streets were full of zombies. It would be safer for the survivors to move through the mountains anyway. There seemed to be a handful of zombies littering a chasm, but not that many compared to the number of zombies on the streets. First company, second platoon, intercept the zombies heading to a chasm. Third platoon, protect the survivors. Fourth platoon, take care of the zombies coming down from a chasm. Grr. As one, they let out their throat-rending cries and moved into their respective positions. Finally, I gave orders to my mutants. Take care of the zombies around the hotel. Mutant leader, protect the survivors from inside the hotel. Jeonggakdong and Gwangjangdong were less than 4 kilometers apart. Since the maximum distance I could get signals was 5 kilometers, it didn't take long for my mutants to send a reply. I took the lead, checking on the survivors every now and then. Grotesque, eerie throat-rending howls echoed within the lush forest. The heavy rains had turned the mountain paths almost into swampland, and the cold, howling wind did the survivors no favors. Many had stayed up all night, and they were at the limits of their stamina. I was extremely reluctant to have to resort to this, but I couldn't afford any more time. Everyone stop. All the survivors stopped when they heard my voice. I addressed the third company of underlings that was escorting the survivors. I'm going to call some of you out. Step forward when I do. After examining my underlings, I chose 40 of them that looked the most normal. Once done, I gave them orders. Each one of you will carry a survivor on your back until we get back. The survivors turned pale with fear. I knew that, if I were in the survivors' shoes, I wouldn't feel comfortable being carried by a zombie. That was not the only reason I'd been holding off on employing such a method, though. It was also because of my underlings. No matter how strong the chain of command between me and my underlings was, I couldn't know what would happen if zombies and humans made physical contact. Instincts were called instincts for a reason. And in the case of zombie instincts, it was one of indiscriminate destruction and violence. I had never had an opportunity to test such a thing out, nor had any survivor agreed to try. Even Lee Zhongyuke had been against my idea, saying that I was crazy. When I asked him why, Lee Zhongyuke explained his reasoning to me, which was based on his past memories. Back then, your underlings glared at us like prey. When I'd rescued Lee Zhongyuke, Lee Zhonghyuk, and Choi Dahai from the street zombies, I'd ordered my underlings to bring them to me. At that time, my underlings had carried the Lee brothers and Choi Dahai to the first floor of the apartment and left them there. Back then, I'd assumed that they'd made their way up to see me of their own accord, but that wasn't the case. At that time, I thought your underlings would kill us if we didn't go up. That's why we went up. Lee Zhongyuke told me that day sometimes would flash through his mind like a nightmare. Of course, it could have been because his hatred toward zombies was at its apex back then, but there was nothing wrong with being careful. After that, I did not allow any contact whatsoever between the survivors and my underlings. There had been no reason to take risks just to observe a result. But things were different now. I know you may feel reluctant to do so, but this is the only way right now. But climbing onto a zombie. If not, you'll all die. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that everyone would die. I knew that if even one person in Gwangjangdong died, I would turn into a black creature. I had already made up my mind that if anyone in this group refused to climb onto a zombie's back, I would abandon them all and head back to Guangjiangdong on my own. I knew I had to think more rationally in situations like this. I was aware that I was forcing them to do something, but I had no other choice. For me, Soyeon would always be my #1 priority. The survivors made no further objections. I assumed that they were on board with my idea, so then, I gave orders to my underlings. My underlings began to carry the survivors onto their backs as I had ordered them to do so. The survivors moaned and squeezed their eyes shut. Grr. Quiet. The underlings who were carrying the survivors began to act strangely, letting out throat-rending sounds. My underlings were drooling as they stared at the survivors' arms, which were hanging on either side of their heads. I looked at my underlings. Go straight to the hotel in Guangjiangdong, I ordered them. Do not turn around, go straight to the hotel. Grr. My underlings raced toward the hotel in Guangjiangdong. We made it through the lush forest and hills with the 1st, 2nd, and 4th companies escorting us. *****. We raced through the forest for a while. After going in a big loop around the foot of the mountain, I saw Guangjiangdong unfold in front of my eyes. The first thing that caught my eye was Moodswinger, overwhelming all the zombies around it. It was having a good time biting into, tearing apart, crushing, and throwing around countless zombies, reveling in its mass slaughter. Behind it, I saw another zombie with blue eyes darting in between the street zombies. It was Kim Hyeongjun. I yelled as loud as I could, the veins in my neck popping out. Hyeongjun. Kim Hyeongjun turned and seemed to hesitate, but then quickly focused on me. He had a big smile on his face. I realized that the smile on his face, it wasn't a smile to greet me. He had let his zombie instincts take over his body, relishing the slaughter. I looked into his eyes. Hyeongjun, are you sane? Why do people keep on asking if I'm sane or not? It's getting annoying. His attitude surprised me. I wondered if something had happened between him and the others while I was away. He seemed oddly sensitive. Or were his zombie instincts inhibiting his rational mind? Whatever the reason was, there was nothing to gain from making him even more worked up. What about the others? At the hotel. Will you be okay here alone? Of course. Did you bring the survivors back? I pointed at my underlings. The survivors were still draped across their backs, trembling. Kim Hyeongjun chuckled and gave me a small bow of acknowledgement, then went back to slaughtering the zombies. It seemed like he had a lot of pent-up stress within him. He didn't seem to be fighting the zombies so much as taking his stress out on them. I had no clue what was going on, but I knew I had to have a chat with him once the situation was taken care of. Leaving him to it, I led my underlings and survivors along the path that led to the hotel. We continued to move along the foot of a Kazan, and the Douglas Hotel appeared in the distance. I took a closer look and saw Do Hansol fighting. The Walker Hill Hotel, where everyone else was staying, was behind the Douglas Hotel. Third company, drop off the survivors at the Walker Hill Hotel and report back, I ordered. Everyone else, go help Do Hansol right away. Grr. Just as my underlings were about to leave, I heard Kim So-kwon's voice. What should we do at the hotel? Hide. And don't come out until we've taken care of the zombies. Huh? We want to. Before he could finish his sentence, my underlings had run off with him and the others to the hotel. I understood that they wanted to help, but staying put and keeping still was the best way for them to help at the moment. Ah! A scream cut through the air, coming from the Douglas Hotel. I whipped my head around, looking for the source of the scream, and saw Do Hansol's right arm being torn off by the mutants. With a flash of my blue eyes, I crashed into the mutants like a raging wave. Smack! A mutant's hand was flying toward Do Hansol's face. My fist landed first, right smack on the mutant's face. Mr. Lee Hyundeok. Without replying, I shoved Do Hansol back as hard as I could. My unexpected push sent him tumbling backward, and he rolled a couple of times. The mutants that had been surrounding him went momentarily blank. They looked at their fellow mutant, its skull now shattered, and their heads began to twist in bizarre angles. They had the capacity to learn. They must have noticed that the tables had turned. I had to deal with them before they learned enough to outsmart me. TSHHH. Hot steam gushed forth from my body as I forced my blood to circulate more quickly. I channeled strength into my arms, and my forearms became twice as thick. The steam began to wrap around my body. I was like an active volcano on the verge of erupting. Even the cold winter wind could not cool the heat from the steam that was coming off me. My eyes fell on the mutant that was chewing on Do Hansol's right arm. Oh no, you can't have that for free. As I darted toward it, it hurriedly brought its arms up to guard its face. The bones of a stage 1 mutant were harder than most bricks. But as for me, my fists could shatter reinforced concrete with ease. Crack! My fist smashed into its arms, bending them like soft plastic, then burst past them and connected with the mutant's skull. Its tough teeth shattered as its face caved in. The other 5 mutants that had been observing let out death cries and charged toward me all at once. I crouched down, targeting their lower bodies. They managed to bend their bodies in bizarre ways and avoided my attacks. And at the same time, they swung their arms toward my head. I grabbed onto one of the arms that was flying toward my head and swung the mutant around like a windmill. The stage 1 mutant instantly transformed into a whip that I could swing around. Its long body and numerous flexible joints made it the perfect whip. The mutant in my hands couldn't resist the centrifugal force and began to flutter like a leaf being tossed about by wind and rain. I advanced on the remaining mutants, twirling my whip about. They quickly dropped into a defensive posture. Since I could swing my whip faster than they could react, they had no choice but to take a defensive stance. From their reactions, it seemed like they were planning on stretching out the fight until the joints on my mutant zombie whip broke. After all, they were able to learn and react according to the situation. Fortunately, they weren't all that smart. They'd figured out one thing, but did not consider the next step, as they should have done. I threw my whip in the direction of Akazen and leaped in front of the mutants that were crouched in their defensive postures. All their attention had been on the whip, and they had forgotten about me. Crack, smack, rip. I shattered their skulls one by one, swinging my 2 enhanced arms like axes and crushing their bones like tofu. I dealt with the mutants in an instant, and went to check on Du Hanseol. Du Hanseol's breathing was labored, and he was clearly in pain. I'd thought that it was just his right arm, but his abdomen was injured as well. Hanseol, Hanseol. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. It's okay. I won't die. He was asserting that he was all right even when he was clearly coughing out blood. Fortunately, he had no visible head wounds. He was also smiling as if his injuries weren't a big deal, which led me to believe that he wasn't in fatal danger. After a moment, Du Hanseol pushed himself up and looked at the zombies coming down from Akazen. I wondered if he was still trying to fight the zombies in his current state. I grabbed his shirt and pulled him down again. I knew I was being slightly violent, which was perhaps not the best thing, but it was the only thing I could think of, since I knew that he wouldn't listen to me otherwise. Du Hanseol looked at me with a puzzled expression. Don't even think about moving until your body regenerates. I can still fight. You've done your part. I can't let you overexert yourself. Wait for your body to regenerate. I needed to buy him time while he regenerated in a safe place. Du Hanseol hadn't eaten a black creature's brain, and so his ability to regenerate was significantly lower than mine or Kim Hyeongjun's. After I ordered my underlings to block off the zombies that were coming down from Akazen, I grabbed Du Hanseol by his collar and dragged him to the entrance of the hotel. I had no other choice, since it was best not to have physical contact with him. As we approached the entrance, I saw the guards manning the steel barricade. So Yeon's dad. Adat Novel bin Adat. Lee Zhongyu's eyes were wide with surprise as he called out to me. He seemed to piece together what was going on as he saw me dragging Du Hanseol. The tightly closed barricade opened, and I laid Du Hanseol down inside our shelter. All the leaders who were there came to check on Du Hanseol's condition. Don't let him do anything until he regenerates, I said to them. Lee Zhongyuk looked at me worriedly. Is he okay? Will he make it? I nodded. He'll be okay as long as he doesn't push himself. So keep an eye on him. Got it. Just as I was about to head back to Akazen, I saw something unfamiliar at the docks of Gwangjangdong. Zhongyuk. Huh. What are those? I frowned as I stared at the 3 cruise ships. Lee Zhongyuk's expression soured. Survivors, from Gangnam. I know that, but why are they here? It hadn't even been a week since we'd received the supplies from them. They probably hadn't come all this way to give us supplies, or start a war with us. That left only one reason. They gave up on Gangnam. I was confused. I thought their fight against the family was going well. Lee Zhongyuk smacked his lips and told me what had happened while I was gone. Long story short, the survivors of Gangnam had lost the war against the family. They had been lying about holding the family off, and the supplies they had given us were basically bribes so that they could stay with us. The absurd situation left me speechless. I gently massaged my temples to clear my head. I looked at Lee Zhongyuk. Why aren't they disembarking? I asked. I told them not to. I wanted to speak with you instead of making a decision on my own. It seemed like Lee Zhongyuk also sensed something fishy about the situation. The sudden zombie attack should have given them the opportunity to disembark, but the survivors of Gangnam still seemed to be following Lee Zhongyuk's request. I couldn't figure out what they were really up to. Or perhaps they really wanted to get along with us. I saw dozens of guns sticking out from the windows of the cruise ships, all pointed toward Gwangjangdong. If they were aiming for my family, I would kill them all in a heartbeat. I couldn't help but feel nervous. Since they weren't attacking us right away, I assumed that they were waiting to see what was going to happen. I clicked my tongue, then spoke up. Guard, keep an eye on the cruise ships. Leave the zombies to me and Hyeongjun. Oh, by the way, what? Lee Zhongyuk wet his parched lips and hesitated. About Kim Hyeongjun. He trailed off, and his expression grew bitter. Never mind. I'll tell you about it after we get through this. Okay. He wasn't usually the sort of person to leave things hanging. I couldn't tell why he was acting this way. At that moment, I remembered the way Kim Hyeongjun had been when I'd seen him at the entrance to Gwangjangdong. It seemed like there had been some conflict between Lee Zhongyuk and Kim Hyeongjun. I felt uneasy leaving something like that unresolved, but at the moment, taking care of the zombies was the priority. I pushed aside my uneasiness and headed toward Akazen. Fortunately, there weren't any stage 2 mutants amongst the zombies making their way down from Akasan. Some of them were stage 1 mutants, and the rest were ordinary street zombies. When I was just about done dealing with the zombies from Akazen, I heard gunfire coming from the Han River. My first thought was that the survivors of Gangnam had opened fire on our shelter guards. I ordered my underlings to wrap up and dashed toward the docks. Fire. A series of loud cracks filled the air after the man yelled his command. Dozens of bullets flew toward the zombies, ripping through their bodies. They were shooting at the zombies streaming in from Giri City, at the northern end of Akazen-ro. The howls of tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of zombies had drawn attention to us, and even the zombies in Giri-si were making their way to Guangjiangdong. The survivors of Gangnam were taking care of the zombies that were coming at us from behind so that we could focus on the zombies in front of us. Do they actually want to live together with us? Li Zhongyuke hadn't even let them disembark yet. Our fate, whether we got wiped out or not, had nothing to do with the survivors of Gangnam. But nonetheless, they were supporting us. I wondered if this was their way of expressing that they wanted to stay here with us. My eyes met with those of a man on the second deck of the cruise ship. He seemed to be in his mid to late 40s with the insignia of a major on his shoulder. He looked straight at me for a moment, then gave a slight nod. Unlike his face, which was carved from stone, his eyes seemed gentle. Even without speaking to him, I knew that he was the leader of Gangnam. After that unexpected exchange of greetings, I headed to the rooftop of the building on the left. I looked over toward the border of Guangjiangdong in the distance and saw Kim Hyeongjun as a tiny dot. He was popping up here and there like a fly, constantly flitting around as he slaughtered the zombies that crowded the streets. Since Kim Hyeongjun didn't feel any physical fatigue, I knew he wouldn't stop his massacre unless his body suffered significant damage. Victory was on our side. Kim Hyeongjun's underlings were spread left and right, pushing the zombies out of Guangjiangdong. We had almost taken care of the zombies coming from Akasan as well, and the zombie wave was slowly coming to an end. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, gunfire erupted at the entrance to the hotel. I whipped my gaze toward the sound and saw dozens of guards firing toward the hotel. The veins in my forehead almost popped. Stop shooting. I yelled with all my might. I couldn't understand why they were firing toward the hotel. I couldn't help but think that they had gone insane. The survivors, our families, were inside. One mistake could lead to the death of our survivors. Wang Jihai, who belatedly noticed their actions, yelled at the guards to stop as well. Ceasefire? Ceasefire. The guards seemed as stumped as me and Wang Jihai. Why in the world had they started shooting toward the hotel? Were Li Zhongyuke and Park Ji-cheol just standing there watching while the guards fired away? I scanned the barricade, and saw that neither Li Zhongyuke nor Park Ji-cheol were there. The two of them had somehow disappeared in a situation like this. Clink, clank. A series of unpleasant metallic noises disturbed my eardrums. As I looked about, trying to find the source of the sound, I saw a Stage 1 mutant climbing up the hotel walls. The guards hadn't been firing into the hotel, but at the Stage 1 mutant that was scaling the hotel wall. However, some of them had been off the mark, and ended up hitting the hotel windows instead. The mutant was already on the 17th floor. My blood boiled as I watched it make its way up. My people were there. My daughter, So-yeon. Without the slightest hesitation, I sprinted for the hotel. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What floor are you on? 10th floor right now? Li Zhongyuke desperately made his way up the stairs as he spoke to Wang Jihai through his walkie-talkie. Park Ji-cheol trailed behind him, breathing heavily. Fuck. Li Zhongyuke gritted his teeth and furrowed his brow. By the 8th floor, his thighs felt like they were about to burst at any moment, and by the 9th floor, he could feel his heartbeat growing irregular. By the 11th floor, his eyes began to tremble, and by the 12th floor, he began to feel slightly woozy. Nevertheless, he couldn't stop. If the mutant made its way to the 15th and 17th floors, it would be a total disaster. If the survivors here were attacked by the mutant, there was no way he could face Kim Hyeongjun and Lee Hyun-deok when they returned from their fight with the zombies outside. Li Zhongyuke continued his ascent, his mind awash with thoughts. Wang Jihai's voice broke the silence. It's reached the 17th floor? It's broken through the window and is about halfway in? The mutant. It had already made it to the 17th floor. Li Zhongyuke and Park Ji-cheol were still on the 13th floor, and their bodies were already at their physical limits. But the mutant didn't care about them. It had one thing to do, hunt down prey. Li Zhongyuke ran up the stairs with all his strength. When the two of them finally reached the 17th floor, he noticed the door leading to the suite dangling from its hinges. At the sight of the damaged door, the remaining strength in his legs drained away. He knelt down on the floor, staring blankly at the broken door. No. He didn't dare move any closer. He did not wish to face the horrific scene that would greet him inside the suite with his own eyes. To him, Li Zhonghyuk and Choi Dahai's wedding seemed like it had been just the day before. Mr. Li Zhongyuke, Mr. Li Zhongyuke. Park Ji-cheol called his name repeatedly, but he didn't move a single inch. It was almost as if he had lost his mind. Park Ji-cheol frowned and grabbed his collar. Get up. Li Zhongyuke heard Park Ji-cheol's call and managed to come to his senses. He pushed through his weakened muscles and mind and got up. I have to check, even if they're dead. Li Zhongyuke widened his eyes and desperately raised the gun he had put down earlier. The two of them entered the suite. The biting wind howling through the broken window pane felt and sounded like a ghost rushing through the room. Kiaa? Through the howling of the wind, they heard the mutants cry, but to their surprise, the scene unfolding before their eyes was totally different from what they'd imagined. There were two mutants tangled up with each other, engaging in a bloody battle. Li Zhonghyuk, Choi Dahai, and Han Sen-hui were desperately evacuating the children. As the mutants fought in the center of the living room, they were hiding the children away in the master bedroom, which was adjacent to the living room. Li Zhongyuke pointed his gun at the mutants, his face a mask of confusion. Park Ji-cheol, who had caught up, reacted in the same way. Which one should we shoot? Lee Zhongyuke was as clueless as Park Ji-cheol. He had no idea why there were two mutants here, and why the two of them were fighting. He was certain that he had only seen one mutant climb up the walls. He wondered if the two of them were fighting over their prey. Hansen Hui's scream broke through his thoughts. Shoot the zombie on top. The battle between the two monsters was almost over. One of them was already lying flat on the ground, trying desperately to fight back, while the other one was straddling the one on the ground and biting it mercilessly. Lee Zhongyuke pulled his trigger without the slightest hesitation. Rat-tat-tat-tat. There was no need for Lee Zhongyuke to use the semi-automatic mode when the enemy was this close. He knew just how strong the bones of Stage 1 mutants were. He emptied the clip into the zombie. He and Park Ji-cheol pumped all their bullets into the mutant's skull. The mutant's head exploded before it could even let out a death cry. The acrid smell of gunpowder wafted along the wind and tickled Lee Zhongyuke's nose. When he lowered his gun and looked at the mutant, it was dead still. Kia. The mutant next to the dead one seemed worn out. As Lee Zhongyuke examined it more closely, he realized that worn out was the wrong way of describing it. It was more accurate to say that it was dying. Lee Zhongyuke belatedly noticed blue markings on the mutant's body. He hadn't even noticed the blue spray paint on its body earlier on, because of all the blood from the battle. It was one of Lee Hyundeok's underlings. *****. So-yeon. I made it to the 17th floor in one leap. To my surprise, I didn't see the mutant I was looking for. Instead, I saw Lee Zhongyuke and Park Ji-cheol there, covered head to toe in dark red blood. I looked at Lee Zhongyuke. Where's So-yeon? I asked. She's in. I barged into the master bedroom before Lee Zhongyuke could finish. Inside, I saw Lee Zhonghyuk, Choi Dahai, and Hansen Hui, along with all the children. So-yeon was with the other children, her eyes tightly closed. Everything in front of me became a blur. My hearing seemed to fade away, and the world was turning yellow. It felt like the world was quaking while time stood still. An intense feeling of relief flooded through me, draining away my energy. I fell to my knees and called out to So-yeon in a gentle voice. So-yeon. So-yeon slowly opened her tightly closed eyes and looked over. When she saw my face, her frown instantly turned into a smile. Daddy? Daddy. So-yeon. She dashed toward me, crying. As she approached, I opened my arms, and she fell into my embrace. My breathing grew heavy. Her warmth flowed into my heart, and it felt like time started to flow again. Thank you, God. Thank you so much. I instinctively offered my thanks to God. This time, it had been much too close. If Lee Zhongyuke and Park Ji-cheol hadn't ran all the way up to the 17th floor, something awful, something that I didn't want to imagine would have happened. Realizing that her life was no longer at risk, I carefully examined her from head to toe. Sweetheart, are you okay? Did my daughter get hurt anywhere? I'm fine, but Auntie-zombie's injured. What? Auntie-zombie? I knew she wasn't talking about Choi Dahai or Hansen Hui, so who in the world was she talking about? As I looked at her in confusion, So-yeon ran into the living room, wiping the tears from her eyes. I followed her back into the living room and saw two mutants lying helplessly on the ground. One of them was the mutant that had climbed up the hotel. The other was the Stage 1 mutant I had appointed as the mutant leader. I wondered why the mutant leader was here. I looked over at Lee Zhongyuke, my expression demanding an explanation. He shrugged at me. I have no clue why it's here either. When we got here, the two of them were fighting. I went over the orders I'd given to my underlings earlier on, and realized why the mutant leader was here. Take care of the zombies around the hotel. Mutant leader, protect the survivors from inside the hotel. The mutant leader, it had been at the hotel from the beginning. Even before the wild mutant had climbed up the hotel, the mutant leader had been in the hotel, protecting the survivors. Lee Zhonghyuk came out into the living room. That mutant saved us, he said. What? Everyone grew nervous when we heard the gunfire. Then suddenly that mutant broke the door and entered. That mutant broke the door. Yes, I think it was following the mutant that was climbing up the hotel wall. I think it broke the door because it didn't know how to open it. I looked closely at the mutant leader. It was breathing heavily and staring at So-yeon, who was next to me. It croaked out a phrase in a hoarse, dry whisper. Mom, is here. Its voice filled me with sadness. My heart ached. I wondered how much this mutant regretted not being able to save her own child while she'd been alive. All she could think about was saving a child, even when she was on the verge of death. I knew exactly how she felt, because I was no different. In contrast to its hollow eyes, which were devoid of emotion, its voice was full of sadness. It reminded me of the first time I'd seen it, at Children's Grand Park. It had saved the child who had been trapped in the tent, and had said the same exact words. And as it held the boy in its arms, it had even flashed a gentle smile that I'd never seen before. The memory faded, and I saw the mutant in front of me again. Thanks. For everything. Its limbs were already torn to shreds, and dark red blood was oozing out from its stomach, chest, and even the nape of its neck. It had taken too much damage, and would not be able to recover even if it ate other zombies. It might have had a chance if it was a Stage 2 mutant, but a Stage 1 mutant did not have the ability to fully regenerate its limbs. It was time to set the mutant leader free from its duties. Auntie. At that moment, So-yeon ran toward the mutant. My eyes went wide, and I hurriedly grabbed onto her upper body. I had no clue what would happen if a human being got into contact with its blood. And if its blood got into So-yeon's mouth or eyes, I knew there was no turning back. Let go, Let go of me, So-yeon. Let go of me. So-yeon tried to bite my hand. I was a zombie too at novel bin at. If all zombie blood was potentially dangerous, that included my blood as well. I quickly took my hand away. Without the slightest hesitation, So-yeon reached out and held on to the mutant leader's hand. Don't die, don't die. So-yeon wailed and cried as she held on to the mutant's hand. In truth, almost no one truly wanted to die. However, for all beings, whether human or zombie, death meant eternal peace. I knew that the mutant leader didn't want to live on like this. Regardless, So-yeon wailed out loud as she held on tightly to the mutant's hand. I couldn't help but wonder if any other human being would be so distraught over the death of a zombie. Unlike adults, who were able to maintain their calm, children were more emotional and less able to regulate their feelings, especially toward a friend or guardian who protected them from dangerous situations. Now that I thought about it, from their point of view, they would probably feel more comfortable and familiar with the zombies painted in blue as compared to me. After all, these blue zombies were reliable guardians who stood at attention, constantly guarding the shelter from external threats. They were also heroes who were the first to dash forward to meet any approaching enemies in order to keep the shelter safe. The children were probably curious about the underlings. They probably want to interact with them and talk to them as well. They would have developed a pent-up curiosity toward these underlings that might have contributed to feelings of intimacy or familiarity. Perhaps the underlings painted in blue. Perhaps the children saw them as family. From this perspective, it was not surprising that So-yeon's reaction to the zombie's death was so different from my own. After all, we thought about them differently. I patted So-yeon on the shoulder. So-yeon, it's time to let anti-zombie rest. No, no. So-yeon shed tears as she hugged the mutant leader's arm. The mutant leader spoke, its voice barely audible. You're safe now. Don't go, don't die. As tears continued to stream down So-yeon's face, the mutant's lips began to tremble. Then, the mutant asked an unexpected question. Do you love mom, my mom, mind, love, son? I love you, so don't go, don't die. So-yeon wailed out loud, and tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Then, the mutant slowly raised its arm and began stroking her hair. When So-yeon looked into the mutant's face, it smiled gently. Mommy loves you, too. Crack, crack. With that, its bones began to distort. I hurriedly pulled So-yeon back by her waist. I landed on my bottom, holding So-yeon in my arms. Lee Jong-yuke, who had been watching everything, pointed his gun at the mutant leader. What is it? So-yeon's dad. What's happening to it? What's going on? My mouth fell open as I looked at the mutant leader. Its bones began to deform, and in a few moments, it had morphed into a sphere. I smacked my lips in confusion. Lee Jong-yuke grabbed my collar and shook me. What the hell is going on? Should I shoot it right now? No, don't. Then explain what's happening. It's evolving? What? Lee Jong-yuke looked at the mutant. Deep furrows creased his brow. The mutant was now an egg, and had gone completely still. I stared blankly at the mutant leader's new form, trying to work through the confusion in my mind. So they can evolve without eating the opponent. The mutants that had become stage 2 mutants so far had evolved by eating another stage 1 mutant that shared the same desire as them. By eating the other mutant, they fulfilled their desire and met the conditions to evolve into a stage 2 mutant. However, the mutant in front of me, it hadn't eaten an opponent. In fact, it hadn't eaten anything. I couldn't figure out why it was becoming a stage 2 mutant. No, it can't be. A fresh thought crossed my mind, one I'd never considered before. Satisfying its desire. What if it could satisfy its desire without having to eat another zombie? What if eating another zombie was an optional step, rather than an essential step in fulfilling one's desire? The mutant leader's desire was maternal love. I thought about what words a parent would never tire of hearing from their children. I figured it would be their children saying that they loved them. It seemed like So-yeon saying I love you had stimulated the mutant leader's desire. With these words, its desire was satisfied, and now it was evolving into a stage 2 mutant. I got up and spoke to Lee Jong-yuke. Evacuate everyone here to the lounge. Why? Does something bad happen when mutants evolve? Because I don't know what'll happen. We have to be prepared just in case something happens. Lee Jong-yuke nodded and headed to the living room. He gathered Lee Jong-hyuk, Choi De-hai, Han Sun-hui and the children and headed straight to the lounge on the 16th floor. After the last person, Park Ji-cheol had left, I bit my nails and observed its transformation. As a stage 2 mutant, it didn't pose a threat to me. However, since it was the first mutant I knew of that had satisfied its desire without eating another mutant, I couldn't let my guard down. I couldn't even predict what form it would transform into. I kept my eye on the mutant for about 15 minutes. The wait felt like an eternity. Eventually, the egg began to shake as the mutant inside began to wiggle about. My blue eyes flashed as I accelerated the circulation of my blood. I planned on killing it right away if I lost my control over it. Crack, crack. The stage 2 mutant finally broke through the shell and emerged from the egg. It looked like a human. Even more surprising, it looked like an ordinary woman. It seemed like it was in its late 30s to early 40s. However, its pale skin, hollow eyes, and bloodless lips, together with its prominent, large, and twisted veins, reminded me that the being in front of me was a zombie. Do you hear me? The stage 2 mutant looked around for a moment, then looked me right in the face and nodded. Can you also hear me when I talk like this? Grr. It seemed to be able to hear me, no matter whether I spoke aloud or through telepathy. I looked at the mutant and spoke up. Wait here. And don't walk around. Even though it was a zombie, it still had a female body. It needed clothes to cover itself. I went into the master bedroom, picked out some clothes and came back into the living room. I wasn't sure if they were Choi Dehai's clothes or Hans and Hui's clothes, but it probably didn't matter since the mutant's body shape was rather similar to theirs. I ordered the mutant to put on the clothes, and it hesitated. I wondered if it didn't know how to put the clothes on. I waited patiently for it, and eventually, the mutant grabbed the t-shirt in front of it and started flipping it around. It seemed like it still remembered how to dress. It slowly started wearing the clothes I got it, wriggling her arms side to side and furrowing its brow. It seemed like the clothes were too tight for it. But since it was just enough to cover its body, it was time to confirm if it was still under my control. When I gave it some orders, the mutant followed my commands without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, she was still subordinate to me. I now had a stage 2 mutant as well. It looked weak compared to Moodswinger when it had been a stage 2 mutant, and even less intimidating than a stage 1 mutant. But it was still a stage 2 mutant. I looked at it and asked it a question. So what exactly is your desire? It stayed silent. Even when it had been a stage 1 mutant, it hadn't answered me directly. Instead, its entire body had trembled. That hadn't changed, even though it was now a stage 2 mutant. Since it didn't give me a definite answer, I had no choice but to assume that maternal love was its desire. I wondered if it could still fight properly on the battlefield with such a weak-looking body. I looked at it from head to toe, then asked another question. Do you have a name? If you have a name, tell me. You don't have one. Ian. Ian? Is that your name? The mutant nodded. It didn't matter whether the mutant's actual name was Ian or not. It didn't matter if it was the name of some main character in a drama that it had enjoyed watching, or the name of its friend that it had admired when it was human. I had no interest in knowing its actual name. I just thought it'd be nice to be able to call my mutant by some name. I knew that it'd be more effective to call it by a name that it liked, rather than giving it a new name. I slicked my hair back. Follow me, I said to Ian. This is where people live, not where you belong. Ian nodded slowly and followed behind me. I looked back at Ian once, then made my way down to the first floor. *****. When I went outside, I saw Wang Jihai and the guards. Wang Jihai's eyes widened when she saw me, and she approached me right away. Did you take care of the mutant? Yes, it's all over for now. Is anyone hurt? I'm not sure. If you could please take the guards and check on how the survivors are doing, that'd be great. You can check in with Li Zhongyuke and Park Ji-Jiol. They should be in the lounge on the 16th floor as well. Got it. Wang Jihai offered up a sigh of relief and headed to the lobby with the guards. It seemed like she'd been anxious about the survivors even while waiting down here. I could empathize with her, since she'd had no way of telling if the mutant had been taken care of, or whether or not the survivors were safe. It was only natural for the deputy leader to worry. I turned to Ji-Ian. Go to Akasan and wait alongside the other mutants. Ji-Ian bowed lightly and headed toward Akasan. Despite its frail appearance, it had excellent mobility. Unlike Moodswinger, who possessed tremendous destructive power, its strength lay in its agility. As Ji-Ian disappeared from my sight, I leaped onto the rooftop of the tallest building around me and took a look around Guangjiangdong. Kim Hyeongjun was returning with his mutants after having taken care of the remaining zombies. My underlings were just looking around blankly. It seemed like they were done cleaning up the zombies from Akasan. We had handled the unexpected zombie wave pretty easily, especially considering the massive number of zombies that had come our way. Without a stage 3 mutant or a black creature, the zombies would never be able to get past our defenses in Guangjiangdong. I hopped over the rooftops, heading toward Kim Hyeongjun. Are you done cleaning up? Yeah. I could tell from his face that something was bothering him. It was rather odd to see such an expression on his face, especially after he'd taken care of all the zombies. What's the matter? I asked carefully. We've dealt with all the zombies, and there are no longer any threats around. So why the long face? Kim Hyeongjun lowered his gaze but kept his lips shut. I wondered what secrets he was keeping from me. I grabbed Kim Hyeongjun's hand out of the blue. The numbing, tingling currents began to travel up through my body. It felt as though a sharp blade was slicing away my flesh. Kim Hyeongjun shook off my hand in annoyance. His blue eyes flashed. Ajasi, are you crazy? He yelled. What's up with this all of a sudden? You good now? Why do you still look so serious? Whatever's on your mind, don't wait for me to take notice. Speak up, you know. I chuckled, but he avoided my gaze and clicked his tongue furiously. I assumed that he would laugh along, but he only frowned and bit his lip. I wondered if there was something more serious on his mind. After a moment, he sighed. I'm not in the mood to laugh. I'm a bit confused at the moment. What is it? My body feels weird. What do you mean by weird? My brow furrowed instinctively. Whatever changes he might go through would have a direct impact on the safety of Guangjiangdong. I thought he'd been offended somehow during his argument with Li Zhongyuke, but it seemed like there was something else going on as well. I looked at him, my expression demanding an explanation from him. Kim Hyeongjun scratched his head at Novel bin Adat. It's getting harder for me to control my emotions. What are you talking about? You don't have problems, do you Ajasi? I hadn't felt any changes. When I tilted my head, Kim Hyeongjun sat down on the floor and gently massaged his temples. I brushed away some dirt and sat down as well. Take your time and tell me about it. There's no one here to say anything to you. Kim Hyong-jun put his face in his palms and remained silent. Then he looked up at the blue sky and let out a deep sigh. From his expression, it seemed like there was something serious going on. He wet his lips again, then began to speak. I feel like the zombie instincts within me are taking over. My eyebrows twitched subconsciously at his answer. His zombie instincts were taking over. Didn't that mean that he was being overwhelmed by the instincts for hunger and destruction? I swallowed. When did this start happening? I asked. I'm not sure. I've never been like this before. I was speaking to Lee Zhongyuke earlier today, and it was difficult to control my emotions. How difficult? If there hadn't been a zombie wave, I might have attacked Mr. Lee Zhongyuke. Him? Attack Lee Zhongyuke? This wasn't something I could brush aside. If he did attack Lee Zhongyuke, he would have crossed the line for sure. It wasn't just killing a human being that was the issue. It would mean the fall of Kim Hyong-jun altogether. And this fall, of course, would result in his transformation into a black creature. The desire of Mr. Kwok, the black creature whose brain Kim Hyong-jun had eaten, was to protect one's loved ones. I was speechless. I couldn't just ignore this change in him. I made a puzzled face, and Kim Hyong-jun scratched his forehead. Jesse, I don't know what I should do, he continued. I don't know why. Why I felt hungry when I saw Lee Zhongyuke. You felt the urge to eat when you looked at Lee Zhongyuke. Lee Zhongyuke hit me in the hamstrings with the buttstock of his rifle. I felt myself go insane. I almost thought about killing him. Kim Hyong-jun frowned and tugged at his hair with his hands. It seemed like he was having a mental breakdown, and he couldn't understand why he was thinking and acting the way he was. With Kim Hyong-jun acting this way, I knew I had to remain rational. I tried to remain as calm as possible and continued to ask him questions. Why did Lee Zhongyuke act out like that? There must have been a reason why he hit you. I was about to kill the leader of Gangnam. He tried to stop me. I wasn't sure if I'd heard him right. At novel bin at. About to kill the leader. Of course, Kim Hyong-jun had mercilessly killed dogs and other individuals who had shed their humanity. However, the leader of Gangnam wasn't a dog, nor did he seem to behave like an animal. I kept my expression neutral. Kim Hyong-jun smacked his lips, then continued. At the time, I'm not sure why I acted that way. I felt strangely excluded and got angry. And after that, it became difficult for me to control my emotions. It felt like all of my emotions had turned into anger. And this is the first time you've ever experienced anything like this. Of course, I've never felt this way ever before. At the time, it felt as if someone was deliberately trying to get me angry. Looking back now, what I did and how I acted makes no sense. Jesse, do you think I'm becoming a monster? What if I turn into a black creature? What are my son, my wife, and my family to do? Kim Hyong-jun looked at me with eyes full of fear. Tears were brimming in his eyes. I didn't know what to say to him. I couldn't just give Kim Hyong-jun a half-assed answer because my family, even the shelter, would be in peril if he lost it. I couldn't even tell him that everything was going to be alright. I sighed deeply. Let's bring this up when we talk to the leaders. This isn't something we can resolve between the two of us. What if I act up again during the meeting? Don't worry, I'm here for you. I'll stop you if I think you're doing something you shouldn't be doing. Jesse, I'm scared. I'm scared of myself. Kim Hyong-jun bit his lower lip, clearly overcome with emotion. He was having a hard time accepting the sudden changes within his body. I was no different, because I knew that, if his body was going through such changes, mine could as well. No matter how much we wanted to coexist with humans, even if we believed that our hearts and minds were no different from humans, it felt like one day, we would be proven wrong, and that day was soon approaching. *****. Fortunately, there weren't any casualties in the hotel. The leaders checked on the survivors' conditions and began sending those who had pulled themselves together back to their rooms. We prepared a separate suite at the Vista Hotel located south of the Walker Hill Hotel for Kim Suk-won and his people from Seoul Medical Center. The people from Shelter Haeyoung were also allocated a suite at the Vista Hotel because of the damage sustained by their original suite on the 17th floor during the attack. The leaders looked extremely exhausted after having dealt with the zombie wave. It was already deep into the night, and the mist that was exhaled with every breath of cold air that the leaders took merely served to highlight their tiredness. Meetings were normally held in the lounge on the 16th floor, but that day's meeting was held in the restaurant area on the 2nd floor. We joined several square tables together to fashion it into a makeshift meeting room. I sat at the head of the table, and the other leaders went ahead and took seats at their respective spots. Let's start today's meeting. When I announced the start of the meeting, most of the leaders let out small sighs, blinked to open their eyes, or pressed their temples gently. I could tell that they all wanted to rest. Their eyes were full of exhaustion. Kim Hyong-jun hung his head and had his eyes closed, as if he had done something wrong. I wondered if he was thinking about the conflict between him and Lee Zhongyuke. I knew that their conflict was the first thing I had to address. I looked at the leaders one by one, then began to speak. I heard that there was a feud between Kim Hyong-jun and Lee Zhongyuke earlier today. For those of you who witnessed or heard about the situation, would you mind elaborating about what happened? Lee Zhongyuke flinched when his name was mentioned, and he tried to shift the topic. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, that's something for Kim Hyong-jun and I to discuss separately. The leaders seated around Lee Zhongyuke looked at him in surprise. After a moment, Wang Diakrok broke the silence. A quarrel between Mr. Li Zhongyuke and Mr. Kim Hyeongjun? Could you elaborate, Mr. Li Hyendiok? Li Zhongyuke answered him with a thin smile on his face, doing his best to drift away from the issue. We had a slight disagreement. I don't feel comfortable sharing the reason for our disagreement with others. Judging from the facial expressions of the leaders, it seemed like Wang Jihai and Park Ji-cheol were the only ones who knew about their feud. While the other leaders seemed disconcerted, both Wang Jihai and Park Ji-cheol were grimacing. I glanced over at Kim Hyeongjun, who had his eyes tightly shut and was biting his lower lip. It seemed like he was feeling grateful for Li Zhongyuke's consideration while still harboring a feeling of guilt. Since Li Zhongyuke did not seem to wish to air their dirty laundry in public, I chose not to press on with the matter. I moved to the next issue on our agenda, which were the cruise ships docked by the waterfront. I looked over at Li Zhongyuke. Please tell us what the leader of Gangnam said earlier on. The leader of Gangnam asked us if they could join us. However, he forcefully called Mr. Kim Hyeongjun a monster. I also banned him and his people from disembarking. And he said nothing after that. Nothing. We decided to talk again when you came back. In other words, the lives of the survivors of Gangnam were in my hands. I felt a sudden pressure on my shoulders, and the atmosphere in the meeting room grew uncomfortably oppressive. On top of this, it felt like the meeting was not progressing as freely as usual, because everyone was being extremely careful with their choice of words so as not to get on each other's nerves. I massaged my temples and looked at Li Zhongyuke. The survivors of Gangnam stopped the zombies that were approaching from Guri City. I saw that too. They didn't have to support us, but they did. I think they're more than ready to live alongside us. Then they can't be calling Kim Hyeongjun a monster. Isn't the word monster a word that goes against the foundations of the Survivor Rally organization? Li Zhongyuke had calmly pointed out the core problem. The survivors of Gangnam did not seem to be in alignment with the core fundamentals of our organization, which in turn meant that they couldn't join us. That was Li Zhongyuke's reasoning. I took a deep breath before continuing. I'm on the same page with you on that. What I mean when I said we could live together is that we teach them our ways, and then listen to what they have to say. From there, we may be able to come to an agreement. We should not rush into a decision without hearing what they have to say first. Well, I believe there wouldn't have been any friction in the first place if they hadn't called Mr. Kim Hyeongjun a monster. They don't believe in coexisting with zombies. The survivors of Gangnam don't know the difference between us and the family. They are also the people who came up with crazy ideas like wanting to raise zombies with glowing red eyes. I believe it's because they lack information. When I finished my point, Wang Jihai, who had been listening quietly, raised her right hand. They know that there are zombies that help humans. Wang Jihai looked around at the leaders, then continued to speak. I believe the survivors of Gangnam had different intentions from the beginning. I tilted my head. Could you elaborate? Wang Jihai looked over at Kwak Dongwon, who was seated in the corner. Mr. Kwak Dongwon, you knew about this from the beginning. Am I wrong? Every single one of the leaders turned to look at Kwak Dongwon. His eyes went wide, and he looked back at them in confusion, as if he had no clue what Wang Jihai was saying. Pardon. Wang Jihai furrowed her brow and spoke to him again. I should have known when I first heard the word solar power. I was naive. Do you mind explaining what you mean by that? You already know what I'm talking about. You came over first to build a power supply network for the survivors in Gangnam because you and all the people in Gangnam knew that Gangbuk, in its current state back then, was not capable of supporting more people. Kwak Dongwon vigorously waved away Wang Jihai's theory. I had no such intention. I came here after receiving orders from the major in charge of Gangnam to try my best to stabilize the shelter in Gangbuk. So, Mr. Kwak Dongwon, are you telling me that you didn't know anything? And that you just came here under orders? Gangnam was better off in every way, in terms of shelter, safety, food, and survivors, and yet, you risked your life to come over and help us out. Yes, Ms. Wang Jihai, really. My only intention for coming here was to help Gangbuk. Kwak Dongwon sounded almost as if he was begging others to believe him. Wang Jihai frowned at him, staring at him with eyes full of suspicion. Suddenly, she slammed a trembling hand on the desk. Stop lying, she yelled. I'm not lying, I mean it. Everything changed since you arrived. The survivors of Gangnam, and the situation with the family as well. Wang Jihai had lost it. Something in her had snapped, robbing her of her calm. She wouldn't be able to make any reasonable judgments for the time being. It was only natural for life to be unpredictable, and things could take a turn at any moment. But when unexpected things happened one after another like a chain reaction, it made it difficult for people to keep their anger and violence in check. This was the danger that anxious minds could lead to. I knew I had to intervene in order to bring down the temperature. I looked at Wang Jihai and Kwak Dongwon in turn. Wang Jihai, Kwak Dongwon, please calm down. There's no good in raising our voices at each other. Then, Mr. Li Hyendiok, do you have any plans? Asked Wang Jihai in a sharp tone. What are you going to do with the people outside, the people on the cruise ships? Have you considered the possibility of the members of the family returning? She was still agitated, and hadn't been able to calm herself. She was naturally forthcoming and honest with her feelings and emotions, but was usually able to keep her cool during our meetings. I was a little surprised that she wasn't able to control her heightened emotions this time. I wondered if she was blaming Kim Hyeongjun and Li Zhongyuke's feud on the survivors of Gangnam. After all, everyone knew that, if the cruise ship hadn't appeared in the first place, the two of them wouldn't have fought. She was placing the blame for this internal conflict on the survivors of Gangnam. Or, perhaps she resented me for going to Sinidong without telling the others. I took a deep breath and let it out. I'll go talk to the leader of Gangnam. Right now. I nodded. Wang Jihai's eyebrows twitched, but she remained silent. I looked over at the rest of the leaders who were sitting down. Let's go sort this out while we're at it. We might as well go all together. Wang Jihai still seemed dissatisfied. And what if they don't leave? I forced out a bitter laugh. Ms. Wang Jihai, it seems like you already have no intention of accepting them. Mr. Lee Hyundiak, it's difficult to live in harmony with people who have treated us wrongly from the start. I finally understood why Wang Jihai was so worked up. She had hated the survivors of Gangnam from the very beginning. I chuckled. Ms. Wang Jihai, I don't know what to say. You were the one who trusted the survivors of Gangnam the most. Wang Jihai silently avoided my gaze. I knew where she was coming from. The higher one's expectations, the deeper the disappointment, and the more one trusted someone else, the worse it felt when one was betrayed. I knew Wang Jihai felt extremely betrayed by the lies that the survivors of Gangnam had come up with, and she believed that they had crossed the line. She was furious at their pathetic display. All our plans had been made under the assumption that Gangnam was safe, but now that news reached us out of the blue that Gangnam had fallen, all our plans were instantly useless. It meant we had to go back to the drawing board. We also had to come up with possible scenarios regarding the members of the family that were now in Gangnam, and what they were planning against us. All of this was overwhelming enough, and with Lee Zhongyuke and Kim Hye-Yongjun's feud being the cherry on top, she was having a hard time hiding her frustration and irritation. As the deputy leader, she was probably under the maximum amount of stress. I sighed. For now, let's go meet them, I said quietly. Whatever happens, we need to talk to them first. I rose after saying my piece. The other leaders got up as well and followed me out. All of them wore worried expressions. I wondered if speaking with the leader of Gangnam would be enough to ease some of their worry. Just then, I suddenly remembered what Lee Zhongyuke had suggested a long time ago. Let's go to an island. Jeju Island. As long as we took care of the zombies in Jeju Island, it would be the safest area in the world. The most obvious problem was transportation. Even if we made our way to Gimpo Airport and boarded a plane without a single survivor getting injured, we wouldn't be able to do anything without a pilot. And if we traveled by boat, we had to make our way all the way to Incheon. Given the number of times we'd faced danger while moving from Hangdang-dong to Gwangjang-dong, it seemed almost impossible to get from Seoul to Incheon safely. The inability to solve our problems once and for all frustrated me. There was a great weight on my shoulders, as though someone had piled a stack of wet towels on me, and my legs felt useless, as though they had sunk knee-deep into a muddy swamp. So many lives were riding on my decisions. I sighed and headed for the riverside, where the cruise ships were. When we arrived at the waterfront, a man who had felt our presence appeared on the second deck of the cruise ship. It was the captain. He looked at my face carefully, then took a deep breath. How can I help? Where's your leader? He's asleep. Come back later. I believe I need to meet him right now. The captain's expression grew annoyed. After a moment, he gave a strong click of his tongue and disappeared inside the cruise ship. I wondered if he'd been taken aback by my blue eyes, or perhaps he didn't like the manner in which I'd demanded to see their leader. Of course, none of it mattered at all, since they weren't the ones who had the upper hand. The ones that weren't welcome here were the survivors from Gangnam, not us. There was no need for us to humble ourselves when speaking with them. A while later, a man who appeared to be in his early to mid-40s appeared at the railing of the second deck, rubbing his stiff neck. It was the major that I'd seen during the day. The man took a look at the leaders next to me and slowly nodded. Are you finally ready to talk now? I got right to the point. What is your reason for coming here? The major wet his lips and took a moment to think. After a minute or two, he forced a smile. We came here because we wanted to survive. We don't have any other intention. Did you think we would accept you without any conditions? No, of course not. Just as we didn't accept you, we assumed that you wouldn't accept us either. So, if you already knew the answer, why did you make the journey all the way here? He looked me straight in the eyes, not even blinking as the cold river wind swirled around him. Because I wanted to at least save my family, he said calmly. I could hear the determination in his words, which were mirrored in his eyes. I stashed my hands in my pockets and continued to ask my questions. And what if I told you that we have no intentions in accepting you? I've seen the number of survivors here grow. I thought that you were gathering other survivors, so I believed that you would accept my family. Have I wasted my time coming here? It seems so. Please go back. My words were a bluff. If he sincerely wanted to join us, he would humble himself and let go of his ego. And if he had other intentions, he would probably aim his guns at us. I assumed that the leader of Gangnam would take the first option, because he did not seem to harbor any hostility towards other humans. His reluctance stemmed from the presence of zombies like myself and Kim Hye-Yongjun. He did not seem like the type who would kill everyone here and claim this territory as his own. The major put his hands behind his back and stared at me. After a moment, he tore off the rank insignia from his shoulders. He gripped the railing of the cruise ship tightly. Are you confident that you won't change? He asked. I wasn't sure what to make of his question. One of the members of the family who attacked Gangnam told me that one day, you'll turn into one just like them, he said. The major tossed aside the rank insignia he had been holding. Let's forget about our ranks, our positions for a bit, he continued. I'll consider you as a person and ask you a question. Are you sure you won't change? I furrowed my brow. Changing isn't an issue. I can't change. I had Soyeon and my family. I couldn't. No, I knew that I could not change, for their sake. The only option I had was to keep moving forward. The major smirked at my answer. I wonder how long that will of yours will last. If you don't want to believe me, then leave immediately. I have no time to joke around with you. No, I believe what you're saying. But you must have zombie instincts too, am I right? I tilted my head. Instincts. The major took in a breath and let it out slowly. There was a zombie like you in the family, one who had blue eyes. He said that, in the end, you'd change and fall. And that when your zombie instinct awakens, you'll realize that you can't live with humans anymore. Did you meet the boss? I don't know if that was the boss or not, but he had blue eyes like you. Elaborate. The major looked at me calmly without saying a word. I wondered if he was considering how much information he should be sharing with me. If he was, I clenched my fists, and my blue eyes flashed. I wanted to let him know that I'd kill him mercilessly if he didn't answer. The major looked at me carefully, then sighed at the night sky. This zombie from the family said that zombies like you will eventually be taken over by your zombie instincts and you'll lose the ability to think rationally if you don't eat zombie brains or a live human brain. They said that that's your fate. My eyebrows twitched when I heard what he'd said. I wondered if this was the reason why the dogs kidnapped humans. Eating one human brain made it possible for zombies to talk. And if this was the only reason to eat a human brain, it would have been unnecessary to capture a lot of people. I finally realized that the reason they'd been kidnapping survivors was to consume their brains. This sudden revelation left me speechless. I carefully looked over at Kim Hyeongjun. He was staring at the major with a straight face. The feud between him and Lee Jong-UK earlier today, and why it was getting more difficult for him to keep sane. The reason behind it finally hit home. Our zombies' instincts were slowly eating us inside out, without us even realizing it. I furrowed my brow and bombarded the major with questions. If that's the case, then how did you survive after hearing all of this? Something's not right. The moment you hear something like that, you should be dead meat. There's no reason for the head of the family to spare you. Don't you think that something's not right as well? Did the gang boss escort you onto the cruise ship or something? If whatever you're saying is true, they have no reason to let any of the survivors go. Am I wrong? If you were going to lie, you should have thought it through beforehand. They spared us so that we could tell you what I just told you. His words left me speechless. They were spared just so they could pass this message to us. Adat Novel bin Adat. Was the head of the family that confident? The major continued to speak. The zombie. They seemed to be enjoying the situation. They said they wanted to see what happened to you after your fall. Shut it. I yelled, frowning. I knew what the boss wanted. All the leaders had already heard what the major had said. I looked carefully around at the leaders. All of them were engulfed in fear. Some were swallowing hard, and others were looking back and forth between me and the major, not knowing how to react. Despite having gone through thick and thin together, I could sense the distrust and anxiety they now felt toward me and Kim Hyeongjun in their eyes. We had no clue when and how we'd change. The uncertainty that the major's words had introduced had already begun to shake the foundations of our firmly established relationship. I looked back at the major. So, they let you go for this puny reason. You think I had a choice? I would have died if I didn't get on the cruise ship. And getting on the cruise ship gave me the slightest probability of surviving. I bit my lower lip and clenched my fists. I couldn't think of a reply or a rebuttal. I hated myself for not being able to come up with something. Lee Jong-UK, who was next to me, put his hand on my shoulder and spoke up. Leave the rest to me. I was furious. I felt furious at the thought that the boss was playing around with me, and at the possibility that my zombie instincts could take over me eventually, just like the boss had said. I had no clue how to wash away the dirty feeling I had within me. Lee Jong-UK took a deep breath and stepped forward. He then looked right at the major. All right, this is how it's going to be. Your family will disembark, he said calmly. The major sighed in relief and bowed. However, Lee Jong-UK didn't stop there. His words that followed were heartless, cold as ice. But you can't get off. Better than nothing. Only the other survivors and your family can disembark. You, return to Gangnam. When he was done, Lee Jong-UK walked back to my side, grimacing. The captain, who had been standing next to the major all along, suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs. He was straining so hard that the veins in his neck were popping out. You bastards. The captain raised his K2 rifle and aimed it at Lee Jong-UK's head. Seeing that, I hurriedly shielded Lee Jong-UK with my body. The major's eyes went wide, surprised by the captain's rogue actions. Put your gun down. I can't, sir. In fact, I don't want to. I can't stand those motherfuckers giving you shit anymore, not when they don't know a thing about you. Put down the gun, Captain Park. That's an order. The major kept his voice low. The captain hesitated for a moment, biting his lower lip. However, it seemed like he'd committed himself to this dark path. He blinked rapidly, but kept his gun trained on Lee Jong-UK. The muzzle of his K2 started to tremble. He spoke, his voice sounding as though he was on the verge of tears. If it weren't for you, platoon leader, we would have already died. How in the world do you think I can leave you behind, sir? Calm down, Captain Park. Nothing is going to change even if you act like this. Why, sir? Why are you giving up? Weren't you the one who told us to survive till the end? The major grimaced at the captain and approached him slowly. He placed his hand on the captain's rifle and brought the muzzle toward his forehead. The captain was taken aback by his superior's actions. The major stared firmly into the captain's eyes. What did I say are the virtues of being a commander? He said quietly. Keep a cool head, and have ice in your veins. Do you think you're behaving in such a manner right now? The captain's trigger finger began to shake violently. Eventually, he let go of the trigger and slowly lowered his rifle. The remaining strength flowed out of his legs, and he fell to the ground and wept silently. His sorrowful sobbing made it past the bow of the cruise ship to Guangjiangdong, where I was. The captain stayed crumpled on the deck, and cried for a long time. The major stood there, the sparse moonlight reflecting off of his eyes. Survivors? Disembark now, he commanded. The ship's doors, which had been closed tightly, began to open. The survivors, who had been shivering in the cold, began to disembark one by one. The leaders, including Wang Jihai, Park Jiaichiol, and Wang Diakrok, escorted the survivors from the cruise ship to the hotel lounge. Kim Hai Yongjun, Li Zhongyuke, and I stared at the major in silence. The major stared at my face for a long time, then took a deep breath. Please take good care of my friend here. He's not perfect, as you can tell. Any regrets? I wouldn't be human if I didn't have any regrets. We can give you some time to say goodbye to your family. The major seemed to hesitate at the suggestion, but it didn't take long for him to reply. The people from this cruise ship, all of them are my family, he said with a thin smile. Although I'm a failed leader, I hope you don't turn out to be like me. My zombie instincts might take over me someday. Do you still think it's okay to leave your family in my hands? Well, it might sound ridiculous to say this now, but you seem different. What? You're different from those guys from the family, or the blue-eyed zombie next to you. His comment made me look over at Kim Hai Yongjun, who was standing next to me. He was taking deep, controlled breaths with his eyes closed. It seemed like he was trying his best to regulate his emotions. The major chuckled. I'm glad to see someone sane. Being a platoon leader didn't suit me anyway. I couldn't even get promoted, even though I'm well into my 40s and I've lost so my men along the way. I'll rest in peace knowing that I did my best in protecting Gangnam. I hope you don't think badly of the survivors from Gangnam. I'll take all their sins with me. With that, he reached down to help the captain still on the floor next to him to his feet. The captain wiped away his tears, unable to lift his head. The major gave him a benevolent smile. I think I told you this earlier today, sir. Officers don't bow their heads. The major held out his right hand, and the captain, biting his lip, reached out to grip it in a firm handshake. The captain kept his head up this time. From now on, you are the leader of the survivors of Gangnam, the major told him simply. Yes, sir. It's only right that I will be buried along with the other men who made their sacrifices to get us to where we are. It's ridiculous for a platoon leader to beg for his own life. The major laughed as though he was making a joke and patted the captain on the back. Then the major looked me straight in the eyes. I trust you to take care of my family. With that, he drew his pistol from his side and placed it against his temple. I immediately leaped onto the second deck of the cruise ship. Bang! The heavy smell of gunpowder tickled the tip of my nose, and my ears still rang with the deafening sound of the gun going off. The major looked at me with his eyes wide open. I was holding his arm and had bent it behind him. Stop, I said. What's the meaning of this? Let go of me. That's enough. Do you think I'm joking? The major frowned and grabbed my arm. No matter how hard the major tried to escape my grip, he could not, since I had no intention of letting go of his arm. I tightened my grip slightly, and the major frowned and dropped his pistol. The captain had a look of confusion on his face, unsure how to process everything that had happened in the blink of an eye. After a moment, he pointed the muzzle of his K2 toward my head. Let go of his hand, he shouted. Do you think I'm trying to kill the major right now? Oh, no. The captain hesitated and then lowered his muzzle. He really was a jittery coward, waving his gun around at the slightest thing. I looked over at Li Zhongyuke. Zhongyuke, what? I want to keep an eye on this person. Can I do so? Li Zhongyuke shrugged and chuckled. If you wish. I looked back at the major. I won't let you die. The major glared at me, his face flushed red. I couldn't tell if he hated me for not letting him take his own life, or if I had damaged his ego somehow. I flicked my gaze over to the captain next to him, then addressed the major again. I don't think that captain of yours will survive long if you die. The major slowly turned his head to look at the captain. The captain looked back and forth between myself and the major, confusion apparent on his face. He didn't seem to know what to do next. The major gently closed his eyes and sighed. When he opened them again, he looked straight into my eyes. This decision of yours you're making right now might hold you back. Will you be okay with that? Who's going to hold me back? You. He laughed. That's rather arrogant. And that's how I made it this far. The major took a deep breath. I admit that you are different from the other zombies. But I still don't believe that humans can genuinely coexist with zombies. You'll find out sooner or later if it can be done or not. I won't ask you to fight alongside us. You'll just protect the survivors. If that's the condition, I'd be more than willing to do so. The major stared directly into my eyes with his lips tightly closed. I liked his mindset, his attitude, and willingness to sacrifice himself. He was willing to give up his life for everyone else's. There was nothing better than having someone like him willing to fight for the survivors. Moreover, we needed him to take care of the captain. We could have killed both of them, but that would have caused considerable friction between us and the survivors from Gangnam. We didn't create the Survivors Rally organization to oppress anyone. We made it so that all survivors could coexist together, and to bring everyone together in order to live like human beings. I knew that the Major was going to play an important role in helping us to achieve this. I figured we would slowly get to know the Major. I was planning to have him under guard so that they could keep an eye on him and learn about how he survived in Gangnam. I looked at the Major and the Captain in turn. Welcome to the Survivor Rally organization. Follow me. As the three of us disembarked from the cruise ship, Lee Zhongyuke came up to us and spoke to the captain. Hey, Captain. How old are you? 30. The captain didn't even look at Lee Zhongyuke. Lee Zhongyuke frowned and slapped the captain on the back of the head. He didn't slap him too hard, just hard enough that it made a sound. The captain gave Lee Zhongyuke a startled look. Lee Zhongyuke's eyebrows twitched, and he launched into a tirade. Not responding to your elders when they ask you a question? Someone's lacking some discipline. It's none of your business. Anyway, since I'm older than you, I'm going to go ahead and speak to you informally. The captain hesitated for a moment, then walked in front to accompany the Major. Lee Zhongyuke, thinking that the captain was acting like a little kid, ran over to him with a big smile on his face and slapped him in the back of the head again. The survivors of Gangnam stayed at the Vista Hotel, located south of the Walker Hill Hotel. Much later that night, all the leaders gathered in the restaurant on the second floor to wrap up the unfinished meeting. Unlike earlier on, however, both the Major and the Captain joined us, representing the survivors from Gangnam. The Major's name was Bai Zhongman, while the Captain's name was Park Shinjong. Hearing their names, Lee Zhongyuke smiled and asked, "Is Park Shinjong's older sibling named Park Guzhong?" No one laughed at Lee Zhongyuke's joke one at novel bin at. I could see that he was trying to lighten the mood, but it wasn't a very good joke. I sighed, then began to speak. I'm assuming everyone is aware of the situation in Gangnam, since we've just heard about it. I would like Mr. Bai Zhongman to explain exactly what happened, and how the family invaded. Can I start off with the family and how they invaded? Yes. Bai Zhongman gently closed his eyes, taking a moment to sort through his thoughts. He went through the memories that he didn't want to recall, and after a moment, he began to tell his story. The family's forces came over. Probably about a month ago. We saw zombies gathering at the northern end of Sogong Bridge, so we took up defensive positions early on. I already knew about this, because the 6th officer of the family had told me about it before he died. Bai Zhongman smacked his lower lip. At first it seemed like only zombies were gathering on Bamsam Island. But then, creatures we'd never seen before started appearing as well. They were creatures with extremely long limbs and dozens of eyes. How many were there? I couldn't count all of them. I think there were about 70 to 80 of them. There were other creatures mixed in as well. It seemed like there were multiple stage 1 mutants, with a couple of stage 2 mutants here and there. It would have been difficult to hold off the mutants without having any information about them. I interlaced my hands as I listened to Bai Zhongman describe his experience. He let out a deep sigh and continued to recount his memories. I had turned Yudo into a minefield, but they came at us with overwhelming numbers. There was no end to them, no matter how many we killed. Their attacks started to get stronger, while we were just wasting our bullets. How long did it take for your forces to be pushed out of Yudo? It took less than 3 days for us to get pushed back to Gwanakgu and Dongjakgu. It was only then that we learned the zombies with glowing red eyes could come up with tactics. When did you see the zombie with blue eyes? Around the time they broke through the defenses at Sokogu and entered Gangnam-gu. I saw 2 zombies with blue eyes. I twitched my eyebrows after hearing what he said. 2 zombies with blue eyes? Is he saying that there are 2 zombies with blue eyes within the gang, not just the boss? If one of the 2 was the boss, then the other would have to be one of the officers. To become a blue-eyed zombie, you'd need to eat the brains of more than one black creature. Or you'd have to eat the brain of a zombie with glowing red eyes that had themselves eaten a black creature's brain. To me, this meant that one of the officers in the family had eaten the brain of another in order to break through Sokogu. It sounded like Bai Zhongman wasn't lying when he described how the family was making their way through Gangnam. Bai Zhongman grimaced, then continued with his story. Eventually, even Gangnam-gu fell into their hands, and we mounted our final resistance in Songpagu. The Tanshan stream flowed along one of our flanks, and fought them off as hard as we could. But then, something we'd never seen before, something we couldn't quite understand, happened. Something you didn't understand. A black creature that we'd never seen before appeared. And it started killing the zombies. A black creature. I couldn't help but be surprised. All the leaders around the table flinched as well. Some of them swallowed audibly. Bai Zhongman looked around at the leaders. Did I say something I wasn't supposed to? No. Please continue. Did you see how many black ones there were? One creature showed up. It attacked the gang members. Even the blue-eyed zombies had a hard time dealing with the black creature. What color were the black creature's eyes? They were blue. Are you saying that the gang members took care of the blue-eyed black creature? Yes. They were fighting alongside a bizarre-looking creature. The fight took a huge toll on the family's forces, but they eventually dispatched the black creature. It seemed like even the family had a hard time taking care of this mysterious black creature. The bizarre-looking creature he was mentioning was probably their mutants, which meant that they were barely able to take care of the black creature with the mutants. I suddenly wondered if Kim Hye-young-jun and I could take on the family and wipe them out in our current state. Bae Zhongman noticed my silence and interlaced his fingers. Is something bothering you? He asked. If you think I've been lying. No, it's nothing like that. I actually have a follow-up question. Did anyone from the family eat the brain of the black creature? Bae Zhongman tilted his head and looked off into the distance. It seemed like he hadn't been able to verify this. His expression grew troubled. I'm sorry, but as far as eating, I wasn't able to confirm this. Not a problem. What happened afterward? After that, another black creature appeared. And it had blue eyes as well. No, the one that came later had red eyes. It looked weaker than the blue-eyed one. I quietly rubbed my chin as I pondered this development. 2 black creatures appearing in Gangnam. I couldn't think of a reason why a black creature would appear in Gangnam when there weren't any mutants in Gangnam. No matter how much I thought about it, the only conclusion I could come to was that the creatures from Gangbuk had crossed over to Gangnam using the Sogang Bridge, the same way the family's forces had entered Gangnam. The creatures had most likely followed the members of the family. The black creatures feasted on zombies with red eyes, and their actions were consistent, since the Dong leaders of the family were zombies with glowing red eyes. Since Sogang Bridge was to the west, the black creatures in the west would have been the ones from Mapogu and Yunpyeonggu. This also meant that there was only one black creature left in Gangbuk. Itaewon. The black creature in Itaewon. But there was no guarantee that it was still in Itaewon. A memory suddenly surfaced in my mind, one that was from the time when I was still a human being. It was the time when I was face to face with death, with zombies barging in through the front door of my apartment. Back then, the zombies at my front door had fled after hearing the black creature's cry. The black creature who had taken my life was a weakling, one that hadn't yet discovered its true power, but still, all the zombies had gotten scared and ran away. The fact that the street zombies had gathered in Gwangjangdong in broad daylight. Perhaps they had been fleeing the black creature in Itaewon, and had made it all the way to Gwangjangdong. I grew more and more confident of my theory when I realized that I hadn't seen a zombie wave with over 10,000 zombies before. From all this, I came to the conclusion that the black creature in Itaewon was now close to the border of Gwangjangdong. Of course, there was no way of knowing if it had managed to access its true power, or if it had red eyes, or even blue eyes. As I sat there quietly, lost in thought, Lee Zhongyuke, who had been looking at me, spoke up. So-yeon's dad, do you have any plans? Yeah. Everyone, listen up. I told the leaders about the theory I'd come up with. I was greeted by a sea of worried faces once I was done. All of them seemed to have difficulty coming up with anything to say. Even though all of it was still hypothetical, my theory seemed to come closest to explaining the current situation. After a moment, Wang Jihai, who had been massaging her temples, spoke up. Then, doesn't that mean we have to fight the black creature in Itaewon in order to fight the family? Wang Diakrok gave her a disapproving look. How are those two things related? He asked. Wang Jihai leaned back in her chair and began to explain herself. Well, look at it this way. The gang members took care of 2 black creatures. Unless they're idiots, they probably ate their brains. I can't fathom how strong the officers are by now. I don't think so, I said, cutting Wang Jihai off. Everyone turned to look at me. I rested my chin on my hands. While it's true that you gain enormous strength at once when you eat a black creature's brain, the risk is too big. The desires you have to control increase. So you're saying the gang members threw away the black creature's brains? Wang Jihai asked with a frown. I figured it would be better for Kim Hye-young-jun to explain this. I looked over at Kim Hye-young-jun for help, and he smacked his lips and spoke up. They probably fed them to the mutants. Kim Hye-young-jun's statement caused a ripple of murmuring to spread amongst the leaders. I calmed them down and looked over at Kim Hye-young-jun again. He gave a small nod, and continued to speak. A stage 2 mutant needs a black creature's brain in order to become a stage 3 mutant. Then, are you saying that it's possible that the gang members also have a stage 3 mutant? Yes. They must have at least 2 stage 3 mutants. Wang Jihai's mouth puffed like that of a goldfish after hearing about the existence of more stage 3 mutants. Most of the leaders seemed to be mirroring her expression. Having witnessed Moodswinger with their own eyes, they were all well aware of the destructive power that a stage 3 mutant possessed. I was also more than aware that our chances of winning were slim. However, I also knew that we had gotten all the way to where we were by risking it all and taking whatever slim chances we had. We'd made it this far through sheer grit, with the confidence that we would make it through to the other side of the tunnel. I knew that we would survive and make it through despite our slim chances, just like we always had. I took a deep breath and let it out. In the worst case scenario, we'll take care of the black creature in Gangbuk, then attack Gangnam first. The word shin in Korean is often used to refer to something that is new. The word gu in Korean is often referred to as something that is old. Lee Zhongyuke is making a joke about new and old Zhong. The leaders all seemed bewildered by my plan. They all seemed at a loss for words after hearing my sudden decision. Lee Zhongyuke quietly crossed his arms. So-yeon's dad, he said. Yeah, usually, when we were in meetings, we tried to watch our language and addressed each other respectfully. This time, however, he had addressed me as informally as he would normally do outside of meetings. Hearing him speak so informally made me wonder if he was against my idea. Lee Zhongyuke sucked on his lower lip and remained silent for a while. I waited patiently for him to speak up. Eventually, he did so while scratching his forehead. So, you're saying we should go hunting for this black creature in God knows where in Gangbuk, and then cross over into Gangnam. Exactly. And we're going to get across via Sogang Bridge. Yup. You know that if we fail, there's no more survivor rally organization, right? When I nodded, Li Zhongyu's expression grew distraught, and he buried his face in his palms. Wang Jihai grimaced at me. The risk is too high. Then what do you think we should do? Should we move north to avoid the family? Do you think we can relocate with this many survivors? You have a point, but... Or should we watch the survivors deteriorate physically and mentally while we prepare for them to attack us? I can't imagine how long the survivors will last, since the survivors are getting weaker by the day, and especially since we don't even know when the family will attack us. Wang Jihai's expression grew bitter and her head sagged. It seemed like she couldn't come up with an acceptable alternative. I sighed. In any case, I did say that that would be the worst case scenario. Then are you saying that there are alternatives? Everyone turned their heads toward me. I addressed Bei Zhongman in a quiet voice. Mr. Bei Zhongman. Yes. Are there any pilots among the survivors in Gangnam who could fly a plane? Bei Zhongman gently rubbed his chin. A pilot. Park Xinzhong, who was seated next to him, spoke up. Huh? Yes there is. Bei Zhongman tilted his head and looked at Park Xinzhong. Who? Park Xinzhong tried to reply to him, stuttering in excitement. Gee, who was it? The man. The man from Airline A whose name starts with Choi. Bei Zhongman muttered the name Choi to himself a few times, then snapped his fingers and said the man's name out loud, as if he just remembered the man's face. Oh? Mr. Choi Kang-hyun. I clenched my fists when I heard his name, and also because of the fact that we now had a pilot who could maneuver an aircraft. We were picking up more individuals with technical experience as we gathered more survivors into our group. We now had a chance to make the impossible happen. In the current situation, the best defense was a solid offense. I was thinking of meeting the family's forces head-on in a war of attrition at Sogang Bridge. But having a pilot changed the whole ballgame. We could now head to Gimpo Airport and make use of a plane. I calmed the excitement in my heart and spoke to Park Xinzhong. Park Xinzhong, please bring Choi Kang-hyun over right now. Got it. Park Xinzhong got up from his seat and saluted. 1. Right after he left, Li Zhongyuke, who was next to me, spoke up. So Yeon's dad, do you actually think there's a solution? It's not impossible anymore. What's not impossible anymore? What you spoke to me about a few days back. Going to an island. At the word island, Li Zhongyuke's eyes went wide, and he looked around at the rest of the leaders. They all looked back at me with surprise in their eyes, and they began to bombard me with questions all at once. Island? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Are we going to an island? Where is this island? I calmed the leaders down and told them about the conversation that I'd had with Li Zhongyuke. After filling them in on the backstory, they sighed in relief, their anxious expressions replaced with gentle smiles. Turning the impossible into something possible seemed like a ray of hope for the leaders. After a while, Park Xinzhong returned and ushered Choi Kang-hyun into the meeting room. Choi Kang-hyun trembled with fear when he saw me, Kim Hye-yongjun, and Du Han-sol. He entered the room and stood right next to Bei Zhongman. Platoon leader. Is it? It's all right, Bei Zhongman said. There's no need to be nervous. Despite his attempt to soothe Choi Kang-hyun, the pilot still couldn't help but feel suspicious of everyone else in the meeting room, especially the three of us. I looked at the newcomer. Are you Mr. Choi Kang-hyun? Yes, I am. I heard that you used to be a captain for Airline A. Is that correct? Choi Kang-hyun looked around, then nodded. Perfect. All we need is a pilot. A smile played across my lips as I realized that we now had a chance. I asked him another question. If we escort you to Gimpo Airport, will you be able to fly an airplane? An airplane? Getting one to fly is a lot harder than it sounds. Could I ask why? How do you expect someone to fly an airplane that hasn't been inspected in a long time? Besides, I have no clue as to the condition of the runway. Not only that, I also need to know the fuel status of the airplane. On top of everything, since the weather has been rather cold, I'm pretty sure we need to perform some de-icing on the plane. De-icing. De-icing is the process of removing any snow or ice accumulated on the aircraft. With the weather we have right now, I'm pretty sure that most of the aircraft are frozen solid. I should have known that it wasn't that easy to hop into an airplane and get it flying. I scratched my head. These processes you mentioned, how long do they take on average? I asked. That depends on the type of aircraft and its current condition. Certain types of aircraft require several hours just for de-icing. Since we lack the necessary manpower, it'll take longer for sure. A couple of hours. I could already foresee that the family would take notice if we went to Gimpo Airport. Considering their mobility, even if we managed to get to Gimpo Airport, every minute and every second would be chaos. But a couple of hours? This was basically a suicide mission. I remained silent. Choi Kang-hyun hemmed and hawed for a moment, then spoke up again. Above all else, even if we manage to take off, we won't be able to land unless the runway at our destination is clear. Can't the airplane just land and sweep away any zombies in its path? That's only possible in movies. A military aircraft might be able to do that, but in a commercial aircraft? That would just kill everyone on board. I've seen planes make emergency landings on highways and stuff like that. Well, they only do that when everyone's lives are at stake. You really are playing with fire. He was speaking rather comfortably now, in contrast to his hesitant attitude from earlier on. Perhaps it was because he was now having a conversation about matters regarding his profession. I smacked my lips and looked at Li Zhongyuke. He rubbed his neck but maintained his silence. It seemed like he couldn't think of what to say to the former pilot. As we both stayed silent, Wang Diakrok, who had been sitting still, spoke up. We can talk about this later. I don't think we can come to an answer right now. Wang Diakrok was right. Right now, it was better to organize our thoughts and reconvene to discuss this matter again later on. I sighed deeply and addressed the leaders. Let's ponder over this matter individually and meet again at this time tomorrow. Since the hour is already very late, we'll wrap up today's meeting. All right. The leaders got up from their seats, offered me slight bows, and went back to their rooms. I sat at the head of the table, placing my chin in my palms as I let my thoughts take me. I'd assumed that everything would be solved once we found a pilot, but in reality, it wasn't that simple. I wondered if I'd taken this matter too lightly, and if I was being too naive about this. After a moment, Kim Hae-yongjun sat next to me. Ajasi, what is it? Can I have a word with you? He looked rather grim. I could tell that he was able to share something that I wasn't ready to hear. I massaged my neck as I looked at him. What is it? About Gimpo Airport. What about Gimpo Airport? I'll go? I knew he was going to say something absurd, but I couldn't believe I had guessed correctly. Saying that he'd go to Gimpo Airport was no different from voluntarily putting himself in enemy territory. Are you insane? I'm very sane right now. Do you think that's possible? You know well enough what the situation is in Gangnam right now, to go to Gimpo Airport alone. Ajasi. Kim Hae-yongjun cut me off and looked into my eyes. His expression was dead serious. I don't know about you, Ajasi, but my zombie instincts are awakening. I'd rather go to Gangnam, check how Gimpo Airport is, and at least eat some weaklings like the family's baits or some dong leaders. If not, I'd probably lose my sanity. You're still okay. Well, that doesn't matter. Didn't you see the faces of the leaders? Kim Hae-yongjun's expression had turned bitter. His question left me speechless. It sure wasn't easy to forget the looks that the leaders had when they stared at Kim Hae-yongjun. They all seemed tense, as though assessing a potential threat. No one knew what would happen to Kim Hae-yongjun's underlings if he lost his temper, and if Moodswinger lost his sanity, it would be the end of the Survivor Rally organization. As I took my time to think before giving Kim Hae-yongjun an answer, I heard footsteps at the entrance of the meeting room. I don't think that's a bad plan. It was Li Zhongyuke. Li Zhongyuke had his hands stashed in his pockets. His voice was calm. I furrowed my brow at his answer. Do you know how irresponsible of an answer that is? Then what are you thinking of doing? If Hae-yongjun loses his sanity, are you going to stop him? What about Moodswinger? Are you saying that you're willing to kick Kim Hae-yongjun out just because he can't be of help anymore? That kind of sounds like you'll kick me out if I lose my sanity too. Am I wrong? If necessary, yes. I got up from my seat, my blue eyes flashing. Li Zhongyuke's uncompromising answer had touched a nerve. Li Zhongyuke grimaced. Can you think of any other way out? If Kim Hae-yongjun loses his sanity and attacks the survivors here, he'll turn into a black creature. Not only him, but you as well. You know it's too risky. And Kim Hae-yongjun's volunteering because he doesn't want that to happen either. I couldn't hide the pain in my voice. But how could you out of all the people, Adat Novel bin Adat? Kim Hae-yongjun stood up and spoke up. It's okay, Ajasi. Mr. Li Zhongyuke is right. Hae-yongjun, your family isn't the only one here, Ajasi. My wife and son are here as well. I don't want to be in front of my family when I lose my sanity. I looked at him quizzically, and he smiled back at me. This isn't a decision I came up with on the fly. I've been thinking about this for a while. And after all, I'm the enforcer of the Survivor Rally organization. Ajasi, you focus on defense. Hey, I'll leave one of my underlings here so that you can hit it in the case a black creature appears. I'll give it orders to call for me when you hit it. Are you insane? How can the Survivor Rally organization be the Survivor Rally organization without you? Kim Hae-yongjun chuckled and slapped my forearm. Stop talking as if someone's died, Ajasi. You're making it sound like I'm already dead when I have my two eyes fixed on you. I bit my lip, feeling a sharp pain in my chest. I couldn't stop Kim Hae-yongjun, but at the same time, I couldn't let him go. I had no clue how to release this sudden tightness within me. In the silence that followed, Li Zhongyuke, who had been watching me, spoke up. So-yeon's dad. What? He fixed his gaze on me, and his attitude grew colder. The irresponsible person right now is you, not me. His words left me unable to breathe for a second. Irresponsible? Me? After all that I've been through. I remained silent. Li Zhongyuke looked at my face carefully, then slicked his hair back and sighed. You're trying to have the best of both worlds, he said, trying not to let go of anything. That's called being greedy and irresponsible. But I trailed off. Li Zhongyuke was right. Having recognized the ironclad truth in his words, I couldn't help but feel powerless. I knew that, if I had been a bit better, or a bit smarter, the situation wouldn't have turned out like this. I closed my eyes tightly and gently massaged my temples. I slid back into my seat, sighing. Kim Hae-yongjun looked at me. He seemed rather emotional. You know it's not your fault. This isn't a choice. It's inevitable. This was awaiting us the moment we became immortals, the moment we pledged to save people. Hae-yongjun. I had no clue how to deal with the wave of emotions buffeting me. the resentment that made my hands and feet tremble. I couldn't figure out what was causing me to feel like that. I couldn't help but think if I was feeling resentful because I was weak, and not just because I was being pushed to make such a difficult decision. I closed my eyes and let out a sigh. Kim Hyungjun smiled gently. Geez. The problem with you, Ajasi, is that you like people way too much. Don't worry, Ajasi. I'll go do some scouting and come back without losing my sanity. I'll be back before you know it. You'd better come back. My face grew flushed. Kim Hyungjun's smile broadened. Do I look like someone who will die easily? He took a deep breath. But before I go, I'll have one last look at my son, he said with a sheepish grin. No matter what happens, don't push yourself. I mean it. Okay, Ajasi. Stop worrying about me and take good care of the people here. With that, he smiled and left the meeting room. I watched him go, then put my hands on my face and let out a deep sigh. No matter how many deep breaths I took, and no matter how much I sighed, I couldn't push away the tightness in my chest or the jumbled thoughts in my mind. Lee Zhongyuke came over and patted me on the shoulder. I looked at him, my eyes full of sadness, and he nodded back. We could understand each other's feelings without saying anything. His small nod meant more than any words he could have said to me. One in Korea, military personnel salute indoors as well. As long as there is someone of a higher rank present, military personnel are required to salute when they greet and excuse themselves. I closed my eyes and sat alone in the meeting room with only my thoughts for company. The night deepened. The river wind howling outside sounded like a ghost wailing. Kim Hyungjun was making his way through that howling wind to get to Gimpo Airport. He'd probably take Gangbei in Bukaro and cross over into Gangnam via Sogang Bridge. I already knew that it was inevitable that Kim Hyungjun would come across the family's forces. I wondered if it would be a good idea to draw their attention, even for a little bit, just to help him. However, I also knew that such a move would only serve to provoke them. I kept feeling as though I should be doing something, and that feeling gnawed away at me. My mind was filled with a jumble of incoherent thoughts. I knew I had to do something to shake off my nervousness, even if it meant pushing through the strong winds outside. I left the meeting room and headed toward the entrance of the hotel. A purple-colored zombie was standing outside. It was Kim Hyungjun's underling. As I looked at it, I wondered if I would be able to stay sane if it lost its color. I assumed that, if that happened, the unbearable grief and sudden burst of emotion would cause me to collapse to the ground. I smacked my lips bitterly and looked out over the jet-black Han River. As I breathed in the cold wind from the river, the tightness within my chest seemed to ease just a little. No. So. Because. Does. Work. I'm also. The leaders. My ears picked up something that piqued my curiosity. I could barely hear it through the howling wind, but I was certain that I heard something. I looked around and noticed people on the 5th floor of the hotel having a conversation. I assumed that they were in a room that was no longer being used because its windows were broken. Many rooms at the Walker Hill Hotel were now left empty because of the damage caused by the mutant as it scaled the walls. However, the sound of voices was coming from one of these empty rooms. I leaped into the room in which the people were conversing, and looked around. Jesus. Holy smoke. The survivors inside were frightened by my sudden entrance through the window. There were 4 women and 3 men sitting in a circle around a candle, chatting away. It seemed rather unusual to me. It's late at night, I said to them. Why aren't you sleeping? A woman who seemed to be in her mid to late 50s covered her mouth and forced a smile. Pardon? Oh, haha. I couldn't fall asleep for some reason. She forced another chuckle. I eased myself down next to them. Perfect. I, for obvious reasons, couldn't fall asleep either, and so I was pretty bored. You don't mind if I join, do you? Oh, no problem. You don't think we'd kick you out, do you? Replied the woman in her 50s. She gave her companions a few sidelong looks, as though she was trying to read their reactions. The others who were sitting in the circle looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. There weren't any young people in the room. Most of them were in their 40s and 50s. I took a deep breath. What were you talking about? I asked. The woman in her 50s snorted. Nothing much. We don't have things to talk about, you know? Just ordinary, trivial stuff, if you know what I mean. Her snorting got on my nerves. I could tell she was the leader of the group, and she was taking the lead in gossiping about others. She was a typical gossip monger. I replied with a thin smile. Is there anything regarding our stay here that is making you uncomfortable? Of course not. We're all grateful for everything you've done for us, Mr. Lee Hyundeok. If there's anything that's making you feel uncomfortable, please take this opportunity to let me know. I'll make sure the leaders know about it. Well then, since we're on the subject, I'm not saying that we're uncomfortable to the point we can't bear it, but the woman in her 50s quickly showed her true colors. From the fact that she was so quick to open up when I said that I'd pass on her words to the leaders, it seemed like she'd been waiting for this moment. I looked around at the other survivors with a nonchalant expression. The woman in her 50s hesitated for a bit, then glanced over at the other survivors as she spoke. About Mr. Kim Hyungjun. Mr. Kim was saying something about the last time he saw him. Right, Mr. Kim? The woman in her 50s had her eyes on the man across from her, who also seemed to be in his 50s. Huh? Oh, yeah. The man in his 50s nodded, a puzzled expression on his face. He seemed surprised that his name had been mentioned out of the blue. The woman sucked on her lower lip, then continued. Well, the two of them, Kim Hyungjun and our leader I'm referring to Lee Zhongyuke tried to, fight. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but it definitely seemed like one. We were wondering if you had any idea about what happened between the two of them. It seems like you folks saw their interaction as well. I was going to tell everyone about it at tomorrow's meeting, but long story short, they made up. Huh. The woman in her 50s stared at me blankly with a bewildered expression. I smiled softly at her. It seemed like the two of them were involved in a feud. It seemed more serious than just a feud. It sounded like Lee Zhongyuke had hit Kim Hae-yongjun with his gun, and Wang Jihai had to step in to try to stop the two of them. I heard it was a mess. Who's spreading such nonsense? Huh? Well, I thought it was true because Mr. Kim said so. She quickly turned the blame onto the man in his 50s. She was good at reading the room and was extraordinarily gifted at playing innocent. The spotlight instantly shifted to the man in his 50s. His eyes went wide and he smacked his lips. Hey Mrs. Kwok, you know that's not what I said, he said in annoyance. Everyone else is going to get the wrong message if you put it that way. Don't yell at me. I'm just repeating whatever you told me. You know I didn't mean that. Mr. Kim's voice slowly started to rise in volume. I raised my right hand and intervened. Please stop. Don't raise your voice. Zombies have good ears. Ahem. What in the? Mr. Kim sighed and pressed his lips together, while Mrs. Kwok snorted and made a rather sassy face. I belatedly realized that the 7 people gathered here seemed to be the floor leaders of each floor of the hotel and had gathered after roll call and started gossiping away. I chuckled at their little feud and spoke up. I think you misunderstood what happened. I thought so too, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. I knew it. See Mr. Kim? I told you that you didn't see it correctly. Mrs. Kwok quickly began to act respectfully to curry favor with me. She, together with the rest of them, started to look ridiculous to me, but I knew dispatching them wasn't an option. I knew I had to figure out a way to coax them forward so that they could focus on stabilizing the shelter. I sighed. Hae-yongjun said he was leaving Gwangjangdong to go to Maejangdong to bolster the ranks of his underlings. Zhang Yuke tried to stop Hae-yongjun. Wait, why? Mrs. Kwok had been listening intently to my story, her glittering eyes full of curiosity. I knew better than to tell people like her the truth. All I had to do was tell her just enough, just the things she wanted to hear. I gave a thin smile and continued to lie. He knew that it would be difficult to hold out against the mutants while Hae-yongjun was gone. They both had very valid points, so the two of them got into a bit of an argument. Mr. Kim, who had been listening carefully, frowned. Then what about Lee Zhongyuke hitting Kim Hae-yongjun with his gun? I saw him hit him with my own 2 eyes. I scratched my sideburns. Did you see where Zhongyuke hit Hae-yongjun? I asked. I think it was on his shins. It was because Hae-yongjun said he was going to go, without thinking about the consequences. Lee Zhongyuke hit him to stop him from taking off. The two of them eventually got worked up, and Wang Jihai stepped in to say that it wasn't something to fight over. Oh, is that what happened? Mr. Kim seemed to be on board with my story. The other survivors were nodding along silently as well. After a moment, Mrs. Kwok clicked her tongue. See, Mr. Kim? I've been telling you that what you saw was probably wrong. You know how hardworking all of our leaders are, and Mr. Lee Hyun-deok, Mr. Kim Hae-yongjun, and Mr. Do Han-sol as well, at novel bin at. Well, I said it the way I said it because it looked like they were fighting from afar. That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't jump to your own conclusions before you actually hear what happened. Now we know that both Mr. Kim Hae-yongjun and Mr. Lee Zhongyuke were right. As she spoke, Mrs. Kwok waggled her finger at the people sitting around the candle, as if she was scolding them. Despite being the chattiest one, she was the first one to back down. This conversation helped me to realize the trouble that this shelter would be in if these people stopped trusting the leaders and started rebelling. However, as long as they relied on me and the leaders, I knew that they would never do so. With that, I knew that there was no need to get rid of them or admonish them. However, I also knew that I needed to make them recognize Lee Zhongyuke and the leaders as the absolute authority, and hammer home the fact that these people wouldn't be able to do anything without their leaders. I knew that it wasn't a good solution, and was eerily similar to how the leader of Gwangjangdong had gone about it, but it was necessary in order to bring stability to the Survivor Rally organization. It was essential to prevent conflicts between survivors. I flashed a hearty smile. I'm glad that there aren't any more misunderstandings. Mrs. Kwok addressed me in a cautious voice. Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. From her facial expression, I could tell that she was hesitating over whether or not to ask her question. I smiled gently at her. Go ahead. I'll answer anything you have on your mind. About what you said earlier. You said Mr. Kim Hae-yongjun is heading out with his underling soldiers. Does that mean he's coming back from Maejangdong now? He's going to Maejangdong to get more underlings, and he'll return after scouting Sogong Bridge. Sogong Bridge. Yes. The survivors from Gangnam stated that the forces of the family were going to come over via Sogong Bridge. I knew that a lie wouldn't be perfect without some truth mixed in with it. I went back and forth between truth and fiction, giving them what they wanted to hear. Mrs. Kwok clapped her hands together. So that was what happened, she exclaimed. I wondered where he was going with all of his underlings. He's been risking his life for all of us all along. It seems like you've doubted him. I can't say I'm not disappointed. I'm going to let Hae-yongjun know about all this when he gets back. I chuckled as though I were making a joke, and Mrs. Kwok smirked. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. We weren't thinking straight. Keep it a secret from Hae-yongjun, please. I'm so sorry that I don't know what to do. No need to worry. There have been a lot of incidents lately, so we've been behind in keeping all of you updated on what's been going on. Who am I to blame for this misunderstanding? Who to blame? Well, of course, you'd have to blame the zombies on the streets. They're the bad ones. I know I said some ridiculous stuff. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. I nodded and gave her a benevolent smile. It's all right. Mrs. Kwok grabbed my hand, seemingly on the verge of tears. I flinched at her sudden physical contact, but quickly quieted my facial expression. The survivors from Gangnam and the survivors from the medical center are doing their best to cooperate with us, so please take good care of them, I said. Oh, of course. Did you ever see us being unwelcoming toward the newcomers? I'm glad I can rely on you folks. We'll try even harder. Keep it up as well, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. Mrs. Kwok patted my forearm and smiled happily. I offered her a hearty smile in return. If that's all, I'll go and scout about. Get some rest before it's too late. Tomorrow's waiting for us. We were about to wrap things up as well. Oh no, my apologies if I came barging in and acted as a party pooper. You are more than welcome to talk more and go to bed. No, all our questions have been answered, and there's nothing more to talk about now. We should go to sleep soon so that we can get through tomorrow. With that, Mrs. Kwok blew out the candle and rose to her feet. She urged the other floor members to head to bed as well, and all of them stood. When the floor leaders left the room, Mrs. Kwok hurried over to my side and took my hand. Give this to your daughter. Oh, it's all right. I'm not sure how I could take. It's okay. Keep this as a secret between you and me. With that, she handed me some candy. I smiled warmly and gave her a slight bow to thank her. She waved as she stepped out into the hallway. Then, through the half-open door, I heard Mrs. Kwok's voice again. See, don't you realize now how nice they are? How could you be suspicious of people like that? No, it was you who made it awkward. It was because you said something out of the blue. Mrs. Kwok and Mr. Kim continued their argument down the hallway. She sure was a gossip monger, but she was nothing more than a typical Ajumma who loved to talk. I sighed and looked out the window. Just as I'd known all my life, managing relationships was the hardest thing to do. I realized that I had to bring up the floor leaders during tomorrow's meeting. I had to let everyone know that they had to pay more attention to the floor leaders, listen to their opinions, and pass on necessary information to them from now on. I knew better than to let conflict between the survivors brew while Kim Hye-young-jun was gone. It was my responsibility, as the person in charge of the shelter's defense, to manage the atmosphere of the shelter and to prevent conflict. I had no time to mope around just because Kim Hye-young-jun wasn't around. I had to get ready for the next step while he was gone. It sure is going to get busy. I took a deep breath, let it out, and put the candy into my pocket. Early in the morning the next day, I began to reinforce the number of underlings I had. From what Bae Jeonnam had told me, I assumed that the members of the family weren't in the best condition either. The weaker ones had probably been eaten or killed off, and the stronger ones were probably recovering from their losses. It seemed like they had lost a significant number of the mutants they had initially brought over Sogong Bridge, and the only creatures that actually posed a threat to us were the stage 3 mutants they had. We had about a week, or perhaps 5 days if they really pushed it. That was the amount of time I thought it would take them to get to Gangbuk. I was planning on making more mutants while the members of the family worked on gathering up more ordinary zombies. In a fight against overwhelming numbers, having more stage 1 mutants was the priority. Fortunately, my underlings were already zombies that were ready to mutate into stage 1 mutants. However, the one thing I wasn't sure about was how many of them would actually turn into stage 1 mutants, since they had to prey on each other in order to do so. My assumption was that I'd be able to turn all of my underlings into stage 1 mutants if I used the zombies at my zombie prison. I ordered my underlings, more than 2,000 of them, to gather at Gwangjang intersection. Starting now, fight the comrade next to you. Whoever wins, eat the loser's brain. Grr! My underlings howled and tore into each other. Although mutants were well suited for combat, they weren't the best defensively. Because of this, I couldn't rule out the possibility that the gang members' ordinary zombies could sneak past our forces and go after the survivors. This was something I'd discussed with Du Han-sol. I was in charge of increasing my number of mutants and fighting on the front lines while Du Han-sol would deploy his 1,050 underlings tightly across the access road to the hotel. By doing this, even if the family's forces made it through my own, Du Han-sol and his underlings would be in position to block them off. We also made changes on where we were going to deploy our defenses, since Kim Hye-young-jun was absent. We decided to pull back our defensive line from the boundary of Gwangjang-dong to the area just around Walker Hill Hotel. If we deployed our forces this way, we'd quickly go down if our first line of defense fell, but I knew that it was wiser to focus on one line of defense rather than building up several lines of defense. As soon as the sun rose, Lee Zhongyuke and Wang Jihai processed the newcomers from Gangnam and the medical center. In the 6 months since the dawn of the zombie apocalypse, those who survived had been split into 2 groups. They either became dogs that lived like animals, or continued to live as survivors who held on to their humanity despite the difficult circumstances. The survivors from Gangnam and those from the medical center were closer to the latter. As long as the incoming survivors didn't have any attitude problems, I was willing to accept them. Because that was what the Survivor Rally organization stood for. ****. 70 kilometers north of Vladivostok, Russia. Heavy snowfall over the past 20 years had turned the area into a snow-covered landscape. In this desolate place was a fenced-up military facility with several research buildings. Armed soldiers patrolled both inside and outside. A man sat at the guard post, looking at a map. He sighed and turned to the signaler next to him. How many places have we lost contact with now? Just Canada and Korea. No more, sir. And what's the situation in Canada and Korea? We have no way of knowing. About Korea. The last time we had contact was 3 days ago. We've lost contact since then. If they get back on, let me know right away. Yes, sir. The man sighed and left the guard post. The howling wind assailed him from every direction, and it was impossible to see anything but snow. The blizzard numbed his nose and earlobes, and it was extremely difficult to even keep his eyes open. With another sigh, he broke into a swift run, heading toward the laboratory. He passed through security at the entrance to the lab. The interior of the lab was bustling. Researchers scurried about the area. After a moment, an Asian man approached him. Commander, what brings you here? Hey, Tommy Park. Any progress on the experiments? We haven't gotten any results that are significant enough to report yet. The commander sighed and glanced around the laboratory. Everyone was working hard and no one had complained about anything yet. But he wasn't sure how much longer things could keep going the way they were. As the blizzard intensified, their solar panels became unusable. The facility was facing severe power issues, and the little remaining power they had was being funneled to the laboratory. The soldiers outside were barely surviving day to day, fighting off the cold with vodka and whiskey. The commander fixed his gaze on Tommy again. Tommy Park. No, should I call you the research director now? Whatever you feel comfortable with, sir. The soldiers outside are shivering, struggling against the cold. If we allocate some of the laboratory's power to the military facilities, will that result in any disruptions to our ongoing research? Tommy answered without the slightest hesitation. Yes, no doubt about it. To the researchers, nothing was more important than their research and experiments. They had given up their families, their happiness, and their ordinary lives to come here to find a solution to the zombie virus. To the researchers, insufficient power to the laboratory was equivalent to death. The commander's expression grew troubled. Tell me, why in the world do you need all this power for? It's for the centrifuge. Centrifuge. It's a machine that rapidly rotates the blood samples so as to separate the various components in the blood. We're identifying the characteristics of the zombie virus and conducting antibody research accordingly. But, if we can't use centrifuges, there's no way we can conduct our research. It'd probably be better for me and for everyone else to go back home to our families and peacefully await death. The commander stayed silent, and the tense silence stretched out. The two were at an impasse. The military commander valued the safety of his men first and foremost, while the research director valued the antibody research more than his own life. Oh. Just then, a man in the corner of the laboratory started cheering. His sudden exclamation drew the eyes of everyone in the laboratory. The man's bald head shone as it reflected the bright light of the laboratory. He was peering into a microscope and cheering. The other researchers frowned at him and started murmuring amongst themselves. That madman. Here we go again. This is, what, his 100th time or something? I can't even remember. Who in the world brought him here? He came with Tommy from Europe. From the French laboratory? The one that disappeared a month ago. Yeah. He said his wife died during their attempted escape. I bet that's why he's gone crazy. The commander, having eavesdropped on the conversation between the researchers, turned to Tommy. What is his name? He asked. That's Elisha. He escaped from the French laboratory with me. Elisha. Judging by his name, is he Russian? Yes. I haven't heard anything about madmen here. What the researchers are saying. Is it true? Tommy hesitated, staring bitterly at Elisha's back. Oblivious to the concern around him, Elisha was looking through the microscope and flapping his arms like a bird. At one point, he used to be known as a genius who only came around once every 100 years. But after he'd witnessed his wife being eaten alive by zombies in the French laboratory, he was never the same. Even while he slept, he would give briefings about his research results. He was now a madman with a singular obsession to solve the zombie virus, and he was so immersed in his research that there were times he would not go to the restroom to relieve himself, but do it on the spot instead. Because of this, no one would talk to Elisha except for Tommy. Tommy gave the commander a small bow and went over to Elisha. Elisha, did you get any exciting results this time? Some results we can look forward to. Oh, my best friend Tommy. Look at this. Look at how cute this zombie blood is. What? Each virus has its own will, and is unique. That's why people can walk even when their hearts stop beating? The virus first takes over their brain, then spreads throughout the body. What do you mean? Are you saying that the viruses can manipulate humans like parasites? With their own will and thoughts? Yes, they're quite amazing. Their movements are active, and they can cause the largest reactions with the smallest of stimuli. Elisha beamed as he extolled the wonders of the zombie virus. Tommy grimaced. Elisha, have you forgotten the purpose of our research? He asked. Huh? Isn't it the eradication of the virus? But you're now saying that the viruses are cute. Why? They can be cute. No, cute is cute, and eradicating is eradicating. Those are two different things. Adat novel bin adat. Tommy sighed and gently massaged his temples. Elisha smiled like a little child and went back to his microscope, muttering to himself. And now, how do I kill these cute guys painfully? Tommy smacked his lips and gave the commander a sidelong look. The commander heaved a deep sigh. We need to produce antibodies within a month. 1 month from now. We can't hold on any longer. This isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, it's because of the power supply. Commander, Tommy exclaimed. The future of this institute depends on you folks, replied the commander in a serious tone. No, the future of humanity is in your hands. Keep that in mind. You have 1 month. Tommy closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. It had only taken 6 months for the zombie virus to flip the world upside down. In contrast, vaccine development was very slow, and the results of their experiments so far had been utterly fruitless. Tommy opened his closed eyes and glared at the commander. There's no fuel here to fly to Canada. If this place disappears, he'll probably go to Korea. It's impossible to know how the virus could have mutated in a place like Korea, where the 4 seasons are clearly distinct. There was no way that the commander could know what Tommy was thinking, and even if Tommy tried to explain it to him, he would likely not comprehend. In fact, he might not bother to listen properly in the first place, because the only thing the commander cared about was his men and the power supply. Tommy scratched his head, his expression turning sour. Korea. No one can predict what kind of living hell they're in right now. The Korean Brain Research Institute was located in Daegu, in the southeast region of Korea, and Tommy hadn't heard back from them for 3 days. There wasn't enough fuel to fly to Canada, and there was no guarantee that Korea was safe. And if the Russian Research Institute closed, there would be no future in Asia and Europe. *****. 2 days had passed since I'd begun reinforcing the strength of my underlings. I was sitting on the floor, gently massaging my temples. My mind felt hazy, and the headaches that I'd not experienced in a while were threatening to overwhelm me. Long story short, I'd been able to transform my force of 2,000 regular underlings into 40 Stage 1 mutants. With my current abilities, I was capable of controlling 2,250 regular underlings. But since Stage 1 mutants counted as 50 ordinary zombies, I could have a total of 45 of them. I already had 4 Stage 1 mutants and 1 Stage 2 mutant in my mutant unit. Now, I had 40 Stage 1 mutants in place of the 2,000 ordinary zombies I used to have. I had successfully turned all my underlings into mutants, and I knew that they would be an overwhelming force if they all attacked at once. I couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, the 2-day process had been by no means easy. In order to become a mutant, my underlings had attacked each other, and the original 2,000 underlings had only yielded 30 Stage 1 mutants. In order to quickly replace my missing underlings, I retrieved the zombies from my zombie prison. I ordered the jailer zombies to help me transport the zombies over, after which, I went through the tedious process of converting them. I had no clue how many underlings I recruited over the course of 2 days. Moreover, I had to kill off any of the first stage mutants that expressed the wrong desires without a second thought. Whenever a mutant that tried to attack a friendly zombie or a human appeared, I smashed their heads in without the slightest hesitation. I didn't need any underlings that could not obey my commands, or any that harbored the wrong desires. The process took 2 straight days and nights, causing the Guangjiangdong intersection to be covered in zombie bloodstains and pieces of zombie flesh. I looked over my 40 Stage 1 mutants. Starting now, I'll group you in 10s. Every 10 of you will be in one squad. Now that I only had 40 Stage 1 mutants, I no longer needed to separate them into different companies. For some reason, this brought up some old memories. I remembered pushing zombies out of curiosity on the way to the high school when I first turned, and how I had recruited zombies for the first time. It hadn't even been a year since then, but so many eventful incidents had happened in between. I felt different. I took a deep breath and gave orders to my mutants, who were now separated into 4 squads. Let's start with cleaning up this place. A fresh start needs to be kicked off by a good cleaning. Kiaa! My zombies cried out in unison and began collecting the dead zombie bodies. I'll have to look for some spray paint again. In fact, I had no clue how much blue spray paint we had left. I tried to look on the bright side of things. This would be the perfect opportunity to check on our supplies and head out to patrol Guangjianggu. I headed back to the hotel after cleaning up Guangjiang Crossroads and burning the dead zombie bodies. Li Zhongyuke gasped as he saw me covered in zombie blood. So Yeon's dad, you should wash up and change your clothes first. I just nodded and went along with what he said. There was no way I could attend the meeting with zombie blood all over my body. As I entered the shower booth, I saw 3 wash basins, soap, and towels had been prepared for me, along with a fresh set of clothes. I felt refreshed after washing the zombie blood off of my body. It had been a while since I'd felt such a sense of tranquility. Unconsciously, I caught a glimpse of my reflection through the half-shattered glass of the shower booth. Even though I had a zombie body, I was taking a shower, just like any other person. I wasn't sure how to express my feelings. There was a deep sense of joy and peace, yet tinged with a sense of bitterness. When I pressed my lower stomach area, it felt hollow. The internal organs that I'd had when I'd been alive were still missing. They still hadn't regenerated. My body was dead, yet undead. I stared at my face in the mirror as I wiped off the zombie blood that stained my face. I realized that I had changed a lot over the course of 6 months. My pupils had turned blue, and I'd grown sharp teeth. Along with my appearance, my beliefs also changed slightly. Fight for people who are worthy as human beings. At one point, my initial conviction that I would do anything as long as I could save So Yeon had morphed into the desire to protect the survivors worth saving. I now believed in coming together and working as a group to strive for communal happiness and stability. I knew this was the kind of mindset that people had to have in order to make it through this damned world, and I was willing to fight for the people who shared such a mindset, because I knew that it would be best for Soyeon. When I stepped out from the shower booth, the vividly glowing sun was dipping under the horizon. The purple twilight was perfectly beautiful. The cool air, the refreshing feeling within me, the beautiful scenery, and the fragrant smell of clothes. I couldn't have asked for a more peaceful ending to the day. I took a deep breath and headed to the second floor of the hotel. When I entered the meeting room, I saw that the leaders had already taken their seats. All of them had smiles on their faces. It seemed like they'd been able to regain a sense of peace over the past 2 days. I walked toward the head of the table and flashed a gentle smile as I took a seat. Let's start today's meeting. *****. We started the meeting by talking about the survivors. Lee Jong-UK and Wang Ji-hai told us about the changes the shelter had gone through so far. They informed us that the survivors from Gangnam and those from the medical center were doing their best to integrate into their positions, and were getting along with the existing survivors. The two of them also added that the existing survivors had welcomed the newcomers and were telling them about the shelter's history as if they were passing down legends. Wang Diakrok gave a briefing on the reports that each team had prepared. As I listened to him, I asked him to check on the teams that were lacking manpower, and to make sure that people from other teams that were overstaffed could be transferred over to them. Wang Diakrok scratched his sideburns. As of now, the teams with the most survivors are the kitchen, laundry, and cleaning teams. However, the facility management team is lacking the most manpower. What do you mean? There seems to be more women in teams related to food, clothing, and shelter. Well, even if they can't help with the manufacturing of equipment since that requires professionals, don't you think they can take on auxiliary roles? I'll look into it. If things don't work out, I'll let you know again. Please. The need for professionals with practical skills grew more pressing as we gathered more and more survivors. However, finding engineers in these circumstances was like asking for the moon. I quietly rubbed my chin and looked at Lee Jong-UK. Mr. Lee Jong-UK, what do you think about training professional technicians? That'd be a pretty good idea, he answered immediately. I nodded slowly and looked over at Kwak Dong-won. Mr. Kwak Dong-won, could you accompany Mr. Wang Diakrok to visit the teams in charge of food, clothing, and shelter and recruit those who are interested in learning technical skills? Are you trying to train engineers instead of assistants? Yes. Well, that won't be as easy as it sounds. And it's also dangerous. I raised my eyebrows. Are you saying that, since facilities management is dangerous, women aren't suitable for the role? Then are the women in the guard team chosen because they're fearless? Kwak Dong-won remained silent. I clasped my hands and turned to Lee Jong-UK again. One more thing, Mr. Lee Jong-UK. Yes. When was the last time you spoke to the floor leaders? Lee Jong-wook scratched his head and looked away, as though he had nothing to say. From his mannerisms, it seemed like he hadn't kept in touch with the floor leaders for the past few days. It made sense, since all his attention had been focused on processing the survivors of Gangnam and the medical center for the past 2 days. I pressed my lips together. Please take Wang Ji-hai and meet with the floor leaders. We need to share essential information with them so that they don't get nervous about what's going on within the shelter. Yes. If the floor leaders get anxious and nervous, it'll only be a matter of time before that same feeling spreads to the rest of the survivors. They're the bridge between us and the survivors. It's essential for them to stay strong. Lee Jong-UK gave a small nod and exchanged glances with Wang Ji-hai. After going through the shelter-related agendas, Wang Ji-hai looked around at the other leaders as if she was going to say something sensitive. She then brought up the real reason for the meeting that day. By the way, Mr. Lee Hyun-deok. Yes. So, what exactly is happening with Mr. Kim Hye-young-jun? I heard he went to Gimpo Airport. I leaned back into my chair and sighed. I wasn't sure how to explain his situation. I knew that Lee Jong-UK was aware of this part of the story, so I assumed that the leaders had a rough idea about what was going on. However, I also knew that Wang Ji-hai wasn't just asking about this. I could tell that she and the other leaders wanted to hear my opinion on his situation. I scratched my forehead. We're going to get ourselves a plane somehow, and go to Jeju Island. Isn't that too dangerous? According to Choi Kang-hyun, there could be problems with taking off and landing. You're absolutely correct. We'll discuss that again when Hye-young-jun returns, since we don't even know if there's an operational aircraft at Gimpo Airport. Ultimately, going to Jeju Island is our current objective, right? Yes, I believe that'll be our best bet to ensure our safety. Even though it won't be easy, it's the best thing to do for the sake of our future. Wang Ji-hai smacked her lips and glanced at the other leaders. They seemed to be pondering over the word future. Park Ji-cheol raised his right hand. Well, if there's going to be a problem with the landing, what's the point of discussing the future? Didn't Mr. Choi Kang-hyun say that it'd be impossible to land if there are zombies on the runway? Besides, I don't think we should consider an airplane as our only option. You're right. We're still making plans for that? Could you tell me about this plan of yours? I want to know at least a little bit. All eyes fell on me as he finished his question. I took a deep breath and began to lay everything out. Okay, I'll first go over the flight we'll be taking. When everyone gets on board, we'll be flying to Gimhae International Airport, not to Jeju Island. Gimhae. Park Ji-cheol tilted his head in confusion. He clearly had no clue why I had mentioned Gimhae International Airport out of the blue. Li Zhongyuke gasped in surprise and asked me a follow-up question. Are you saying that we're going to go by boat? So Yeon's dad. Mr. Li Zhongyuke, remember that we're in a meeting right now. Yes. Are you proposing that we go in by boat? I wondered how taken aback he was for him to even forget using honorifics. I nodded and continued with my point. However, this method will only work if everything aligns together perfectly. What do you mean by everything aligning? I'll hold off the family while everyone gets ready to take off. Once you folks succeed in taking off, I'll leave some of my underlings behind as bait and run to Gimhae. Their eyes widened and their mouths fell open when I said I'd be making my way on foot. I continued to speak before anyone could ask any questions. Given my current physical abilities, if I sprinted all the way to Gimhae, I assume it would take about 9 hours. I'll make my way down the highway. Li Zhongyuke seemed to think my plan was absurd. Well, if that's the case, wouldn't it be better for us to go by car? I shook my head. The highways are probably blocked with vehicles that were trying to get out of Seoul, which, in turn, makes it better to run than to drive, I responded. And since I don't feel fatigue, I'll be able to make the journey in 9 hours if I run non-stop. So you're telling us to circle in the air until you get to Gimhae? Exactly. When I arrive at Gimhae International Airport with the rest of my underlings, I'll clean up the surrounding zombies. So all in all, this plan will only work if we have the right amount of fuel, and if nobody from the family chases me down. Having heard my plan, Li Zhongyuke scratched his forehead and sighed. It seemed plausible, but it was still far from perfect. The other leaders seemed to share the same feelings as Li Zhongyuke, either sucking on their lips or sighing. After a moment, Bei Zhongman, who had been sitting still, spoke up. And what's your second plan? Going west. To Incheon. Incheon. We can take a boat down to Jeju Island. It probably seems the safest. But it's actually the most dangerous. Heading over to Incheon with the survivors. That won't be easy. You're right. There's no guarantee that there aren't any black creatures in Incheon, and it'd be a disaster if the family discovers us along the way. Li Zhongyuke got lost in thought after hearing my second plan. He then sighed and asked. And is there a third plan? The safer way would be to move east to Yangyang. From there, we could either take a boat to Jeju Island or get on a plane at Yangyang Airport. Yangyang? I believe that's too far. Marching all the way to Yangyang in this weather would be too much to handle. It'll take at least a couple of months. And that's why I wasn't considering it as a plan. Then how about we look for cars? I don't think there are any guarantees that the roads are clear, I said calmly. Besides, if we ever end up trapped somewhere, it will be utter chaos. Also, have you thought about what we'd do if zombies came running toward us from both sides of the highway? Li Zhongyuke grimaced and massaged his temples. The other leaders were quiet. It seemed like no one could think of any other plausible alternatives. I knew that the best thing to do right now was to make sure that the survivors didn't get more confused than they were right now, and to wait for Kim Hyong-jun to return. Just then, Do Han-sol, who had been sitting across from me with his arms folded, widened his eyes as though he had just realized something. I wondered if he'd come up with something brilliant. I looked at him eagerly. Do you have any good ideas? I asked. Do Han-sol strode over to me without saying a word. But, to my surprise, he walked past me and headed to the window. I was expecting him to whisper something to me. Mr. Do Han-sol? I asked, tilting my head. Do Han-sol swallowed and looked out the window. He wet his dry lips. Over there. There's something over there. What was he talking about? I looked at him, my head still tilted to one side. What do you mean? I just received a signal from my underlings stationed outside the hotel complex. My underlings didn't send me anything. Where are your underlings? Now that I thought about it, I remembered that I hadn't brought my 40 underlings with me. I realized that they were probably still watching the dead zombie bodies burning at Gwangjang intersection. I got up and looked out the window. What? What is it? Zombies? I asked Do Han-sol. Well, that's the thing. I can't tell what it is. What do you mean you can't tell? The signal cut off midway. I couldn't fathom how that was possible. From what Do Han-sol was saying, his underling's head had been chopped off before it had the chance to complete its signal. Do Han-sol swallowed. I'm assuming. It's a black creature, he said in a low voice. Realizing that a black creature might be close by, all the leaders in the meeting room stood up at once. All of them knew what they had to do and rushed out of the meeting room to carry out their respective responsibilities. At Novel bin at. Li Zhongyuke came up to me. Leave the survivors to us. Please. Just as Li Zhongyuke was about to leave the meeting room, Bei Zhongman, who was still in his seat, stood up awkwardly. What should I do? He asked Li Zhongyuke. Please help Mr. Park Ji-cheol. Is Mr. Park Ji-cheol the guard leader? When Li Zhongyuke nodded, Bei Zhongman unclipped his walkie-talkie from his side and radioed for Park Shinjong. Park Shinjong, do you copy? Roger, sir. I'm here. Don't call me sir. Call me Hyungnim from now on. Oh, yes, Hyungnim. Get everyone to retrieve their weapons and take up positions outside the hotel. Outside the hotel? Got it? Bei Zhongman left the meeting room, his face full of determination. As I watched him leave, I called my mutants at Gwangjang intersection, then looked at Do Han-sol. Han-sol, bring back all of the underlings you've distributed around the outskirts. Pardon. When the guards set up a barricade at the front gate, place your underlings in front of it. Both the Grand Hotel and Walker Hill Hotel. Oh, got it. Once I gave Do Han-sol his instructions, I left the hotel immediately. When I got to the entrance, I saw Kim Hye-youngjun's underling, which still looked purple. I stared at it, wondering if this was the time to give it a nudge. However, I realized that the immediate priority was to figure out what was going on, and that there was no need to call in Kim Hye-youngjun right away. I ran out into the pitch-black darkness that covered Gwangjangdong, my blue eyes flashing. The zombies' howling grew even more ferocious as it got deeper in the night. The dark blue sky gave way to inky blackness, making it even harder to locate where the enemies were. I sharpened my hearing and my sight as I made my way around the hotel, searching for threats. Rustle. There was a noise to the right, as though something had disturbed the foliage. I turned toward the source of the sound and saw a couple of Stage 1 mutants making their way over to me. I sighed to expel my nervousness and gave orders to my underlings. First squad and second squad, defend the hotel. If any enemies appear, let me know. Third and fourth squad, follow me. Kia. First and second squad took a loop around the Grand Walker Hill Hotel to search for any nearby threats. As they did so, I led third and fourth squad to the Vista Hotel, which was to the southeast. As I got closer, I noticed a barricade in front of the hotel. The soldiers from Gangnam were arrayed in formation behind it, and were on the lookout. There were a total of 120 survivors from Gangnam, and half of them were soldiers. As I approached the entrance, a couple of soldiers pointed their guns at me. Stop! Identify yourself, they shouted. Their absurd question left me speechless. After an awkward silence, Park Shinjong smacked the soldiers on the head. You fool! He's the leader here, he admonished the soldier. My apologies. The thought crossed my mind that the survivors of Gangnam hadn't yet had the chance to properly see my face until now. The only other time they'd seen me was when they had disembarked from their cruise ship. I suddenly wondered if I should have been thankful that they hadn't shot me. I entered the hotel and moved over to Park Shinjong. Did you detect any other movement around the hotel? The soldier gasped, surprised by the speed at which I had appeared in front of him. We didn't identify any particular movements, he reported, while keeping his eye on the surroundings. There's something out there, and it managed to lop off a zombie's head in one blow. It definitely won't be a normal zombie. Don't let your guard down, and keep an eye out. If it happens to be a black creature, it'll be very difficult to detect with your naked eye. Park Shinjong nodded vigorously and peered out beyond the barricade. I noticed Beijing man approaching from the rear of the hotel. He looked at me and asked in a calm voice, the man named Du Hansol. Is he someone we can trust? Why, is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. I was just wondering if there might have been nothing to worry about, especially if there are issues with zombies communicating with one another. My eyebrows twitched as he made his suggestion. Underlings couldn't lie. They couldn't lie because the only thing they knew was to follow orders. I assumed Beijing man had said what he'd said because he didn't know exactly how the chain of command worked between zombies. I brushed aside his suggestion, then took a calming breath and let it out. Have you ever had the experience of facing a black creature? I saw one fighting the members of the family. If you've faced one yourself, you won't be able to say what you just said. Beijing man remained silent. After a moment, he loaded his K2 rifle and headed back toward the rear of the hotel again. When he left, I positioned the third and fourth squads around the Vista Hotel, then entered the hotel as well. I saw Lee Zhonghyuk and the principal in the lobby. The two of them were armed and were running toward me. So-yeon's father, what's going on all of the sudden? I'm not sure yet, but it seems like a black creature has appeared. Black creature. Lee Zhonghyuk's eyes went wide, and looked at the principal, who was next to him. It seemed like the two of them had realized how serious things were, and were trying to help the survivors from Gangnam. However, this wasn't their time to step up. I looked over at Lee Zhonghyuk. What about So-yeon? I asked him. She's on the 15th floor with Hans and Hui. Dehai is there too, with the rest of the children. Don't go outside. Look after those inside the hotel. Lee Zhonghyuk seemed taken aback at my unexpected answer. He looked back and forth between the principal and myself. The principal, who was beside him, grabbed his arm. Let's go back. What do you mean? There are people outside, he objected. I put my hand on his shoulder with a frown. Let's wait on the 15th floor. Listen to So-yeon's father, said the principal. Then what about the people outside? Lee Zhonghyuk trailed off and swallowed. I picked up where he'd left off. The creature in Gwangjangdong right now. It's different from the zombies we've encountered so far. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Go back for now. Go and stay with the others. Lee Zhonghyuk looked at the soldiers outside the front entrance and bit his lower lip. After a moment, he clicked his tongue vigorously and went back to the stairs inside the emergency exit. The principal did not follow him right away. Instead, he sighed and turned to me. Is the situation that bad? He asked. I'm also now sure what the exact situation is. One of Du Hansol's underlings, which was stationed outside the hotel, was attacked. Whatever did that should have reached us by now, but I haven't felt its presence yet. I can feel that something isn't right. We'll keep So-yeon safe. Thank you. I gave the principal a small bow, then hurried up the stairs of the emergency exit. When I got to the rooftop, the howling, raging wind buffeted me. I had gone all the way up to get a good view of the entire city, but it was difficult to concentrate because the force of the wind seemed to muffle all other sounds. In the distance, I saw guards and purple-colored zombies stationed in front of the Grand Walker Hill Hotel. They were clustered near the entrance, keeping a lookout. In front of them, I saw Du Hansol. I waved toward him. He quickly noticed me and waved back. Even though we were far apart, we could communicate by looking into each other's eyes. I looked at him in the eyes and asked, "How's the situation over there?" "Nothing yet." "What exactly did your dead underling say?" "Enemy." That's all it said. "Just enemy? How many times have you gotten signals like that?" "They usually sent signals like enemy detected or enemy approaching. They've never sent me single-word signals before." This lent significant weight to the hypothesis that his underling's head had been lopped off immediately after detecting the enemy. I couldn't fathom what kind of creature could have done such a thing. Once zombies became stage 2 mutants, each zombie acquired unique abilities according to their desires. Knowing this, I knew I had to take into consideration that it could be a stage 2 mutant that had the ability to erase its presence, or a stage 3 mutant that was superior in every aspect. It would be great news if it were a stage 2 mutant. But if it was either a stage 3 mutant or a black creature, we were almost guaranteed to suffer additional casualties. I'd been running through several scenarios, trying to imagine what this creature could be, but I still couldn't figure out what it could be. I also couldn't figure out why it wasn't making the first move to attack us. I couldn't help but suspect that it was watching us. If it had the ability to think, there was the possibility that it could be a scout sent by the family. As I was lost in thought, I heard footsteps coming from the entrance of Guangjiangdong. Despite the howling wind, I heard it loud and clear. My blue eyes flashed as I stared at Guangjiang intersection. I focused fully on sharpening my eyesight, and I saw a purple blob making its way toward us. It was a being, colored entirely purple. It was Kim Hyong-jun and his underlings. A broad grin spread across my face, and I leaped over to the rooftop of the next building over. I couldn't help but smile at the fact that Kim Hyong-jun had returned alive. I crossed from rooftop to rooftop and made my way toward him. "Hyong-jun." I called to him, as loudly as I could. He looked up at me and raised his right hand up high. "Ajasi, I brought survivors," he yelled back. There were several people behind Kim Hyong-jun. There were about 15 trembling survivors, each hanging onto the back of a purple-colored zombie, with about 400 underlings escorting them. He had lost over half of his 2,000 underlings. His remaining forces showed me clearly just how fierce it was in Gangnam. Despite that, Kim Hyong-jun had a smile on his face, so I assumed that he had eaten the brains of some zombies with glowing red eyes. Suddenly, a black shadow darted toward him, from the direction of a Kazan. It flashed toward him, giving him no time to react properly. My eyes went wide as the black shadow continued its approach. "Duck." Kim Hyong-jun sensed the desperation in my voice and immediately dropped into a crouch. The black shadow had swooped past his underlings and disappeared into the darkness. I hurried to Kim Hyong-jun and dropped into a defensive stance. Kim Hyong-jun seemed confused by the sudden and unexpected turn of events. What in the world? Ajasi, what just happened? Get everyone inside. Quickly. Steam leaked from my mouth as I spoke. Kim Hyong-jun swallowed and nodded. The survivors realized the severity of the situation and burst into tears. But you said it was safe here." I heard the survivors all around me sobbing and sighing. It seemed they were shaken by what had just happened, having believed that they had already reached a safe haven. My teeth ground together audibly as I addressed the survivors. "Get yourselves together if you don't want to die. Don't make a sound." The survivors fell silent immediately, although silent tears still leaked out. Kim Hyong-jun gave orders to the remaining underlings behind him. "Everyone, get to the hotel as quickly as possible." The closest hotel was the Vista Hotel. Kim Hyong-jun and I ran toward the barricade, keeping our eyes on the surroundings. When we reached the barricade in front of the hotel, Park Shin-jung opened the entrance. Who are these people?" he asked. "They're survivors from Gimpo Airport." As Kim Hyong-jun answered, he counted the number of survivors. Park Shin-jung looked at their outfits, and his eyes went wide. "Are they airline employees? They're valuable people. Put them in the lobby first. Wait. Then you should go to the Grand Hotel instead of bringing them here. Lee Jong-uk is in charge of new survivors. Let them in first." Kim Hyong-jun shouted. Park Shin-jung nodded without saying a word. Kim Hyong-jun frowned. "What happened while I was gone?" he asked me. "A few minutes ago, something attacked one of Du Han-sol's underlings that had been on guard duty outside of the hotel. And I think the underling died even before it could finish sending Du Han-sol a signal. Then, it's got to be a black creature. No, that's what I'm thinking. The thing that just attacked you also had black skin." Kim Hyong-jun slicked his hair back, and his expression grew nervously. "Ajasi, have you ever seen a creature that fast?" His voice was trembling. I couldn't find anything to say. I felt the same way as he did. This opponent was on a different level, one that I hadn't encountered before. I couldn't picture us defeating it. It was difficult just to track its movements. The thought of attacking first did not cross my mind. I didn't even have the confidence that we would be able to hold it off if it attacked us. It seemed impossible to surpass its speed. And considering that it was a black creature, I already knew that its power would surpass ours. Even more disturbing, I didn't see the eyes of the black creature that had just attacked Kim Hyong-jun. I knew it would be impossible for a newly transformed black creature that couldn't even open its eyes to move so quickly. And if it had red or blue eyes, I should have been able to see them. But it has just flashed past us earlier, like a shadow. Kim Hyong-jun wet his parched lips. "Ajasi, I think this black creature is a stronger one." I frowned as I finished his sentence. A being stronger than a blue-eyed black creature. I couldn't even fathom its abilities. We'd barely managed to defeat a blue-eyed black creature before. If this other creature was stronger than it, I knew we stood no chance. It also seemed like this black creature had some level of intelligence. It almost felt like it was thinking. It wasn't the sort of being that attacked impulsively. Rather, it seemed wary of its surroundings, and was looking for an opening. Just like a hunter waiting for their prey to get caught in their trap, it was waiting for us to let our guard down. I couldn't help but wonder if Stage 3 Moodswinger would be able to handle it. But if Moodswinger went down, that would be even more terrible. If our underlings went down trying to fight it, that would affect our ability to hold off the family's forces in the future. Nothing was in our favor. I gently closed my eyes and took in a deep breath. I knew better than to waste time like this. Whether I was ready or not, I had to make a decision. I looked at Kim Hyeongjun. How'd you manage to escape Gangnam? I asked. At Novel Bin At. I abandoned my underlings at the southern and northern ends of Sogong Bridge and left. I forced the survivors to get onto my underlings' backs, and we ran here non-stop. Are the members of the family still there? They're still fighting with my underlings. I keep getting signals. It seems like the boss is making his way through my underlings, though. I sucked on my lower lip and gave him a determined look. Let's make ourselves bait. What? Kim Hyeongjun stared blankly at me with his eyes wide open. His mouth fell open, clearly unable to comprehend the absurdity of my statement. I rubbed my chin quietly. Black creatures want to eat us, I said. We're their favorite prey, and it had you in its sights earlier on. Wait, you're not saying that we should drag the black creature all the way to Sogong Bridge, are you? I nodded and continued. We don't have to deal with the black creature ourselves. We'll go all the way to Sogong Bridge and let the ones there mess with it. Do you think it'll be possible, at the speed that we can move? It's so fast. That's why we have to go together. We have to get over there while distracting it. Let's bring Moodswinger along, just in case anything happens. You'll be okay with that, right? I nodded, then turned to address Park Shinjong. Mr. Park Shinjong. Yes. Don't let your guard down until Hyeongjun and I return. Pardon. If we aren't back by tomorrow morning, discuss with Mr. Lee Jong-UK about what to do next. What in the? How could you talk so irresponsibly? Park Shinjong seemed terribly restless, like a dog that was just about to poop. I smacked him on the back and continued to speak. Keep yourself together. Besides, if we deal with the black creature here, the chances of us all surviving are slim. No, but still. If we manage to attract its attention, take the survivors that are in the Vista Hotel and bring them to the Grand Walker Hill Hotel. Join forces with the guards there, either as additional lookouts, or just to bolster the defensive forces. Will Lee Jong-UK be on board with this plan? He'll most certainly be against it. But I'd rather endure some of his hatred than letting everyone here die. When I said what I'd wanted to say, I looked over at Kim Hyeongjun. Where's Moodswinger? In front of the barricade. When we take off, we'll go at full speed and keep going. I'll go to Gangbayi Bukaro. You should head through the city and keep a distance from me. What if it doesn't follow us? Well then, we'll have to make it follow us. My blue eyes flashed and I leaped over the barricade. As soon as I landed, I sprung off the ground again and made my way to the outskirts of the hotel complex. Through the howling wind, I could sense the black creature's murderous intent. I tensed up from nervousness. I stopped in my tracks and roared in the direction from which I was sensing the killing intent. Grr. My senses were more heightened than usual. My senses were extremely sensitive to the subtle sounds within the forest. Unseen death was lurking in the darkness. Whoosh. I heard it. The moment I felt a glimmer of a strange presence, I immediately twisted my upper body. As I did so, a long shadow brushed past me. The black creature's hand had just barely missed me. Having missed its prey, the creature turned around and glared at me. I wondered if it was surprised that it hadn't been able to catch me in one move, or if it was angry. In that fleeting moment, I saw the entirety of the black creature with my naked eye. It had a well-proportioned body, with strong-looking muscles. Its skin was shiny, as though covered in oil, and the veins on its forehead were bulging out, clearly visible under its skin. Unlike the other black creatures I'd seen before, its mouth was firmly shut. It also had black eyes that seemed hollow, causing me to tremble in fear. It stood completely still, its black, empty gaze boring into me. Its eyes were fully black, without the slightest hint of white. Just looking at it gave me the chills. I could tell right away that it wasn't afraid of anything, that it stood on top of the food chain. In fact, it probably existed outside of the food chain. Ajusi. I heard Kim Hyeongjun's voice from my right. Before I had the time to even look, Moodswinger came charging toward the black creature, steam rising from his body. Since I knew that Moodswinger was able to cover the distance of 100 meters in 3 seconds, I was hoping for something to happen. However, the black creature easily avoided Moodswinger's head-on attack. Kim Hyeongjun flashed past me. Run, he shouted. As I saw him go, I forced strength back into my stiff limbs and accelerated the circulation of my blood. Moodswinger seemed momentarily surprised, but he quickly ran away as well, following Kim Hyeongjun. I strengthened my leg muscles, and ran desperately toward Gangbayi Bukaro, which was on my left. I glanced behind me and saw the black creature staring at me. I was about 100 meters away from it. I knew I had to maintain a certain distance from it so that it would chase us. After a moment, the black creature smirked. With a chuckle, it sprung off the ground. Bang! I wondered if it was enjoying this situation. It was acting like a predator, licking its lips as it watched its prey fleeing for dear life. The expression it wore confirmed my supposition that it was enjoying what it was seeing. I was a monster that could run 100 meters in 3 to 4 seconds. But this black creature, it caught up to me before I knew it and took a swipe at my neck. Eyes wide, I tried to duck. I lost my balance and rolled across the cold asphalt floor over and over again. Shit. I picked myself up quickly and looked around, but the black creature that was just behind me was no longer in sight. Whoosh. The murderous intent creeping toward me made my hair stand on end. I instinctively twisted my upper body, trying to get into a defensive stance. Sure enough, its arm was arcing toward my face. Even though I held my arms up to protect my face, I was sent flying a couple of meters back, and landed hard on the ground. The heat in my body quickly dissipated, and I felt like I was losing energy. I could only think of one thing at the moment. I'm going to die. I felt something beyond fear and despair. My mind went blank, and the word death began to echo in my mind. A high-pitched whine began to ring inside my head, forcing my senses into focus once again. My arm bones had been shattered by a single blow. I knew it was fast, but I wasn't expecting it to be this strong. Its strength was immense. This black creature was truly a powerful, almighty being. The black creature didn't give me a second to rest. It closed the distance between us in a flash and lashed a foot out. Arnold. At the same time, Moodswinger threw his body forward, crashing into the black creature's upper body. The two tumbled along the ground, and in an instant, they were back on their feet and squaring off against each other. Can you move, Ajasi? Kim Hyong-jun appeared in an instant and helped me up. I spat on the ground as I tried to channel as much strength as I could into my wobbly legs. I had the wrong idea. Why? It's not that easy to run away from it. Then what should we do? Let's think while we fight. My arms trembled as I spoke, like a boxer on the ropes. Kim Hyong-jun's blue eyes flashed, and steam rose from his entire body. He raised his eyebrows. All right, he said. Let's give it a try. The ground cracked as Kim Hyong-jun sprang forward, sending bits of asphalt flying. I accelerated the circulation of my blood as well, my blue eyes flashing. Hot steam rose from my body as I restored my broken arms. Grr. Fa. I strengthened every muscle in my body and got down into a crouch, placing my hands on the ground. I had one target. The black creature in front of me. Bang! I raced toward the black creature, tearing up the ground under my feet with every step. The black creature was enjoying itself, dancing its way between the attacks that Moodswinger and Kim Hyong-jun were raining down on it. I knew that it wasn't prepared to deal with me, and I knew better than to let this chance go to waste. I latched onto its waist and kicked out at its hamstrings. There we go. Now, if I could just roll it over and get on top of it. Thud. The moment I tried to raise my upper body, all the air inside of my lungs disappeared, and I went flying several meters into the air. The black creature had tucked its legs in as it fell backward and kicked me in the chest. I kept my eye on the black creature, struggling to stay conscious. The moment the black creature tried to get into a crouch, Kim Hyong-jun rushed in from behind and caught it in a chokehold. As it began to fall backward again, Moodswinger grabbed its lower body from behind. I gritted my teeth and used my height advantage to smash my elbow into its face. Crack. I got it right on its jaw. Kim Hyong-jun kept at it, pulling on its neck as if he was trying to pull out its spine. Moodswinger smashed its knees as hard as he could, breaking both of its legs. Krrr. Only then did the black creature cry out. I wondered if it had given up, and was letting out a death cry. Krrr. Kwae. For some reason, though, its wails sounded strange. It wasn't the same noise that the other black creatures had made when facing death. It almost sounded like it was mocking us. Hoping I was wrong, I glanced down at the black creature as I put my hand on my shattered chest. Instead of fear, it was smirking. Even though it was being strangled, even though its legs were broken, it was smirking. In an instant, its jaw, which was hanging half off, returned to its original position, and a small red dot appeared inside its jet black eyes. The red dot fixed upon Kim Hyong-jun, who was straining against its neck, and its mouth opened wide. Drool began to flow from its open mouth. I tried to imagine what it was thinking, what it was going to do next. Look out! I yelled at the top of my lungs as I realized what it was about to do. The moment I cried out, the black creature's head spun all the way around, and the creature sank its teeth into Kim Hyong-jun's shoulder. Kim Hyong-jun leaped backward as his shoulder blade was torn off. However, the black creature didn't stop there. It twisted its back and kicked Moodswinger in the neck. Moodswinger was unable to defend himself in time. He took the full force of the unexpected attack and crumpled to the ground. Crack, crack, snap. The flesh and bones of its mutilated legs were slowly knitting themselves back together. It wasn't afraid of suffering physical damage to its body. Perhaps it believed that it could defeat the three of us even without the use of a couple of its body parts. Kim Hyong-jun pressed a hand against his ruined shoulder blade. Ajasi, we're no match for it. We have to run before its legs fully regenerate. Now that we've definitely got its attention, I'm sure it'll keep following us. So, back to the original plan. I nodded and accelerated the circulation of my blood. The damage to my chest was not completely repaired yet, but I channeled strength into my legs and sprinted toward Gangbyeongbukaro again. Kim Hyong-jun and Moodswinger were right behind me. The black creature still had its eyes fixed on us. I glanced behind me and saw that its legs were almost fully regenerated. When its crooked legs finally snapped back into place, the black creature crouched down, emitting hot steam from its entire body. It flew forward, breaking the sound barrier with a sonic boom, its murderous intent fully focused on the three of us. No matter how hard I tried to open up the distance between us, the black creature was quickly closed in. It seemed amused by my miserable attempt to flee. I wasn't sure anymore if I could make it to Sogong Bridge alive. I gritted my teeth and looked ahead, running as hard as I could. The sun had already set. The head of the family and the other officers were speaking on the observatory of Building 63. Where'd they escape to? They went over Sogong Bridge, sir. Huh? Those bastards? How dare they use our roads without permission? The boss and the second officer were sitting on a couch in front of a transparent glass wall. Are you sure we're tracking them down? I don't want those bastards messing up things anymore. The surviving Dong leaders are going after them right now. We've gotten reports that they're fighting them on Sogong Bridge, the second officer answered calmly. The boss sighed and leaned back against the couch. Can't I get a more definitive answer? He asked, sounding disappointed. I don't want a half-assed answer. Adat novel bin adat. Should I go and take care of them myself? Oh really? You want to give it a shot? There wasn't anyone reliable to begin with, sir. Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right. You're the only officer here now. Who else would I give orders to? Ha ha ha, Dong leaders? Bates? Not in a million years. The boss let out a boisterous laugh as he looked out through the transparent glass wall. A little later, the boss sneered. What's going on with them? He asked. The Dong leaders are still in the process of recovering, since you and I were the first ones to let our underlings recover. How many Dong leaders are there left? After taking over Gangnam, we had 8, but the guy from Gimpo Airport killed 2 of them. He killed 2 of them by himself. Yes, sir, the second officer replied immediately. The boss gently rubbed his chin. Is he the leader of the bastards? Taking care of 2 Dong leaders by himself. He should receive a round of applause. So, the rest of the Dong leaders are chasing him down. Yes, sir. How many mutants are there left? There are 15 Stage 1 mutants, 3 Stage 2 mutants, and 2 Stage 3 mutants left. The boss pouted his lips for a moment, lost in thought. After a moment, he smacked his lips and began to speak. Hurry up and go take care of them. I bet whoever is following that bastard will give up when the bastard dies. When you say give up, what are you talking about, sir? What do you mean? Of course I'm talking about the will to survive. The boss smirked, beginning to grow excited. This is going to make everything so interesting. I can't wait to see what happens when humans give up on survival. Do you think they'll try to fight back, or come to me and beg? But no matter what they do, it won't change anything. Isn't that right, sir? Ha ha ha, that's the answer, officer. Food doesn't deserve to have a say in anything. Then, I will hurry up and take care of the bastards for your entertainment, sir. Okay, run along already. The second officer bowed deeply from the waist and headed straight for the emergency exit. The boss smiled to himself in satisfaction. Fufu. Now, how will I have a good time fucking you up? He murmured in a low voice. He was looking into the future, not knowing the imminent danger that was approaching. Red blood trickled down from my forehead, interfering with my vision. I couldn't breathe properly because of my crushed lungs. My lower body was trembling constantly. My vision was blurry, and a constant high-pitched whine filled my eardrums. Gangbayan Bukaro, which was supposed to stretch out into the horizon in a straight line, seemed as though it was curving in all directions, constantly growing shorter, then longer. I could barely keep my eyes focused, and kept moving forward like someone possessed by a ghost. At that moment, someone grabbed my collar. I turned my head, and saw Kim Hye-Yong-jun through heavy-lidded eyes. His left arm was missing. He had lost his right arm earlier, but now it was his left arm. I could tell he wasn't in great shape. Dark, red blood was oozing out non-stop from the stump of his left arm, and his internal organs were spilling out from his torn sides. Ajasi. Cha. Gaye. Cha. Change. Hey, wake up. Hey. We were taking turns holding off the black creature and distracting it as we ran along Gangbayan Bukaro. However, we hadn't been able to do it for long. Our rhythm broke when we ran across 5 Stage 1 mutants from Yongsan-gu. I had to hold off the black creature while dealing with the Stage 1 mutants. To make things worse, we were accumulating physical damage, and our injuries were getting worse, which made us have to switch places even more frequently. We made it to Mapo Bridge somehow, but Sogong Bridge in the distance felt like a mirage. We were so close. We only had a little more to go, but Kim Hye-Yong-jun and I were already at our limits. We needed to buy time to regenerate our destroyed bodies. Nold. Moodswinger let out a scream from roughly 150 meters away. I looked back, panting, and saw Moodswinger's arm flying toward Han River. We could not match the speed at which the black creature's body regenerated. It didn't matter how strong Moodswinger was, the odds would grow more and more in the black creature's favor the more we dragged out the fight. Kim Hye-Yong-jun bit his lower lip and forced his blood to circulate more quickly. However, his blue eyes didn't flash, and he fell to the ground while coughing out blood. Hye-Yong-jun. Kim Hye-Yong-jun coughed even more violently. His whole body shook as he vomited more blood. I'd figured something out over the past 6 months. We couldn't regenerate our bodies indefinitely. After we regenerated about 10 to 20 times in a short span of time, our ability to regenerate gradually got weaker, and after a certain point, our bodies would no longer regenerate. I wondered if it was because our blood evaporated when we accelerated our circulation. Steam no longer rose from our bodies, and our minds began to drift away from time to time. Kim Hye-young-jun's entire body trembled. It seemed as though he couldn't get up anymore. Jussie, go ahead. Shut up and get up. My body isn't moving. It's not like mine's working too. I grabbed his collar and forced him up. However, Kim Hye-young-jun groaned in pain and collapsed to the ground. His lower limbs were entirely limp, like a jellyfish. It seemed like he couldn't even take one more step. But we had to get to Sogong Bridge somehow. We were in a sink or swim situation. Our only chance of survival depended on us reaching Sogong Bridge. As I dragged Kim Hye-young-jun toward Sogong Bridge, I saw the black creature eyeing us from afar. Moodswinger was sprawled helplessly on the ground next to it. The black creature looked at me closely, then picked Moodswinger up. It hurled Moodswinger with all its might, sending the mutant flying 150 meters to land right next to me. Thud. Moodswinger crashed to the ground, motionless. Moodswinger, Moodswinger. Even though I called his name desperately, he showed no sign of moving. Moodswinger was no longer saying Arnold like a little child. It seemed like he was completely knocked out. Moodswinger looked at my face with his sunken eyes and spoke in a dry, raspy voice. Losing. Gains. Moodswinger sounded so weak, compared to how he usually was. He'd normally flex his massive muscles and say Arnold, but it seemed like he was too exhausted to do anything. My mind went blank when I saw his reaction. I knew we were cornered, and I desperately wanted to get out of this situation somehow, but I couldn't see a way out. Giving up was certainly not an option. At the same time, though, we couldn't continue to fight. We needed one last, Hail Mary attempt. I closed my eyes and fell back on my last resort. Everyone except for the 4th squad, get over here. Right now. There was no point in saving my underlings for the war with the family when I was about to die now. Since we were already past Mapo Bridge, I figured that the survivors would be safe. Besides, Du Han-sol was at the shelter as well. However, I still left the 4th squad behind just in case anything unexpected happened. All I had left to do was to buy time until my underlings reached us. I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth. I was going to give it my all, even if it was going to cost me my life. Just as the saying went, those who seek death shall live, and those who seek life. Thud. Huh. Just as I was trying to steel myself for battle again, I was hit in the face. Light flashed before my eyes, and I felt as though I was floating. The world flickered as though someone were rapidly flipping through a stack of Polaroid photos. The fleeting moment felt like an eternity, and I felt a strange sense of warmth. I felt like a ship floating through space, but the feeling of comfort didn't last long. I couldn't resist the pull of gravity dragging me down. I crashed to the ground and felt the cold asphalt through my fingertips. My vision swam out of focus, and I lost my ability to judge distances. Through the foggy haze, I saw the black creature in front of me. The black creature had closed the distance in a blink of an eye, and had punched me in the face without the slightest hesitation. My mind was telling me to get up, but my body wouldn't listen. I felt like I'd sunk neck deep into a swamp. The harder I tried, the further I was sucked down into the abyss. The black creature reached for my throat. Its fingers wrapped tightly around my neck, and it lifted me into midair. The moment my legs left the ground, my entire body went limp like a wet towel. I didn't even have the strength to lash out against my impending death. I had already punched the black creature's face several times in my mind, but in reality, my arms were hopelessly motionless. I wondered if it knew that its hunt was over. The black creature wasn't grinning anymore. It merely considered me with a face devoid of emotion. It was looking at me as if I was just a piece of meat. Fuck. I couldn't help but laugh, feeling the futility of life. What is life? Even though I had tried my best to endure and survive up to this point, I was pitifully weak when faced with a being with absolute power. Its black eyes were fixed on me. Its gaze focused on my face, and it slowly began to open its mouth. I couldn't help but wonder if the survivors of Guangjiangdong would be able to survive if I left a monster like that alive. And if the survivors' safety wasn't assured, that meant So-yeon's safety wasn't guaranteed as well. So-yeon. I frowned and pictured So-yeon in my mind. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the time when So-yeon had finally opened her heart to me after all those days staying locked away inside the bedroom. The moment she had called me daddy again after I had turned into a zombie with glowing red eyes flashed through my mind. I remembered exactly how I'd felt back then. It felt like just yesterday when she opened up to me. Just thinking about that moment made my eyes well up with tears. I bit my lower lip and opened my eyes. I couldn't give up like this. Even though we were all destined to die at the end, if this creature wanted to take my life away, it was going to have to try as hard as I had tried to make a life for myself all this while. I wasn't willing to give in that easily. The black creature smirked at the sudden change in my eyes, as though it found the whole situation hilarious. Its head flew forward as it launched its wide-open jaws toward my head. I desperately pulled my left arm up and shoved my forearm into its mouth. Try laughing now, you son of a bitch. Without the slightest hesitation, my right arm flew toward it. I wasn't trying to cause physical damage to its body. Instead, I was going for its eyes. Quiet! The black creature screamed and slammed me to the ground. My shoulder blades hit the asphalt, and both the ground and my shoulders broke on impact. The black creature became a whirlwind of chaos once it lost its sight. It wailed and screamed and kicked out randomly. I quickly rolled over to Kim Hyeongjun. Hyeongjun? Hyeongjun, I said, coughing. Ajusi, wake up. We have to move right now. I don't think I can. Kim Hyeongjun's eyes were fixed on the night sky, as if he was counting the stars. On second thought, though, I wasn't sure if he was actually looking at the night sky. His eyes were unfocused, he was just staring blankly upward. He was so exhausted that all he could do was look up. Moodswinger was in the same boat. The two of them couldn't move at all. Get up right now, I yelled as I grabbed onto his collar. As I tugged on his shirt, the black creature stopped screaming and went completely still. It began to look around. Did its eyes finish regenerating? Fortunately, they hadn't. It still wasn't able to see, but it was changing its strategy. It seemed like it was trying to focus on its hearing and sense of smell. I held my breath as I watched the black creature. I knew I would probably die if it managed to land another punch on me. Please, please, please. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just then, the ground slowly began to shake. I looked toward where the sound was coming from, and saw a bunch of purple zombies running toward us. Grr! I finally realized why the black creature had stopped screaming and was now looking around. Kim Hyeongjun had called his underlings to him even while on the verge of unconsciousness. His underlings, who had been holding off the northern end of Sogong Bridge, had come to offer support. Wait. Then what about the gang members they were holding off? I squinted toward Sogong Bridge, and saw a red wave rushing in behind the purple-colored one. Kim Hyeongjun's underlings had drawn the family's forces as well. I knew we had to hide ourselves before they got here. We were exhausted, and we wouldn't be able to survive even for a second if this place was plunged into complete mayhem. I grabbed Kim Hyeongjun by his collar and dragged him to the side of the road with all my remaining strength. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, and finally 10 meters. Quiet, grr. The purple zombies surrounded the black creature in an instant like a herd of angry buffaloes. Before I knew it, the family's forces, the black creature, and Kim Hyeongjun's underlings were all tangled up. Gangbyeon Bukaro had been plunged into complete chaos in the blink of an eye, and it was impossible to tell friend and foe apart. I hadn't been able to get off Gangbyeon Bukaro on time, so I hurriedly covered Kim Hyeongjun's upper body with my own instead. My ribs broke as the zombies' stampede washed over me. I coughed painfully and vomited blood, but didn't shift my body. In fact, I couldn't change my position. I knew that if I shifted, Kim Hyeongjun would be trampled to death by the zombies. The zombies mercilessly kicked the back of my head, pelvis, sides, back, and shoulders, breaking more bones. At novel bin at. Losing. Gains. Moodswinger came over to us and covered my body. Even though he was missing an arm, he was able to block the zombies' kicks. I looked down at Kim Hyeongjun, who was having trouble breathing. Don't push yourself, Ajusi. You're going to die. It seemed like he knew that I was shielding him, and had ordered Moodswinger to shield both of us in turn. I looked down with a pained expression. Hey, are you okay? I yelled. You're okay, right? Tell me you are? Answer me. I can't. See in front of me, Ajusi. What about your body? Huh? You still can't regenerate. Ajusi, you can't either. Why are you nag? Hey, that's because you're about to die. Haha. Even in the midst of this chaos, Kim Hyeongjun wore a smile on his face. Dark red blood was oozing out from his sad-looking smile. I furrowed my brow as I looked back and forth between Moodswinger and Kim Hyeongjun. I couldn't tell how much longer the two of them could hold on like this. I knew there was a limit to what Moodswinger could do because he wasn't in good shape. As for Kim Hyeongjun, he couldn't even move his fingers. To make matters worse, my condition was no different. I was having difficulty controlling my body as well. I knew we would be doomed if the gang boss or any of the Dong leaders figured out where we were. My initial plan of creating havoc had been successful, but getting trampled like this wasn't part of the plan. Kim Hyeongjun was quickly losing his underlings, since they had to deal with the black creature in front of them and the family's forces behind them. A thought struck me, and I realized that there was only one way to get out of this mess. I had to rely on my underlings, whom I had called in a few minutes ago. Kiaa. Just as the thought crossed my mind, my 34 Stage 1 mutants and Stage 2 mutant Gen swept toward us like an onrushing wave. I looked at my underlings and gave them orders through my mind. Here, save Hyeongjun and Moodswinger first. Kiaa. The first stage mutants changed direction in unison and ran to the side of Gangbyeon Bukaro, where I was. While the Stage 1 mutants were holding off the zombies, Gian grabbed us by our collars and ran into the city. The Stage 1 mutants carried Moodswinger and followed us. Gian laid Kim Hyeongjun and me in an abandoned house that was falling apart and looked at me with a sad, gloomy face. I was too tired to speak, and gave them orders telepathically. They might have figured out where we are. Don't attack first. Just block off the escape route that the family's forces might use along Gangbyeon Bukaro. Stay undercover and attack them when they head over to Sogong Bridge. Kiaa. If you see any zombies with glowing red eyes among the ones that are retreating, kill them at all costs, and bring their heads to me. The mutants responded enthusiastically and ran toward the enemies. When Gian tried to follow them, I grabbed the Stage 2 mutant's arm. You, stay here. If the family's forces noticed us earlier, they might come to investigate. Gian looked at me and Kim Hyeongjun blankly, then sat cross-legged on the floor. I heard the zombies roaring outside. I had no clue what was going on outside. I wanted to see what was going on and give orders to my underlings, but I could barely keep my eyes open. I knew that the best thing to do right then was to trust my underlings and wait patiently. *****. Request support, request support. Wait, second officer? Shouldn't we just run away? We're asking for support because we can't run away, you idiot. The second officer screamed in horror at the black creature and the chaos that it was causing. The second officer had no clue what had happened. His forces had been chasing the zombies that had been retreating when all of a sudden, they were facing a black creature that had appeared out of nowhere. Now that the black creature had discovered them, running away was no longer an option. No matter how hard one tried to run away, it would be mere seconds before the black creature caught up. Even if the second officer was lucky enough to make it all the way to Gangnam, there was no guarantee that the black creature wouldn't follow them all the way. And besides, the black creature here, it was on a totally different level from the other black creatures the second officer had faced in the past. Tears and blood were trickling down from its pitch-black eyes. Within its eyes were 2 red dots, full of madness, and they were darting around as if the black creature was trying to track something down. The second officer could tell that it was desperately trying to locate something. Its eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. The second officer watched it and couldn't help but wonder what had made that black creature so angry. The black creature was slashing through all the zombies around it like a grinder, and it didn't look like it was going to stop. The second officer shook his fists. You too. Yes. Go across Sogong Bridge and tell the boss about this. Sorry. Sir? You know we don't have the right to talk to the boss. Just shut up and get moving. Request support from the mutant unit. The 2 Dong leaders with glowing red eyes hurried off to the Sogong Bridge. The second officer accelerated the circulation of his blood, his blue eyes flashing. He knew that they had to hold the black creature off somehow before support came. The second officer locked eyes with the black creature. The black creature seemed to hesitate for a second, but then it opened its eyes wide and grinned. Its eyes were those of an explorer that had finally discovered the treasure that they were looking for. The look made the breath catch in the second officer's throat. Something didn't feel right. Quiet. The black creature made an eardrum-piercing sound and appeared in front of the second officer in an instant. The second officer's eyes widened in surprise, and he covered his face with his arms as the black creature flew toward him. Thud. Even though the second officer had blocked its kick with his arms, he was still pushed back 50 meters. He wasn't just pushed back, he went flying backward. The impact rattled the second officer's brain around in his skull, and shattered the bones in his arms. His mind went blank. The second officer couldn't think of anything else. He was shocked by the ferocity of the blow. As the saying went, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. This was the perfect quote to describe the second officer's situation. Whoop. The black creature jumped high into the air, casting a long shadow on the second officer. The second officer straightened quickly and tracked the black creature's movements. He quickly figured out where it would land and quickly twisted his body to avoid it. Crash! A thick layer of dust obscured the area, and a spider web of cracks spread out from the creature's landing zone. The second officer had barely avoided the black creature's attack. Steam was coming off the second officer's body, and he was grinding his teeth. His broken arms had healed themselves, and all of his senses were heightened, ready to fight. 2 red dots appeared through the dust. Before the 2 locked eyes again, the second officer's blue eyes flashed, and he enhanced his physical strength. Here it comes. The second officer relied on his animal instinct and twisted his upper body. At the same time, the black creature's hand passed over the second officer's head. The second officer twisted their back to evade its attack, and used the momentum to drive into a solid uppercut at Novel bin at. Crack! Despite being the one to hit the black creature, the second officer's fist shattered as if he'd just hit a solid steel plate. The black creature looked at the second officer and grinned at his bewildered expression, then chomped down hard on the second officer's fist. The second officer gasped out of fear and took a couple steps back. He had lost his fists in a single attack. So the gap between this creature and me is this big. After he had acquired his blue eyes, even the gang boss had stopped treating him dismissively. The second officer was planning to become the boss's right-hand man and dominate Seoul, and later on, even the whole of Korea. But what was this? The second officer couldn't believe the gap between him and the black creature. This was like a professional soccer player playing in a local pickup game. He was a blue-eyed zombie, after all. The second officer's blue eyes flashed in a burst of frustration, and his severed right limb quickly regenerated. You filthy beast! You're only a beast after all, he yelled, straining so hard that the veins in his neck were popping out. The second officer thought about how he'd gotten to his current position. He had killed humans who had begged for their lives, and ruthlessly chewed up zombies that disobeyed orders. He'd killed all of the Dong leaders that acted arrogantly, and had secretly eaten the brains of others that were supposed to be baits. And in the end, he had eaten the first and third officers to get himself to where he was. He could control 2,400 underlings, and had 3 stage 2 mutants under him that the boss hadn't given him permission to have. Yet even with all this authority and power, the second officer felt as though he was going up against an almighty being, one that was impossible to beat. Tear? In a flash, the black creature tore off the second officer's right leg. It all happened so quickly that the second officer hadn't even noticed. The second officer only understood what had happened after he lost his balance. Only then did the idea of death creep up on him. Hey you bastards! Don't just watch, help me, he yelled toward the remaining Dong leaders. He had led 4 Dong leaders over to Gangbuk. Now that 2 had gone back to Gangnam, there had to be 2 others left. But to his surprise, no matter how hard he tried to look for them, he didn't see any Dong leaders. They abandoned me. The second officer trembled in anger, realizing that the Dong leaders had betrayed him. He gritted his teeth and promised himself that, as long as he was alive, he would hunt them down to the very end, and that he would kill every single one of them once he got back to Gangnam again. Splash, splash. He heard the wet footsteps approaching, and licked his parched lips. He turned toward the sound, and saw the black creature with a wide grin on its face. You crazy bastard. The second officer gritted his teeth, and the light in his blue eyes flared up again. Even though the other Dong leaders had ran away, he knew that 2 of the Dong leaders had crossed over Sogong Bridge. He knew the tables could turn at any moment, once the Dong leaders had secured support from the boss. The second officer tried to stay optimistic and bolstered his fighting spirit. He regenerated his severed leg, calmed his nervous heart with deep breaths, and clenched his fists. He tried to focus on the black creature again, but something roughly 400 meters away caught his attention, and he could hardly believe what he was seeing. It was the Dong leaders who were making their way to Sogong Bridge, and they were being massacred by unknown Stage 1 mutants. There were dozens of Stage 1 mutants mercilessly slashing the Dong leaders into pieces, and all of them were colored red. The second officer was taken aback. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It was a trap. A black creature in front of him, and dozens of mutants behind him. The second officer couldn't think of any possibility other than this being a trap to lure them in from the start. They had gotten caught in the trap that those bastards had set up. There was no way out, and struggling so hard to survive only made things more painful. The second officer's face turned red with fury. I see. So this is how it's going to go. The second officer clenched their fists and sent out an order through his mind. All troops, gather here. It was all or nothing. If death was the only option, there was no other choice than to fight till the end. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I continued to talk to Kim Hyong-jun so that he wouldn't lose consciousness. If Kim Hyong-jun stayed quiet or trailed off in the middle of a sentence, I woke him up, even if it meant that I had to slap him. Russell, Russell. Just then, I felt a presence outside the building. I wondered if it was the Stage 1 mutants returning with the Dong leaders' heads. With the slightest sliver of hope, I turned my head toward the direction from which the footsteps were coming. Bang! Contrary to my expectations, the wall of the building folded with a loud crash. Cement dust flew across the room. Through the dust, I heard a blood-curdling voice. Ha, these fucking bastards. I wondered where you had gone. Sorry, we couldn't find you sooner. Red eyes flashed through the thick dust. The 4 red eyes were locked on Kim Hyong-jun and me. It was the Dong leaders. They had tracked us down. I frowned and tried to get to my feet, but the world grew hazy and seemed to twist in front of me. Is there something wrong with my inner ear? Both of my legs were trembling helplessly. I was in no shape to fight. As I toppled helplessly to the ground, the Dong leaders hesitated, looking puzzled. After a moment, the Dong leader who was standing behind asked his compatriot a question. Hey, aren't those eyes the same as the officers? They're the same color, but aren't they a little different? His eyes aren't glowing. They look like the eyes of a dead fish. The 2 of them whispered to each other for a while, then grinned. These bastards. I bet they're done. They're probably exhausted. I can't believe this day has finally come. If we eat the brains of these 2, won't we become officers too? Hey, I call dibs on the one that fell down. Then I'll eat the one who's swaying from side to side. The 2 of them slowly approached us with grins on their faces. There was no way I could let these puny Dong leaders have the best of us. It wouldn't be fair to let a Dong leader take my life after I had survived black creature after black creature. The Dong leaders came closer like hyenas circling their prey, making slurping sounds as they approached. Swift. At that moment, a woman who was sitting in the corner got up. The Dong leaders quickly turned toward the corner when they felt the presence of a third being. Then they saw Ji-Ian. When they saw Ji-Ian, their expressions grew puzzled, and they began to whisper to each other again. Hey, what is that? How would I know? Isn't it just a zombie? Are you sure it's just a zombie? It doesn't seem like a mutant. The Dong leader wasn't wrong. Ji-Ian looked no different from an ordinary street zombie. In terms of size, her intimidating presence, and in every other way, she was pretty similar to the zombies on the streets. Ji-Ian seemed shy, approaching the 2 of them with timid footsteps. The Dong leaders laughed out loud. I got scared for nothing. What the fuck? Was she infected by blood? I don't see any bite marks. It doesn't matter whether she's clean or not. Let's not waste any more time and get this over with. I bet the second officer is going to give us hell again. The Dong leader clenched his fists tightly, his red eyes flashing. He rushed toward me, and I desperately raised my limp arms to defend my face. Slash. Unexpectedly, I didn't feel anything hit my arms. I doubted myself as to whether or not I had properly defended myself. I knew the Dong leader couldn't have missed from this distance. When I slowly opened my tightly closed eyes, I saw a sight that defied explanation. The Dong leader that had been rushing toward me, brimming with killing intent, was standing motionless. One other thing was different about him. His head was no longer there. After a moment, red blood spurted from his severed neck. The room went dead silent at the sudden fountain of blood. The other Dong leader blinked slowly, staring at his comrade who had just lost his head. Someone was standing motionless right next to the surviving Dong leader and glaring at him. It was Ji-Ian. I slowly lowered my gaze and looked at her hands. Her fingers had grown about 30 centimeters longer than before. They had turned into sharpened blades, and the blood trickling down from them glistened in the moonlight. My child. She was frowning, but the depth of her sadness seemed indescribable. Her usual calm face was nowhere to be seen, and the way her brow was furrowed sent chills down my spine. Hers was a woman's face, full of regret. Jian fixed her eyes on the Dong leader. He trembled, his eyes darting all around. All this time, I'd been overthinking it. There was a rather simple solution to my worries. I didn't have to fight. I, too, hadn't been a match for stage 2 mutants until I got blue eyes. It was only natural for such a thing to happen to a Dong leader. A Dong leader who was barely able to command 1,000 underlings and had not eaten a black creature's brain had no chance of tracking a stage 2 mutant's movements with their naked eye. Fuck. The Dong leader let out a grotesque scream and ran for his life. Seeing this, I gave Jian an order. Go kill it. Jian seemed to flinch, but she didn't follow my order. Her expression grew blank again as she stared at the fleeing Dong leader. I frowned at her and repeated myself. Go kill it, child. My child. Jian came to my side, her expression growing sad. After that, she looked over my entire body, then smiled gently. Even though she was still supposedly under my command, Jian disobeyed my orders to attack. As I considered her reactions, a rather interesting thought crossed my mind. Jian's desire was related to maternal love, which in turn meant that she prioritized her child's safety. Safety, maternal love. Through all the research I'd done on mutants to this point, something else stood out to me. Certain mutants would not follow the chain of command, depending on the type of desire they had. And because of this, I'd taken care of those kinds of mutants with my own hands. There was something within them that superseded the chain of the command. Something that made them go against absolute orders. And to them, they prioritized their desires over following orders. Their mindsets went against absolute desires. And this was their desire. In the case of Jian, she was a being who loved peace and didn't harm others. She was a mutant who fought for people that she considered her family and her children. If Moodswinger was the spear that could break through any shield, Jian was the shield that could block any spear. I heard the Dong leader running for his life, followed by the cries of Stage 1 mutants. A little later, my Stage 1 mutants entered the building after their fight with the Dong leader. They had 3 heads with them. I asked my underlings for the heads, and the Stage 1 mutants tossed the heads toward me. I cracked open the Dong leader's skulls and took out their wet brains. I then helped Kim Hyongjun up. Kim Hyongjun coughed and furrowed his brow. His condition was abysmal. I knew I might lose him if I didn't do something quickly. I put the brain next to his mouth. Come on, eat, I said. Ajasi. Kim Hyongjun looked at my face with heavy-lidded eyes. I forced his mouth open and shoved the Dong leader's brain inside. This wasn't the time to be having emotional conversations. He had to eat and recover first. Kim Hyongjun chewed the brain and just barely gulped it down. He blinked his eyes like a sleepy calf. I observed his reaction, then broke another skull and offered him another one. Eat. Wait no. Ajasi, how about you? Don't you worry. You eat first. I shoved the brain in front of Kim Hyongjun, and he frowned like a picky eater who did not want to eat. I had no choice but to force open his mouth again. But as soon as I shoved the brain inside his mouth, he did a good job of chewing and swallowing it down. He grimaced painfully as he swallowed, as though his throat wasn't functioning properly. He looked like he was forcing down hardtacks without any water. But once he was done eating, his arms sagged helplessly to the ground. He'd fallen asleep after finishing the Dong leader's brain. I looked at my underlings around me. Stealthily scout the surroundings so that the black creature doesn't notice you and make sure that nothing, absolutely nothing, gets close. Jian, you stay here and just wait. Nod if you understand. All the mutants nodded. Jian sat cross-legged again and stared blankly at me. I wanted to stay awake as well, but I had to eat the Dong leader's brain too. After all, I had to survive as well. I figured that the family's forces were fighting the black creature, which would buy me enough time to close my eyes for a little bit. Before I closed my eyes, I broke another skull and went over to Moodswinger. 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 When I slapped Moodswinger on the cheek, he looked at me sullenly. Lo, sing, gains, he muttered. Moodswinger sounded like he was almost crying. I wet my lips and held out the Dong leader's brain to him. His eyes went wide, and he looked back and forth between me and the brain. Losing, gains. Yes, it's yours. Losing gains. He grinned like a child that had just gotten a toy they'd been eyeing for a long time, and quickly gulped down the Dong leader's brain. I patted Moodswinger on the back. You did some good work, I said. Now that I gave you the Dong leader's brain, you have to protect Hyongjun, got it? Moodswinger nodded a couple of times and smiled gently. I wondered if he understood what I'd said. Even though he wasn't my underling, I'd grown fond of him. Moodswinger never complained when Hyongjun gave him orders, even if they weren't ideal. I knew it was overkill to give him a Dong leader's brain to regenerate his damaged body, but I knew it was good to treat him with healthy food like that every now and then. I chuckled and broke the remaining Dong leader's skull, fishing out the brain inside. I licked my lips. Don't mind if I dig in, I muttered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The battle between the second officer and the black creature continued between Sogong Bridge and Mapo Bridge. The 3 Stage 2 mutants and 2,250 underlings that were under the second officer's command were ganging up on the black creature. The countless number of underlings played a huge role in holding back the black creature. The second officer was a zombie with blue eyes, and so his underlings boasted superior physical abilities compared to ordinary zombies. They were strong enough that 50 of them could easily handle a single bait. And if 500 of them attacked, a dong leader would probably go down. Now that 2,250 of those zombies had ganged up on the black creature, its advance was slowed considerably. The 3 Stage 2 mutants were also doing a good job, living up to their names. They were targeting the black creature from behind and were dealing good damage to it. However, they still weren't overpowering the black creature. They were like dwarfs going up against giants. They were just barely preventing the black creature from advancing forward. The second officer bit his lower lip as he regenerated his damaged body. I'm out of time. The second officer noticed that his rate of regeneration was much slower than before. He could fully regenerate 2 or 3 more times, and that would be it. He clenched his fists and crouched down. He had to finish off the black creature before all of his underlings were wiped out. Hot steam spewed from his mouth as he charged toward the black creature in an instant. He poured strength into his arms and punched the black creature in the chest. The sound of something hard slamming into reinforced concrete echoed across the battlefield. The second officer noted the dent that his punch had formed on the black creature's chest. Gritting his teeth, he continued to attack. He twisted his lower body and kicked the black creature in the face, then followed up with a roundhouse kick. The black creature stumbled and fell back, the second officer's underlings clinging onto it like leeches. The Stage 2 mutants started kicking the black creature's weak spots as the regular underlings bit into its flesh. However, the black creature's skin was rock solid, and most of the underlings ended up with broken teeth instead. Quiet! The black creature roared and straightened its upper body, shaking its body vigorously. The zombies attached to its body were thrown off, rolling across the ground like jockeys falling off their horses. The Stage 2 mutants that had momentarily retreated crept up from behind the black creature. Its eyes darted about as it sensed their presence. It twisted its body in a bizarre way, and with its sharp teeth, bit clean through one of the Stage 2 mutants' heads. At the same time, it grabbed onto the mutant on its left and hammered it into the ground as hard as it could. Crunch! The black creature was momentarily bent over. The only surviving Stage 2 mutant went for its neck and bit into it. The black creature screamed and began to struggle. The second officer did not let this opportunity slip by. In a flash, he was in front of the black creature, and slammed a foot into its side. Crack! The second officer felt its ribs break beneath the impact of his toes. There we go. The second officer wondered if the black creature was growing tired. Even though a black creature, the second officer assumed that it would have limits on how much it could regenerate and strengthen itself. The black creature's skin, which had seemed impenetrable earlier on, had begun to soften. Realizing this, the second officer kept up his offense. The black creature stumbled several times before finally losing its balance and falling to its knees. The second officer didn't miss their chance and kicked it in the face as hard as he could. Its teeth shattered, and it finally collapsed to the ground. The Stage 2 mutant that had been biting its neck finally pierced its skin. All of the other underlings ran toward the black creature and started biting into its flesh. Ha! You fucking monster! The second officer smiled a satisfied smile, breathing heavily. Steam no longer rose from his body. He had pushed his body to its limit, and his bones were no longer regenerating. He sat on the ground and gave orders to his underlings. Stop eating the black creature's body. Bring me its brain. The second officer let out a sigh and laid down spread-eagled on the floor. They knew that everything would be over once they ate their brains. Wait, if I eat its brain right now, wouldn't I grow stronger than the boss? The second officer started to get greedy. He never once thought about surpassing the boss, but right now, he could already picture himself as the new boss. He questioned why he hadn't ever thought about surpassing the boss. Previously, he'd been afraid because the boss had blue eyes, and now, he was afraid because the boss had 2 Stage 3 mutants under his control. But if he ate the black creature's brain right now, it would be more than possible to become the new boss. The second officer's eyebrows rose as he considered this plan. He picked himself off the floor and shouted at his underlings. Go get the brain, you bastards. Tear. The second officer's jaw dropped to the ground as he witnessed what was unfolding in front of his eyes. The black creature that he'd thought was down for the count was eating his underlings. The second officer couldn't understand why it was still alive despite having its neck torn out. His eyes roamed the area, searching for the Stage 2 mutant that had been biting the black creature's neck. To his surprise, that mutant was already dead. The black creature was a freak. Despite its body being torn to shreds, it was still tearing the second officer's underlings to pieces. The second officer was taken aback. He tried to consider who would emerge victorious if he engaged the black creature again. But no matter how much he thought about it, he could not imagine a scenario in which he won. He couldn't enhance his body's strength, nor could he regenerate his broken bones. It didn't matter how tired and exhausted the black creature was. The second officer didn't even have the strength to clench his fists. I have to get away. The only thought that occupied his mind was how to get away. He knew that he'd probably go down like the Dong leaders if he went back to Sogong Bridge, but he also knew that he couldn't go forward. There was only one option left. The second officer gathered his remaining strength and ran toward the city. As he ran, he did not forget to give orders to his remaining underlings. Stop the black creature at all costs. Block its way no matter what. His legs trembled violently, and his broken arm dangled uselessly by his side. He ran through the darkness, his eyes darting about, searching his surroundings. At Novel bin at. He didn't have the courage to look back. He felt a rather strange gaze, as if some unknown being was pulling him toward it. The second officer shuddered with fear and glanced backward. Fortunately, the black creature wasn't following them. When the second officer arrived at the city, a rather eerie, dreary atmosphere welcomed him. He entered a shabby building, muttering to himself like a person possessed by a ghost. The only sound he could hear in the dusty building was his own breathing. The second officer knew that he could not let himself get caught, even if it cost him all his underlings. I can't die. I can't die. I cannot die here. The second officer sat down on the floor, cradling his broken right arm. It didn't matter if he had to stay here for days, just breathing. He was ready to endure anything, as long as he could get away from the black creature and return to Gangnam. However, there was one thing that the second officer hadn't thought through. Because of the fear that had engulfed his mind and body, he hadn't bothered to look around. And because all his attention had been focused on the black creature, he hadn't scouted out the city properly. Stomp, stomp. The second officer heard footsteps from outside the building. His eyes widened in surprise, and he covered his mouth with his arm. The footsteps quickly came to a stop just outside the half-open window, and after a moment, a long shadow appeared, blocking the moonlight that shone in from the window. The second officer closed his eyes tightly and prayed that nothing would happen. However, he sensed a presence on the other side of the window, and had no choice but to open his eyes. Kiaa. A red-colored Stage 1 mutant had its eyes fixed on him. The second officer let out a wail. These motherfucking bastards, he cried. Kiaa. Without hesitation, the Stage 1 mutant attacked the second officer. The second officer was already at his limit, and stood no chance against the Stage 1 mutant. Very quickly, more Stage 1 mutants started pouring in through the window, each one looking like a Grim Reaper. Arg. An unknown man's death cry echoed throughout the empty, dead city. The black creature on Gangbai in Bukaro heard the man's loud wail as well. The second officer's underlings that were mobbing the black creature trembled in unison. Then, like robots that had run out of battery power, they all stopped moving. The black creature, with its torn-up body, looked around. After the death cry, all the zombies around it had gone still. It looked carefully at the zombies, then squinted toward the city, where it could feel death. To the black creature, which had the ability to learn, it was a rather interesting experience. When a zombie leader died, the chain of command between the leader and its underlings was broken, and the underlings became living corpses. Kwae. The black creature made its way toward the city, a low growl in its throat. Judging by the way it was limping, it was at its limit as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Stage 1 mutants came back with the second officer's dead body. The moment they arrived, they tore off the second officer's head and shook it vigorously in front of Lee Hyundeok. However, Lee Hyundeok was fast asleep, so he didn't acknowledge the Stage 1 mutants for their hard work. The Stage 1 mutants calmly waited for Lee Hyundeok to react, but after a moment, they threw the second officer's head at him. The head bounced off Lee Hyundeok's chest and rolled onto the floor. Moodswinger came running over. He picked up the second officer's head and started drooling. Ka. Ji-Ian, who had been watching Moodswinger, let out a low growl, as though she were hissing. Moodswinger looked at Ji-Ian blankly, then tilted his head. No, LD. He muttered. My child. Arno, LD. Child. The two of them looked each other in the eyes and continued their incomprehensible conversation. Perhaps it wasn't right to call it a conversation. It seemed like they were wary of each other. Moodswinger scratched his head with a troubled expression, then tossed the second officer's head at Ji-Ian. Ji-Ian took the head and brought it near to Lee Hyundeok's mouth. However, Lee Hyundeok didn't bother to bite into it because he was fast asleep. Ji-Ian looked at the head again and grimaced. Moodswinger glared at the head as he wiped away the saliva drooling out from his mouth. Ji-Ian didn't seem happy with Moodswinger's appetite. After hesitating for a moment, she ate the contents of the head herself. Arnold. Moodswinger began to jump up and down frantically. Ji-Ian growled quietly again and kept a wary eye on Moodswinger, but then she grabbed her chest with her hands as if she were in pain. Moodswinger seemed to flinch at her reaction, and then started backing away in fear. After a moment, Ji-Ian's bones dislocated, and she slowly began to melt into a sphere again. Moodswinger shook Kim Hye-Young-jun's arm vigorously as he watched Ji-Ian transform at Novel bin at. Nold, Arnold. Even though he had mutated in the same way as Ji-Ian was doing right now, he had no clue about the mutation process. Splash, splash. Just then, he heard footsteps coming from outside the building. All the Stage 1 mutants and Moodswinger turned their attention toward the direction from which the sound was coming. The black creature limped through the wall that the Dong leaders had knocked down earlier. Moodswinger frowned when he saw the black creature, then clenched his fists. Steam rose from his body. He had already regained his energy after eating one of the Dong leader's brains. He propelled himself off the ground and rushed at the black creature without thinking twice. The black creature hurriedly raised its arms to defend itself. Thud. Its right arm broke, and its upper body swayed. Moodswinger didn't let his chance slip by and continued to punch it. The black creature was having a hard time fighting off Moodswinger, as its ability to defend itself had fallen drastically. Kiaa. At the same time, dozens of Stage 1 mutants charged toward the black creature. It was surrounded by mutants, and in the blink of an eye, its escape route was blocked off. The mutants continued to apply pressure on all sides. The black creature braced its lower limbs and leaped to the roof of the 5-story building on the other side. Quiet! The black creature collapsed on the roof, coughing up dirty blood. It was panting heavily due to the damage it had taken so far. To make matters worse, it no longer could regenerate its body. Arnold. Moodswinger wasn't about to give it time to get away. He followed the black creature and leaped onto the rooftop as well. He had lost round 1, but there was an eager glint in his eye. He wasn't about to lose round 2 to it. The stage 1 mutants on the ground floor also scaled the building walls as they pursued the black creature. It tried desperately to lift its upper body off the floor, but Moodswinger came swinging in and kicked it in the stomach. It flew through the guardrail along the roof with the sound of a balloon popping and smashed into the outer wall on the 3rd floor of the neighboring building, where it stuck. Moodswinger jumped over the rooftop and kneed the black creature in the chest. Crash, crash. Moodswinger pummeled the defenseless black creature. The black creature spurted out thick liquid from its mouth that came from its internal organs. The two of them were now inside the building, still continuing their fight. They smashed through the support pillars, sending cement dust flying. Meanwhile, the stage 1 mutants had finally scaled the first building that the black creature had escaped to, and were now observing the fight. The constant sound of crashing came from the 2nd and 3rd floors of the building that Moodswinger and the black creature were in. After a moment, the towering building began to shake. With an ear-piercing roar, the building shook, and it began to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. Moodswinger walked out from within the thick cloud of dust. The black creature was nowhere to be seen. It was still trapped in the collapsed building, crushed into the earth. Moodswinger was still huffing and puffing in anger. He looked up at the night sky and roared. He found it difficult to cool his anger because of all the hatred he felt toward it after the first fight. After howling, Moodswinger ran back into the collapsed building and started looking for its body. He threw lengths of and chunks of cement wall into the air as he made his way toward the place where he had last seen the black creature. When Moodswinger finally found the black creature, its body was all torn up and broken, and a rusty length of rebar was sticking out of it. Moodswinger grabbed the black creature by the neck and forcefully pulled out the rebar. Quiet! The black creature let out a death cry. The flesh from its lower abdomen and the bones from its pelvis came free as the rebar was pulled out of its body. Moodswinger slammed its upper body to the ground and continued to kick it, like an animal that had lost control. After kicking it for a substantial amount of time, Moodswinger finally calmed down. The stage 1 mutants on the rooftop started to return to their places. Moodswinger gave the black creature a final glance, then snorted and headed back to where Kim Hyeongjun was. The black creature was crying, tears of blood leaking from its drooping black eyes. It had tried its tenacious best to survive, but in the end, it seemed, was all for naught. Quiet! Qua! The black creature barely croaked out a weak, soft cry. A red dot appeared in its jet black eyes. It fixed its gaze on Moodswinger as he was walking away. Squelch! The black creature's lower body was slowly regenerating. It was squeezing out every little bit of strength it had. It seemed like it was focusing on regenerating its legs and right arm. All of its other body parts were torn up and useless. Despite its condition, it still had one goal: to get to Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hyeongjun, who were asleep. Thanks to its countless battles, the black creature had learned one thing. It didn't have to fight everyone and everything. It could just hop past opponents and achieve its goal when the enemies let their guard down. However, it had also learned something else through the death of the 2nd officer. When the 2nd officer had died, his underlings had instantly stopped moving. It had realized that, when the leader died, the underlings were reduced to nothing more than living corpses. Quiet! The black creature squeezed out every last drop of strength and sprinted toward the building where Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hyeongjun were. As it flashed past Moodswinger, the stage 3 mutant's eyes went wide, and he hurriedly gave chase. The stage 1 mutants also screamed as the black creature raced past them. It was impossible for Moodswinger and the stage 1 mutants to catch up with the black creature, now that it had already accelerated to such a speed. The black creature was well aware that things could change in a single second, or with a single attack. It was already too late for Moodswinger and the stage 1 mutants. There was no way they could get back in time to save the two that it had targeted. In the blink of an eye, Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hyeongjun were on the verge of death again. It would only take the black creature one single attack to accomplish what it had desired from the beginning. Despite its sunken face, it was smiling. Grinning widely, it entered the building where Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hyeongjun were. It saw the two of them lying on the floor, and stretched out its right arm without hesitation. Slash! Blood spurted from its throat like a fountain. Thud! The black creature's head fell to the floor, rolling about helplessly. Moodswinger and the stage 1 mutants were still trying to catch up. They flinched when they witnessed what had happened. The black creature's head was between Lee Hyun-deok and Kim Hyeongjun, and in front of it, 10 blades hung under the moonlight. The blades, which were each about a meter long, gradually began to shorten and turn into normal-looking fingers again. Ji-yeon had finished mutating and had cut off the black creature's head. Moodswinger looked at Ji-yeon and opened his mouth out of surprise. Arno, Limited. He was wary of Ji-yeon, now that she had changed. Ji-yeon stared blankly at Moodswinger, then sat cross-legged on the floor. She looked at Lee Hyun-deok with a gentle smile on her face. Ji-yeon had the face of an actress in her 60s. This actress starred as a benevolent mother in many movies and dramas. She was recognized as Korea's favorite motherly figure. She was the actress who inspired the image that all mothers were strong. Kaa. The Stage 1 mutants began to stare longingly at the black creature's head on the floor. When 2 Stage 1 mutants approached, drooling, Ji-Eun glared at the mutants. Moodswinger blinked like a cow when he saw her glare, then squatted down on the floor and smacked his lips. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I opened my eyes and straightened my upper body. My head was throbbing terribly. I massaged my temples constantly, breathing heavily. I had no clue how many hours had passed. I glanced at my watch. The hour hand indicated 4 in the morning. I'd been asleep for about 5 hours. The stronger I got, the length of time I needed to sleep for after consuming the brains of weaker beings grew shorter. After checking the time, the first thing that came to mind was the black creature. The black creature. Is it still battling the forces of the family? Or did it move to Gangnam? Just as I was about to turn my head with these questions in mind, I saw the corpse of the black creature right next to me. I almost screamed. The black creature's corpse was growing cold. Its head had been sliced off. I looked around, surprise in my eyes. It seemed like much had changed. There were traces of mutation on the ground, and hardened, muddy bloodstains. And in front of it was Ji-Eun. Ji-Eun looked at me and smiled gently as I slowly got back to my senses. I knew she was Ji-Eun, but it seemed like her appearance had changed since the last time I'd seen her. I looked at Ji-Eun's face carefully. Isn't she an actress? She had the face of a famous actress in Korea. The fact that she had the face of a celebrity meant that she had also mutated into a stage 3 mutant like Moodswinger. Did she eat the black creature's brain while I was asleep? I suddenly realized that there was another dead body on the ground, and next to it was the black creature's head. I wondered how Ji-Eun had mutated even though the black creature's brain was still here. It can't be. Is that the officer's body? It made sense for the headless corpse to be the officer's, because their brains would have the same effect as the black creature's brains. I tried to piece together what had happened, and realized that Ji-Eun had eaten the officer's brain, while the black creature's brain was still there, getting cold. But how did they win? I couldn't help but doubt my conclusion. I couldn't believe how my underlings could beat both an officer and the black creature. How in the world did they win? I looked at Ji-Eun. Can you explain what happened here? I asked. Ji-Eun hesitated for a moment, then pretended to eat the corpse of the officer lying on the floor. Just as I had expected, the body on the floor seemed to be the officer's body. Ji-Eun had eaten the officer's brain and had mutated into a stage 3 mutant. After that, Ji-Eun picked up the body of the black creature next to me and began to mime something. With her bodily gestures, she showed me how the black creature had come barging in and how she had taken care of it. Been out scouting the surroundings. I wasn't surprised that he had fallen to my stage 1 mutants. Even I had a hard time dealing with Dong leaders when pushed to my limit. If he'd had to deal with multiple stage 1 mutants, he probably wouldn't have lasted long. It seemed like the black creature had expended all of its energy fighting the officer and had probably come into the city as it tried to finish off the officer. And in the process, Ji-Eun had killed it after eating the officer's brain. I wondered if it was right to say that I was lucky. Perhaps it was better to say that everything had lined up perfectly, one after another. Although the entire process had been grueling and miserable, in the end, we were able to hit 2 birds with 1 stone, since we'd gotten rid of both the black creature and an officer. I sighed in relief, offering up a prayer. Thank you. I wasn't sure if there was a god, but at the moment, I couldn't help but thank him. Kim Hye-Young-jun and I had made it alive through this grueling fight, and the gang members had lost a valuable member. Plus, I now had a stage 3 mutant under command, so I couldn't ask for more. I had lost 3 stage 1 mutants, but comparing the gains and losses, I had obviously gained a lot more. Now, the question that remained was how to deal with the black creature's head. It would be a waste to throw it away, but at the same time, I couldn't eat it. I also felt uneasy giving it to either Ji-Eun or Moodswinger, who were already stage 3 mutants. The only option I seemed to have was to give it to a stage 1 mutant. But I wasn't sure if a stage 1 mutant would be able to handle a black creature's brain. A stage 2 mutant would probably be okay, but I wasn't certain about stage 1 mutants. I grabbed the black creature's head on the floor and looked at the stage 1 mutants. Who wants to eat this? 2 mutants came forward. I took a breath and let it out. You two, go outside and fight each other. The winner gets this. Kia. The 2 mutants screamed and went outside. I watched the 2 of them fight from a distance. If the winner still remained under my command after eating the brain and turning into a stage 2 mutant, I could safely mutate it into a stage 3 mutant later on. After about 10 minutes, only 1 mutant remained standing, and the winner ate the loser's brain. However, the winner didn't mutate into a stage 2 mutant. I assumed that their desires didn't match. I couldn't imagine what would happen if I fed a stage 1 mutant a black creature's brain. The black creature's brain was almost like a sacred object to a stage 1 mutant, something that it could never get its hands on. Let's just feed it to the mutant and see what happens. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. I gave the winner the black creature's brain. The mutant's eyes glittered as it fished the creature's brain from its skull. Without hesitation, it bit into the brain, and in moments, it had morphed into a sphere. I couldn't imagine the results of this mutation. I forced down my nervousness and watched the mutation process. I had Moodswinger and Ji-Eun with me, and I was going to take care of it if it lost its subordinate status when it emerged. After about 5 minutes, the sphere began to wiggle. This was way too fast. Even the fastest mutations so far had taken at least 10 minutes. Soon, a thick arm broke its way out the egg. Quiet. Half of its body was out of the shell. Its upper body was convulsing, like someone drowning. Chills ran down my entire body as I looked at it. Its cry was similar to the black creature. The being that made its way out of the egg began to scream and wiggle its body. Flesh and red blood trickled down its body like candle wax. It seemed like it was wailing in pain. I wondered if its body wasn't able to withstand the pain. I could clearly see its white bones underneath its melted flesh. It trembled and fell to the ground. It was acting just like a premature chick that hatched early, dying the moment it came into the world. I swallowed and licked my parched lips. I wasn't sure if what I was seeing could be considered disgusting. I wasn't sure if I should have been feeling pity toward it. A wave of emotions swirled within me. I cautiously walked over to stand in front of it. Even its bones had begun to melt, as if it had been covered in hydrochloric acid. I could see its brain beating like a heart. Its brain wriggled a couple of times, then the right hemisphere burst, spraying thick liquid all over the place. After a moment, the left hemisphere burst as well, leaving the skull a hollow cavity. The stage 1 mutant hadn't been able to handle the black creature's brain. I don't even think a stage 2 mutant would be able to handle one. The scene had been as horrifying as it could have been. Up till now, all of the unsuccessful mutations had either come out frantic, or had broken the chain of command. But none of them had died from the fact that they couldn't handle the power that they had eaten. I wondered if this indicated the power held within the brains of a black creature, or specifically, the brain of a creature with black eyes. The musty smell stung my nose, causing my eyes to narrow. I took a step backward. The disgusting smell lingered, picked up by the cold, piercing wind. The stench permeated the area, like a room filled with the smell of rotten milk. I gathered up some soil around me and sprinkled it over the melted stage 1 mutant. After that, I looked at Jian and the remaining mutants and gave them orders. We're going back to the shelter. Stage 1 mutants, carry Haiyongjun. He's sleeping, so be careful. Since Kim Haiyongjun had eaten 2 brains, it would be at least 3 more hours before he awoke, and I knew I couldn't wait around for him to wake up. The ones back at the shelter, the guards, leaders, and Du Hansol were probably still on alert. Besides, I'd said I'd be back before sunrise. I had to hurry back to everyone at the shelter and inform them that the situation was over. I also had to go back and begin planning for the future, since one of the officers of the family had died. I had no clue what strategy the family would employ against us next. Let's go. I led the mutants and headed back to Guangjiangdong. One of the stage 1 mutants carried Kim Hyungjun on its back, and Moodswinger got up and followed me too. The guards who had been staring into the darkness while shivering in the cold called Li Zhongyuke the moment they sensed a presence approaching the entrance to Guangjiangdong. Leader, leader. As Li Zhongyuke approached them, the guards let out the breaths they had been holding, and pointed to the entrance to Guangjiangdong. It seems like someone's coming. Li Zhongyuke squinted and looked at where the guards were pointing. He tilted his head, feeling slightly unsure, and called Du Hansol over. Mr. Du Hansol, are you there? What's happening? Du Hansol, who was on the other side of the barricade, came inside at once. Li Zhongyuke pointed at the entrance to Guangjiangdong. Can you make out those people approaching with your eyes? Li Zhongyuke had called Du Hansol, since he could distinguish friend and foe by color. Du Hansol looked carefully at where Li Zhongyuke was pointing, and his eyes immediately went wide. It's Mr. Li Hyundiok, he exclaimed. Mr. Li Hyundiok is coming. Du Hansol hurried to the entrance to Guangjiangdong. The guards inside let out a collective sigh of relief. Li Zhongyuke shared their relief as well. He rubbed his stiff neck and took out his walkie-talkie. Mr. Beizhongman, do you hear me? Sure. Do you hear me, Mr. Beizhongman? I hear you. Please, go ahead. The situation is over. Mr. Li Hyundiok is returning. You can stand down. Got it. Li Zhongyuke's face belied his exhaustion, and he blinked his tired eyes. Wang Jihai, who was wrapped in a blanket, came over and put a hand on his shoulder. Only then did his lips part in a gentle smile. He had been waiting in the cold for several hours, standing motionless despite the piercing wind blowing in from Han River. He felt a sudden rush of exhaustion as he released the tension he'd been holding for the past couple of hours. He addressed the guard around him in a loud voice. Situation's over. All the guards broke into smiles. Even though some of them had blue lips because of the cold, they were beaming with joy. Li Hyundiok's return meant a lot of things to the survivors. Relief and stability. A ray of hope. That was what Li Hyundiok was. As soon as I arrived at the shelter, I took a quick shower and headed to the meeting room on the 2nd floor. The leaders who were gathered in the meeting room were all dozing off in their chairs. All of them looked exhausted. I understood that they would feel dizzy and their muscles would be sore from staying up all night and being on watch. When I knocked gently on the desk, the leaders who had their eyes closed opened their eyes and smacked their lips. I looked at the leaders and chuckled. I'll fill you all in with the details tomorrow when Kim Haiyongjun wakes up. For now, I'll give a brief summary of what happened. Yes. The leaders straightened their backs and tried to concentrate. After I briefly explained the incidents that had happened in Gangbaiyan Bukaro, they all let out sighs of relief. They offered up various comments, what a relief it was, how good of a job we did, and that we owed it to God. Beizhongman, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. I think this is the right time to attack the family. Bei Zhongman's sudden suggestion drew the suspicion of all the other leaders. I found his opinion interesting, so I asked Bei Zhongman to elaborate. Why do you think so? Didn't you say that the one who died today had blue eyes? Yes, I did. I only saw 2 blue-eyed ones in Gangnam. If one of them died today, and a lot of the so-called Dong leaders died as well, there probably aren't that many forces left defending Gangnam. My eyebrows twitched reflexively. He was right. I didn't even think about striking first since I had gotten used to defending. Now that the family's forces had been thinned out, it was the perfect time for us to take over. Nothing good could come of letting this drag out. We had a fairly good chance against the family if we attacked before they could fully recover. I looked around at the leaders. They were nodding at Bei Zhongman's proposal, apparently impressed by it. This was the peace we'd spent such a long time searching for. The possibility of achieving this peace was gradually increasing. With just a little bit more effort, we would be able to reach our goal. Once we got rid of the boss, there would be no one left in Seoul who could challenge us. Wang Jihai, who had been keeping an eye on the other leaders' reactions, took a sip of warm water and spoke up. Then, what's going to happen to our plan? What plan are you talking about? I asked, tilting my head. Wang Jihai put down the cup she was holding. The plan to go to Jeju Island. Li Zhongyuke, who was next to me, responded to Wang Jihai's question. All the black creatures are dead, and once we take care of the boss, there will no longer be a reason to go to Jeju Island. No, I beg to differ. I believe a situation will arise that will compel us to go. Wang Jihai's statement elicited a frown from Li Zhongyuke. What do you mean? I'm talking about zombie instincts. Her sentence hung in the air. I could hear people shifting in their seats. I wondered if they were feeling uneasy at the uncomfortable topic that Wang Jihai had just brought up. I rested my chin on my hands quietly and thought about it. Wang Jihai was right. Me, Kim Hyeongjun, and Do Hansol would be the next issue, after we took care of all the threats that faced us, because we were zombies. Having no threats meant that there wouldn't be any zombies for us to eat. This would lead to us being overwhelmed by our zombie instincts and losing our sanity. The survivors would begin to grow nervous at that, not knowing when we would turn our backs on them. I sighed and spoke up. Let's take care of the gang members in Gangnam, and get Gimpo Airport cleaned up. What are you going to do about the issues we face regarding takeoff and landing? I interlaced my fingers before responding to her. When everything's ready, I'll run to Gimhae and get the airport set up. Everyone can wait on the aircraft until after being prepared. How do we know if Gimhae is safe? At Novel bin at. When I leave for Gimhae, please prepare for takeoff in 10 hours. I will do whatever it takes to clean up Gimhae International Airport, so please depart once the 10 hours is up. And what if zombies gather up at Gimpo Airport? Hyeongjun and Han Sol will protect Gimpo Airport. Wang Jihai listened to my plan, then quietly rubbed her chin as she considered it. After a while, she sighed and spoke up. That seems like the best option as of now. I'll look for a ferry after I clean up Gimhae International Airport. I'll get everything prepared so that, once everyone arrives, everyone can get on right away. Wang Jihai nodded. All right. Li Zhongyuke, who was next to her, tilted his head. Mr. Lee Hyundeok, when we're done cleaning up Jeju Island, what do you plan on doing afterward? He asked. Everyone's eyes turned to me. I took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling of the meeting room. Afterward. Suddenly, everything I had gone through to get to where I was right then flashed through my mind. The reason I'd been able to come this far, it was because I had So-yeon's safety, stability, and happiness in mind, and the desire to obtain peace for the rest of the survivors. All this had been possible thanks to the survivors who looked after So-yeon, people who were like family to me now. I smiled gently as I recalled the past. There was a lot I wanted to say, but I knew the meeting would go on forever if I started right then. I let out a deep sigh and looked at everyone's faces, one by one. I smiled gently. Please, continue to take good care of So-yeon for me. I only wished for one thing from the leaders, which, in turn, was everything to me.